I crossed over to the Douqi Continent, become an ordinary member of Xiao family. However, thinking of the time travel novels he had read before, he couldn't help but complain in his mind. How come other people who time traveled always ended up in big families, or they were taken away directly by the system that was coaxed by the bullshit, but I don't a system. Only my mediocre talent to finally become a one-star disiple. Unexpectedly abounding extraction system. Chapter 1. Reincarnation. The northwest of Douqi Continent. In the northern part of the Jama Empire, Wudin City. Wudin City is part of the Gama Empire. Because of its strategic location with the Warcraft Mountains at its back, it ranks among the major cities in the Gama Empire. Apart from the city lord's mansion and mitre, the most powerful local forces in the city are the three major families in Wudin City, the Xiao family, the Jali family, and the Oba family. However, due to the demise of the older generation of fighting spirits from the three major families in Wudin City, and the current patriarchs of the three major families have stagnated in the stage of great fighting masters. As a result, in the past 10 years, Yutan City has quickly fallen to the bottom of the rankings of the major cities in the Gama Empire. In the morning, Xiao family courtyard, a 5-year child sitting cross-legged practicing and large amount of Douqi absorb in his body from surrounding and finally stop after some time. Finally I advanced to one-star disiple. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and felt change in his body, his bones and muscles become stronger. However, thinking of the time travel novels he had read before, he couldn't help but complain in his mind. How come other people who time traveled always ended up in big families, or they were taken away directly by the system that was coaxed by the bullshit? Yes, Xiao Ming is a time traveler from Blue Star. He traveled time 2 months ago to a boy Xiao Ming. Recalling his memory in mind, he is orphan. He is just ordinary member of Xiao family. Ding, congratulations to the host, reach one-star disiple extraction system is started. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in Xiao Ming ear. System, the legendary golden finger has finally arrived. System, where are you in the 2 months? Hearing the prompt he couldn't calm down, asked in surprise. Ding, system is started when host reach one-star disiple. Hearing the question, system replied. Hearing the answer he can only nod. After thinking some time he asked. System, what is your function? Ding, as the name suggests, the system has 3 functions. 1. System, give host 1 chance of extraction every month. You can extract techniques, fighting skill, elixir, bloodline, medicinal prescription etc. Only host can extract item when the person is 5 minor realm higher than the host. Above this host can't extract, dead or in dormant state who couldn't resist host. 2. Mall function, you can obtain item from mall by mall points. 3. System, space where you can store material. Hearing this answer he can only think about old man in Shaoyan ring, and booning techniques. He couldn't help but curl his face with a ugly smile. System, show me status panel, said in his mind after a virtual screen appears in front of his eye. Status, mall, host, Xiao Ming, age, 5, cultivation, 1-star disiple, strength, speed, bloodline, charm, soul power, comprehension, heavenly point, mall point, extraction chance, system, space, novice pack. System, what is the use of heavenly point? He asked after seeing prompt. Ding, heavenly point is used to upgrade stats of host like strength, speed etc., but you cannot upgrade bloodline for the time being as you don't have any bloodline. System replied after hearing the question. System, how can I get heavenly in mall point? After hearing system prompt he asked in his mind. Ding, host, you can get heavenly point by helping someone and mall point by selling items like fighting skill, monster core and heavenly and earthly treasure etc., system replied. Hearing this Xiao Ming only nod in understanding. System, open novice pack. Xiao Ming asked the system. Ding, congratulations for the host for opening novice pack, you get. Chapter. -2 novice gift. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 20,000 gold coin. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 100 heavenly point and 1,000 mall point. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting marrow cleansing pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting Xuanyuan sword. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting sword cultivation techniques, Xuanyuan sword sutra. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1 Dawang peak card and 1 Duzong peak card. Marrow cleansing pill. As the name suggests, it can cut marrow and bone, remove impurities from the body. Increase cultivation talent. Xuanyuan sword. It is a peerless sword used by strong man. It has the power to cut through space. Xuanyuan sword sutra. It help you in understanding mysteries of sword. Heavenly point is allocated to stats and Mal point are used to buy items. Duhuang Peak card and Duzong Peak card. As the name suggests, you can promote it to the realm of respective card for 1 hour. Ding Novice gift has been stored in system storage. Hearing the sound of prompt, he couldn't hide his happiness on his face. As an ordinary member of Xiao family, he can only get very few silver coin. Seeing 20,000 gold coin, he can give more time to his training. As for marrow cleansing pill, his body talent is very poor. It can take 2 months to promote to 1-star disiple. This can increase his cultivation talent. As for sword techniques and cards, he can only store them in system storage for the time being, as it can't used for the time being. System, give me marrow cleansing pill, Xiao Ming said to system in his mind. After few second, marrow cleansing pill appear in right hand of Xiao Ming. After seeing gold or elixir in his hand, Xiao Ming opened his mouth and directly swallowed it and sitting cross-legged to absorb the medicinal effect. The pill is rotating in the meridian of Xiao Ming, which caused pain. He couldn't help but tighten his first. Veins pop out from his hand, which make him scream in low voice. After 2 hours, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. He can saw thin layers of black smoke layers on his, and foul smell filled in his nose. He immediately set up from his bed and go to bathroom to wash his body. After coming out of bathroom, he pondered on his body. He can feel changes. His meridian become widen, his Douqi absorbing speed increases. System, assign 35 heavenly points to strength, 30 points to speed, 20 points to comprehension and 15 points to charm. After pondered for some time, he said to system. Ding, congratulations to the host, point assigned successfully. System, show me status screen. Status, Mal, host, Xiao Ming. Age, 5, cultivation, 3-star disiple. Strength, -35. Speed, 30. Bloodline, charm, 15. Soul power, comprehension, -20. Heavenly point, Mal point, 1000. Extraction chance, system space, Xuanyuan sword sutra, Duhuang peak card, Duzong peak card. Felling change in its body, his body becomes strong and swift, and skin becomes fair and smooth. Seeing change in cultivation level, he can only think about it as effective taking marrow cleansing pill. He can feel his combat power is as strong as 6-star disiple. Thinking of magical effect of heavenly points, he can only show smile in his face. As the cultivation level increase, the gap between each cultivation level also increase, and to fill the gap between each levels, it requires him more points. Chapter 3. Distinguished guest of the Xiao family. 2 months passed quietly. During the time, Xiao Ming only cultivate and do body exercises and maintain a low key. One day, Xiao Ming returned to the cafeteria from practicing in the courtyard to eat. I paid close attention to my surroundings, and sure enough I heard the chattering chatter of several children next door. Hey, have you heard? Today there is a distinguished guest in the family, and the clan leader personally entertained him. What? The clan leader is a powerful great fighting master, so the person who can be received by him in person must also be a great fighting master. How did you know that distinguished guests were coming? Quote, I saw it when I came here just now. The clan leader personally welcomed them to the hall. The great elder and the others were also in the hall. His aura was definitely that of a strong man. There was also a man beside him. There's a girl the same age as us. Quote. After all, they were too young, and the conversation among the children quickly turned to where they should go to play today. Xiao Ming was not surprised that those who could stay in this cafeteria to eat were all orphans who were too young. When they were older and could take care of their own children, they basically all moved back to their parents' houses. It's already great to hear this information. By the way, the distinguished guests of the Xiao family who are coming today should be Ji Yu Yuan and Ji Yu Zuner, Xiao Ming thought in his mind. Ji Yu Zuner is the little princess of Ji Yu clan, one of the 8 ancient clan, and the daughter of Ji Yu Yuan, one of the strongest person in the Douqi Continent. She sent to Xiao family to stole Tao's ancient jade from Xiao clan. Thinking of Zuner identity as he remembers Xiao Yan goes to Shuaner courtyard in the night to warm his meridian. As he destined to cut off Xiao Yan all Xiao Yan benefit, how can he let him eat soft rice? After breakfast, Xiao Ming decided to go to back mountain to practice. System, how can I extract material from other? Xiao Ming asked the system, in the way to back mountain, as he remember he have 2 chance of extraction. Ding host need to close to target for about 2 meter to scan target after you can extract the chosen item, system replied after hearing question. After arriving at the back mountain, I sit down at a suitable place, and close my eyes and enter system space. System, receive Xuanyuan Sword Sutra, Xiao Ming asked System. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Xuanyuan Sword Sutra, System replied after hearing Xiao Ming word. After a large amount of information poured in the mind of Xiao Ming, after some time, he digested all the knowledge. Xuanyuan Sword Sutra divided into 3 volumes. 1. Sword Intent, you can use sword energy around sword, to cut the different objects. 2. Sword Aura, you can use sword aura to cover around any non-living object to make it sharp like a sword. As your sword aura increases, you can even cut a tree from his leaf. 3. Sword Body, you can form a layer of red color sword aura around you body which can protect your soul, and at the same time, you can use it to give damage to other soul. It's awesome. Thinking of information in his mind, he can't help but exclaim, and especially sword body which can also damage other soul, and protect own. This type of skill is very rare in Douqi Continent. Thinking about practicing it, Xiao Ming has to buy a wooden sword. As a 5-year-old child, his height is even smaller than that of Xuanyuan sword, he can only use wooden sword for the time being. Chapter 4. Blocking. The moon is like a silver plate, and the sky is filled with stars. Xiao Ming stepped into the backyard from the back hill. The backyard is where the relatively high-status members of the Xiao family live. It has many independent courtyards. After his mother's death, Xiao Yan had a small courtyard by himself, with a dedicated maid to serve him. Xiao Ming hurriedly walked through the courtyards and soon came to Xiao Yan's small courtyard. Looking for a secret corner, I tried my best to hide my breath, feeling a little embarrassed inside. It's really a headache. I actually can't feel time while practicing. I don't know what time it is. I hope Xiao Yan hasn't come out yet. Fortunately, Xiao Yan didn't make him wait any longer. Ming had just arrived when he saw the carved wooden door of the small courtyard slowly opening, and a dark figure sneaking out quietly. Fortunately, Xiao Yan didn't make him wait any longer. Ming had just arrived when he saw the carved wooden door of the small courtyard slowly opening, and a dark figure sneaking out quietly. Under the bright moonlight, Xiao Ming, who was hiding in the dark, could clearly see the face. Sure enough, I guessed right. Xiao Yan will go to Ji Zuner's room tonight. Xiao Ming didn't go out to stop him immediately because he knows Xiao Yan had an excuse to make excuses when he came out now. Hanging behind the sneaky Xiao Yan, the two quickly arrived at another small courtyard. As soon as Xiao Yan climbed up the wall, Xiao Ming knew it was time to take action. He immediately jumped out of the darkness and yelled, "Who is sneaking around there?" Oops, Xiao Yan was still there concentrating on climbing the wall, and suddenly hearing a sound, he immediately fell from the wall with his center of gravity unsteady and let out a cry of pain while lying on the ground. The movement here was not small, and it obviously disturbed the people in the small courtyard, and the lights turned on inside. Xiao Ming walked up to Xiao Yan and looked at Xiao Yan's disgraced look. He held back his smile and pretended to be very confused and asked, "Cousin Xiao Yan, why are you climbing on the wall in the middle of the night? No, are you trying to do something bad?" Quote. This. Xiao Yan was relieved when he saw the person clearly, but when he heard Xiao Ming ask this, he suddenly panicked and didn't know how to answer. He came here to test his vindictiveness against Zuner, who had just arrived in the Xiao family. The other children in the Xiao family basically lived with their parents, and the orphans also lived in a room with several people, not in the backyard. Just like him, the new Zuner lives alone in a small courtyard. The two of them are not far apart, so it is very suitable. But can this be told? No way. Xiao Ming told others about it, and when the time came, even if his father was the clan leader, he would not be able to reap the benefits. Just when Xiao Yan was hesitating and speechless, an idea suddenly flashed across his face. "You ask me, I want to ask you again, what are you doing in the backyard in the middle of the night? You don't want to steal something, do you?" Chapter 5. Saving Little Loli. You don't want to steal something, do you? Xiao Ming smiled. He was indeed a time traveler. If it were other children in this situation, they would have been scared to death. Only Xiao Yan can stay awake and fight against the generals. Unfortunately, he was already prepared for this problem. "I'm here because I fell asleep while practicing in the back mountain. I woke up just now. The backyard is close to the back mountain. I want to go back, so naturally I have to pass by here. It's really strange that you ran here. I remember you. Isn't the courtyard over there?" Xiao Ming showed his cloth which cover in dust and sweat proved the authenticity of his words and looked at Xiao Yan playfully. Hurry up and tell me your purpose, or I will call the law enforcement officials. Here, the door of the small courtyard was opened, interrupting Xiao Yan's words. Ji Zuner appeared at the door wearing blue pajamas with an expressionless face. At this moment, Ji Zuner's face was pale, and her body was trembling slightly as if she was enduring something. What's the matter with the two cousins showing up here? Ji Zuner asked after seeing Xiao Yan, who he met in the morning, and a pretty boy who is same age as him. Looking at Ji Zuner, who had a cold and indifferent temperament, but looked more beautiful than usual, Xiao Ming knew that she was suffering from a side effect of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. Facing Ji Zuner's cold eyes, Xiao Yan felt even more inexplicably panicked. I'm here, for. Xiao Yan's face turned red and he hesitated for a long time, but he didn't say a word. Finally, under Xiao Ming's surprised eyes, he actually turned around and ran away. Looking at Xiao Yan's back running faster than a rabbit, Xiao Ming, who originally wanted to watch a good show, fell silent. Forget it, just run. My name is Xiao Ming, I just happened to pass by here. I said you are so young and alone. You should be careful when staying. Lock the door of your room from now on. If you encounter any dangerous person, call for help immediately. The law enforcement officers on duty at night will be there, Xiao Ming said after seeing Zuner eyes on him. Cousin Zuner, why are your faces pale? Are you ill? Asked Xiao Ming after seeing pale face of Zuner. No cousin Xiao Ming, I just exercise too much, said Zuner with cold voice. As I move back and want to return to my courtyard, I see Zuner eyes flickered and half opened and his body stopped moving, as he can about to fall. I suddenly move and stop Zuner from falling to the ground. I only understand this is the cause due to his weak body after taking heavenly flame. The reason how Xiao Yan take advantage of Zuner in the novel and let him nourish his meridian, I only think about this possibility. After seeing little Loli in his arm, suddenly an idea pop out in his mind. System, can I extract extra residual energy of Golden Emperor Fentianian, which caused trouble to Zuner? Xiao Ming asked the system in his mind. Ding, yes host, you can extract extra energy of Golden Emperor Fentianian, replied the system. System, extract extra energy of Golden Emperor Fentianian from Zuner body, Xiao Ming asked the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing Golden Emperor residual energy, system prompt sound in his mind. After this he lift Zuner body and carry her in his arm and take her and the courtyard. After reaching Zuner bed in, placed him quietly from his arm. After then he walk out of Zuner courtyard, he sudden fell invisible pressure on his body. This must be Lu Ling, Xiao Ming think in his mind. Chapter 6. Knowing more about system. Ding, congratulations to the host for helping Ji Zuner you obtaining 120 heavenly points. After returning to my courtyard I received system prompt. After this I can't immediately rush to assign points, I go to bathroom and clean my body, which cover in dirt and sweat first. After this I can go to bed, sit cross-legged and closed my eyes and enter system space. System, assign 40 points to soul power, 25 points to strength, 25 points to speed, 20 points to comprehension, 10 points to charm. I speak to the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for assigning points. You can check change your status in status panel, system replied. After I can feel more awareness about the surrounding as my soul power increase, my muscles become dense and compact, bones become strong, my body feels lighter than before, my face become more symmetric and eyes become sharp, skin become more fair. After feeling change in body I nodded with satisfaction. System open status panel, status Mall, host, Xiao Ming. Age, 5, cultivation, 3-star Do disiple. Fighting skill. Xuanyuan Sword Sutra. 1. Sword intent. Level 1, 0/1000. 2. Sword aura not started. 3. Sword body not started. Strength, -60. Speed, 55. Bloodline, charm, 25. Soul power, -40. Comprehension, -40. Heavenly point. Mal point, 1000. Extraction chance, 1. System space. Xuanyuan sword, Duhuang peak card, Duzong peak card. I see change in my status panel and a new fighting skill slot has been seen. System, why system does not have alchemist slot in this system panel and what is level 1 written side of sword intent? I asked the system. Ding alchemist slot is updated as you refine pills, and fighting slot can be upgraded by doing activities which is related to fighting slot. You can able to update different slots in future, system replied. Ding, system divides skill in two basic upgradable and non-upgradable. You can upgrade fighting skill when you completely master it and upgrade it, with help of Mall Point. Non-upgradable fighting skill can be level up by gaining experience, and it doesn't require Mall Points to upgrade, it can upgrade automatically and advance to next level, system replied. System, by this mean I can upgrade a Zon level advanced fighting skill to Earth level low level fighting skill by giving points to system Mall, Xiao asked. Ding, yes host you can do it, system replied. System, you are awesome, Xiao said to system after listening, system prompt. System what is mastering the fighting skill, Xiao asked the system. Ding practicing skill B less than A less than C less than M is divided into 4 level, beginner B less than P greater than. Advanced A completed C. Mastered M after mastering you can upgrade your fighting skill to next level, system replied. Hearing this Xiao twitched his mouth. I think I need to add more points to comprehension. After leaving system space, Xiao started to practice. Chapter 7. Shameless Xiao Yan. Next day in Gu Zuner courtyard. Gu Zuner who is lying in his bed opened his beautiful round eyes. As he wake up, Yi yammed and slowly sit on the bed. As he suddenly remembered he can't feel pain in his body, it can feel comfortable than before. Gu Zuner thought for a while speak with a cold face and called softly. Mr. Ling. As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow appeared quietly, half kneeling in front of her. If Xiao could recognize it here, this person was Ling Ying, one of Gu Zuner's bodyguards who came to the Xiao family. Mr. Ling, give me a detailed explanation of what happened just last night. Yes, Ling Ying quickly explained the whole story clearly, including that Xiao practicing in the back mountain and passed by after going down the mountain. In Xiao Yan's courtyard, he stayed in the corner for a while and after he fainted Xiao helped him and bring to bed. The Xiao family is only so big, so of course none of this can be hidden from the eyes and ears of Ling Ying, the 7-star fighting emperor. After Ling Ying finished his report, Gu Zuner thought that Xiao Yan, who had a disgusted smile, almost slipped into his room, and his little face was suddenly covered with frost. Ling Ying, I hope there won't be a next time. I was negligent. Half crouching, old Ling was sweating. He knew what Miss Zuner meant. She didn't want anyone to crawl on her in the middle of the night next time, on the wall. Speaking of which, Ling Ying also felt a little strange. According to his personality, he would have been a big-eared melon seed if he encountered someone like Xiao Yan who climbed on his own girl's wall in the middle of the night. Even if there is someone next to him, no matter how hard it is, he can still have a small accident. This is extremely easy for his strength as a Do Huang. I don't know why this time, but he was indifferent and almost let the third young master of the Xiao family sneak in. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was stopped by Xiao otherwise he would have made a big mistake. The consequences. Thinking of this, Ling Ying couldn't help but shudder, and began to feel that Xiao Yan's relatively cute face had become disgusting. If this kid dares to come again next time, let's see how I break his legs. How can he taint the eldest lady? Not only him, but others as well. Gu Zuner didn't notice the fierce look in Ling Ying's eyes and waved, okay, please step back. Yes, whoops, Ling Ying disappeared from the spot. How can I can't feel the pain which caused by Golden Emperor Fentianyan, and I can also control it smoothly than before, he can only help me take me to bed, Xiao he is a strange person. I think I have to visit him. In the other side of Xiao family. Xiao Yan got up fearfully, expecting to be scolded by his father, but he didn't expect that Xiao Zhan seemed to know nothing. After some inquiring, he understood that Xiao and Xiao Zuner did not publicize what happened yesterday, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I felt happy in my heart and at the same time, he thought about going to Zuner courtyard in the night again. This made Ling Ying's plan, which was ready to beat Xiao Yan, come to succeed. Chapter 8. Meeting Gu Zuner again. In the Xiao courtyard. Xiao is sitting cross-legged on the bed, and practicing cultivation. After some amount of time, he opened his. I think, I can make breakthrough in some days, Xiao muttered to himself. I have to go Xiao family market to buy a wooden sword, Xiao said while thinking about practicing sword intent. No, I have system mall why I have to go Xiao family market, Xiao Ming while thinking after some time. System give me wooden sword, which fit for size, Xiao Ming asked the system. Ding, congratulations to the for receiving, wooden sword, for 20 mall points, it is directly placed in system SPCE, system replied to Xiao Ming. After receiving system prompt in his mind, Xiao Ming think about going to back mountain to practice, as he can't practice sword techniques in the small courtyard. Xiao Ming ready to leave after closing the door of his small courtyard, he walks way toward back mountain. In the way of back mountain, I am passing through many courtyard and tree. Cousin Xiao Ming, I heard someone calling from behind. I move head behind to see the person who is calling me. I see a little loli, which is very cute, wearing pink skirt and which I helped him last night. Yes, this is Gu Zuner. Cousin Xiao Ming, where are you going? She asked me, when come inside of me. Cousin Zuner, I am going to back mountain, Xiao Ming replied so fly. Cousin Xiao Ming, how about going to back mountain and playing some games? I came to Xiao family yesterday. I can only know about some people who is playing with me, Gu Zuner said while making cute face. Seeing Zuner cute face, how I can I refuse this? Okay cousin Zuner, let's play together, I replied so fly. After this, I and Zuner going to back mountain and playing children game like hide and seek and others. After playing for some hours, I can always find Zuner and catch him, which make him annoyed. Backhouse my soul power and speed which is enhanced by using points. It is relatively easy to catch a small child who has started practicing. Cousin Xiao Ming, you are very bad, you can always win, Zuner said with dissatisfied look in his face. Seeing Gu Zuner like this I can only smile. Okay cousin Xiao Ming, I have to go to wash myself, Gu Zuner said while sweeping his eyes on his dirt pink skirt. After saying this she walks away from back mountain to his courtyard. Seeing Gu Zuner leaving figure, he sigh inwardly. He know that Gu Zuner come to him for playing to wasn't coincidence. He was suspicious to him about his changing body conditions, so he come to me. So he can only make Zuner away from him for the time being. Dividing lines. In the Zuner courtyard, Gu Zuner sitting in the bed and a black shadow half kneeling in front of him. Mr. Ling, are you find anything suspicious about him? Gu Zuner asked so fly with cold tone. Miss Zuner, his level is only 3-star Do Disiple, and his soul power is about to approach first tier alchemist. He can probably become alchemist in the future. Seeing Zuner asking him, Ling Ying replied. After hearing about Xiao Ming's soul power she is surprised. How can a 3-star Do Disiple has such large amount of soul power? But this can't solve his suspicion. Okay, Mr. Ling, you can go now, Zuner said half coaching Ling Ying. After hearing this Ling Ying disappeared from the place. He remembered that before faint completely he saw Xiao Ming blurry face. Does God send him to save me? Gu Zuner murmured to himself. Chapter 9. Meeting Xiao Yu for the first time. In the back mountain. System, give me wooden sword, Xiao Ming asked system in his mind. After a brown color wooden sword appeared in his right hand. Then he started to practice sword intent step by step, moving and swinging sword in the air in rhythm and continuously, which looks pretty cool when see it closely. After practicing sword skill until night, he decided to go back to his courtyard and take a shower, and relax his body as if you continuously exercising his body without giving him rest, which cause internal injuries and it can only decrease your future potential. In the blink of eye 6 months had been passed. During this period the Xiao Ming practicing sword technique, and cultivating qi, Gu Zuner came to me occasionally to playing with me. I can't refuse him. Which make our relation depends and both become friends. Xiao Ming sitting cross-legged, and communicating with system in his mind. System, open status panel. Status mall, host, Xiao Ming. Age, 6, cultivation, 5-star Do Disiple. Fighting skill, Xuanyuan Sword Sutra, 1. Sword intent, level 1 341 thousandths. 2. Sword aura not started. 3. Sword body not started. Strength, -60. Speed, 55. Bloodline, charm, 25. Soul power, -40. Comprehension, -40. Heavenly point, Mall point, 980. Extraction chance, 7. System space, Xuanyuan sword, Duhuang peak card, Duzong peak card, 20,000 gold coin. I can't collect any heavenly point during this period. Thud, thud, I hear someone knocking the door. I get out of the bed and come close to door and open it. I saw a little girl with very cute face, sword-like eyebrow, round eyes, wearing green dress, which look like baby doll. Brother Xiao Ming, today is annual Xiao family Douqi test, Gu Zuner speak softly. Yes, I remembered, I just prepared to going to, Xiao Ming replied while smiling on his face. How about cousin Xiao Ming, go with me? Zuner asked seeing Xiao Ming's smiling face. Hearing this Xiao Ming nodded, and after closing his courtyard, they both started to walk toward Xiao family square. Dividing lines. In the Xiao family training ground, hundreds of boys and girls were standing in the huge bluestone training ground, and bursts of noise rose into the sky. On the high platform to the left of the training ground, some insiders of the family were sitting. In the center, there were the patriarch Xiao Zan and 3 elders. In the field, the boys and girls who were about to be judged were standing nervously. Some of those who usually performed well did not show much nervousness on their faces, while some of those with average or low talents had hesitant and uneasy expressions on their faces. Both Xiao Ming and Xiao Zuner come to training ground. Ah, Goddess Zuner, who is this person? Come with Goddess Zuner. Alfro, he is pretty than me, but he can't be with our Goddess Zuner. Many people don't know about Xiao Ming as he maintained low-key. The people around continued to ridicule, passed into the ears of Xiao Ming and Xiao Zuner. Hearing this, I can move my face toward Xiao Zuner and said with teasing, Cousin Zuner is very popular, I can't stand with you. Hearing this, Xiao Zuner smiled playfully next to Xiao Ming. Cousin Zuner. Xiao Ming heard the voice and looked towards the speaker. The person speaking was a young man, probably about the same age as Xiao Ming, and a girl who is about 4 years older than him, has pretty face, and most eye-catching is his legs, who is slender and which. Xiao Ming knew this person. His name was Xiao Ning, and Xiao Yu. They both are brother and sister and the grandson and granddaughter the great elder. Cousin Zuner, who is this person? Xiao Yu asked him. Cousin Xiao Yu, he is cousin Xiao Ming, Zuner said without cold expression. Cousin Xiao Ming, she is cousin Xiao Yu and cousin Xiao Ning, said Xiao Zuner. Hello, my name is Xiao Ming, said Xiao Ming with a smiling face. Seeing her goddess, who is close to Xiao Ming, Xiao Ning has a bitter smile on his face and decided to challenge him after Douqi test and beat him under his feet. As for Xiao Yu, has good impression of the good-looking boy. As for Xiao Yan, who is avoiding Xiao Zuner, standing into the other side of platform with Xiao family children. He can't goes close to Xiao Zuner from that when a black shadow beat him hardly until he became, when he attempt to sneak attack in Xiao Zuner courtyard. Now that everyone came, let's start the test. As Xiao Zan shouted, the boys and girls on the training ground fell. They suddenly became nervous. Chapter 10. Test. The black stone tablet. The indifferent examiner took a step forward and took out the list of names from his arms. The cold voice made the person whose name was called shiver all over. Xiao Mei. The examiner's cold voice made Xiao Yan slightly raise his eyebrows, and lazily raise his slightly drooped eyelids. Listening to the examiner's shout, a girl quickly ran out of the crowd. As soon as the girl appeared, the nearby chatter became much quieter. A pair of slightly fiery eyes were firmly locked on the girl's cheeks. The girl is only about 5 years old, same as Xiao Zuner. Her childish little face contains a hint of charm. The combination of innocence and charm makes her successfully attract the attention of the audience. Focus. The girl stepped forward quickly, touched the dark magic stone tablet with her little hands, and then slowly closed her eyes. After the girl closed her eyes for a moment, the light lit up again on the dark magic stone tablet. Fighting Chi, 2 level. Xiao Mei, Fighting Spirit, 2 level. Level. Low. Yeah. Listening to the results shouted by the examiner, the girl raised a proud smile on her face. Tisk, tisk, 2 level Fighting Spirit, really? It's amazing. Xiao Mei has just started practicing last year. Next, Xiao Ning. The examiner called out. Under the gaze of everyone, he walked toward the bulk stone monument, stretch out his hand and pour Fighting Spirit. Fighting Chi, 3 stars. Seeing this, he has a smile on his face, and shift his gaze towards Xiao Ming, with provocative smile on his face. Seeing this provocative smile of Xiao Ning toward him, Xiao Ming can only smile helplessly. Next, Xiao Zuner. After Xiao Ning walked off testing platform, the examiner's cold voice actually contained a little emotion under this name. All the eyes of the audience moved with the sound and instantly shifted to the spotless and pretty girl. Under the gaze of all the eyes in the field, the girl walked slowly to the black stone monument. She stretched out her little hand. The jade hand gently touched the cold black stone tablet. Zuner's eyes slowly closed, and the fighting power surged rapidly in her body. With the input of Do power, after a moment of silence, the black stone tablet suddenly emitted a powerful light. Fighting Chi, 3 stars. Looking at the 4 shining golden characters on the black stone tablet, there was a slight silence in the training ground, and then a large number of gasps sounded like a convulsion, and everyone's expressions were frozen at this moment. Miss Zuner, a 3-star Do J Chi. The examiner announced loudly and excitedly. Tisk tisk, a 5-year-old 3-star Do disciple. You are indeed. Listening to the examiner's announcement, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders on the high platform nodded slightly, their faces also filled with shock. Even though Xiao Yan's talent had always been now, I guess that's it. In the training ground, Xiao Mei, who was surrounded by everyone, was also dazzled by the 4 golden characters on the black stone tablet. Her eyes moved down and looked at the elegant girl standing at the stone tablet, and her heart couldn't help but feel a little. After this he slowly walked out and came toward Xiao Ming. Cousin Zuner is genius, she 3-star Do disciple at the age of 5, Xiao Ming said seeing Xiao Zuner coming toward him. Hearing this he can only smile, and stand beside him. Next, Xiao Yan, the examiner called out. In the eyes of everyone, Xiao Yan came to the foot of the black stone tablet. Under the intense gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan gently pressed his palm on the black stone tablet. The stone tablet calmed down slightly, and then emitted a dazzling light. Fighting Chi, 5 stage, the examiner announced loudly and excitedly. As expected of genius who is born in 100 years of Xiao family, there is silent and people are chattering to himself. Hearing this there is proud look on Xiao Zhan. As expected of his son Yuner he cannot let down his father. He think while stroking his chin. Next, Xiao Yu. Examiner called out. Under the gaze of every, she walked toward black stone tablet, with white, tender jade feet, slowly and stretch out his jade hand and pour some Do Chi in black stone monument. Fighting Chi, 6 stage, examiner said loudly. As expected of our goddess he can become 6-star Do disciple at the age of 10. Xiao family disciple started to chattering with himself. Although he is not as good as Xiao Yan, but he is also a genius, in the small Wudin city. Chapter 11. Battle between geniuses. Next, Xiao Ming. Following the tester's words, everyone's eyes turned to the white figure with a calm face. Cousin Xiao Xie, let me see your true strength, I know you're the best. Xiao Zuner looked at Xiao Xie intently. After hearing he can only smile in the gaze of the whole audience, Xiao Ming walked toward the black stone monument with a calm face. Xiao Ming stretched out his hand and pressed it on the cold stone tablet, and the fighting energy in his body continued to pour into it. With the injection of fighting energy, the stone tablet, golden light emerged from stone tablet. Fighting Chi, 5 stage, looked at the 4 shining golden characters on the stone tablet. There is another genius beside Xiao Yan, people started to chattering around it. How is this possible? How can some like him stronger than me? Muttered Xiao Ning, with a changing his facial expression. Lookism at the boy, in the stone platform Xiao Zhan and 3 elder found strange, he can't hear any boy who is as genius as Xiao Yan. Who is this? Xiao Zhan asked a man who is standing beside him. Patriarch Xiao Zhan, this boy name is Xiao Ming, an orphan of Xiao family house, he usually maintained low key and came first for Do Chi testing. Replied the men, respectfully. Hearing this Xiao Zhan and 3 elder nodded. After this Xiao Ming walked out of stone platform towards Xiao Zuner and stand beside him. As expected of cousin Xiao Ming, Xiao Zuner said while looking sideway toward Xiao Ming. Yes, cousin you are really good, Xiao Yu said while looking at Xiao Ming. You, too are also good, Xiao Ming said while listening to the both of them. Those who want to challenge others, come up to stage and challenge him, examiner said with loud sound which can be heard by all the disciple of Xiao family. Hearing this, there was a slight commotion in the training ground. Xiao Ning who has previously wanted to challenge Xiao Ming shook his head cut off this idea from his mind. Cousin Xiao Ming, I want to challenge you. Xiao Yan, who is not satisfied with the Xiao Ming test and wanted to become number 1 genius in the Xiao family always belonged to him so he directly jumped out first and declared war on Xiao Ming. Hearing Xiao Yan challenge, Xiaoming shook his head with a wry smile, but still accepted the challenge. Hiss. You hear Xiao Yan wanted to challenge Xiaoming. There is battle between two genius of Xiao family. This is existing. There is a lot of chattering between Xiao family display can be here. After this Xiaoming stepped on Xiao family platform facing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked at Xiaoming who was looking at him with a playful expression, and shouted angrily. He made a fist with his right hand. Facing with Xiao Yan's blow, Xiaoming just turned slightly to the side and got out of the way. At the same time he said in his mind. System scan Xiao Yan. Ding, the scan is successful. Name, Xiao Yan. Gender, male. Cultivation level, Fighting Chi 5th stage. Kung Fu, none. Fighting skills, none. Items, none. Seeing this he pondered for a while and said, System, scan that ring. Ding, the scan was successful. A sleeping soul body was detected. Continue, scan that soul body. Su Yun continued. Ding, scanning is in progress. Ding, scanning is successful. Name, Yaochen. Gender, male. Attributes, fire, some part of wood. Cultivation level, 9-star peak fighting master. Identity, 8th level peak alchemist. Skill, fire sun burning heaven Ju, earth level advanced. Fighting skill, flame devouring wave ruler, earth level low level, octane blast, advanced zon level. Items, bone spirit cold fire, Xuanzhong ruler, black demon cauldron, burning Ju, medicinal recipe, poison pill method. System extract fighting skills, and items. Chapter 12. Seeing Harvest. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting fighting skill, Fire Palm. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting fighting skill, Octane Blast. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting fighting skill, Burning Ju. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting 11th rank Heavenly Flame, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting a weapon, Xuanzhong Ruler. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting a heavenly rank cauldron, Black Demon Cauldron. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting, small part of wood attribute. Ding, all the items are stored in system SPCE. Xiaoming hearing system prompt, while avoiding Xiao Yan attack. Hey, why are you always avoiding my attack? Are you afraid of being beaten by me? Xiao Yan said with arrogant look, as if he didn't touch any single hair of Xiaoming. No, I am just doing time pass, as if match finish in one punch, audience can't enjoy this show, Xiaoming said with mocking tone. Hearing Xiaoming, Xiao Yan made his fist tighten and charge up toward Xiaoming. Faced Xiao Yan full blow, who was about to hit his chest, Xiaoming just moved slightly to avoid his attack and at the same time make a fist and give a blow to Xiao Yan on his stomach. How is it possible? Xiao Yan's bent down in his knee while holding his stomach and inhaling hardly. Xiao Yan, you lost, Xiaoming said while looking at the Xiao Yan. The whole place was completely silent. No one was thinking that Xiao Yan was defeat, but it was so surprising to lose so easily. Xiao Zan and Great Elder came to the stone platform. Xiao Zan supported Xiao Yan from ground and said with concern, Xiao Yan, are you okay? Father, I am in good health, this type. Injuries are healed in half a day. Seeing his father concerned, Xiao Yan said while supported himself in his hand. Xiaoming, you have a great talent, we need cultivate him and gave him more resources, Great Elder said in a flattering tone, and looked at Xiao Zan. You are right, from now on, Xiaoming can get more resources and its courtyard is placed near Black Mountain, where he can practice without disturbance, Xiao Zan said while seeing Great Elder try to win over Xiaoming. Thank you Patriarch, Xiaoming said while clapping his hand. After saying, Xiaoming goes to Xiao Zuner and both leaves Douqi testing place and return to their courtyards. In the Xiaoming courtyard. System open status panel, Xiaoming said while sitting on his bed. Status Mall. Host, Xiaoming. Age, 6. Cultivation, 5-star Do Disiple. Fighting skill, Xuanyuan Sword Sutra, 1. Sword Intent. Level 1 341 thousandths. 2. Sword Aura not started. 3. Sword Body not started. Strength, -60. Speed, 55. Bloodline, Charm, 25. Soul Power, -40. Comprehension, -40. Heavenly Point. Mall Point, 980. Extraction Chance, System Space, Xuanyuan Sword, Duhuang Peak Card, Duzong Peak Card, 20,000 Gold Coin, Golden Emperor Residual Energy, Fire Palm, Octane Blast, Burning Dew, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Xuanzhong Ruler, Black Demon Cauldron, Small Part of Wood Attribute. Seeing status panel Xiao Ming give a satisfied smile, now he have fighting skills he can practice. Xiao Ming is not in hurry to extract Yao Lao's soul, as if he don't know if he can extract Yao Lao's soul, Xiao Yan can control her ring and use remaining fighting skills and items. System, can I also extract attributes of other people? Xiao Ming asked System with questionable tone while seeing System panel. Ding, yes host, you can extract it only when the person is dead or don't resist host or from magic core of monsters, System replied. System, you are awesome, that means I can also have attributes like wind, thunder, ice and space attribute, Xiao Ming exclaimed while hearing System reply. System, give me Fire Palm and Octane Blast, Xiao Ming asked System, as for other items and wood attribute are absorbed after he reached fighter level. Then a large know of information poured in his brain. Fire Palm, rank Zon class low level. Description: this Do skill can create strong wind pressure in an instant and blowing the enemy away. Octane Blast, rank Zon class high level. Description: a Zon class upper level close combat Do skill, famed for its mighty attack power. After completely mastering all 8 stages, its power is comparable to D class lower level Do skill. Chapter 13. 6 years later. 6 years later. In the back mountain, a tall handsome boy about 160 centimeters, he has fair, almost pale white. His black eyes were as deep and expressive, where you could get lost if you stared long enough. His body is well proportioned, he has 6-pack in his abdomen. Yes, he our protagonist, Xiao Ming, who is now practicing fighting skill in his half paint. Who is punching in a big rock? Octane Blast. A strong gust of wind emerged from Xiao Ming's hand and suddenly the surrounding was subjected to a wind on par with a hurricane. Pong. Another crisp sound of a rock breaking sounded, but this time, the vase was ground into a fine dust from the 2 opposing forces. Great. Now Octane Blast has been completely mastered. Patting off the white dust and after wearing his remaining clothes, Xiao Ming returned to his courtyard. After clean his body, he sat in his bed and closed his eyes. System open status panel. Status Mall. Host Xiao Ming. Age 12. Cultivation 5-star fighter. Attribute fire, small part of wood. Skill Burning Dew, mid-huang level, completed. Fighting skill Xuanyuan Sword Sutra 1. Sword Intent level 2. 1238-1500. 2. Sword Aura level 1. 731 thousandths. 3. Sword Body not started. Octane Blast advanced Zon level mastered. Fire Palm mid Zon level advance. Strength -120. Speed 100. Bloodline Charm 60. Soul Power -100. Comprehension -100. Healing Factor 40. Heavenly Point -35. Maul Point 10,500. Extraction Chance 37. System Space Xuanyuan Sword, Duhuang Peak Card, Duzong Peak Card, 20,000 Gold Coin, Golden Emperor Residual Energy, Burning Dew, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Xuanzhong Ruler, Black Demon Cauldron, Yao Lao Remanent Soul, Poison Pill Method, Medicine Recipe. Quote closing square bracket. In the past 6 years, Xiao Ming courtyard changed to near Black Mountain, and with a personal maid who can take care of his food and clothes, and his monthly salary increased to 20 gold coin. He earned 320 heavenly point by helping Xiao Yu from Xiao Yan from seeking on him during bathing in Back Mountain, which give good impression to him, and he also helped some other Xiao family children and other from giving him money and other help. He advanced to fighter level when he was 10 years old. 1 year early than Xiao Yan often came to challenge him. Xiao Ming can't refuse this. Who want to miss chance of if it comes to your door? Although Xiao Yan can never defeat him, but he can only give him more chance of extraction. Xiao Ming extract all the things from the ring, including Yao Lao soul and other fighting skill, which are Zon level, high level, and in some low Zon level, and medicine recipe. Those fighting skill Xiao Ming doesn't need, he can only sell them in system mall for mall points. During 6 years he continuous practicing fighting skills and upgrade his Fire Palm to mid-Zon level. And completely mastered Octane Blast, Sword Intent level increased to level 2, and after he started to practice Sword Aura. After advancing to fighter level, he started to practice burning Ju 2 years ago and upgraded to mid-Huang level. During practice he has to pass through many injuries and cuts on the skin, which help him in loading a new skill slot, healing factor, which can not only increase his healing of tissue and bones but also recovery his of Douqi faster than before, which make his face no brushes and scars, which add extra beauty to it. Great elder of the Xiao family often came him in the past year, asked for his goodwill and give him little money. He decided to win him over, and his daughter Xiao Yu often come to ask him to help him in practice, which also give him some heavenly points and become good friends. System, upgrade Octane Blast. Ding, Octane Blast is upgraded from Zon Advanced level to Low Earth level, consume, 8,000 feet Mal points. After hearing system prompt, a new understanding of Octane Blast appeared in his mind, and a 3D image display in his about how he practice his upgraded fighting skill. He started to practice EARD level fighting skill from beginning. It doesn't means he doesn't know anything about it, it still has its mastered Zon level fighting, it's just like practicing new volume of fighting skill. After absorbing all the knowledge, he opened his eyes. Earth level Octane Blast is 5 times stronger than before, if it is completely mastered, he said in calm voice. After absorbing knowledge of fighting skill, he can't started practicing as he can't want to broke his courtyard. System extract, Yao Lao memories. Ding, Yao Lao memories is extracted. A white ball appeared in system storage. Xiaoming white ball from system. Xiaoming crushed the other white balls, and clouds of white mist suddenly sank into Xiaoming's eyebrows. Half an hour later, Xiaoming completely digested the memory. Yao Lao's memory was still too huge for Xiaoming. Now Xiaoming's head is still a little swollen. Now Yao Lao is only broken soul body without in memories and its alchemist occupation. Without thinking too much, Xiaoming sell Yao Lao in system mall. Ding, congratulations to the host for selling Yao Lao's soul, you obtain 18,000 Mal point. As expected of Do Zun's soul, it is quite valuable. Poor Yao Lao, not only his memory was devoured by Xiaoming, but his soul was also sold by Xiaoming. Yao Lao's original strength was Do Zun, a A-grade alchemist. After Xiaoming absorbed his memories of alchemy, although his strength did not improve by leaps and bounds, his potential became immeasurable. It can be said that as long as he reaches the level of cultivation, Xiaoming is a 8th-grade alchemist. It's time to start practicing alchemy. Chapter 14, Buying Alchemy Material. It's time to start practicing alchemy. After saying this, he get off the bed and go out of the room. After closing the door, I saw a beautiful girl wearing red dress, tall and have beautiful face, red lips, with a pair of extremely eye-catching legs coming towards him. It is Xiao Yu, which is more mature than before, who has just passed his coming-of-age ceremony with 9-level fighting chi. Xiaoming eyes swept from his legs to his face. Brother Xiaoming, where are you going? Seeing Xiaoming handsome face reaction like this, she is proud of his beauty and asked in sweet voice. Sister Xiao Yu, I am going to market to buy some medicine material, Xiaoming said calm tone. The two of them left Xiao Mansion and walked towards Wudin City Market. Entering through the gate of Xiao Family Market, the two guards at the door obviously knew Xiaoming and Xiao Yu. Seeing Xiaoming and his Xiao Yu, they bowed slightly. Xiaoming also nodded to them. Young Master Xiaoming, Miss Xiao Yu, do you want to buy something? Suddenly, a voice came from behind the two of them. Xiaoming quickly turned around and saw 7 or 8 big men standing behind him, wearing Xiao family clothes. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Xiaoming looked at the group of people with doubts. He didn't know this group of people, as he maintained low-key. Many people can't know about him and only heard a genius of Xiao family Xiaoming who is at fighter level at the age of 10, as he maintained low-key he can't came to market often and not know many people. Who are you? Xiaoming asked. Young master, my name is Pain, and I am the guard captain appointed by the clan leader. The middle-aged man said. Xiaoming chuckled and said, I'm a little bored staying in the family, so I plan to go shopping in the market. Does the young master need my company? Pain asked quickly. Xiaoming waved his hand. No, we are just strolling around, you can go and do your own work. Then young master, if you need anything, please contact us immediately. Okay, Xiaoming nodded and left with Xiao Yu. After Xiaoming left, Pain summoned a big man over. Send 2 people to protect them. Don't let anything happen to them. Also, let me remind the thieves in the market not to target them, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Yes, the big man said to Pain. A cup of hands. Immediately, The big man left with the two people. Xiao Ming sensed someone following him, and his soul perception also sensed the figure behind him. With Xiao Ming's powerful soul perception, it is not difficult to sense the people behind him. They should be the guards of the Xiao family, Pine Sen, to protect him and Xiao Ming said in his mind. Arriving at the depths of market, Xiao Ming looked around. Hey, who is this boy, who is so charming and handsome? Seeing Xiao Ming, who is walking around market with Xiao, some girls who has seen Xiao Ming for the first time, can't take his eyes from it, and become Prince Charming his eyes. Seeing surrounding girls staring at Xiao Ming, like goblins want their food, Xiao pouted and held Xiao Ming hand and come to less crowded area. Seeing Xiao like this, Xiao Ming can only smile helplessly. This girl is really jealous. Xiao Ming took Xiao to major pharmacies to buy the items he needed. Although alchemists are very profitable, they also cost a lot of money. Fortunately, Xiao has money given by system and with Yao Lao's alchemy experience, so the success rate of some low-level elixirs is very low. It's 100%. After Xiao Ming refined some elixirs and sold them, he was still quite wealthy. After Xiao Ming bought the medicinal materials, he took Xiao to buy some magic cores. The magic cores are also called magic crystals on the Douqi Continent, as well as the prototypes of elixirs. As the name suggests, these are the magic cores in the body of Warcraft. A kind of energy crystal core, which is filled with extremely violent energy of heaven and earth. For this kind of violent energy, even a fighting king would not dare to take the risk of exploding his body and forcibly inhale it. The magic core refined by the alchemist using secret methods will be neutralized by some magical herbs to reduce the violent attributes, transformed into various strength-enhancing elixirs coveted by countless people, and their worth suddenly skyrocketed. Furthermore, magic core can also be added to weapons. Weapons with magic core will not only be more destructive, but also have the attractive special effect of increasing fighting spirit, which is highly sought after by the fighting class in the mainland. Driven by this trend, magic cores on the mainland are in short supply almost all year round. As soon as high-level magic cores appear at auctions or other places, they are sold at high price. For Xiao Ming, the magic core has another use, that is, it is a first-level wood-type magic core, which increase his wood attribute to full, which can also increase his success rate of refining when he refine high-level pill. The value of a first-level magic core is about 500 gold coins. It would be waste if it is used to extract attribute, because it can only give little wood attribute. Xiao Ming decided to extract attributes when he goes to Warcraft Mountain in the future. Brother Xiao Ming, or you want to refine medicine pill? Seeing Xiao Ming, who is buying first-level magic core, Xiao asked in confusion, does Brother Xiao Ming has the qualification to become alchemist? Hearing Xiao Ming nodded his head in approval. That's great, this means Brother Xiao Ming is alchemist in future. I know brother is super genius. Xiao who can't kept his joy hold and shake Xiao Ming left hand and said happily, just like she was going to become alchemist. Seeing Xiao who is immersed in joy didn't care about surrounding and wanted to say more, Xiao Ming hurriedly take his right hand, close Xiao mouth prevent him from saying further. Seeing Xiao Ming who is blocking his mouth from his hand, Xiao came back to his senses, and his face become red in embarrassment and he left Xiao Ming hand, and Xiao Ming remove his hand from his lips. Sister Xiao you can't say anything about this to anyone. Xiao Ming come closer to Xiao and said in low voice. Hearing this, Xiao can only nod in approval. After buying medical material full of large bag holding in his hand started to return to Xiao family courtyard. Sister Xiao are planning to go to Jonan Academy? Xiao Ming asked in the way of returning. Yes, I decided to enroll to it next year, Xiao said hearing Xiao Ming question. Sister Xiao, why don't come to my room tonight? I have way to make you break through fighter level, Xiao Ming while seeing Xiao in his eyes. Hearing first half of the sentence, Xiao face become red, but after hearing other half he came to normal. What way does brother Xiao Ming have? Xiao asked with curiosity. You can only know when you come. Xiao Ming said while thinking about chi gathering powder which helped practitioner to improve to fighter level. He decided to give to Xiao after buying from System Mall. After this both parted and returned to their respective courtyard. Chapter 15. This is specially given to you by Zuner. In the back mountain, there is an extremely secret cave in Haoshan, which only Xiao Ming knows. It would be easy to be discovered if he was refining the elixir in the courtyard. Xiao Ming took out the black demon cauldron. A solid black-colored medicinal cauldron the size of the table surface suddenly appeared. Xiaoming took a closer look to time. Black Demon is the 8th ranked cauldron on the cauldron ranking of heavenly list. The black-colored medicinal cauldron had a sturdy body. Its entire body was faintly shrouded in a calm atmosphere. Lifelike flame pictures were drawn on the surface of the medicinal cauldron. These flame drawings even seemed to be physically real. There were 7 fire outlets in total on the cauldron of Black Demon Cauldron. In addition to the material of the medicine cauldron, the fire outlet is also a factor in judging whether the medicine cauldron is good, because only those with many fire outlets can fully heat the medicinal materials and refine the essence, but it is also very challenging for the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoming can only use 2 at this time with their capabilities. Xiaoming placed a hand on the outlet and slowly closed his eyes. Within his body, a revolving, dim and yellowish qi slightly rippled. Dim, yellow do qi bubbled out strand by strand, consequently making the palm of his hand glow with a yellow light. Once that dim, yellow do qi reached his palm, it grew still. Then, as if it had encountered an abrupt and violent gravitational pull, it suddenly flooded out of his hand and passed into the outlet, drilling into the medicinal cauldron. Phew, there was a muffled noise, then after the dim, yellow qi had transferred through the fire outlet and unexpectedly transformed into a dim, yellow flame essence. Within the medicinal cauldron, it flickered and blazed. Xiaoming stretched out a finger to lightly press on the other fire outlet. Little by little, a stream of extremely green qi flowed in. Just as the green qi entered the medicine cauldron, the light yellow flame within abruptly calmed down. What he wants to refine now is the primary first-grade elixir blood coagulation pill, which has the same effect as the hemostatic pill. Xiaoming placed the withered blood vines, wood cherry blossoms, and dissidents on the bone spirit cold fire, roasted them, and slowly refined the essence of them, and then slowly condensed them into elixirs. After a whole morning of hard work, Xiaoming scrapped almost 5 materials, and refined 20 bottles of blood coagulation pills. Although this speed is not very fast, what makes Xiaoming somewhat gratified is that his proficiency is gradually improving. When he extracts the medicinal content from the materials later, he will basically not make any mistakes. Xiaoming felt that the success rate of his alchemy was almost 90% to 95%. Xiaoming paced all the refined pills in system space. After a while, Xiaoming stood up from the edge of the cliff, breathed some fresh air, and returned to the inner courtyard of the Xiao family. It was already very late by this time. Xiaoming returned to his room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a young girl wearing an elegant blue dress in her room. "It's Xiao Zuner," Xiaoming said. "Zuner, why are you in my room? Are you waiting for me?" Zuner had a sweet smile on her face. Then he replied with a smile, "Brother Xiaoming, Zuner came very early, and the wait was a bit long," and then he lay on the table unknowingly. "I fell asleep and didn't notice the time." Quote. When Zuner spoke, he showed a faint smile, and immediately added, "Brother Xiaoming, where did you go this morning?" When Zuner came, "She can't find Brother Xiaoming. I go to Xiao family market this morning to buy some medicine material," Xiaoming with a smile on his face. "Brother Xiaoming, you go to market alone without taking Zuner, you are very bad." Hearing Xiaoming said, Zuner pouted and said. Seeing Zuner like this, Xiaoming wanted to go, hug him and pinch his cute face, but he can't do. As he maintain low-key, he can't take Zuner to visit many places. "Sister Zuner, I promise again, if I can go to market I can take you with me," Xiaoming said with making his finger cross and show to Zuner. "That's good." When Zuner spoke, he showed a faint smile. "Brother Xiaoming, in our Xiao family, some of the martial arts and fighting skills are too low level. You have now been promoted to a 5-star fighter. You especially need higher level fighting skills and exercises. Zuner have some volumes of fighting skill for you, which will be very helpful for your training." While Zuner spoke, he took out 1 scrolls from Naji and handed them to Xiaoming. Although Xiaoming didn't know what the 2 scrolls of skills that Zuner gave him were, Zuner emphasized, "Brother Xiaoming, these scrolls is a skill, and Zon level high level fire attribute skill." Before Xiaoming could say something, Zuner immediately added, "Brother Xiaoming, you must not refuse Zuner. You must accept it. This is the first time that Zuner has given you fighting exercises." Xiaoming smiled slightly. He knew that behind Zuner was the entire ancient clan, a proper little rich woman. Even if she showed off earth level and intermediate level exercises and fighting skills at this moment, he would not be surprised at all. He looked at the girl in front of him, Xiao Zuner, who was wearing an elegant blue dress. Xiao Ming practicing Burning Ju, which is very powerful. How can he practice other exercises? There is no need to practice at all, and he can use it for other things. He stretched out his hand, touched Zuner's face, and said, Zuner, thank you for sending me these volumes of fighting skills. Okay, I'll accept them. After chatting and joking for more than an hour, Xiao Zuner returned to his courtyard. It is already dark outside. As for Xiao Ming, he cross-legged in his bed started to practice. Thud, thud, Xiao Ming, who is practicing for an half hour, hears someone knocking the door. Come in. Chapter 16. Deal with Xiao Yu. Thud, thud, Xiao Ming, who is practicing for an half hour, hears someone knocking the door. Come in. The door opened slowly, and a figure who is wearing red dress come into view. It's Xiao Yu, who come to Xiao Ming courtyard. Then he moves slowly towards bed where Xiao Ming is sitting cross-legged. Brother Xiao Ming, if I can disturb in your practicing, then I come tomorrow, Xiao Yu said softly while looking at handsome face of boy who is sitting cross-legged. No, sister Xiao Yu come at right time, Xiao Ming said while open his eyes and look at the girl who is more beautiful than morning. System exchange chi gathering powder, Xiao Ming said in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining chi gathering powder, 10,000 point deducted from mall points. Sound of system notification sounded in Xiao Ming, then sat off the bed come and move his hand backs come in front of Xiao Yu. The distance between the two of them was less than 1 meter, and Xiao Yu could almost feel the other person's breathing coming towards her. This made her heart skip a beat for no reason. Then Xiao Ming extend his hand from back, then a green pill come into view, which is about the size of dragon eye. Sister Xiao Yu, this is chi gathering powder, which can help you in breathrobe do practitioner to fighter level, Xiao Ming said with smile. Chi gathering powder, brother Xiao Ming, this is precious, how could I take it? Xiao Yu looked at him with complicated eyes and try say its rejection. Xiao Yu know that how precious this elixir is. It is 4-tier pill. For Xiao family it is difficulty to even find 2 and 3-tier pill. It can cost more than the annual profit of Xiao family. Sister Xiao Yu, chi gathering powder is no use for me as I am already at fighter level. I can't use it. It can only given to you, and if it can't use at time it can lost its medicinal property and can't use further. Seeing Xiao Yu complicated face, Xiao Ming explained it smoothly and tried to persuaded him to take it. But, under the continuous persistent of Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu have to take it. Under the guidance of Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu sit cross-legged on the bed. She naturally had to adjust his condition to its peak and swallow pill and started to absorb pill. The elixir melted in his mouth, and at the same time, a strange force began to swim in his sea of chi, as if to help him condense the vortex of fighting. Xiao Yu felt happy, then he closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to condense the vortex of fighting with the help of that wonderful power. Time is passing slowly after 3 hours. The fighting spirit in Xiao Yu's sea of chi was rushing like a tide, and in the center of the surging fighting spirit, a deep and strange vortex slowly emerged, and the vortex rotated, stirring up fighting spirit and rushing wildly. And that is the cyclone of Do, the symbol of Do-ji. Xiao Yu overjoyed, and opened his eyes and rushed forward and gave him a hug to Xiao Ming and folded his arm around his chest and placed his face in his chest. Xiao Yu smelled a strong masculine scent, which made her face red like tomato. Xiao Ming first startled, then he let Xiao Yu hold him, he caressing his hair. Thank you, brother Xiao Ming, for chi gathering powder. Without this I can take another year to break through, Xiao Yu while moving his hand and face from his chest and looking at Xiao Ming with blushing face after. Ding, congratulations to the host for helping Xiao in breathrobe to fighter realm, you obtained 40 heavenly point. It's nothing, compared to sister Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming said with smiling while listening to system notification and looking at Xiao Yu's sincere eyes. Sister Xiao Yu, I have something which I prepared for you, Xiao Ming said while taking a scroll from the corner of bed. He placed the scroll when Xiao Yu is meditating in his breakthrough from system space. Xiao Ming is suffered from a problem as it doesn't have any storage ring. He can't take out anything from system space in front of another person, so he can only do this. He can also buy a low-level storage ring from mall, but he can be a target of many people, so he can't buy for the time being. Low-level storage ring is very precious in small place of Wudin City. It can only used by elders and patriarch of the family. Sister Xiao Yu, this the technique I especially prepared for you, Xiao Ming said, while handed over the skill in the hand of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu look at the black scroll which are forcefully handed to him and then look at the Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu took the technique, opened the scroll, and subconsciously read out several golden words inside the scroll. Big letters. Zan Advanced Level Skill, Flame Ju. This technique Xiao Ming take from Yao Lao. It turns out to be a Zan Advance Level Skill. Xiao Yu's red lips opened slightly, her beautiful eyes suddenly enlarged as if she had seen something incredible, and her hands holding the skill scroll couldn't help but tremble. Zan Level Advanced Skill is ceiling in Jia Ma Empire. If he can sold out in an auction some big man fight for this till death, Patriarch Xiao Zan only have only mid-Zan LVEL skill. Onki top powerhouse of Jia Ma Empire can practice this type of skill. She quickly adjusted her facial expression and asked with a serious face, Brother Xiao Ming, where did you get this skill? I have found it in a cave near Back Mountain when I am practicing, Xiao Ming said falsely. Brother Xiao Ming, your technique is too valuable, I can't accept it, why don't you use it for yourself? I already have one for me so you have to take it, Xiao Ming said while pushing the skill scroll back. But this can't make Xiao Yu agree, then we can only adapt the strategy of retreating to advance. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, and then squeezed out a smile. How about this, Sister Xiao Yu, you agree to me a condition as a reward for accepting this technique. Quote. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, and said, then what Brother Xiao Ming want? Sister Xiao Yu can do everything for Brother Xiao Ming. How about Sister Xiao Yu give me a kiss daily till a month, Xiao Ming said softly. Listening to Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu froze for a moment, then his face became red. Does Brother Xiao Ming want to kiss me? Thinking of Xiao Ming kissing her, his cheeks became hot. If Brother Xiao Ming want, then he can't only do this only for a month, she can do this to rest of his life. Xiao Yu come back to senses and move his head down and nod, while his face become red which spread to his ear. Seeing Xiao Yu nod, Xiao Ming felt intense heat in his body flowing over. Then let's start this from today. Chapter 17. New System Skill Slot. Then let's start this from today. After saying, Xiao Ming grabbed his waist, brought her close to his body, Xiao Yu boobs clasped with his chest. Xiao Ming looked at red cheery lips, which is moist and soft. Xiao Ming touched Xiao Yu cheeks with left hand, then he slowly drew closer to him. As the distance gradually got closer, Xiao Yu's eyes swam at high speed, and closed her eye, responded by slightly sticking out his lips. Kiss. Their lips overlapped, a kiss that is just physical attach. But Xiao Ming was not satisfied with just this, then he slowly pushed his tongue to Xiao Yu's mouth. Seeing Xiao Ming action, she can't stop her, and open her mouth in welcoming her, and put his hand around his neck. Xiao Ming tongue moved back and forth of Xiao Yu, wanted to explore more, and Xiao Yu tried to follow Xiao Ming, movement by slightly bumping his tongue. Squeak, squeak, we share a deep kiss around 10 minutes, until both of them out of breath. Ha, whoa, I saw Xiao Yu parting his lips and breathing heavily, her face was flushed and area around his lips was in mess. Brother Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu, voice which she let out difficulty, her face was red and crimson. After seeing Xiao Yu like this, Xiao Ming heat aroused again, didn't give him chance to say anything. Without waiting, he rushed to her mouth and gave him a kiss again, inserted his tongue, and battle between tongues started. Ding, congratulations to the host for helping Xiao Yu by giving him volume of Zan level advanced technique, you get 60 heavenly point. Xiao Ming completely ignored system reminding and enjoyed the upper lips of Xiao Yu greedily. At an unknown amount of time, both indulge into each other not knowing about the other and continue their work. Backquote. Next, morning Xiao Ming practicing in their courtyard. After last night he feel refreshing, continue their training again this morning. In the morning he discovered new slot skill in the status panel and tried to check them. System open status panel, status mall, host, Xiao Ming. Age, 12, cultivation, 5-star fighter, occupation, alchemist first tier, attribute, fire, small part of wood, skill, burning Ju mid-huang level, completed. Fighting skill, Xuanyuan Sword Sutra, 1, Sword Intent, Level 2, 1238-1500, 2, Sword Aura, Level 1, 731 thousandths, 3, Sword Body not started, Octane Blast, Earth low level, beginner, Fire Palm, mid-Zan level, advance, Strength, -120, Speed, 100, Bloodline, Charm, 60, Soul Power, -100, Comprehension, -100, Healing Factor, 40, Essence, Chi, Heavenly Point, -135. Maul point, 18,500. Extraction chance, 37. Other skills, fire control, level 100, 100. Soul control, level 100, 500. Silver tongue, level 109, 50. System space, Xuanyuan sword, Duhuang peak card, Duzong peak card, 20,000 gold coin, Golden Emperor residual energy, Burning Jew, Bone Spirit cold fire, Xuanzhong ruler, Black Demon cauldron, Poison pill method, medicine recipe. Quote. Essence. It is a yellowish flame produced by one who reach fighter level, and have fire attribute. It can be used to refine medicine ingredients in cauldron. It can use to attack someone when one can reach great fighting master by materialist its Douqi. Xiao Ming can obtain this slot by refining pills. Although his fire is still very weak now, as Xiao Ming believed that as he can add more heavenly points, the temperature of this flame will become higher and higher, until it reaches or even exceeds the level of strange fire. Xiao Ming is very confident about this, and it can materialize his fire Douqi to attack someone before he can reach great fighting master. It can help him at the beginning as Xiao Ming has not any flame for the time being, and in the future it can also fuse with other flame to form Angry Buddha Fire Lotus. Qi. It can increase thickness of Douqi and build a solid foundation, and help someone to battle cross-level and store more Douqi than anyone at the same level. Fire control. It helps in controlling fire, beat fire and heavenly fire at short period of time and help him in control temperature of fire during alchemy, make it easy for someone. Level 1 correspond to first level alchemist, level 2 correspond to second tier alchemist and so on. Soul control. It can help someone in controlling his soul. It can help alchemist in blending different materials during alchemy and find enemy at essay. Its level can't correspond to any alchemist rank. Xiao Ming can obtain both slot after refining pill. Soul control is 5 times more difficult than practicing fire control, Xiao Ming said while looking at the system panel. Qi and essence can be improved by adding heavenly points while fire control and soul control improved by practicing, Xiao Ming thought in his mind. Silver tongue. It is easier to pursue other people hear your voice and good at kissing and licking. Seeing description Xiao Ming embraced for some time. Does this type of skill also exist? Xiao Ming said in his mind with smile while looking at the skill and thinking about Xiao Yu's sweet kisses last night. System add 50 points to essence, 30 to Qi, 20 to healing factor and 30 to comprehension, Xiao Ming said to system in his mind. Essence. 0 to 50. Qi. 0-30. Healing factor. 40 to 60. Comprehension. 100-130. Heavenly point. 135 to 5. Xiao Ming received system notification in his mind. After adding heavenly point to skill slot, Xiao Ming closed system panel and start to practice again. Chapter 18. 9-Star Fighter, Auction House. In the back mountain cave, Xiao Ming was concentrating on refining the elixir. After more than 5 hours, Xiao Ming finally finished refining all the medicinal ingredients he bought earlier. Some elixirs are for sale, and some are for self-cultivation. Xiao Ming picked up one of the special elixirs, Doje Dan, which is a special second-grade elixir. Its effect can directly increase Doje level people's fighting spirit by 1 star. Xiao Ming took the fighter pill in his right hand and said in mind. Upgrade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading fighter pill to 2-line fighter pill, spending 1000 points, which can increase the cultivation level of a fighter level person by 2 stars. System. Upgraded again. Hearing system prompt, Xiao Ming said in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading fighter pill to 3-line fighter pill, spending 1000 points, which can increase the cultivation level of a fighter level person by 3 stars. System. Upgraded again. Ding. Upgradation failed. System. What happened? Why can't it be upgraded again? Xiao Ming asked to system. Ding. Dear host, if you are thinking, you can upgrade pill and increase your strength from 1 starfighter to 9-star fighter, then host, you are just daydreaming. System. Upgrade an item based on the fact that it can be made in real, not imaginary. Just like if an alchemist with best fire control and heavenly fire with good quality of material made a perfect fighter pill, it can't improve further. Oh, that's it, Xiao Ming said in understanding. Xiao Ming can't eat pill at the time being, because he want to first break through 6-star fighter and take the pill to directly break through 9-star fighter. Time is like water, always slipping through your fingers inadvertently. The hot summer has been replaced by the cool autumn, and the lush green branches have begun to turn a little yellow. In the back mountain, a figure holding a wooden sword, with silver light surrounding it, jumped nimbly among the trees. The next moment, the shadow suddenly stopped in front of a big tree as thick as an adult's waist, and blasted out its palms. Switch, creak. Under this blow, the big tree was directly cut in half. Looking at the results he had achieved, Xiaoming's face was filled with a smile of joy. In the past month, his sword intent upgraded to LVL2, now he can cut a tree smoothly. The destructive power exerted by him is enough to compare with an average mid-level fighter master. Continue practicing. Xiaoming then went to harm other trees. After more than 4 months of hard training, Xiaoming's breakthrough to 6-star fighter. During this period in the morning he took Zuner to walk through the Xiao family market, practiced till the evening, and in the evening enjoying sweet and lofty kisses of sister Xiao Yu. Although 1 month period is over, but they still kiss each other, without mentioning it. After returning to his countryyard he cleaned himself and sat on his bed, and took out fighter pill from system space. Xiaoming took out the 3 patterns Dojie Dan and drank it. His fighting spirit continued to increase, and the aura on his body began to become stronger. Xiaoming sitting cross-legged, trying to absorb the medicine perfectly. After half an hour, Xiaoming's breath began to stabilize. 9-star fighter. Xiaoming exhaled a long breath of white air, which was condensed but not dispersed. A bright light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes. Feeling the powerful fighting spirit in his body, Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction. I can now break through 9-star fighter. In order to break through fighting master I can need barrier breaking pill. There are still a few herbs left to refine the barrier breaking pill. Then I will be able to break through to the 1-star Do master. I hope the auction guild will have one. Xiaoming said after checking his medicinal materials. He found that there were still a few medicinal materials that were not sold in those pharmacies, so Xiaoming could only try his luck at the auction. The Mitre Auction House is the largest auction house in Wudin City, and it also belongs to the richest family in the Gamma Empire, the Mitre family. In the Jia Empire, in terms of wealth, the Mitre family is probably second to none. The Mitre family has a long history and has been developing in the Gamma Empire for hundreds of years. Their relationship can be described as complicated. According to some gossip, this extremely wealthy family seems to have some relationship with the royal family of the Gamma Empire. In the empire, the Mitre family, the Nalan family, and the Mu family are known as the 3 giants of Gamma. The 3 major families are all involved in the empire's business world, military circles, etc., and their influence is not small. Therefore, with the powerful background of the Mitre family as the backend, no matter how eye-watering the profits from the auction house are, no one dares to take their chances. Xiaoming covered himself in a black robe. Keeping a low profile was the last priority, so Xiaoming didn't want some of his things to be known. Xiaoming's current strength is still too weak. In this auction, Xiaoming needs to sell some second-grade elixirs that he has refined. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, it is very necessary to conceal his true identity. Under the vigilant gazes of several heavily armed guards at the door, Xiaoming straight into the Mitre auction venue without stopping. As soon as he entered the club, the hot feeling was as if it had been stripped away from the body, and the cool feeling gave people a strange feeling of 2 worlds inside and outside. His eyes swept across the magnificent and spacious hall, and Xiaoming walked towards the room on the side. On the door of the room, there were 3 large golden characters, "Treasure Appraisal Room," printed on it. Pushing the door open, the room was a little empty. There was only a middle-aged man sitting boredly on a chair by the table. Hearing the door open, the middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the 2 men wrapped in black robes. The figure's brows wrinkled without trace, and then a professional smile quickly appeared on his face. He asked the leading man in black robe, "Sir, are you planning to appraise the treasure?" "Yes." Hey, under the robe, a somewhat dry and hoarse voice came out, but it was Xiaoming's specially changed voice, with help of system. Xiaoming took out a white jade bottle from his arms and placed it gently on the table. "Is this?" His eyes blinked in confusion. The middle-aged man carefully picked up the white jade bottle and sniffed at the mouth of the bottle. After a moment, his face changed slightly, and he looked at Xiaoming again, with something extra in his eyes. He felt a trace of awe. "Sir, are you an alchemist?" "Yes." The hoarse voice came out again. "Excuse me, what kind of elixir is this bottle? What does it do?" After hearing this, the middle-aged man asked respectfully again. The second grade elixir, Douji Dan, can improve the Douji by 1 star, but only the first pill taken by each person has an effect. Directly improve 1 star. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was surprised. Douqi, it has become common sense to almost everyone that one can only practice in a regular way. Moreover, the veins in the body of a cultivator at this stage are extremely fragile. Once the medicine is too strong, it will lead to the tragic end of broken veins and death. My elixir has no side effects, and its potency is extremely mild. It will not cause that kind of consequences, so you can rest assured. As if he understood what the middle-aged man was thinking, the hoarse voice slowly explained. The middle-aged man carefully put the white jade bottle back on the table and said respectfully, "Sir, could you please wait a moment? I need to ask Master Ji Uni from our auction house to come over and identify the elixir." Quote, "Well, hurry up." After waving his hand, Xiao Ming was not polite and sat down on a chair beside him, then closed his eyes to rest for a while. The middle-aged man nodded quickly and hurried out of the room. After staying in the room for a long time, the middle-aged man returned again, but this time, he also brought an old man in green with some white hair. His eyes swept over the old man, and finally stopped at the old man's chest. There was no Venus painted there, but something similar to a medicine furnace. On the surface of the medicine furnace, there were 2 silver ripples, shining with nobility. The boldness. "Sir, this is Master Ji Uni from our auction house. He is a 3-star fighting master. At the same time, he is also a 2nd-grade alchemist." The middle-aged man introduced respectfully. Hearing the identity of the old man, Xiao Ming subconsciously raised his eyebrows under his cloak. This was the first time he met an alchemist. Other than recycled Yao Lao, now he couldn't help but look at the other party carefully. The jade bottle and glanced at it again. Xiao Ming's proud face showed a hint of respect. He turned to the middle-aged man and said solemnly, "The elixir has reached the level of 2nd-grade elixir." Hearing this, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled eagerly at Xiao Ming and said, "Sir, are you planning to auction this elixir? Well, can you arrange the fastest auction time for me?" "Haha, of course there is no problem. Sir, please take this go to the auction room number 1, where the auction happens to be ongoing. Your spiritual fluid will be auctioned later." The middle-aged man smiled and handed over a dark iron plate. "Yes." Xiao Ming casually took the iron plate and walked out of the room, directly under the gaze of the 2 of them, without stopping. Chapter 19. Auctioning Fighter Pill. Master Ji Uni, is he an alchemist? After watching Xiao Ming disappear, the middle-aged man asked in a low voice. "Well, he is indeed an alchemist, and his keen soul perception is unmistakable." Quote. Ji Uni nodded, then frowned, and said to himself with some doubts, "But which force is he a refiner?" Pharmacist. Have you ever heard that there was an alchemist in Wudin City who could refine 2nd-grade elixirs? And even ordinary 3rd-grade alchemists can't refine this special 2nd-grade elixir, unless either is a more senior alchemist behind him who provides him with the elixir recipe, or he is a senior alchemist himself. Do we need to investigate his origins? The middle-aged man said softly. Ji Uni narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and shook his head slightly. "Don't worry about it for now, the alchemist's temper is a bit weird. If the investigation attracts his attention, I'm afraid it will make him have a bad impression of the auction house and offend him at will. A mysterious alchemist who doesn't know his level is not a wise move." Turning his head and glancing at the middle-aged man, Ji Uni said calmly, "How to make him like us, you should know how to do it, right?" Quote. "Haha, I understand. Remember, even if you can't make good friends, you must not offend him, otherwise." After leaving a cold word, Ji Uni drifted away. Led by a waitress, Xiao Ming walked into the ongoing auction. As soon as he entered it, the bright surroundings dimmed, and bursts of noise filled his ears, making the calm Xiao Ming frown. The auction house is very large, and it is not difficult to accommodate thousands of people. At this time, under the lights in the center of the auction house, a beautiful woman in a red dress is using her charming voice that makes people feel numb. Everyone in the venue interprets the functions of the objects in their hands. Found a remote location, Xiao Ming sat down quietly and glanced at the beautiful woman in the field. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that most of the people in this scene were here for her. Chief auctioneer of Mitre Auction House, Yafei, who came recently to the Wudin city from Jia Ma Empire, a beauty that almost everyone in Wudin city knows. Her mature and charming style makes many men fall under her pomegranate skirt. Xiaoming looked at the plump and exquisite curves of the woman in the red skirt and murmured in a low voice, "She is indeed a female seductress who brings disaster to the country and the people." "Huh, Xiao Zhan." Xiaoming glanced at a middle-aged man sitting in the front row. He couldn't help but look stunned, and then he was relieved. Xiao Yan's talent didn't decline, but Xiao Zhan should have come to buy some elixirs to improve his cultivation. His father is really generous. I have to say that this woman named Yafei is a good at mobilizing the atmosphere. Her every smile will make the prices outside the venue skyrocket. And every time at this time, this woman would send a charming smile to the person who raised the price. Suddenly, the person who raised the price, who was still feeling pain, became energetic. Haha, everyone, the auction house just received a new auction item. I think everyone will be interested. After auctioning the items in her hands, Yafei suddenly said with a smile, waved her jade hand, and an attendant he quickly brought out a jade plate with a small white jade bottle in it. This is a second-grade elixir. She carefully picked up the white jade vial with delicate hands. Yafei's charming voice made the auction slightly quiet. After a moment, the noise suddenly started. This thing is called a Do Jade Dan. It can directly upgrade a fighter by 1 star. Think about how much time an 8-star fighter would save if he took this elixir and was directly promoted to a 9-star fighter. Here, the seductive red lips opened slightly, and the sweet sound she made everyone in the room feel numb. This elixir has been personally appraised by Master Ji Yu at our auction. It is of second-grade quality. There will never be any problems. You can rest assured. Yafei smiled. However, this elixir can only be used by one person in a lifetime. After taking it once, it will have no effect after taking it for the second time. Listening to Master Ji Yu's personal identification, the voice in the venue suddenly became much quieter. Everyone knew that Master Ji Yu was a second-grade alchemist, even in Wudin City. Even the patriarchs of the 3 major families did not dare to show any lightness when they saw him. As for the restriction that it can only be taken once, everyone expressed their understanding. The preliminary price of fighter pill is 10,000 gold coins. Please raise your price, Yafei said with a smile. Her eyes moved around the field, and finally stopped on the heads of the 3 major families sitting in the front. She knew clearly, these 3 are the main figures in the competition. 11,000. As soon as Yafei finished speaking, someone shouted out the price. 12,000. The voice of increasing prices followed closely behind. The scramble continued for a while again, and the voice finally weakened. At the same time, an old man sitting side by side with Xiao Zhan said faintly, 20,000. As soon as the bidding price fell, the voices in the venue became quiet, and some people looked at the expressionless old man and sat back in frustration. They did not have the strength to compete with the Gali family. Hey, Galabi, my son happened to be promoted to a fighter recently, how about leaving it to me? A middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. Oh Bappa, your son is not the only one who is a fighter, my son is also a fighter. Galabi sneered directly as he was clearly at odds with the middle-aged man. Then let's all rely on our own abilities. He sneered in his heart, and Oh Papa also shouted, 23,000. 25,000. In less than 10 minutes, everyone in the venue looked in astonishment. The 2 actually raised the price to 30,000 yuan. 40,000. Xiao Zhan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly spoke out. The hall fell silent, and all eyes suddenly turned to Xiao Zhan. Even Opapa and Galabi were shocked by his sudden high price. On the other side, Obapa also shrugged when he saw Galabi retreating. Although the fighter pill was attractive, it was not his purpose either. Clan Chief Xiao Zhan offered 40,000 gold coins, but is there anyone who wants to increase the price? Yafei said with a smile as she looked at the calm scene. Since no one has raised the price, this fighter pill will be purchased by Clan Chief Xiao Zhan. Yafei looked around and dropped the hammer in her hand, officially confirming the buyer. Chapter 20. Yafei. Looking at the ending scene, Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle, slowly stood up, and walked out of the auction house. After leaving the number 1 auction house, Xiaoming returned to the treasure appraisal room again. After a while, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside, and 2 figures pushed the door open and entered. Haha, is this the owner of the fighter pill? This must be your first time coming to Wudin City, sir. Yafei said with a sweet smile, her charming voice, like a little hand, scratching people's hearts. Looking at Yafei's seductive body and having close contact, Xiaoming once again appreciated the woman's mature charm. After calming down his impetuous mood, Xiaoming said in a hoarse voice, the auction was successful. Give the money, leave it to me, I have something else to do. Yafei said with a smile, please wait a moment, sir, some procedures are still being processed. Xiaoming nodded, then quietly closed his eyes, no longer talk more. I still don't know how to call you sir. Yafei asked Xiaoming curiously. You can call me Master Sins, Xiaoming thought for a while and said to Yafei. Hearing Xiaoming's answer, Yafei's eyes lit up. It seemed that her attraction had not diminished. Yafei smiled sweetly and continued to talk about Xiaoming. In the following time, Xiaoming and Yafei asked and answered questions. Yafei thought that she got a lot of information that she wanted to know. First of all, Master Sins was an alchemist who practiced alone. This time I just passed by Yutan City. As for why I didn't wear a badge, it was because I didn't take the assessment. However, according to Yafei's guess, Master Sins was at least a third-level alchemist. Yafei felt that her words were pretty much covered, so she smiled and took out a personal crystal card with the emblem of the Miter family painted on it. Knowing that Master Sins was at least a third-level alchemist, Yafei was ready to please him. What's more important is that this man is a wild alchemist who has not taken refuge in any force. If he can get him to join the Miter family, then he will have made a great contribution. Master Sins, this is the VIP card for the Miter auction. As long as you hold the card and go to any auction house of the Miter family, you will receive VIP treatment. At the same time, the tax rate that needs to be paid for the auction will also be from 5% to 2%. Hearing this, Xiaoming raised his eyebrows and reached out to take the crystal card. At this time, a maid walked in quickly and handed a green card to Yafei respectfully. Master Sins, the auction price is 40,000 gold coins, deducting 2% tax, and the rest is here. Yafei smiled and handed the green card to Xiaoming. Xiaoming took the green card and put it away. Xiaoming took out a white jade bottle from his arms and said to Yafei, I still have 10 fighter pills here, let you help sell them. Yafei laughed when she heard this. Said, I will help the master sell it as soon as possible. If the master is in a hurry for money, we can buy it directly at the auction for 40,000 gold coins. A special elixir like the fighter pill will not worry about lack of sales. Even if they don't buy it, their family can digest it themselves. You must know that the Miter family has many talented disciples at the fighter level, so Yafei will not suffer a loss, and Yafei is confident that she can auction the fighter pill for more than 10,000 gold coins. Xiaoming thought for a while, took out another piece of paper from his arms, and handed it to Yafei. In that case, just sell it to your auction house. Help me buy all the medicinal materials on it, and exchange the remaining gold coins for me. Quote, okay, master, wait for a while, I will go and give the instructions. Yafei went to arrange for people to collect medicinal materials and magic cores for Xiaoming, while she chatted with Xiaoming. Half an hour later, the medicinal materials and magic cores that Xiaoming needed were delivered in a storage ring. Master Sins, this is storage ring and an all medicine material are placed inside the store ring. This is the meeting gift from the Miter auction house, Yafei said with smile on his face. Thank you Miss Yafei for your generous gift. Xiaoming didn't accept he get storage ring from auction house. Now that the things were in hand, Xiaoming didn't want to stay any longer and said to Yafei, farewell. If the master needs to auction any elixirs in the future, please take care of the Miter auction house. Yafei said with a sweet smile. Yeah, Xiaoming left without looking back. Chapter 21. The thief is captured and punished. Xiaoming returned to Xiao family but didn't return to his room but go to Xiao Yu room. He stepped into the courtyard, opened the door, lightly stepped inside and closed the door. Xiao Yu who is practicing opened his eyes with smile from the sound of door opening and seeing the figure who came in he know it must be his brother Xiaoming, who occasionally come to his courtyard in the past few months. Xiao Yu who get off the bed and throw herself into the arm of Xiaoming and said while looking at Xiaoming eyes, brother Xiaoming you finally come, Xiao Yu misses you. Sister Xiao Yu, I brought something for you which can help in your cultivation. Xiaoming while taking Xiao Yu into Prince Carry, go to bed and put Xiao Yu on his lap while holding his waist. What, brother Xiaoming brought, Xiao Yu asked with shining eyes while putting his hand around Xiao Ming's neck. Xiao Ming took a 3-line fighter pill from system space in his right hand, and removed his right hand from his waist, brought in front of Xiao Yu and opened it. A green pill with 3-line appeared. This is Secon Tier 3-line fighter pill which improve cultivation level of fighting power person by 3-star. Xiao Ming while looking at Xiao Yu, who looking at him like a small baby. Brother Xiao Ming, you made this pill by yourself, right? Hearing pill description from Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu asked. Yeah, I made, Xiao Ming said lazily while stuffed pill in Xiao Yu's hand. After this both looked at each other. Xiao Ming smiled and stroked Xiao Yu's hair, then leaned forward and kissed Xiao Yu's lips. Xiao Yu, who experienced it already, didn't surprise and kissed back. He really missed brother Xiao Ming kiss every day. After 4 months Xiao Ming's silver tongue skill improved to LVL2, his kiss become more sweet and which make people wanted to kiss him more. Xiao Ming grabbed his waist and brought her close to her body. Xiao Yu also placed pill aside the bed and cuddled closely. Their tongue battle each other and taste each other's saliva. They soon retracted their kiss, form a thread of saliva. Xiao Ming looked at the eyes of Xiao Yu with look of desire. Felling Xiao Ming's hot gaze, Xiao Yu's body flinched. Xiao Ming again plunged in a deep kiss with more passion, and Xiao Yu also kissed back violently. Their lips again intertwined in a loving battle as Xiao Yu seemed to no plan to let go as her hand out around Xiao Ming's neck tightly, and pushing him harder as her lips started to get aggressive. Slurp, slurp, saliva dripping from both of their mouth, but they didn't care about that and continued kissing. For half an hour they continued after Xiao Ming left the Xiao Yu courtyard, and walked toward his own courtyard. It doesn't mean Xiao Ming doesn't want to do more thing. If Xiao Ming persistent, Xiao Yu doesn't refuse, it is because good things can be done in a good day, not casual. Xiao Ming returned to his room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a young girl wearing an elegant blue dress in her room, sitting on the bed, with an ugly expression. It's Xiao Zuner, who was sitting on the side of bed while holding his chin with his one hand, with gloomy expression. Xiao Ming walked and come in front of him and looked at his beautiful face, asked sweetly, Sister Zuner, what happened? Why are you sad? Does someone made you angry? Hearing familiar sound, Zuner moved his head to the direction of sound and removed his hand from his chin and said with sad expression, Brother Xiao Ming, it's you who made Zuner sad. Sister Zuner, how can I make you sad? Xiao Ming asked Zuner with some confused expression. Hearing Xiao Ming answer, Zuner get off the bed and moved forward and said while his face turned somewhat red, Brother Xiao Ming, I see you and Sister Xiao Yu kiss each. After saying this, Xiao Zuner paused and looked at Xiao Ming's eyes with his watery eyes. Hearing Xiao Zuner, Xiao Ming has sweat on his forehead and said solemnly with making his finger cross, Sister Zuner, it is that I can help Sister Xiao Yu in cultivation, so in order to thank me he can give me a kiss. I can only do this to help Sister Xiao Yu. There is no any other bad motives. How can I kiss anyone except Sister Zuner if there is no reason? Look at it, this acting skill, this tone, it's unreasonable not to give him an Oscar. Xiao Ming think that it must be done by old man Ling Ying because, when he kiss Xiao Yu he must check whether there is someone or not in the surrounding. From his keen soul perception it must be Ling Ying who is strong enough to escape from his perception. This old man who cannot pick any flower and don't want to be picked by other. After saying he moved forward, take Zuner in his arm, move his face to face and give him a small kiss in his lips. Seeing Xiao Ming action, Zuner is first confused and after kiss his face torn completely red and his anger somewhat subdued. Xiao Ming know that in order to confuse his opponent we need to confuse ourselves first. And after seeing Zuner reaction he know it worked. Xiao Zuner, who is kissed suddenly, come to his senses and buried his red face for some time in his chest, not dare to look at him. After some time she asked while looking at Xiao Ming's face, how many times have you and Sister Xiao Yu kissed? The Xiao Ming subconsciously stretched out his fingers and counted, well. Let me do the math. I came out of back mountain once and in the courtyard twice. Well, I counted clearly. There are about 120 times in 4 months. Xiao Ming said falsely. According to this he can kiss Xiao Yu 4 times, then in 4 months it is about more than 400 times. He cannot said this to Zuner. Just said this. If he said that, the Xiao Ming would regret it. Because he found that Xiao Zuner expression had changed, from gentle to serious to shy at the beginning, and now he had begun to grit his teeth. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Zuner pounced on him with all his teeth and claws. Go to hell, you filthy playboy. Xiao Zuner grabbed the clan leader's right hand, rolled up his sleeve and bit it, hard. Ah, what a sin. Damn rabbit, let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Just don't let go. After bidding for some time he left Xiao Ming bitten with satisfied face. It's not that she is really jealous and has no tolerance for other women. She would have interactions with other girls in the future, which she had already expected, but in his brother Xiao Ming heart he must be first. The Xiao Ming gave out a bitter smile helplessly. Oh, our perfect body is ruined. Brother Xiao Ming, as punishment you must kiss her me least once a day until it exceeds sister Xiao Yu number. After saying he wrap his hand around Xiao Ming neck and move his face toward Xiao Ming face to give him kiss. How could Xiao Ming refuse this? In Xiao Ming view this is not punishment but his happiness, so Xiao Ming naturally agreed. Both started to kiss each other, their lips overlapped. Xiao Ming move his hand to his face. Zuner close his eyes to enjoy kisses. Xiao Ming slowly push his tongue into Zuner mouth, which Zuner welcomed by interlocking his pink tongue with Xiao Ming tongue. For Xiao Ming, Zuner kiss is more sweeter than Xiao Yu and somewhat childish felling. As for Zuner, who is enjoying kiss more violently, he doesn't know why, but he as time passed he want kiss more. Brother Xiao Ming kiss is getting sweeter and she can't remove his mouth from his mouth. Slurp slurp saliva are dripped, but they continued until they out of breath. After some time they let go each other, forming a thread of saliva. They took a deep breath and continued. After more than an hour of kiss, more than 10 times, Xiao Zuner leaves Xiao Ming courtyard with satisfied smile on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Harem Master title. Suddenly system prompt sound in Xiao Ming mind. Chapter 22, 2 years later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Harem Master title. Ding! New title section is unlocked. Xiao Ming, who was still drowned in pleasure due to Zuner kiss, suddenly hears system prompt. And come back to senses. Xiao Ming move his eyes to system panel. Harem Master. Thanks to this title, girls will very easily accept that you have a harem and their jealousy will decrease considerably. Listening to the system prompt, Xiao Ming have a mischievous smile on his face and said, Zuner is really generous to give me this kind of surprise. In the future he didn't have to more care about the conflict and jealousy between the girls. Next day, in the back mountain cave, Xiao Ming directly took out cauldron and the medicinal materials and began to refine the elixir. An hour later, the blazing fire gradually extinguished, and a new elixir was freshly baked. The second-grade barrier-breaking elixir can increase the success rate of breaking through the third level of the Douqi. Xiao Ming took out barrier-breaking pill from cauldron in his hand and said to system in his mind, System, upgrade it to its final form. Ding! Barrier-breaking pill upgrade to perfect barrier-breaking pill. 3,000 mall points is consumed. Looking at the enhanced second-grade barrier-breaking pill in his hand, Xiao Ming swallowed it without hesitation. Xiao Ming quickly sat cross-legged and began to absorb the power of the barrier-breaking pill with all his strength. The barrier-breaking pill turned into a stream of heat and entered Xiao Ming fighting spirit. Xiao Ming gathered all his fighting spirit, blended it with the fighting energy of the barrier-breaking pill, and turned into a torrent to attack the Douqi barrier. It was originally unbreakable, the fighting master barrier, under this torrent of fighting spirit, boom, instantly disappeared into nothing. And then, I finally broke through to a 1-star fighting master. After felling changes in his, Xiao Ming felt like he can become 5 times more stronger than before. There is really a big gap between fighter and fighting master. After this, Xiao Ming take all the material into system space. Xiao Ming walked toward his courtyard. Looking at the young man walking slowly over, Xiao Mei and the others stopped involuntarily and looked at the visitor with admiration. Cousin Xiao Ming. Xiao Mei shouted happily when she saw the person coming. Yes. Xiao Ming glanced at Xiao Mei and nodded lightly, which was considered a greeting. Brother Xiao Ming, so handsome. So sweet, that's why I like him so much. Ah. Looking at Xiao Ming leaving figure, the girls beside Xiao Mei screamed. Xiao Mei showed a true look. Brother Xiao Ming is indeed as good as usual to him, and he is also so handsome. If Brother Xiao Ming could. Xiao Mei covered her cheek with a shy look. Hearing the screams coming from behind, Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. In fact, Xiao Ming was not a person who liked to be high profile, but in order to earn heavenly points, Xiao Ming helped in his training and practicing fighting skills. Xiao Ming the establishing his title as the #1 of the younger generation of the Xiao family. Just like those celebrities in previous lives, they might have millions of fans, but it would be amazing if they could have tens of thousands of crazy fans. However, there was one thing that made Xiao Ming smile bitterly. Most of the dozens of people who admired him were girls. And Xiaoming also helped him so it can increase more favorability from them. In fact, if you think about it, it is easy to understand. It is just like most boys will pursue goddesses, and most girls will pursue male gods. This is the same truth. So Xiaoming always acted like a male god in front of these Xiao family disciples. 2 years later, in the early morning, Xiaoming, who was still sleeping soundly, fell in gaze of sunlight. Xiaoming's eyelids trembled and he opened his eyes, then he looked at sleeping figure beside her while hugging him. She is Zuner, who came to his room last after giving him sweet kiss, slept with him on his bed while hugging him. This is not the first time Xiao Zuner occasionally come to her room and slept without telling him. Looking at the girl in his arm, he can't describe his feelings how good it is. Seeing Zuner cute and tender face, Xiao Ming move his hand, caressed his cheeks and move his face, kiss on his head. Zuner, who is sleeping, suddenly felt warm in his head. He opened his phoenix-like black eyes, looking at the figure in front of his while a warm smile spread through his face and said with sweetly, "Good morning, brother Xiaoming." "Good morning, sister Xuan." Hearing Zuner's sweet word, Xiaoming replied with smile. After lying for some minutes, Xiaoming removed the quilt. Zuner stood up from the bed and said with smile, "Brother Xiaoming, I am going back to my courtyard. We will meet after bathing, okay?" Hearing Zuner word, Xiaoming nude. After this, Zuner steady her cloth and walk out of courtyard. In past 2 years many things has been changed. Xiaoming's strength rise to 5-star fighting master in 2 years. As for Xiaoming combat power, there is no one in the Wudin city who can defeat him except Zuner bodyguard Ling Ying. Although Xiaoming cultivation is 5-star fighting master, he can only show 6-star fighter in Xiao family annual test. Zuner's strength also increased to 1-star fighter. She can't want to be far behind from Xiaoming, so she can show some of his more strength than original. As for sister Xiao Yu, she had been gone to Canon College 1 year ago. After taking 3-line fighter pill, his strength soared to 4-star fighter, and in 1 year his strength increased to 6-star fighter with the help Zon level techniques, and so she become S-level freshman and enroll in Canon College. Xiaoming can also give some medicine to sister Xiao Yu for cultivation. As for Xiao Yan, he is only 4-star fighter after taking fighter pill and become the second genius of Xiao family, and Xiao Ning, he is 8-star fighting chi. After Xiao Yu request Xiaoming give him some elixir which increase his strength, and Xiaoming get heavenly points in a follower, although Xiaoming don't want. System open status panel. Status mall. Host Xiaoming. Age 14. Cultivation 5-star fighting master. Occupation alchemist 4th tier. Soul power late mortal realm. Attribute fire, wood, wind. Skill burning Ju Hai Huang level master. Fighting skill Xuanyuan Sword Sutra 1. Sword intent level 3. 345 2500s. 2. Sword aura level 2. 105 2000s. 3. Sword body level 1. 401,500s. Octane blast earth low level. Advance fire palm mid zone level master. Strength -125. Speed 100. Bloodline charm 70. Soul power -120. Comprehension -150. Healing factor 80. Essence 80. Chi -30. Heavenly point Maul point 10,500. Extraction chance 59. Other skills fire control level 5. 3,500 5000s. Soul control level 3 4,800 6000s. Silver tongue level 4 800 1200s. Title Harem master. System space Xuanyuan sword Duhuang peak card Duzong peak card 220,000 gold coin. Golden Emperor residual energy burning Ju bone spirit cold fire Xuanzhong ruler black demon cauldron poison pill method medicine recipe. Quote closing square bracket. In 2 years, Xiaoming not only increase his cultivation but also increase rank of his fighting skill. He also got 100 heavenly point. And after absorbing Yaolao memories, his soul, his fire and soul control increase very fast, and rate of failure become less while making high level pill. Soul control increased to level 2, which is equivalent to soul perception of low level 6 tier alchemist. Xiaoming also obtained wind attribute by absorbing it from 2nd tier magic core from wind attribute monster, and strengthen wood attribute from magic core and fire by adding points to essence, and his flame temperature is equivalent to flame produced by a third tier monster. System upgrade Burning Jew, Xiaoming said while seeing system panel. As for fire palm he can't want for the time being as he have octane blast and he have not many mall points left. Ding, congratulations to the for upgrading fighting skill Burning Jew upgrade to low level Zon level, consume 5000 mall points. Burning Jew, high level Huang, Burning Jew, low level Zon. Xiaoming hears system prompt while seeing changing in system panel. After this he close status panel and sit cross-legged and start practicing. Chapter 23, Challenge. After practicing for some hours and after taking shower, Xiaoming decided to go to Xiao Zuner courtyard and then go to Douqi Hall, because most of the Xiao family disiple goes to it for practicing and challenging. Xiaoming decided to go as he can't go for long time. After this Xiaoming came to the door of Xiao Zuner's room. After pondering for a moment, he knocked on Xiao Zuner's door. Dong dong dong. Immediately afterwards, the door was opened, and a beautiful face came into Xiaoming's eyes. Brother Xiaoming. When Xiao Zuner saw Xiaoming, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Today, Xiao Zuner is dressed very fresh and elegantly, wearing a green lace dress, a pair of round and slender thighs, all white and showing off her perfect curves. Although the girl is young, her proportions are extremely perfect and she is a typical beauty. If she waits for a few more years, she will definitely be one of the best in a million. Xiao Zuner naturally took Xiaoming's arm, smiling like a flower, and without asking where to go she followed Xiaoming. After arriving at Douqi Hall, Xiaoming looked up at the spacious room in front of him. On the plaque in the room, there were 3 large blood-red characters of Douqi Hall painted with flying phoenixes. As soon as they entered the Douqi Hall, bursts of noise could be heard. The fighting skills hall is divided into 2 parts, the east and the west. The east part is where the family's fighting skills are stored, while the west part is a training ground. There are 2 figures on the field, surrounded by a group of Xiao family who are watching the fun. Children. Come on, cousin Xiao Yan. Come on, cousin Xiao Ning. Listening to the cheers from the crowd, Xiaoming and Zuner glanced around the training ground. Finally it stopped at the 2 boys who are fighting. One is Xiao Yan and other is Xiao Ning. On the training ground, Xiao Yan was agilely avoiding Xiao Ning's swift attack. After Xiaoming and Xiao Zuner come to training ground, everyone's eyes turned to Xiaoming. Seeing everyone staring at him, Xiaoming reluctantly showed a smile, and the smile flashed. Pass away. Ah, brother Xiaoming smiled at me. Go away, brother Xiaoming, he was obviously smiling at me. So handsome, I like it so much. Brother Xiaoming is so handsome today, he also strong. Does he come to challenge someone? If brother Xiaoming challenged Xiao Yan has been defeated in 1 attack. Sister Zuner is also beautifully. After Xiao Yan punched away Xiao Ning's attack with 1 hand, her eyes looked around after hearing noise in the training ground, and finally stopped in a corner. Looking at the young man and girl, Xiao Yan's face revealed a touch of bitterness. Looking at Xiao Yan who defeated Xiao Ning, there was a slight silence around the training ground, and then there was a loud cheer of admiration. Haha, cousin Xiao Yan is indeed the 2nd member of the younger generation in the family. He is getting stronger and stronger. After he was defeated by Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning is angry and walked out of stage and come to side of Xiaoming. Brother Xiaoming, you have to take revenge for me. You have to must defeat Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning who come to him from stage start to make request. Xiaoming, I want to challenge you. Looking at Xiaoming who was in the limelight, Xiao Yan, who was in a good mood after defeating Xiao Ning, walked up to Xiaoming. Xiao Yan, who was defeated before, wanted to take revenge. He was confident after taking fighter pill and learned some Huang level fighting skill from his father. Brother Xiaoming is not afraid of you. He can defeat you in very easily. Before Xiaoming can something, Xiao Ning moved forward, said proudly, and moved his face back to see Xiaoming. Previously Xiaoming accepted Xiao Yan challenge just because he wanted to go close to Xiao Yan to extract things from his ring, but after extraction is completed Xiaoming can't accepted Xiao Yan challenge and practicing in back mountain. This also made Xiao Yan confident who can't defeated him for any years. Looking at Xiao Ning's face, if Xiaoming can't agree, as if he was starting to cry, Xiaoming hesitated. Brother Xiaoming, I think you can accept the challenge, Xiao Zuner who was standing close to him said with smile. Hearing Xiao Zuner word, Xiaoming who was hesitated before naturally agreed, okay, I accept your challenge. Hearing Xiaoming words, there is cheer in audience. And for Xiao Ning he also smiled in success as he known how to make agree to his brother-in-law. After both go to stage and stand to at some distance while facing their face. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ming, who was covered in flaws and standing with his hands behind his back, but felt a little inexplicably weak and couldn't make a move for a moment. Come on, Xiao Yan, hurry up. Don't waste cousin Xiao Ming time. Do it quickly, don't be timid. Come on. The Xiao family disciples on the side saw that he had not taken action for a long time. He shouted impatiently. Stone fist. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ming who was looking at him with a playful expression, and shouted angrily. He made a fist with his right hand, which was wrapped with a light layer of fighting spirit. It was the yellow level intermediate fighting skill, Stone Fist. Carrying a huge force with his right fist, he blasted towards the unprepared Xiao Xie. Cousin Xiao Ming, be careful. This is the yellow level intermediate fighting skill Stone Crushing Fist. A small skill. Faced with Xiao Yan's full blow, Xiao Ming just turned slightly and got out of the way. Xiao Ming's fist then turned into a sword in his right hand with lightning speed, and struck Xiao Yan's neck with the sword. How is it possible? Xiao Yan's vision suddenly went dark and he fainted. The whole place was completely silent. No one was surprised by Xiao Yan's defeat, but it was so surprising to lose so easily. You must know that the last time Xiao Yan reached the Strength Rec 4-star fighter, he could not even get through a single move in Xiao Ming's hands. Xiao Zuners show a bright smile when she saw this scene. Brother Xiao Ming becomes stronger again. Cousin Xiao Ming is the best. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming. ... After a brief silence, everyone was excited. It was too strong. They didn't think Xiao Yan was too weak, because Xiao Yan was the second in younger generation. This can only show that Xiao Ming is too strong. Cousin Xiao Ming, he's so handsome, Xiao Mei said to herself as she looked at Xiao Ming who looked indifferent in the field. After defeating Xiao Yan, Xiao Ming come to Zuner. As for Xiao Yan he was taken care by other Xiao family. Seeing Xiao Ming coming, Zuner moved forward and steady Xiao Ming somewhat nishi clothes and, brother Xiao Ming, you are so handsome and strong, every girl want to be with you, Xiao Zuner teases after hearing other Xiao family girl who is chatting about Xiao Ming. Hearing Zuner teasing tone, Xiao Ming can only smile helplessly. Xiao Ning who was not standing far away from Xiao Ming come to him while running while spreading his hands wanted to give him hug. Xiao Ming seeing action of Xiao Ning move their hand at high speed and paced at his face stop him at the middle. Xiao Ning who is stopped at the middle said helplessly, brother Xiao Ming, at least give me a hug only for once. No, just for only this time. No, never. Xiao Zuner smiled with beach blossom on his face, looked beautiful while looking at the two action. Damn it, why can Xiao Zuner talk and laugh with cousin Xiao Ming? The other girls saw Xiao Ming and Xiao Zuner talking and laughing, and felt all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. After this, Xiao Ming and Xiao Zuner left Doji Hall and for rest of day they traveled to other places. Chapter 24, Yafei thought. This night, Xiao Ming accompanied Xiao Zuner to go shopping in the market. They both had a great time, even if he returns to the Xiao family courtyard. Xiao Zuner's face was always filled with a happy smile. Xiao Ming sent Xiao Zuner to her courtyard. In front of the door, Xiao Zuner suddenly turned her head and looked at Xiao Ming shyly. Brother Xiao Ming, do you want to come in and sit down? Xiao Ming was delighted when he heard this and was about to nod, but he remembered he has something to say. Thank you Zuner, no need, but I have one thing that I want to discuss with you. Xiao Zuner's beautiful big eyes curved into two crescents, and she smiled. He asked. Brother Xiao Ming, if you have anything to do, just tell Zuner directly. Xiao Ming nodded, and then said, that's it, I want to go to the Warcraft Mountains in a few days. Yes, Xiao Ming wanted to go to Warcraft Mountain to improve his skills and collect magic core to improve attributes and sell them to system to earn some mall points. And he also traveled to Qingxin town where he meet little fairy doctor and look for the cafe and flying fighting skill in Remanant picture of Heavenly Flame. If you practicing skill and don't have any fighting experience, it's just like studying for year and don't give test, you can't test your real potential. Turning around, he looked at Xiao Ming with a little worry and said, Brother Xiao Ming, what are you doing in the Warcraft Mountains? Although Brother Xiao Ming has greatly improved in strength, there are some dangers in the Warcraft Mountains. Don't worry Zuner, your brother Xiao Ming is strong. And I am only looking for a peaceful place to improve myself outside the Warcraft Mountains. I will not go deep into it. Quote. Zuner, I understand, Xiao Ming said while looking at Zuner's worried face. Hearing this, Xiao Zuner nodded and didn't ask Xiao Ming what the opportunity was. After pondering for a moment, he said to Xiao Ming, "Brother Xiao Ming, let's do this. When will you set off?" Xiao Ming nodded slightly and touched Xiao Zuner's head with a smile. "Okay, if that's possible, I'll take a day off tomorrow and leave the day after tomorrow." Xiao Ming and Xiao Zuner looked at each other. Xiao Zuner's face was full of shyness, her red cheeks were like red apples, and she looked like she was asking someone to take a bite. Although Xiao Ming wanted to bite it, but he felt chill on his back. Although Zuner instructed Ling Ying no to disturb between her and brother Xiao Ming. But he can't do it everything as Ling Ying was warning him. Although he was a little angry, he was also afraid that he would act impulsively and do something that Zuner would regret for the rest of his life. He knew that Xiao Zuner had the bloodline of a god-level Do Emperor, so what if he did it rashly before reaching the Do Saint level? It is very likely that the potential will be reduced, and you will never be able to enter the realm of fighting saints in the future. He, Xiao Ming, is a responsible man. Since he likes Zuner, he can't just seek temporary pleasure and miss Zuner's cultivation. In Douqi Continent, cultivation is above all else. Xiao Ming has to restrain itself, and after chatting for a while he returned to his courtyard. Next day, Mitre Auction Venue. The Mitre Auction Venue is also very quiet on weekdays. They do not hold large-scale auctions every day. They are all items to be auctioned. They are collected cumulatively, and when a certain amount is reached, a list is drawn up for auction. Yafei was lying on the counter in boredom, picking at her nails in boredom, passing the time. She was calculating the remaining time in Wudin City, staring at the blank space in front of her with her beautiful eyes. Suddenly a man was covered by black rope appeared, a color she was very familiar with, and she raised her head suddenly. A man in black robe stood there silently in front of him. "Your Excellency, Master Sins, you are here." Yafei's eyes were filled with surprise. Xiao Ming occasionally come to Mitre House to sell pills and to earn gold coin and buy medicinal material to refine pills. In the last 2 years Yafei know that the person inside the black robe is a young man looking at the hand boy and neck skin which is white, youthful can't be hidden in black robe which is look like handsome man in his 20s Yafei guess it, he just pretend to different as he want to maintain low key and he also live in Wudin City as for the location he can't find out, where he lives. The black robe has always left a deep thought in Yafei's heart, making her unable to get rid of it. Curiosity killed the cat, and Yafei especially wanted to know what kind of person was behind the black robe. Although time passed like this day by day, but she always felt in her heart that the fate between him and that mysterious person could not be broken off just like that, and the two of them would definitely have the opportunity to meet again in the future. "Master Sins, what are you sell this time?" Hearing Yafei question, Xiao Ming took out medicinal bottle from storage ring. "This is Qi gathering powder, there are 5 of them in total, and there are 8 bottles of foundation building spirit liquid here." Xiao Ming waved his sleeves, and several jade bottles appeared on the table. Xiao Ming made Qi gathering pill last month. Qi gathering and foundation building elixir. Yafei's pupils suddenly shrank and she murmured something different. "You must know that this Qi gathering powder is a 4th grade elixir. It can refine 4th grade elixirs, so the identity of the black-robed alchemist is that he is a 4th grade alchemist." Yafei secretly guessed in her heart. As the level of the elixir increases, the difficulty of this practice also increases. The Yafei became more and more curious about the identity and appearance of the alchemist. By the way, this foundation building spiritual liquid can quickly improve a practitioner's strength, but it can only be used on people below the level of a fighter. Xiao Ming reminded from the side. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes shone brightly, and then her jade hands rested on the black-robed alchemist. The Yafei became more and more curious about the identity and appearance of the alchemist. "I wonder if your distinguished alchemist, can I have time to have a meal with you?" The soft voice with the breath of pandan made Xiao Ming a little confused, but he still felt strongly remaining calm. He shook off Yafei's hand on his shoulder without leaving any trace. He said in a very hoarse voice, "Thank you Miss Yafei for your kindness, but now is not the time." Hearing the words of the black-robed alchemist, Yafei was slightly startled. He refused, and the person in front of him actually rejected him. "You must know that the people who wanted to chase her and invite her to dinner in Wudin City were lined up from here to the Jama Empire." After Xiao Ming handed a list of material to Yafei. "Okay, Master Sins, wait for a while, I will go and give the instructions." Yafei went to collect medicinal materials and magic cores for Xiaoming. Half an hour later, the medicinal materials and magic cores that Xiaoming needed were delivered. Xiaoming put material in the ring and left the mitre house. As for the gold coin, it can be taken after the auction. Yafei watched the black-robed alchemist leave silently, and she vowed to see the true face of the alchemist. Chapter 25, Little Doctor. Next day, I naturally spent time in shopping with Gu Zuner again. Perhaps knowing that he was leaving, Gu Zuner acted unusually clingy and had to stay by his side all the time. Holding hands and hugging has become commonplace. It's okay to show affection, kiss, hug and hold someone high, isn't this beautiful? This day, early morning. Brother Xiaoming, are you leaving? Looking at Xiaoming, who was dressed in white and had a chic and ethereal appearance, Gu Zuner tied her hands in front of her body, her face was a little gloomy, and her eyes were filled with deep reluctance. Well, I'm leaving. Xiaoming tickled Gu Zuner's nose with a gentle smile. Brother Xiaoming, you have to promise me as your training finish you have to come fastly and can't go too deep in the Warcraft mountain. Seeing this, Xiaoming smiled and gently rubbed Gu Zuner's long flowing hair. And moved forward and kiss on his head. I promise I will be safe, you don't have to worry about me. After saying, he removed his hand from Zuner's face and moved backwards and walked away and go to the new adventure. Xiaoming, who was walking, moved his face back, gave a smile to Zuner. Looking at the boy disappearing figure Xiaoming has just left, Zuner has started missing him, Zuner said with cold voice. Mr. Ling, suddenly a black figure, who was half-knee, appeared in front Xiao Zuner. Mr. Ling, you have to follow Brother Xiaoming to the Warcraft mountain, you must have to protect Brother Xiaoming, Xiao Zuner said with cold voice. Hearing this, black figure startled and said, but miss, what about you? Mr. Ling, you don't have to worry about me, I have many methods to protect me, and if anything happened to Brother Xiaoming I can't tolerate this, you must know the consequences if something happened to Brother Xiaoming. Ling Ying, who was about to say something but he closed his mouth and sweet apper in his forehead. After this he said. As young Miss Order. After saying, he disappeared in shadow. Qingshan Town, also known as Warcraft Town, is located at the foot of the Warcraft Mountains. Due to its location, a large number of mercenaries gather here. The lives of these mercenaries are separated from the Warcraft Mountains. Qingshan Town relied on these mercenaries to build medicine halls, bars, hotels, Qinghong Pavilion, and other various places. Although mercenaries make money by licking blood from the tip of a knife, which is very hard, they spend the money very generously. Walking on the street paved with bluestone, Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, finally, I saw a living person. Xiaoming was bored to death in the past half-month. It is human nature to live among crowds. Maybe Xiaoming can endure the boring life of practicing alone in the future, but not now. The appearance of figure quickly attract the mercenaries because the figure in front of me is from an extremely handsome young man. You must know that these are all rich and powerful mercenaries. The appearance of the young man is incompatible with them. There are many shops on both sides of the street, and because of the favorable location, they are quite popular. Xiaoming is walking while looking at the various shops around them. When their eyes fell on a large area, after looking at the spacious medicinal shop, he stopped, and after thinking for a while, he walked into the medicinal shop called Wanyao Jai. Because he was an alchemist, Xiaoming didn't have much interest in things like weapons and monster furs, but he was extremely interested in all kinds of precious medicinal materials. Walking into the spacious store, the moonstone hanging on the wall illuminated the store like daylight. At this time, there were quite a lot of people in the store, and the clerks were extremely busy, so no one greeted Xiaoming, who just came in. After he read everything on the counter, he shook his head in disappointment. Although there were some intermediate medicinal materials among them, they were of little use to Xiaoming now. Just when Xiaoming was about to return empty-handed, there was a sudden pause in the corner of his eyes as he glanced randomly. Looking through the transparent counter, Xiaoming stared at the blood-red ginseng in the corner. After a while, he licked his lips, walked into the counter as if nothing had happened, lowered his head, and looked at the ginseng again. Blood-red ginseng. Xiaoming took the blood ginseng. He asked the clerk, "Do you have other blood ginseng in your store? If so, I would like to buy it in bulk." The clerk was slightly startled when he heard Xiaoming's words and saw Xiao. After accepting the ring on Xiaoming's finger, he quickly showed a flattering smile. "Sir, please wait a moment, I will get it immediately." The clerk walked out quickly shortly after leaving. He placed the small wooden box in his hand on the counter and said with a smile, "Sir, there are 227 blood ginsengs in total here. Do you want to buy them all?" His eyes swept through the blood ginseng in the small wooden box. After a moment, there was a hint of joy in Xiao Ming's eyes and he said, "Wrap them all up for me." "Sir, the total is 45,600 gold coins." The clerk quickly quoted the price. Xiao Ming nodded when he heard this, and immediately took out a gold card of the middle family and handed it to the clerk. Seeing the gold card, the clerk's face suddenly became serious. This gold card is the most prestigious card of the middle family besides the purple gold card. This distinguished guest must be of extraordinary status. Please wait a moment. The clerk's face was full of humility. He bowed slightly to show his respect, then took out all the healing medicine for Xiao Yuan and packed it up. Then he took out the gold card to swipe it. Looking at the clerk's leaving back, Xiao Yuan curled his lips in boredom. If I had taken out the purple gold card just now, I would probably have been the center of attention. But the gold card is already very eye-catching. Feeling the many gazes coming from all around, Xiao Ming's mouth curved into a smile. A young, rich, handsome young man with no followers is simply a fat sheep. I guess someone has bad intentions towards him, right? Dear guest, your gold card. After a moment, the clerk walked back quickly and handed the card back to Xiao Ming with both hands. Xiao Ming nodded when he heard this, took out the gold card, flipped his palm, and put it into the ring. By the way, are all the medicinal herbs here produced in the Magic Beast Mountains? Then, Xiao Ming asked casually, seemingly chatting. Yes, dear guest, the source of medicine in the Magical Beast Mountains is rich. We have a team specializing in collecting medicine in Wanyaojai. However, every time we enter the Magical Beast Mountains, we will spend a lot of money to hire the mercenary group here as guards. After all, where there are medicinal materials, there are magical beasts. The clerk nodded with a smile and explained in detail. Really, if I want to go to the Monster Mountain Range, wouldn't it be more cost-effective to join the mercenary group that protects you? Xiao Ming asked, acting like a young man who was very interested in the Monster Mountain Range and wanted to go in and take a look. Dear guest, those people in the mercenary group are full of foul language and have low quality. If you join them with your status, you will probably be offended. It's not worth it. The clerk looked around when he heard this, then came over and whispered. Haha, no problem. Xiao Ming smiled when he heard this and was about to say something when he noticed that there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the pharmacy. Wow, it's the little medical fairy. So beautiful, wow, that waist is so thin. Idiot, do you want to die? Most of the mercenaries in Qingshan town have been treated by the little medical fairy. Be careful if others hear you or they will cut off your tongue. Two men standing not far from Xiao Yuan were talking in low voices. When one of them said some teasing words, his companion hurriedly grabbed him and cursed him in a low voice. I'm just talking nonsense, hee hee. Sensing the malicious looks coming from all around, the man turned pale and was pulled out of the pharmacy by his companions in embarrassment. Xiao Ming shook his head when he saw this, and then he vaguely saw a woman in a white dress through the gaps in the crowd. As the crowd spread, Xiao Ming finally got a glimpse of the full appearance of the woman in the white dress. She was wearing a light white dress. Although her appearance was not stunning, she was a rare beauty. Her faint smile exuded a fresh and ethereal temperament. Her slender waist, tied with a green ribbon, added a sense of fragility. Such a slender figure makes people want to hold it in their arms. Chapter 26. Conversation with Little Fairy Doctor. Xiao Ming naturally squeezed out of the crowd easily when he first saw the little medical fairies and used fighting spirit clearing the way to see clearly. Wait, stop, what about you, little bastard? Xiao Ming had just taken a step, and the group behind him, the surrounding crowd, suddenly became noisy. Xiao Ming's arrogant squeeze just now had already aroused the displeasure of these people. What are you arguing about? Shut up, don't you know that the little medical fairy is healing our wounds? A mercenary shouted angrily at the group of onlookers, and the mercenaries waiting in line also cast bad words. Gaze. They have long been unhappy with these guys. They block the door and talk a lot of nonsense, which is really annoying. What are you arguing about? Shut up, don't you know that the little medical fairy is healing our wounds? A mercenary shouted angrily at the group of onlookers, and the mercenaries waiting in line also cast bad words. Gaze. They have long been unhappy with these guys. They block the door and talk a lot of nonsense, which is really annoying. You guys are blocking the entrance of this store, which is seriously damaging the store's business. Why don't you retreat so as not to obstruct the view? Xiao Ming turned around and said with a smile. Hey, pretty boy, are you teaching us how to do things? I'm happy with that, but what can you do? Hey pretty boy, I think you're looking for a beating. These people are afraid of mercenaries but for Xiao Ming, we're all very timid. When they heard Lu Yunxiao say this, they couldn't help it anymore and started provoking them on the spot. It's interesting. Nowadays, cats and dogs dare to act arrogantly. Xiao Ming smiled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in so many years since his debut. I am used to being humbled by others, this experience is really novel. Are we arrogant? Boy, are you very brave? Do you want some beating? Most of the people who have nothing to do to come to see beautiful women are idle. It is normal to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing that Xiao Ming is not old, he is everyone gathered around, eager to try. The mercenaries on the side are preparing to watch the show. It is human nature to watch the fun. Xiao Ming is too good looking and will always be detrimental to women. He has a lifelong affection. However, as the saying goes, same sex repels, it is not good for men. Same. Especially these passionate mercenaries, they obviously classified Xiao Ming as one of those pretty boys who only know how to eat soft food. Xiao Ming was not liked by them because of his good looks. I'm not the brave one, but you are quite brave. Xiao Ming took a step forward, the green fighting spirit flowed, and he moved forward and didn't give him time to react and throw a casual punch. The figures who were thrown away fell to the ground, making muffled sounds, and fainted immediately. The remaining group of people quickly took a few steps back, looking at Xiao Ming with a hint of fear in their eyes. The mercenaries on the side also took a few steps back, with horror in their eyes. Strong fighter. Hiss. Waves of gasping sounds came one after another, and no one heard. Thinking that this young man who looked only 15 or 16 years old was already a fighting master. You know, the strongest person in Qingshan town is just a fighting master. And the most terrifying thing is that this boy is already a fighting master at such a young age, so how powerful must the power behind him be? Now, no one dared to underestimate Xiao Ming anymore, and every mercenary's eyes changed from disdain to awe. These relatively simple-minded men admire the strong the most. There is no doubt that in their eyes, Xiao Ming is the strong one. When Xiao Ming looked at the little medical fairy, the little medical fairy also noticed Xiao Ming. She glanced past him, but her eyes couldn't help but stay on Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's handsome and unconventional face and his free and elegant temperament were so attractive to girls that a bright light flashed across the eyes of the little fairy doctor. This boy is so handsome. The little medical fairy couldn't help but murmured in her heart. She was not a so-called beauty controller, unlike someone is really that good. But no matter what, it is human nature to love beauty. Seeing Xiao Ming's outstanding appearance, the little medical fairy still had a good impression of her. The little medical fairy blushed, and Xiao Ming was also looking at her at this time. It's so embarrassing to stare at people like this. After pondering for a moment, the little medical fairy moved slightly in front of Xiao Ming. His gentle and watery smile made the little medical fairy look even more charming. Master, may I help you with anything? The ethereal and beautiful voice floated into Xiao Ming's ears. I just arrived in Qingshan town and I don't have a place to stay yet. Miss, do you have any recommendations? The little medical fairy smiled softly. You have asked the right person. I know Qingshan town very well. I'm familiar with it. There is an inn next to my Wanyao Jai. If you don't mind, I can take you there. As soon as she finished speaking, the little medical fairy was shocked. She didn't know what happened just now. The young man in front of her was a stranger, but she was so open-minded. It seems that there is a strange magic power in the voice young man, which makes people involuntarily get close to him. Xiao Zhang chuckled. He knew in his heart that the reason why the little medical fairy would take the initiative to talk to him must be because of his silver tongue and his incredible appearance. The little medical fairy is really as kind and warm-hearted as ever. Seeing the little medical fairy caring so much about a strange boy, some people couldn't help but admire him. In the envious eyes of everyone, the little medical fairy led Xiao Ming out of Wanyao Jai. When pedestrians on the road saw the little medical fairy and Xiao Ming walking side by side, they immediately cast their fiery glances. What a beautiful girl, what a handsome boy. These two are simply a match made in heaven. Xiao Ming was used to the fiery and envious looks from passers-by. The little medical fairy seemed to be accustomed to these looks, and her expression was calm and unchanged. I wonder where the young master name is? The little medical fairy next to Xiao Ming suddenly asked. Xiao Ming replied sweetly, Xiao Ming, little fairy murmured. Along the way, Xiao Ming and the little medical fairy chatted happily. Soon, the little medical fairy brought Xiao Ming to an inn. Xiao Ming thanked the little medical fairy and prepared to enter the inn. The little medical fairy seemed to have remembered something and stopped Xiao Zhong again. The little medical fairy seemed to have remembered something and stopped Xiao Ming again. Tomorrow I will go into the Warcraft Mountains with some mercenaries to collect medicinal materials. I wonder if you are interested in joining us. It would be good if strong man accompanied him to ensure more safety, and Xiao Ming is a strong fighting. It is really good if he come. Xiao Ming glanced at the little medical fairy and nodded gently. Okay, I will go tomorrow. After saying that, Xiao Ming smiled slightly at the little medical fairy, and then walked into the inn. The little medical fairy looked at Xiao Ming back and murmured softly. You must come tomorrow. Chapter 27, Forming Team. The next morning, as soon as a bright light appeared in the sky, Xiao Ming's biological clock woke him up on time. After waking up from a good sleep, the fatigue in his bones dissipated a lot, and Xiao Ming's spirit became full again. This time point is a good time to practice fighting spirit. The saying that a day's plan begins in the morning also applies to practicing fighting spirit. The path of cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Only by moving forward unremittingly can you become stronger. Sitting upright on the bed, Xiao Ming slowly closed his eyes, formed a practice hand seal, and began to absorb Douqi from surrounding. Xiao Ming will be able to break through to the 6-star fighting master within a month. After practicing for 2 hours, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. After a simple wash, Xiao Ming left the room, walked out of the inn and slowly came to the entrance of the town. Qingshan town is located near the Warcraft Mountains, so there are many mercenary groups at the entrance of the town, constantly shouting at the mercenaries who want to enter the mountain alone. There are 2 types of mercenary groups in Qingshan town. The first type is the kind of mercenary group that is strictly organized. The mercenaries in it are at least the fighter level. There are only 3 such mercenary groups in the entire Qingshan town. The second type is a mercenary group temporarily formed by many mercenaries. This kind of mercenary group may be poorly organized and will be disbanded when the task is completed. Of course, there are some mercenaries who do not join the mercenary group, but choose to go into the mountains alone. Such mercenaries generally have some life-saving trump cards. Xiao Ming looked at the mercenary groups shouting around him and did not choose to join. He came here because yesterday the little medical fairy invited him to go into the mountains to collect medicinal materials. He is now looking for the little medical fairy's mercenary group. Just when Xiao Ming was looking around for the little medical fairy mercenary group, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the town. Wanyaojia is going to the mountains to collect medicinal materials, and there is also a little medical fairy with us. There are only 50 places, and the strength must be above 2-star fighters. Hurry up! Hearing the shouts, Xiao Ming quickly followed the shouts. He looked in the direction of the sound. He was looking for the little medical fairy's mercenary group just now, but he didn't expect that this mercenary group was so high profile. It was easy to see at a glance. The shouts just now caused silence for a moment at the entrance of the town. Many mercenaries looked at each other and then rushed there desperately. Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the many mercenaries scrambling for the first place. In the mercenary group of Wanyaojia, the beautiful eyes of the little medical fairy kept scanning over everyone's bodies, trying to find the figure of the young man she saw yesterday. The boy promised her yesterday that he would definitely come. There's only one spot left. The middle-aged man in charge of logging in said, raising the parchment in his hand. Me. A slightly childish young voice sounded next to the middle-aged man. When the little medical fairy heard this voice, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she looked towards the young man. When the middle-aged man heard this childish voice, he quickly followed the voice and looked over. When he saw that the owner of the voice was just a teenager, his face was a little stunned. Isn't this boy the same boy who talked to the little medical fairy at Wanyaojia yesterday? Someone with sharp eyes recognized Xiao Ming. As soon as these words came out, many people who had seen Xiao Ming yesterday also recognized Xiao Ming. Hearing noises from surrounding middle-aged man's smile widened and said, "Little brother, talent is really outstanding. He is already a fighter at such a young age." The middle-aged man said with a smile. "In this case, the last spot will be given to the little brother. The employment fee is 500 gold coins. We will pay you half now, and the remaining half will be paid to you after we return safely." Quote, "How about it?" Xiao Ming nodded. The employment fee was not important to him. The important thing is to enter the Warcraft Mountains, find the ruins. When everyone saw that the last spot was taken away by a teenager who was only a teenager, everyone left angrily. At the age of 17 or 18, he can possess the strength of a fighter, and he is also one of the strongest person in Qingshan town. At the same time, little fairy doctor come side to Xiao Ming and said sweetly, "You really know to make ourself in spotlight." Hearing this, Xiao Ming only smile. Xiao Ming seemed to have remembered something and asked the little medical fairy, "By the way, is there a person named Mu Li in this team?" Mu Li, the young master of the wolf head mercenary group, is a nasty guy. In the original work, this guy dared to plot against the little medical fairy, so he must be killed. In the original work, Mu Li dared to plot against the little medical fairy, and he also had evil thoughts about the little medical fairy. He must find an opportunity to kill him. Hearing Xiao Ming inquiry, the little medical fairy glanced at Xiao Ming with some surprise. "That young man is staring at you," the little medical fairy said softly. Xiao Ming heard this and quickly looked over, only to find that there was indeed a young man not far away staring at him. As if aware of Xiao Ming's gaze, Mu Li slowly walked over. But after arriving at Xiao Ming's side, Mu Li's eyes were focused on the little medical fairy. "Little medical fairy, do you know this little brother?" As he spoke, Mu Li kept looking at Xiao Ming's body. The little medical fairy chuckled and nodded, and said, "We just met yesterday. This little brother looks a little strange, isn't he? Isn't he a local?" Mu Li asked with a chuckle. He had never heard of such a young fighting master coming out of Qingshan town. Xiao Ming responded with a chuckle, "I just arrived in Qingshan town yesterday." Mu Li chuckled and nodded. "I was wondering when did our Qingshan town produce such a young fighter. My little brother has the strength of a fighter at such a young age. What a gift." Xiao Ming smiled calmly and responded, "That's ridiculous. But there are many dangers in this Warcraft mountain range. Even if you have the strength of a fighter, you have to be careful. It will be bad if you encounter danger," Mu Li said with a smile. Xiao Ming could hear the warning in Mu Li's words. But Xiao Ming didn't take Mu Li's warning seriously. "What a joke, I'm a 3-star fighter, why am I so afraid of you, a little fighter? Believe it or not, I'm going to kill your wolf-headed mercenary group right now. Thank you for your concern, but I think you should worry more about yourself," Xiao Ming said with a chuckle. There was a murderous intention in Mu Li's eyes, but it was quickly hidden. "Then I wish you good luck, little brother." Mu Li smiled and said nothing more. "You seem to have offended Mu Li now. Be careful," the little medical fairy reminded Xiao Ming in a low voice. "He is the young master of the wolf head mercenary group, and he is also a 6-star fighter." Xiao Ming smiled disapprovingly and said, "He should be the one who should be careful. It's best to pray that he doesn't come to trouble me, otherwise if he did, he would probably not be able to go back alive." Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the little medical fairy was shocked. "I didn't expect that the young man in front of me, who looked harmless to humans and animals, could actually say such a thing. You'd better be careful," the little medical fairy reminded him softly again. She didn't believe in her heart that the young man in front of her had the strength to fight against Mu Li. After all, Mu Li is a 6-star fighter. Chapter 28, Cave. The herb collection group was advancing under the protection of the mercenary group. And Xiao Ming did not stay with the little medical fairy anymore. After all, he belonged to the mercenary group. On the way, the mercenary group also encountered many monsters, but in the end they were all eliminated by the mercenaries. Xiao Ming also took action once and killed a gray rock bear with one punch. Seeing Xiao Ming kill the gray rock bear with one punch, the other mercenaries also looked a little shocked. Among the first-level monsters, this gray rock bear is said to have extremely high defense. However, the young man in front of them actually killed the gray rock bear with one punch, which really shocked them. After walking for a while, the voice of the little medical fairy suddenly came from behind. "Everyone, we're getting close to the herb collection area. Let's take a rest first. After walking for so long, everyone should be tired." Hearing the voice of the little medical fairy, everyone didn't have the slightest objection, and they all stopped and started to rest. Xiao Ming looked at the little medical fairy. She made an excuse and left, heading into the woods. Xiao Ming smiled softly, but he didn't expect that the little medical fairy would have found the ruins now. She thought the little medical fairy hadn't been found yet. Xiao Ming followed the little medical fairy through a dense forest and came to a cliff. He saw the little medical fairy carefully looking around, then took out a bundle of ropes from the Naji, and the little medical fairy tied the ropes. On top of a thick giant tree, after pulling hard again, he threw the rope to the edge of the cliff and slowly climbed down along the rope. Is this a treasure hunt? Xiao Ming chuckled when he saw the little medical fairy's behavior. Ah! At this moment, the little medical fairy's scream suddenly came from the cliff. Xiao Ming's expression changed and he rushed over. He saw the little medical fairy holding the rope and hanging in the air, but it was far away from her. Not far away, there was a colorful venomous snake, the first-level Warcraft piebald snake. The little medical fairy took out a packet of medicine and sprinkled it on the spotted snake, but it was overtaken by it. The irritated spotted snake curled up, then opened its fangs like springs and bit the frightened little snake. Little fairy doctor just discovered cave few days ago. In just curiosity he come to see he can't prepare strong poison in advance for safety. Xiao Ming come forward and pull the rope instantly. The pale little medical fairy closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. Suddenly, the little medical fairy felt her waist tighten, her body lightened, and she had fallen into a warm embrace. Xiao Ming felt the soft and fragrant body in his arms, looked at the little medical fairy with her eyes closed tightly and her face turned pale, and said with a smile, "Beauty, you can open your eyes now." Suddenly there was a burst of sound in the little medical fairy's ears. With a joking voice, the little medical fairy opened her eyes and saw a handsome face appearing in front of her. "Thank you." The little medical fairy blushed in Xiao Ming's arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping little fairy doctor saving from snake obtained 200 points. Hearing system prompt, Xiao Ming become happier and grip of Xiao Ming around little fairy doctor tighten. Little fairy doctor felt that his waist tightly gripped by Xiao Ming. Look at Xiao Ming's handsome face, and more concerning is that Xiao Ming's star-like eyes are like the abyss of the universe, which makes people fall into it at the first glance. She couldn't help but feel warm in his embrace, but he can't stay in this position, so little fairy blushed and left Xiao Ming's arms. Xiao Ming looked at the somewhat bewildered little medical fairy and chuckled. "You are a nanny, but you dare to hunt for treasures by yourself. I don't know whether you are brave or weak." After saying, he walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the strange cliff. "You are just a nanny." The little medical fairy rolled her eyes at Xiao Ming. After a while, the little medical fairy opened her red lips slightly and whispered reluctantly, "I discovered that place accidentally while collecting herbs. There is a cave hidden there that is difficult to find. You were just planning to go there." "In the cave?" "Yes, but I didn't expect to encounter a spotted snake and almost lost my life," the little medical fairy said unwillingly. Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go treasure hunting now." "Hey!" When the little medical fairy reacted, he found that he had fallen into Xiao Ming's arms. Xiao Ming hugged the little medical fairy, tapped his toes on the cliff, and the two of them fell straight to the bottom of the dark cliff. Ah! Seeing Xiao Ming holding her without a rope and jumping off the cliff, the little medical fairy turned pale with fright and screamed loudly. Although Xiao Ming is very handsome, she doesn't want to die together with Xiao Ming. She hasn't lived enough yet. Okay, don't scream, you won't die." Xiao Ming curled his lips when he heard the screams ringing in his ears. The decibels were so loud that it made his ears deafen. Hearing the sound, the little medical fairy slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiao Ming's strong figure, walking on the almost vertical cliff as if he were walking on flat ground. He tapped his toes gently on the cliff, and his body flew downwards neatly and diagonally. His movements were as smooth as flying in flight. The fear in the little medical fairy's heart gradually disappeared, but thinking of the fright just now, she still felt a little palpitating in her heart. She was so angry that she couldn't help but raise her pink fist and punch Xiao Ming's chest hard. "You bastard, you scared me to death." The little medical fairy gritted her silver teeth and punched Xiao Ming one punch after another. This guy is obviously so good looking, but why is he so sinister and irritating? The wind howled, and on the cliff, a somewhat hidden cave entrance caught Xiao Ming's eyes. Rock SNKES are present there. After this, Xiao Ming moved forward, killed them with casual punch and stored their magic core. There are more than 10. After this, little Dr. Fairy come to his side and hold his hand, fearing that another monster will come to attack her. Looking at the dark cave, the little medical fairy blushed, did not break away, and followed Xiao Ming silently. In the cave, only the footsteps of Xiao Ming and the little medical fairy could be heard. The dark surroundings made the little medical fairy couldn't help but hold Xiao Ming's right hand tightly. A few minutes later, Xiao Ming's figure suddenly stopped, and the little medical fairy, who couldn't react directly, hit Xiao Ming back. The little medical fairy's pretty face covered with a layer of blush, he said in embarrassment, "What are you doing?" Xiao Ming was a little embarrassed, pointed to the stone door in front of him, and said helplessly, "There is no way." "Whatever. Look at me, Octane Blast!" Xiao Ming shouted, punched out with fists, and with a bang, the stone door suddenly turned into a pile of rubble. When the little medical fairy saw Xiao Ming smashing the stone door with one punch, he curled his lips and muttered in a low voice, "Just use brute force." "Let's go." Xiao Ming took the little medical fairy's hand and strode forward, walked towards the stone gate. The two stepped into the stone door, and their vision suddenly became wider. Chapter 29, Residual Picture. Inside the stone door is a huge stone chamber. The stone chamber looks a bit simple and empty. The walls are inlaid with moonstones for lighting. In the center of the stone chamber, there is a seat. On top, a withered skeleton sat on it, with the sunken skull falling on the pale thigh bone. This appearance, in this quiet atmosphere, looked quite eerie. In front of the seat, there is a rather wide and long bluestone platform. On the bluestone platform, 3 locked stone boxes are placed neatly. In addition, in the 3 corners of the stone chamber, there were actually a lot of golden coins and other precious belongings piled up. The number of such large gold coins was probably no less than hundreds of thousands. Xiao Ming did not look at those gold coins and treasures. Xiao Ming took a look at some medicinal herbs on the side. In the last corner, a small flower bed was piled with soil. In the flower bed, various flowers and plants are planted, and a strange fragrance lingers among them. Looking at these flowers and plants, Xiao Ming and the little fairy doctor took a few steps almost at the same time. Although others don't know these things, they know it well. These seemingly ordinary flowers and plants, but in terms of value, are much more real and valuable than those piles of gold coins. Purple blue leaves, white ginseng fruit, snow lotus seeds. The beautiful eyes stared blankly at the small flower bed, each one represents the name of rare and hard-to-find high-grade medicinal materials. Under the mouth of the little Dr. Fairy jumped out. Lin Feng stepped forward and looked at these medicinal materials with great joy. These medicinal materials in the stone chamber are generally valuable, and they are basically medicinal materials used to refine 3rd and 4th grade elixirs. Although Xiao Ming is a 4th grade alchemist now, he refined some 3rd elixir, and as for 4th grade he only refined qi gathering powder by collecting herbs from Mitre Auction House. These medicinal materials useful to refine elixirs. His eyes moved across the small flower bed, and finally, he stared at the alternating white and red grass blades in the center of the flower bed. The leaves of this grass are white and red in color. The white branches are covered with little ice crystal-like objects, and the fiery red grass crown is like a ball of flame burning. 2 completely opposite colors and attributes, but strangely growing on the same plant, is really magical. A light mist surrounds this plant. It looks quite a bit like being in the clouds. This strange blade of grass is called Ice Spirit Flame Grass. It is generally extremely difficult to find in the outside world, and this herb is also necessary for refining the Blood Lotus Pill. Blood Lotus Pill, a 5th grade elixir, will form a layer of strange energy blood flail on the surface of the human body after being taken, and this layer of blood flail can withstand extremely hot temperatures. Therefore, only with the help of its effect, can it be possible to get close to the strange fire, and look for opportunities to take the next step towards it. Although Xiao Ming has healing factor, but he can't want to take risk of his life against heavenly flame. Refine the Blood Lotus Pill also help him in breakthrough 5th tier alchemist now, and also Xiao Ming have 2 strange fire. One is Yao Lao 11th rank Bone Spirit Cold Flame, and other is Remanant Energy of Golden Emperor Fenshin, which 4th in Heavenly Flame ranking. Xiao Ming can upgrade it to his adult form or even make him more stronger than this by system mall points. Although Xiao Ming can't absorb them for the time being, Beckhouse both are too strong, so he can only delay it to when he became Dozong. You also know this thing. Seeing Xiao Ming staring at the Ice Spirit Flame Grass excitedly, the little medical fairy couldn't help but said in surprise. Well, I am an alchemist, so obviously I know this. Xiaoming said while turning his head. Little fairy doctor. Hearing Xiaoming word little fairy doctor move his face to Xiaoming. Hearing Xiaoming word, the little medical fairy believed Xiaoming in her heart, and her face suddenly became more flattering and said sweetly, "Hey, Xiaoming, what about you? Can you let me watch from the side when you refine the medicine next time?" Her dream since childhood was to become an alchemist. Although due to the limitations of her attributes, she could only settle for becoming a doctor, but she still yearned for an alchemist. Although she knew that the alchemist didn't like others to disturb her when refining medicine, she really didn't want to miss this precious opportunity. Okay, Xiaoming nodded and agreed. It would not cost him anything anyway. Hehe, let's just say it. I'll help you pick the medicine later. Seeing Xiaoming agree, the little medical fairy suddenly became excited and gave Xiaoming a hug. I don't want many herbs, you can took rest of them from yourself. Seeing little fairy existed face, Xiaoming said sweetly. Realizing his mistake, little fairy doctor face become red and she left from embrace and nodded to Xiaoming distribution plan. Seeing the little medical fairy agreeing, Xiaoming has too said that this girl is really cute and simple-minded. After this Xiaoming took out many exquisite jade bottles from the ring in his hand. Then he took out a small jade shovel and carefully dug up the soil next to the ice spirit flame grass. Finally, together with the soil, they were gently put into the jade bottle. Quickly putting the jade bottle into the ring, Lin Feng cracked the corner of his mouth and handed the spatula in his hand to the little medical fairy, and helping little fairy doctor in picking herbs. For a medicine lover like her, getting a rare medicinal herb is far more thrilling and exciting than getting hundreds of thousands of property. After glancing at the little medical fairy who was carefully digging for medicine, Xiaoming then looked at the white bones in the center of the stone room. He strode forward, rubbed his hands, and put his palms together with a feeling of weakness. After bowing to it, he carefully picked up the key in Bai Gu's hand. Then he muttered an apology silently, and with a little force, he broke the bones of Bai Gu's arm, put it on his hand, closed his eyes slightly, and looked inside. Xiaoming looked through the fracture above and saw a small scroll hidden in the gap between the bones. This should be one of the 4 fragments left by the pure lotus demon saint. Thinking of this, Xiaoming breathing became uncontrollably heavy. This thing is an item left behind by a powerful person at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint. Even if it's a quarter, it would be the highlight of some high-end auctions in Central Continent. Even if the asking price is a heaven-level skill, there will be a lot of strong people willing to exchange it. Suppressing his excitement, Xiaoming put his index finger in and took it out. Then he turned around and saw that the little medical fairy hadn't noticed this, and quickly threw the broken picture into the Naji. This thing was too important, so he didn't tell the little medical fairy yet. After doing this, Xiaoming carefully placed the bone arm next to the bones and buried it with the bones after a while. Chapter 30, Fighting Skills. Xiaoming took the key to the stone table and touched the metal lock, only to find that it was slightly warm. Xiaoming raised his eyebrows. It could still maintain its temperature after a long period of time. It seemed that the material used in this lock was not ordinary metal. He turned his head and looked at the little medical fairy who had dug up the herbs completely, and said with a smile, "Come here quickly, lest you say I want to devour it all if I open it privately. You still have some conscience, you know how to call me." The little medical fairy snorted, wrinkled her pretty nose, and helped soft waist, which was sore from bending down to dig, which immediately made Xiaoming's eyes heat up. Then he walked to Xiaoming with more than 10 small bottles in his arms. Xiaoming took out a low-level Nai ring from his arms, handed it to the little medical fairy, and said, "This is for you." Xiaoming brought this storage ring from Mitre House to store more medicine, and after refining pills this ring is empty, so he give to little fairy doctor. The little medical fairy took a look at it and saw such a valuable item, and subconsciously wanted to refuse it. "For me." The little medical fairy was stunned. A ring worth tens of thousands of gold coins was given to her like this. "Otherwise," Xiaoming said, "but I don't want to be rewarded for no merit." The little medical fairy said, about to push Naji back. "Just think of it as the reward for my treasure hunt this time. Just take it." Xiaoming pushed it back again. "Okay, then I take it." Looking at the red ring in his hand, the little medical fairy couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was the first time she saw Naji in her life, and she couldn't help but murmured, "Is this Naji?" Seeing her appearance, Xiaoming urged, "Yes, it's just the lowest level of storage ring. Hurry up and put away the medicinal materials." You haven't looked at the contents of the stone box yet. She quickly put away the jade bottle on the stone table in the storage ring. It seemed that she couldn't wait to see what was in the stone box. Xiaoming shook the key in his hand and urged. The first stone box. Xiaoming opened the first stone box. Inside was a colorful and simple scroll. 7 Colors Poison Sutra. Xiaoming picked up the scroll and said softly. Can this be given to? The little medical fairy's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but ask. Here you go. However, before she could finish her words, Xiaoming had already sent the 7-colored poison sutra in front of her. Thank you, thank you. Because of my natural attributes, I can't become an alchemist. I have to rely on poison to save my life. The pretty face of the little medical fairy was a little gloomy. Becoming an alchemist was her dream, but in the end it was just a dream. That's all. Actually, the poison master is not bad. I think you have the talent to become a poison master. With the poison body of Ernan, the little medical fairy can be said to be the most talented poison master in the world. This is a poison master who deals with poison every day. A person who is hated and feared by everyone in the mainland. Aren't you afraid? The little medical fairy couldn't help but ask. Xiaoming's indifferent look towards the poison master was a bit strange. It was beyond her expectation. The little medical fairy was really curious and couldn't help but ask. Whether you're scared or not depends on who the poison master is. If it's a beauty like you, the little medical fairy, then I'm not afraid. Xiaoming turned sideways and looked at the little medical fairy, blinked and smiled said. You're a glib guy, and you're not serious at all. Hearing this, the little medical fairy's face turned red and she couldn't help but scolded. But there was not much anger in his tone. It was obvious that he was not angry at all, just a little shy. Xiaoming smiled and he said softly, actually, it doesn't matter whether you are a poison master or not. The main thing is to look at people. You can kill with poison, and you can kill with a sword. Both. Normal killing doesn't seem to be much different, as long as you don't kill indiscriminately and don't kill innocent people. So what if you are a poison master? Will you harm me? Will you kill innocent people? I believe you. You are the little medical fairy who saves lives and heals the wounded. Zhao Ming's words came completely from the bottom of her heart. The little medical fairy is really a very kind girl. The reason why the original work became the Sky Poison Girl who made everyone angry is related to her tragic experience in the disaster poison itself. Hearing Xiaoming's sincere words, the little medical fairy felt a little warm in her heart. Even though she knew that she would become a poison master, Xiaoming still trusted her so much, which moved her very much. Xiaoming picked up the key, and opened the second stone box. In fact, what was in it belonged to Men Qing. As expected, in the second stone box, the Xianye scroll lay obediently inside. Zon level advanced flying fighting skill, eagle wings. Flying fighting skills, what is it? She had heard about attack fighting skills, defensive fighting skills, body fighting skills, etc., but this was the first time she heard about flying fighting skills. As the name suggests, this fighting skill allows people to fly in the sky. Xiaoming explained with a smile. Flying, isn't that a talent that at least requires a strong spirit fighter to possess? Hearing this, the little medical fairy was surprised at first, and then became confused again. In Douqi Continent, if you want to fly off the ground, only those with Douling or above can fly short distances. After their strength reaches the level of Do Wang or Do Emperor, they can use the outward Do Qi to condense energy wings behind their backs, allowing them to leave the shackles of the earth and soar into the sky. Just accept it, you have only collected some medicine material so far. I have taken enough. The little medical fairy shook her head and said. Although the temptation of flying is great, she is not dissatisfied. She has gained a lot. Although she discovered the treasure cave, she might not have been able to enter it without Xiaoming's help. At least she couldn't deal with the first level rock snake at the end. Okay, I'll take it then. Xiaoming responded and put the scroll into the ring. Open the last stone box and there is a blue scroll inside. Xiaoming picked it up and saw that it was the advanced Zon level fighting skill used by the villain Muse Snake in the original novel, Crazy Lion. Do you want Zon level fighting skills? After looking at the scroll, Xiaoming turned to the little medical fairy and asked. Hearing this, the little medical fairy wrinkled her cute eyebrows and replied, forget it, I have no interest in these things. Then I will accept it. With that said, Xiaoming accepted the scroll. Chapter 31, Practicing Fighting Skills. After walking for a while, the two returned to the entrance of the cave again. In front of them was the cliff. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping little fairy doctor in treasure hunting, obtaining 120 heavenly points. Hearing system prompt in his mind, Xiaoming somewhat understand how system distribute heavenly points. If you help someone important figure and strong one in the novel, you get more heavenly point according to the help you do to him. After arriving at the end of cliff, Xiaoming naturally opened his arms. The little medical fairy gave him a charming look, but the initial conflict was gone. After the experience in the cave, the relationship between the two has already become closer. Don't move your hands or feet. The little medical fairy showed her little tiger teeth in demonstration, and then she fell into his arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. A gust of fragrant wind came, and Xiaoming consciously put his arms around the little medical fairy's slender waist. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the feeling of this hug seemed to be 3 points more comfortable than holding Ji Yuzuner. Hold tight, Xiaoming warned, and then he swept out like the wind. With his toes tapping lightly on the cliff, Xiaoming's figure quickly swept upwards. With the wind roaring in his ears, the little medical fairy leaned on Xiaoming's chest, looking at his perfect profile. His heart moved slightly, and there were little stars twinkling in his eyes. Is it an illusion? She always felt that this man became more and more pleasing to her eyes. It was a strange experience. The little medical fairy thought in her heart. Xiaoming's figure flew upwards quickly, reaching the top of the cliff in just a moment. Still not letting go, the little medical fairy said softly, looking at Xiaoming's hand still holding her waist tightly with a look of anger in her eyes. Oh, why did you reach the top so quickly? Xiaoming muttered, and took his left hand away as if he was reluctant to give up. Seeing his funny look, the little medical fairy couldn't help but feel a little funny. Where are you going next? The little medical fairy changed her voice and asked. Xiaoming thought for a moment. I won't leave for the time being. Find a place to practice your fighting skills first, and then let's talk. What about you? Are you going back? The little medical fairy nodded. Yes. Go back, then I'll come and see you in a few days. You. Who wants you to come? You bastard. Although she said that, his tone was still happy. What do you mean, Tsunere? Then I won't come. You dare. Seeing Xiaoming's joking expression, the little medical fairy realized that he had been tricked. He immediately changed his words. I mean, we can be considered friends. Xiaoming smiled slightly. Friend, okay. He was too lazy to go back to the camp. It was more convenient to practice alone. He still has a lot to do next, and time waits for no one. Okay, I'll go then. And the little medical fairy watched Xiaoming leave. Suddenly he smiled. He shouted. Remember to come see me. Xiaoming did not look back and waved his hand. Okay. The next day, Xiaoming seemed to have discovered something suddenly. His eyes lit up and he walked towards a waterfall in front. Swish. Sitting on the stone bed while running errands, Xiaoming closed his eyes and used his innate power. He needs to adjust his state and then practice Zion Wing. Until evening, Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes. A scroll appears in your hand. Eagle Wings. Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle is a 5th level flying monster. It is said to have the sparse bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Its flying speed is among the best among all flying monsters. Its nature is cunning and cruel, and it is extremely difficult to capture. It only survives in the south of the mainland. The fighting skills in this volume are named Eagle Wings, also known as Purple Cloud Wings. It took me and several friends 3 years to successfully capture a Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle, and use a secret method to take its wings, and finally formed this. The scroll fighting technique was painted with fighting energy before I died, and it can be practiced by one person, remember. Gently stroke the purple wings on the scroll. It's like touching a bunch of real wings. Xiaoming took a deep breath. Close your eyes. Fighting energy enters the scroll through both hands. Close your eyes. Fighting energy enters the scroll through both hands. In an instant, a violent remnant soul followed his hands and entered Xiaoming's mind. Xiaoming immediately felt a soul force impacting his soul. His face turned paler in an instant. The battle between souls was less gorgeous but more deadly, and the pain caused by it was unparalleled. Although Xiaoming's soul power is strong, it still feels some pain. Just when Xiaoming was preparing guarding them tightly, a silver-white light suddenly appeared in Xiaoming's body and covered it. The light flickered and looked like it would go out at any moment, but it was extremely sharp. As soon as it appears, stab at the black shadow. Call out, With just one click, the black shadow turned into nothingness. The white light spots left behind fell into Xiaoming's soul. In an instant, Xiaoming felt that his spirit was much clearer. This should be due to the increase in soul power. Open your eyes. Xiao Ming smiled. Sword body. The power from the soul. It's really good, the soul power is much stronger. Then inputting fighting energy, Xiaoming felt as if something was growing out of his back. Snort. With a cold snort, Xiaoming began to sweat on his forehead. It's not a simple matter for something to suddenly grow in the human body. Fortunately, the thing only grew a little and then stopped. Then I input Douqi and saw a pair of purple wings slowly stretching out along the two fulcrums, and then grew bigger and bigger. Until it reaches about 2 meters. Xiaoming took a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The wings flap slowly, take off slowly. Wow, the sound of objects passing through the water came out. Xiao Heng slowly flapped his wings in the air outside the waterfall. It's a magical feeling, the wings are like his hands, moving according to his heart. Go up when you want, go down when you want. Moreover, he was obviously standing, and his wings were not flapping very fast, but he could still stay in the air. This fighting spirit is depleted a bit fast. With my current fighting spirit, I can only sustain it for about half an hour at most. If I fight, I guess 10 minutes is about the same. If it reaches the limit. It seems that I am not qualified to push it to the limit now. Quote. But even so, it's good. It feels so good to be able to fly. It's a completely different feeling than walking. Withdrawing his fighting spirit, Xiaoming fell straight into the water. He was sweating too much. Take a bath. He is a very clean person. After taking a shower, use Douqi to dry the water on your clothes. Looking at the clothes that dried in just 1 minute, Xiaoming was in a good mood. Said, fighting Qi is really useful. Chapter 32, Fighting Shadow Wolf. Before going to Warcraft Mountain, Xiaoming need to prepare itself to its full strength so he can ready to fight any danger. So he took out Xuanyuan sword from system space. On Xiaoming right hand, a long sword that has golden handle and looked like crystal carving was floating on it. It is a divine magic weapon in Thousand World. If it is placed in Doupo Continent, it is top-notch, the quality is much more better than any sword. Xiaoming moved his head to system panel to know more about it. Ding. Type. Sword. Grade. Unknown. Equipment required. It has recognized a master, Xiaoming. It cannot be traded, dropped, destroyed, or stolen. Description. Legends say that this sword was bestowed upon Emperor Zan Yuan by the gods to defeat Kai Yu's unrivaled divine sword. It is a divine sword that contains infinite power to cut down demons. 10,000 years ago, there was a great battle between demons and gods. Quote. As expected of sword given by system, it is very powerful, and he also recognized him as his master. With a clang sound, Xiaoming drew the sword in his hand, the sound of the sword's chant resounded, and the Xuanyuan sword stood proudly in the air. Xiaoming looked around and saw that the Xuanyuan blade was strangely handsome, its sword energy was cold and bone-chilling, and there was a faint yellow glow on the blade that was as beautiful as autumn water, which was also the origin of Xuanyuan's name. Xiaoming waved casually, the sword shadows flew, and sword energy burst out, leaving shallow scratches on the ground. Using it will greatly increase my strength. Sure enough, a good weapon has a huge effect on a warrior. Xiaoming he smiled slightly, praised, looked at the Xuanyuan sword again. System give me scabbard for Xuanyuan sword. Ding, congratulation to host for getting scabbard, 5,000 points consumed. It is directly placed in system space. Hearing system prompt, Xiaoming mouth twitched. His scabbard needs 5,000 points to buy it. Then he moved his eyes to system space and then took out it. A long blue scabbard appeared in his left hand, which is beautiful. There is special rune in sword hilt, and it is the same size as the sword, and there is a leather belt attached to it. Xiaoming put Xuanyuan sword in scabbard, put leather belt around his neck, and then to on of his end to back and walked towards the depths of the Warcraft Mountains. He needs a second level peak magic beast, or a third level one, but there doesn't seem to be one as strong nearby, and even if there is, it's not that easy to find. As an alchemist, I know a lot about the habitats of various medicinal materials, and many medicinal materials are guarded by monsters. Among the prescriptions form the memory of Yao Lao. There was a 4th grade elixir called 3-pattern green spirit pill. Its function is to help one in breakthrough from fighting master to great fighting master. Although Xiaoming can buy it from System Mall, but he want to made it from himself to gain more experience, and it also improve his fire and soul control. The main ingredient is 3-line green spirit as green flame grass and black sky flax, although black sky flax you can also buy in auction house, but green flame grass is difficulty to find it. It is also one of his goals this time. It will only grow in places that have not been exposed to sunlight for many years, and there are shadow wolves around it every time. The shadow wolf is also very strange. Most of the wolves live in groups, but this kind of monster is different. They all live alone. The attribute is also darkness. It is also on of the thing which Xiaoming want. He didn't see the shadow wolf, but he saw a first-order black rat. This kind of monster likes to make its home next to the shadow wolf, in the dark place, and make hole and live. Shadow wolf cannot eat him but eat his predators, so he leaves near him. So Xiaoming was ready to try his luck. Fortunately, the trees were relatively big. Although it was difficult to walk, there was still room. It took almost 10 minutes. A cave appeared in front of Xiaoming. In the cave, a black wolf-shaped monster over 3 or 4 meters tall was sleeping on the ground. Next to it, 5 green flame grass and some other plants have sprouted. White leaves, red flowers, 1 with 6 leaves and 2 with 8 leaves. Yes, they are all far up to standard. Just look at the monster. It has already broken through to the 3rd level, although the breakthrough time may not be long. Xiaoming took a deep breath. Do it. Xiaoming, whose breath sensed by shadow wolf, he woke up and looked at Xiaoming and show his sharp teeth in a ferocious manner. The stripes on his back glowed purple and black. He was angry at this person who disturbed his sleep. Xiaoming circulated his fighting spirit and drew out his swords. And a red light cover his whole body with himself in sword body, which is visible for the naked eyes, which can not only increase his defensive power but also increase his attacking power. Although it is only level 1, but it is very useful, and Xiaoming shouted, "Hey! That stupid wolf, come here and fight." Hearing Xiaoming provocation, the black wolf turned into a black shadow in the shadow, and in a moment, the wolf's claws were in front of Xiaoming. Although it is fast, but he can't escape from Xiaoming's soul perception. Hold the sword hilt tightly with your right hand. Across all directions, the ink dragon shadow flashed past and was separated from the black wolf shadow at the first touch. The sword shadow is filled in the sky, and the invisible sword energy bursts out in all directions, flawless and traceless, as if there is a fairy shadow flashing. As expected of the shadow wolf, with dark attribute, it's so fast. Xiaoming felt the warmth. If he hadn't blocked quickly with sword just now, his head would no longer be on his body. Xiaoming held the Xuanyuan sword in his hand and thrust it out straight. The sword intent was bright, like thunder striking, and his clothes were fluttering. This is a very beautiful sword, but there is also a deadly murderous intention hidden in the very beauty. Fighting on his legs at the same time, Xiaoming moved fastly when Shadow Wolf jumped in him for attack on his head, but he can't escape from Xiaoming perception. He bent on his knee and take sword and slash through his abdomen and make a large cut. This is also his weak spot. Whoa, there was only a soft sound, and a sword light slaw the abdomen of the Shadow Wolf in its horrified eyes. The sharp and irresistible sword energy make a large wound in his abdomen and blood flow out. Shadow Wolf is in edge of his death. Xiaoming, who was in his knee, stood up and moved fastly and slashed his head. Xiaoming landed lightly, holding the Xuanyuan sword, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. It was the first time he used sword in a fight. This power really made him look a bit suspicious. Xiaoming looked back at the body of Shadow Wolf. At this time, Xiaoming walked towards the Shadow Wolf, who was dead and lying on the ground. At this time, the flames on the Shadow Wolf body were burning, beast fire. Looking at light dark beast fire, Xiaoming eye lit up. He can't only got his magic core but also got beast fire. My luck is indeed very good. Xiaoming took out cloth and removed blood from sword and put in scabbard. Xiaoming can't absorb beast fire at that time in the middle of the Warcraft mountain, so he took in the beast fire, magic core in his body in system space, and also pick all the helps and took it in his storage ring. Help! Xiaoming, who wanted to go further and hunt more Warcraft monsters, suddenly he hear a cry for help. Chapter 33. First meeting with Nolan Yanran. Help! At this moment, he suddenly heard a cry for help. The voice seemed to be that of a little girl. Xiaoming suddenly felt wind at his feet and walked quickly in the direction of calling for help. Xiaoming came to the place where the little girl was calling for help and saw a woman lying on the ground. She looked about 14 or 15 years old. So, Xiaoming jumped out and came to the little girl. condensed his fire attribute fighting spirit, and rushed towards the green wood snake. Aoki snake was shocked and immediately backed away. Want to leave? Xiaoming needed the wood attribute magic core, how could he let it escape easily? He was suddenly so far away, and his body was in front of the 3 green wood snakes in an instant. Little snake, be my magic core, Xiaoming said, condensing a ball of flame in his hand. His right hand turned into a fire palm, and smashed the Aoki snake. Boom! With a loud noise, Xiaoming smashed a deep hole into the ground, and a green wood snake died immediately. The little girl looked at this scene in great surprise. How could this boy of similar age have such great power? After killing one small snake, Xiaoming faced another one. The green wood snake knew that Xiaoming was not easy to mess with, so it was about to run away. In fact, Xiaoming had noticed its movement a long time ago, and immediately shot out a green wood sword energy, directly piercing the little snake. Only the last one was left and was about to escape. Xiaoming. Fastly toward him, how could a mere second-level monster escape from him? Go to hell. Suddenly, a fire palm hit the Aoki snake directly along the ground. Aoki snake died immediately. The 3 monsters were eliminated by Xiaoming. Xiaoming moved the bodies of the 3 monsters together, then pulled out the dagger and took out all their magic cores. At this time, Xiaoming came to the side of the Nolan Yanren. Seeing Xiaoming walking towards him, he couldn't help but say in his heart, so handsome. Ding, congratulations to the host for rescuing Nolan Yanren, you get 220 points. At this moment, the system sound sounded. However, Xiaoming was a little surprised as this girl in front of him is Nolan Yanren, so this is why system give him that much heavenly point. Xiaoming slowly walking towards the Nolan Yanren. The Nolan Yanren looked at Xiaoming. Thick eyebrows are slightly raised rebelliously. Under the slightly curled eyelashes, there are a pair of eyes as clear as morning glow, a high bridge of nose, and lips as pink as rose petals. The face is as clear as a sculpture, and the face is angular and handsome. She looks carefree on the outside, but the sparkle in her eyes that people dare not ignore, and her moderately thick red lips are showing a dazzling smile. The most concerning thing is that Xiaoming's star-like eyes are like the abyss of the universe, which makes people fall into it at the first glance. The Nolan Yanren couldn't help but feel excited when she saw such a handsome guy saving her. Her legs couldn't help but tighten. Xiaoming slowly walked to the Nolan Yanren. At this time, Xiaoming came to the Nolan Yanren. The Nolan Yanren opened his eyes wide and said timidly, "Thank you for saving me." Xiaoming smiled slightly and asked, "Why did you come to this Warcraft mountain range alone?" I'm here to fight monsters and gain fighting experience," said the Nolan Yanren. Actually Nolan Yanren who want to break his engagement from Xiao Yan, although his master Yun Yun agreed, but some of the elder of Yun Lan sect can't agreed like in original work. Xiao Yan can't lose his fighting spirit, so he can't become loser. Nolan Yanren who want break engagement with him makes her more difficult to do, so he can only rely on his strength to show them that Xiao Yan is not worth of her, then she can able to break her engagement. Then he decided to go to Warcraft Mountain to train herself. You are really brave to came here alone, the Xiaoming glanced at Nolan Yanren and said. Hearing this Nolan Yanren smiled softly and said nothing. Is your village far from here? Xiaoming asked, pretended to not know about her. The Nolan Yanren said, No, I am not from here. I originally just wanted to gain some fighting experience, so I came to Warcraft Mountain, but I didn't expect to go deep in while walking. Xiaoming shook his head and said, Okay, then I will take you back, to a safe place. Thank you, benefactor. Actually, no need, I can go back by myself. The Nolan Yanren said, and was about to stand up. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't stand up. Only then did Xiaoming see a wound on her foot that was bitten by a poisonous snake. The Aoki snake is a second-level monster with a certain degree of venom. If you are bitten by a venomous snake and do not deal with it, the poison may cause casualties very quickly. Are you poisoned? Xiaoming was shocked and quickly came to the Nolan Yanren. The Nolan Yanren nodded. At this time, Xiaoming looked at the Nolan Yanren and said, The greenwood snake is a venomous snake. This snake's venom is very strong. No, the poison must be cured. He added, Don't worry, you are with right person, I have the way to cure poison. Hearing this, Nolan Yanren felt relieved. After saying, Xiaoming grabbed the Nolan Yanren legs and tear some part of cloth from his sleeves and wrap around high legs tightly. This will prevent poison from spreading in different part of your body, Xiaoming said to prevent Nolan Yanren from misunderstanding to him as a pervert. Hearing Xiao Ming word Nalan Yanran who is bluesing from previous actions of Xiao Ming, she nodded in understanding and can't stop Xiao Ming action. After this Xiao Ming took out healing medicine and anti-poison drug from storage ring which he can prepare before going to Warcraft Mountain and feed her, although medicine are effective but it can take time. What's your name? Xiao Ming asked, looking at the Nalan Yanran. Although he knew her name was Nalan Yanran, but he knew her without asking her name. Was it a little too deliberate and too abrupt? Therefore, Xiao Ming chose to ask her procedurally. My name is Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran said. Nalan Yanran, are you from Nalan Mansion? Xiao Ming said as he acted like stranger not know much about her. Hearing this Nalan Yanran nodded. Almost every person in Jama Empire know that person whose surname is starting from Nalan or from Nalan Mansion. By the way, what's your name? The Nalan Yanran then asked. Wang Dong, Xiao Ming responded falsely as he can't say his original name. Then I take you back to a safe place, this place is not good to talk. Xiao Ming smiled and said. Thank you, thank you. The Nalan Yanran said quickly. Xiao Ming walked up to the Nalan Yanran, and then carried the Nalan Yanran on his back. You have trouble with your feet, let me carry you. The Nalan Yanran face turned red with embarrassment. He said timidly, okay. The Nalan Yanran lay on Xiao Ming back. The two balls were warm and soft, and they pressed against Xiao Ming instantly. Xiao Ming enjoyed the gentleness of the Nalan Yanran and walked towards the waterfall where he previously practiced his fighting skills. Chapter 34. Darkness Attribute. At this time, Nalan Yanran lay on Xiao Ming back. The Nalan Yanran put her head on Xiao Ming back, her pretty face blushed slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Xiao Ming carried the Nalan Yanran on his back and walked towards waterfall where he lived before. The two soft balls were attached to Xiao Ming back. Although they were a little flat, they seemed to be bigger than Zuner. At the noon, as the Xiao Ming took Nalan Yanran to waterfall seeing such beautiful scenery around her, she moved his head from his Xiao Ming back and started to scan surrounding. I didn't expect there is waterfall in the Warcraft Mountain, said Nalan Yanran. I just discovered it recently and there is also not any Warcraft monster around this so this place is safe, and there is water source and I also saw fish and shrimp in water and the food is also good, said Xiao Ming. After saying Xiao Ming took Nalan Yanran he placed her gently under foot of the tree to sit her properly. Seeing that the sky was completely dark, Xiao Ming lit a fire in the canyon. The fire was not big. Xiao Ming also catch two fish from the waterfall, passed them through the dry branches, and grilled them on the fire. Outside the waterfall, the roars of various monsters and the whistling of the wind combined together and resounded endlessly. Near the waterfall, a man and a woman were alone. Separated by a ray of fire, they sat face to face. No one spoke, but neither of them felt at peace. Sizzling, a spark shot out from the fire. Xiao Ming turned the grilled fish over. Soon after, a smell of fish wafted out. Xiao Ming was the first to speak. This fish is grilled. You first eat it. Xiao Ming handed the fish that had been grilled to Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran brushed the hair sticking to his face, then added firewood to the fire and said, I'm not hungry yet, you can eat first. Xiao Ming glanced at Nalan Yanran sideways and said, I'm not yet cooked, and you pointed not me. The fish stood up, then stood up and walked over with the grilled fish. Immediately, he couldn't help but grab Nalan Yanran's hand and forced the grilled fish into her hand. I told you that you don't need to be polite to me, and I have it, but it's just not cooked yet. Seeing Xiao Ming domineering scene, I felt Nalan Yanran's face instantly turned red and hot when she felt the warmth from his hand. Then she broke away without leaving any trace, sat aside with the grilled fish, minding his own business, lowered his head, and started eating in small bites. While Xiao Ming was grilling the fish seriously, Nalan Yanran was secretly sizing up Xiao Ming while eating the fish. After eating grilled fish, Nalan Yanran added more firewood to the fire, and then wanted to talk to Xiao Ming, but found that he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if he was practicing. It's better not to disturb him. He curled up his legs and lay down curled up, with his hands under his head and a pair of beautiful eyes looking directly at Xiao Ming's face through the firelight. Nalan Yanran then closed her eyes and fell asleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Nalan Yanran in detoxification, you got 140 heavenly points. Hearing system prompt, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. During quiet practice Xiao Ming recovered his Douqi and he reached more closer to 6-star fighting master. After opening his eyes he saw Nalan Yanran sleeping peacefully. He can't want to disturb him, so he stood up, walk some distance and see a comfortable place and sit down cross-legged. System, give me magic core of Shadow Wolf. A bulk color magic core appeared in Xiaoming's hand. System, extract attribute from magic core, Xiaoming said in his mind to system. Ding, congratulations to the host to obtaining darkness attribute, consume 1 chance of extraction. After that a seed of black color attribute seed appeared in front of Xiaoming's eyes, and mysterious energy circulate around him in the air. Xiaoming can't waste any time, form a hand seal and his Douqi release from his body and involved around the attribute seed of darkness completely. And it slowly moved towards Xiaoming's head and started to merge in it. Xiaoming's vein color changed into black for some time and he moved down to his meridian, it start to rotate there. Large amount of Douqi poured into Xiaoming's body towards his meridian. Xiaoming, who is sitting cross-legged, feeling large amount of Douqi merge in him. He feels like his meridian are going to explode from this. He made a low painful scream. After more than 10 minutes passes, darkness attribute successful merge in his body. Sweat in appeared in Xiaoming's face. Although it is somewhat painful, but Xiaoming endure it, and he also has healing factor which can help in his fast recovery. In just more than 2 minutes Xiaoming's body recovered to his original state. The most important thing is his Douqi realm increase by 1 star. He is now 6-star fighter, and amount of Douqi in his body is more than twice of any single attribute person at the same level. Feeling change in its body, Xiaoming felt happy and somewhat ready for more attribute. Xiaoming check his body, he can feel he can use his Douqi and sank in darkness and control his breath of its Douqi to avoid other person's soul perception. This is the property of dark attribute. Darkness attribute is very rare in Douqi Continent, only some handful of people possess this attribute, now he is one of them. Xiaoming moved his mind from checking his body to beast fire of Shadow Wolf in system space. Xiaoming already decided that he can absorb beast fire after upgrade it to 7th level beast fire. The reason he can't chose to absorb it and then upgrade it due to after absorbing it, if you can upgrade its flame level increase in its temperature, but it can't increase the level of burning Ju. So Xiaoming decided it to first upgrade it to 7th level beat fire and then absorb it. Xiaoming already had idea about this. System, sell Zhanjiang ruler in system mall, Xiaoming said to system in his mind. Xiaoming doesn't need Zhanjiang ruler, he already have Xuanyuan sword, which is more powerful than it. Zhanjiang ruler in system space suddenly disappeared from it. Ding, congratulations to the host for selling Zhanjiang ruler, you obtain 120,000 mall point. Chapter 35, Absorbing Beast Fire. Awe expected by the weapon used by Xiao Yan not only in Douqi Continent but also in the Great Thousand World. It can withstand the temperature of many heavenly flames. He was expected to be sold in high price in system mall. After this Xiaoming took out Shadow Wolf Beast Fire from system space in his right hand, but before upgraded to higher level Xiaoming take more precautions and said to system in his mind, system add 120 heavenly point to healing factor. Ding, congratulations to the host for adding 120 healing factor. Healing factor, 200. After upgrading healing factor, Xiaoming moved his mind to beast flame, now has more than enough mall points to upgrade its 7th level beast fire. Without thinking much he said to system, upgrade beat fire of Shadow Wolf to 7th level beat fire. If Xiaoming want to upgrade it, he can upgrade it 8th level beat fire or more, but he has to absorb it. Xiaoming body has only this limit to absorb it. If he is more greed, his body will be burned to ashes. Ding, congratulations to the host for 3rd level Shadow Wolf Beast Fire will be upgraded to the 7th level Shadow King Beast Fire, consume 36,000 mall points. After Beat Fire is upgraded, the expansion of power made the Shadow Wolf Beast Fire that had been in his hand seem to have awakened its sleeping animal nature. Not only did it release high temperature to burn Xiaoming's palms, but it also broke free from the control of his fighting spirit. It flew into the air and transformed into the shape of a ferocious wolf's head, which is much more bigger than Shadow Wolf, grinning at him and roaring continuously. HMPH. This should be 7th level monster Shadow King Wolf Beast Fire, or evolving it is looks scary, it is wild and difficult to tame. Xiaoming snorted coldly and shook his smoky palms. With his current strength as a 6-star fighting master, he naturally could not be easy to tame this beast, 7th level Beast Fire. His body shone bright red and sword body form layer around his body, with his soul power in the late mortal realm, with his sword body at level 1, which can also help him in damaging other soul. He could not severely damage a 7th level monster using it, but it can damage it to the point where he was able to absorb it. The 7th level Warcraft can transform into a human form, and at the same time, the weakness of the Warcraft soul will be made up for. His hands quickly formed a series of complex hand seals, and forming in red color chain come out of his body made of sword body in midair, grabbing the Shadow King Wolf's head flame. If the opponent is a genuine 7th level monster, the Shadow Wolf King, even if Xiaoming has higher level of sword body, there is a high probability that he will not be able to suppress the opponent. However, the extremely black beast fire in front of me is just a passive fire that has lost its host. At first glance, the 7th level beast fire seems quite bluffing, but in fact it is strong on the outside and weak in the middle, and does not have much combat effectiveness. Being attacked by the grapes by red Kulauer released by Xiaoming body, the extreme purple beast fire let out a painful roar. Xiaoming glared, forcing his red color chains to shrink, and forcibly pinched away the wolf's head form condensed by the extremely black beast fire. Buzz. Black flames spread out in all directions. Xiaoming clasped his hands together, took a deep breath, and inhaled all the scattered flames into his body. Immediately he sat down cross-legged, formed cultivation seals with his hands, and drove the extremely black beast fire in his body to circulate according to the circuit of the technique of burning Ju, and start refining it. As the black fire entered his body, he could feel that his body was getting hotter and hotter. Wave after wave of purple energy seeped out from all the meridians, and then gradually merged into the bones and flesh. Xiaoming also hurriedly controlled the cyclone to rotate at high speed, absorbing the thick black energy in his body into his meridians. But the black energy in his body is still increasing. This also caused Xiaoming's skin to gradually turn purple. His face also became a little painful because of the swelling and pain in his meridians. Although his skin are getting injured and plower, but at the same time he also getting healed slowly. The black energy in his body, because it was too strong, seemed to be turning into black. As he continued to absorb energy, Xiaoming's fighting spirit level also began to rise rapidly. After a while, he was promoted from a 6-star fighting master to a 7-star fighter. Then came the 8 stars and 9 stars, and after further he has more energy, which is enough for him to break through great fighting master. It can't go on like this, it must be suppressed. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming hurriedly pushed down the fighting spirit level with all his strength. In an instant, he fell from 9 stars peak back to 9 stars initial. As his fighting spirit level was reduced to 8 stars, the energy in his body suddenly began to rebound. He unexpectedly reached the 9-star realm again, but Xiaoming continued to press down. After several such confrontations, Xiaoming's fighting spirit level finally stayed at the peak 8-star fighting master. However, judging from the fullness of the Douqi cyclone, there is only a thin line between him and the 9-star Do master. It is estimated that a breakthrough will be achieved within a few days. It can be seen to more tamer than before. Immediately, he wrapped the dark black flame with fighting spirit and approached the slowly rotating cyclone in his lower abdomen. Under Xiaoming's mental gaze, the dark purple flame quickly shuttled through several meridians, and then projected directly into the cyclone. The light purple flame had just entered the cyclone, and the speed of the cyclone's rotation suddenly accelerated a lot at this moment. Wisps of light purple flames continued to rotate along with the rotation of the cyclone, and then separated from it and merged into the cyclone. As the last wisp of purple fire melted into the cyclone, Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a flash of purple light flashed and then disappeared. Come out, Shua. The dark black flame appeared on the hand again. Unexpectedly, I discovered that after being devoured by burning Ju, the beast fire was much easier to control than before. This is probably the biggest characteristic of Fen Ju. Xiaoming carefully examined his body and found that the meridians in his body had not only expanded a lot, but also opened up new lines that nearly doubled. Sure enough, it can evolve. The current burning technique has reached the advanced level of Zon level. Xiaoming burned skin recovered after taking a healing pill and its healing factor in some time. It takes Xiaoming whole night to do, although sun is just started to rise, but you can see your surrounding complete and gently blow of air passes through his face. Xiaoming stood up and stretching his arm and legs, wear a new clothes, become his clothes are burned to ashes by beast fire and moved toward Nalan Yanran where she is sleeping last night. When he comes to the place he saw Nalan Yanran sitting cross-legged and practicing. Chapter 36. Nalan Yanran Problems. Hearing footsteps coming towards him, Nalan Yanran opened his eyes and looking at the familiar figure coming towards her, he smiled and then with making her cheeks puffed to show his anger and cross his hand and placed at her chest and move his face other side and said, Where does brother Xiaoming goes without telling anything about this to Yanren? You know how anxious I am. I think brother Xiaoming leaves me alone in the dark forest. Seeing Nolan Yanren like this, Xiaoming smiled and said falsely as he can't told her that he was absorbing 7th level beast fire. I just go to find some medicinal ingredients around the forest. I don't know why, but Nolan Yanren is quite cute how she was become a little villain in the original work, Xiaoming think in her mind while seeing Nolan Yanren. Hearing Xiaoming's explanation, Nolan Yanren moved his face to Xiaoming's side and said, okay, then I spare you this time. Are your poison detoxified completely? Xiaoming asked to Nolan Yanren with concern in his voice. Hearing caring words from Xiaoming, Nolan Yanren said, I am now completely fine now, and poisons are completely detoxified. That's okay. Nolan Yanren stared at Xiaoming's face and then asked, brother Xiaoming, where are you going now? Hearing Nolan Yanren question, Xiaoming said, I still have planned to go to hunting Warcraft monster and collect monster core. I cannot collect enough. Xiaoming come to Warcraft Mountain to monster core and sell them into System Mall. He just come yesterday and can't collect enough, so he wanted to go and collect more of this. Hearing Xiaoming answer, Nolan Yanren become happy and said cheerfully, I also want to fight monster and gain some experience in real battle. Then we can go together. Nolan Yanren, who only meet Xiaoming last night, but he didn't know why he didn't want to leave him, and want to stay with him. Hearing Nolan Yanren words, Xiaoming naturally agreed. After they both go to Warcraft Mountain to hunt monsters together. In the way they meet some first level monster like Flame Tiger, which were handled by Nolan Yanren and some with the help with Xiaoming, as he only 3-star fighter. Xiaoming also killed many 2nd and 3rd tier monster. Xiaoming cut the monster with her sword smoothly without using much of his efforts, which surprised Nolan Yanren as both of them about the same age, but other was much more stronger than her, not only in cultivation but also in swordmanship, which also make Nolan Yanren curious about Xiaoming's background. Between the time, Xiaoming also give Nolan Yanren guidance. Xiaoming also collect many monster core and medicinal ingredients during the time, which help her in her refining medical pills. They do this all day, and in night they come to waterfall, which you say their secret base, to sleep and eat and recover from their fatigue of all the training. In the night, under a bright moon, near the waterfall, a man and a woman were alone, sitting parallel to each other, a ray of fire burning in front of them and Xiaoming grilling the fish. Nolan Yanren on the side eating with happy expression on his face. How is it taste? Xiaoming asked to Nolan Yanren. It is most delicious fish fry I can ever eat, Nolan Yanren said while moving his tongue on his lips, and after this started to take large bites. Xiaoming doesn't know many things to cook, just like rabbit, wolf and other Warcraft monster in Douqi Continent, but he is full of confidence when it comes to cooking fish. It has personal experience from past life. Xiaoming was orphaned, so he had to make all those food by himself, and in Douqi Continent the taste and quality are quite low and not many food present here. This is due to the fact that they don't need to eat much as they do cultivation, so they didn't care about the food. As for Nolan Yanren, only eat because it tastes very good. After eating food they sat together under a tree and stare at the moon. Nolan Yanren moved his face to Xiaoming and opened his mouth and asked to Xiaoming, brother Xiaoming, I wanted to ask you something, can I ask to you? Hearing this, Xiaoming nodded. Brother Xiaoming, if you have a fiancé made by the agreement by their grandfathers without asking you, you can't even meet her since childhood, you can't even like her, how can you marry her and spend her rest of his life with him? Nolan Yanren asked with pleading eyes and wanted to ask Xiaoming opinion. Hearing Nolan Yanren question, Xiaoming already guessed what she want to talking about it, the marriage between her and Xiao Yan. Then he looked at Nolan Yanren and said seriously, in this situation I will definitely try to break the marriage with her. How can we live with a person for rest of your life who you don't love? It is only like a forced marriage, it leads to quarrel between the two and breaks after some of time, and none of them were happy with that. Hearing Xiaoming answer, Nolan Yanren eyes lit up, although she wanted to ask Xiaoming opinion but she has some expectations about it. But after hearing Xiaoming answer, she was fully determined. When she returned to Misty Cloud sect, she asked her teacher to break the engagement as fast as she can. Then Xiaoming added, but you can't use force behind you to break it forcefully. You had talk with her in a room with her and her parents peacefully without spreading this in all her family and city. You know, if a girl break a marriage with a boy, it will be very shameful for him. Xiaoming said the problem which Nolan Yanren done in original work. Hearing this, Nolan Yanren paused for a moment and said, I can do as brother Xiaoming said. Hearing Nolan Yanren answer, Xiaoming can rest all of the thing to fate, whether 3-year agreement will happen or not. After they both talked to each other at some other topics, and slept. In the middle of night Nolan Yanran who can't sleep well, she has a habit to sleep in bed and soft pillow. It is difficulty for him to sleep in the ground, so she moved closer to Xiaoming who is sleeping beside her and used Xiaoming's hands as her pillow and hug him with her hand and spread her legs on Xiaoming's legs and sleep peacefully as he thinks Xiaoming is her teddy bear. Chapter 37. Parted with Nolan Yanran. More than a week has been passed. During the period of time they going to hunt monsters in the day and sleep at night. After doing the hard training and gaining combat experience of 1 week, Nolan Yanran broke through 4-star fighter and Xiaoming broke through 9-star doshi, which surprised Nolan Yanran the most. After knowing Xiaoming level she also shocked. She just thought that Xiaoming was stronger than her, but that much stronger she can't thought about it. In the night, a young boy lying in the grass and a girl sitting next to her. Brother Xiaoming, are you leaving tomorrow? Nolan Yanran asked Xiaoming while looking at the Xiaoming face. Then she added, Brother Xiaoming, I have some connections with Misty Cloud sect. With your talent you will definitely be able to become disiple of sect leader. If you want I will help you. Nolan Yanran looking at Xiaoming's handsome face with expected eyes as she wanted that her brother Xiaoming agree and she and him live in Misty Cloud sect together. I have other important works to do, so I have to go, but in the future if I can go to Nolan house I will definitely come meet you, Xiaoming said to Nolan Yanran, although he know what she thinking but he can't go now. He can't meet little Dr. Fairy for a week as he promised to come. It had been a week past. He has to go to Tagore Desert and obtain Heavenly Flame. Although Nolan Yanran some disappointed in his face, but he will still happy with that she was lived with brother Xiaoming for a week, and brother Xiaoming also said that he will come to meet her in the future. Okay, I will wait for brother Xiaoming, but you must come to meet Yanran, Nolan Yanran said to Xiaoming with sweet smile on his face. Okay, I will promise to you. After that both become silent for a while. Xiaoming opened his mouth and said with teasing tone, Nolan Yanran, are you not going to sleep? Are you waiting for me to sleep first? And then add, you know when I was sleeping in past few days I constantly dreaming that a girl sleeping beside while lying in my arm. Nolan Yanran after hearing Xiaoming teasing words, her face turned red. In past few days she sleeps in Xiaoming arms. After Xiaoming sleeps, and wake up before Xiaoming she doesn't know that Xiaoming was knowing about it and he was only pretending of sleeping and taking advantage of her. Nolan Yanran whose face become red as tomato make a fist and move side to Xiaoming and hit Xiaoming chest with very small force and act like a child. Brother Xiaoming is bullying me, he was very bad. Seeing Nolan Yanran like this, Xiaoming hold both the Nolan Yanran moving hand and pull it. Nolan Yanran suddenly pulled by Xiaoming, his body moved toward Xiaoming and his face land on Xiaoming chest where he can feel the other person heartbeat. Seeing very close to other person Nolan Yanran heartbeat faster and she has no strength to resist other party, she is now at the mercy of other. If you have problem on sleeping on ground, how about sleep in my arm, Xiaoming said to Nolan Yanran sweetly who is lying on his chest. Hearing Xiaoming word Nolan Yanran nodded. After that Xiaoming adjusted the place Nolan Yanran face on his left hand which is close to her chest and right hand holding his soft waist, and his hand between the two body. Nolan Yanran who is lying in Xiaoming arm feeling warmth coming from Xiaoming body, she feels very relaxed and show a happy smile to Xiaoming. Seeing Nolan Yanran happy smile, Xiaoming move his face to Nolan Yanran head, give her a good night kiss on his head and said, you can sleep now. Nolan Yanran who was suddenly kissed by Xiaoming, his face turned red, she buried her face on Xiaoming chest not daring to look at him. He clearly hear the heat beat of Xiaoming which she can feel like a pleasant music to her ear, and sleep comfortably in his embrace. Next morning both wake from the sleep after long time as two of them can't want to let off each other. After this Xiaoming grilled some fish for her, gave her some fish to his later journey. Both walked together to the outskirt of forest, but before leaving Nolan Yanran moved towards Xiaoming and took out a Do skill in his hand. Brother Xiaoming, this is wind attribute mid-zone level sword skill, this is for you as a parting gift given to you by Nolan Yanran, you must accept it, Nolan Yanran said to Xiaoming, as he no other person can't accept it easily. In the past days Xiaoming is used sword to battle with Warcraft monsters, so Nolan Yanran think that Xiaoming is a wind attribute skill user. Hearing Nolan Yanran words, Xiaoming remember that he has wind attribute but he can't practice any skills about that, so he's somewhat interested in that. Okay, I will take it, but you also have to take a parting gift from me. After saying, Xiaoming took out a pill from his storage ring. This is a special fighter pill I obtained from a cave. This will increase the strength of person at the fighter level by 3 star. Xiaoming said to Nolan Yanran, as he know that this type of elixir only increase person by 1 star if he can't say about the cave other party didn't believe it. Hearing Xiao Ming words, Nolan Yanran become exited. She just wanted to improve his realm as fast she can. After swallowing she increase her strength to 7-star fighter, and which increase the chances to make Elder of Misty Cloud sect have to agreed with her. After this both exchange their gifts and Nolan Yanran put fighting pill in the ring. As for Xiao Ming, he raised his hand to take the scroll. Xiao Ming took a closer look and saw that it was the Zon level intermediate fighting technique called Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. A technique which allows the use to create swords of Douqi, identical to the one the owner holds, and use them as projectiles. This technique can create 5 swords identical to sword. If I make identical sword as Xuanyuan sword, which is very powerful, and fuse them with sword intent, it will be helpful in long range attack. After that its power is same as that of high level Zon level, and he can also upgrade it in future. Xiao Ming give a satisfied smile. After flipping through it for a moment, Xiao Ming put the scroll into the ring and chuckled. This is exactly what I want, so you're welcome. Brother Xiao Ming, you must come to meet Yanran, Nolan Yanran said to Xiao Ming as he reminded him. Hearing Nolan Yanran words, Xiao Ming nodded. Ding, congratulations to the host for helping Nolan Yanran. For giving him fighting pill you obtain 100 heavenly points. Suddenly a voice come to Xiao Ming mind. After this both left in different directions. Xiao Ming goes to Qingxin Town and Nolan Yanran to Misty Cloud Sect, both left for a better reunion. Chapter 38. Helping Little Dr. Fairy. Xiao Ming walked toward the hotel in Qingxin Town where he rested before, wanted to take a good bath. He had not taken it for a week. Suddenly Xiao Ming hear noise from surrounding which caught her attention. Did you hear about it? It is said that the little medical fairy discovered the treasures of the predecessors. Now the 3 major mercenary groups in Qingxin Town have united and are preparing to force Wanbaojai to hand over the little medical fairy, and then divide the treasure equally. 2 mercenary talking to each other. These guys from the mercenary group are really nothing. When the little medical fairy helped them before, why didn't they say anything? Now that they see that they have treasures, they want to steal their treasures. It's really, quote, that's it, but how can those mercenary hold back the greed in their hearts? The little medical fairy is a weak woman, alas. Xiao Ming also frowned when he heard these comments, but it was okay. Fortunately, the little medical fairy is now in Wanbaojai and is safe for the time being. You dare to touch my people, you are so impatient. Xiao Ming moved fastly and rushed to the stronghold of Wanyaojai, where the little medical fairy was now. Xiao Ming pulled over a passerby and inquired about Wanyaojai's stronghold in Qingxin Town. Then he walked quickly towards where the passerby pointed. After turning a few streets, the noise gradually faded away. Xiao Ming walked slowly along this quiet path. After a while, a rather unique small manor appeared in sight. At the entrance of the manor, the defense was quite tight, and there were actually more than a dozen fully armed guards guarding it. Looking at the guards, Xiao Ming frowned slightly. He didn't want to alarm the owner of Wanyaojai, so as not to cause trouble. When he found the little medical fairy, it wouldn't be too late to start a fight. Turning his eyes slightly, he turned around and came to the side of the manor. After carefully looking around, he climbed in quietly. Sneaking into the manor, Xiao Ming carefully avoided some patrolling guards, and then quietly captured a girl wearing a maid's costume. Looking at the girl's frightened expression, Xiao Ming lowered his voice and asked in a hissing voice, "Is the little medical fairy here?" Xiao Ming covered her mouth, and the girl could only make a vague sound. "Tell me which room she is in, and don't play any tricks on me, or I will strip you naked and throw you out." The low threatening voice sounded in her ears, frightening the young girl to the point where tears appeared in her eyes. Immediately, he pointed out the route to the little medical fairy's room tremblingly. After getting the position, Xiao Ming knocked the girl unconscious. Then he hid in a hidden place, and then carefully ran towards the location she pointed out before. After dodging several waves of patrols, Xiao Ming successfully arrived at a rather quiet room and quietly walked around to the front, only to find that there were 4 guards at the door. However, although these 4 seemed its guarding. The glances they occasionally glanced at the room made Xiao Ming feel more like they were spying. "Little medical fairy, I'm here to save the beauty." He smiled secretly in his heart, and thanked him for quietly climbing into the room through the window. Soon as Xiao Ming entered the room, he saw the little medical fairy. He didn't know what kind of medicine she was preparing. Xiao Ming coughed lightly and immediately attracted the little medical fairy's attention, and then smiled. Then he walked up to the little medical fairy and chuckled, "How have you been lately? Do you miss me very much?" "Shush, don't talk yet." The little medical fairy took out a small jade bottle from his arms and poured it into the pot. "Take out some liquid and gently wipe it on Xiaoming's palm." "What are you doing?" Xiaoming asked with some confusion. "The fragrance in the room is a kind of chronic poison," the little medical fairy said with a smile, "but as long as you apply the antidote I prepared, you can be immune to it." Looking at Xiaoming's shocked face, the little fairy doctor touched the black hair on his forehead, and said helplessly, "I can't help it. Weak women are not strong enough, so they can only use these type of mythos to defend themselves." "Ha ha." Xiaoming smiled and pointing to the outside, he asked, "Outside?" "Well, it's being monitored." Nodding with a smile, the little medical fairy said casually, "The treasures obtained before were accidentally known to the people of the Wolf Head mercenary group. Later, they didn't get any advantage from me, so they spread the news that I had obtained the treasure, and prepared to unite with the people from the 3 major mercenary groups to force me to hand over the treasure. The owner of Wan Yaojai also became greedy for that thing. I used to find excuses to send him away, but recently, he seems to be getting more and more impatient." "Then why don't you leave? With your ability to release poison, no one here should be able to stop you, right?" Xiaoming asked with a smile. "Waiting for you to save me." A smile appeared on her pretty face, and the little medical fairy said with a full smile, "I want to study the 7-colored poison sutra, and naturally I need a lot of medicinal materials for testing. Isn't this the best place? But today, I think it's time to leave." The little medical fairy turned her head and stared at Xiaoming, with smile. Xiaoming was not modest at all. He stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go. I will help you vent your anger later. This little girl depends on you, the great hero." The little medical fairy smiled lightly. "Don't worry, it's on me." Xiaoming smiled and said nothing else. As the little medical fairy here, as soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man rushed in with 2 guards. "Little medical fairy, who is this?" The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Xiaoming, and he asked the little medical fairy with a smile, "Do you want me to take action?" Xiaoming ignored the middle-aged man and asked the little medical fairy, "Do you want me to take action?" Xiaoming ignored the middle-aged man and asked the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy knew what Xiaoming meant, shook his head, suddenly raised his head and said with a smile, "Mr. Yao, look at your right palm, is it a little faintly blue?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly opening his right hand, he saw that his palm was indeed faintly blue. He immediately yelled, You poisoned me. Mr. Yao should know what to do, right?" The little medical fairy chuckled. "Let's go, but leave the antidote." Mr. Yao struggled for a while and shouted with an ugly face, "Of course I can't give you the antidote now. When we leave safely, the antidote will be given to you. Otherwise, just wait for death," the little medical fairy said with a joking look on his face. "Let them go." Mr. Yao waved to the guards and asked them to get out of the way. "Let's go." Seeing Mr. Yao retreat, the little medical fairy turned his head and smiled at Xiaoming. Giving a thumbs up, Xiaoming took the lead and walked towards the door, followed closely by the little medical fairy. But before leaving the courtyard, Xiaoming took out dark black fire in his hand, spread them in the courtyard. Boom, there was a loud bang behind him. Courtyard turned into ruins, and then he saw poor owner of Wanyaojai was blown to ashes before he could react. "What's going on?" The little medical fairy turned around and saw courtyard's stronghold suddenly exploded and turned into ruins. Her pretty face was full of doubts. "Could it be you who did it?" The little medical fairy looked at Xiaoming who's standing beside her, and then shook his head in denial, waiting for Xiaoming's answer. "Old man has evil intention towards you. He must attack you in the future if he get chance." Xiaoming looked at the little medical fairy's confused look and said. The little medical fairy who didn't think about it simply didn't think about it anymore. It would be better if it exploded. In this way, they had no intention of distracting themselves anymore. Chapter 39. Killing 3 mercenary groups. Coming to an open area, the little medical fairy took out a bamboo whistle from his arms and gently blew out a wisp of sound waves. A moment later, in the sky, a blue giant eagle flew quickly from a distance, and then circled above the manor. It finally landed slowly. Looking at the blue eagle getting lower and lower, Xiaoming hugged the little medical fairy's slender waist, stepped on the ground with his feet and made an explosion sound. His body suddenly rose into the sky, and finally landed firmly on the eagle's back. Little medical fairy, now leave for the wolf-head mercenary group, and I will vent your anger. Xiao Ming said. Are you sure? The little medical fairy was slightly startled when he heard Xiao Ming's words. Although he knew that Xiao Ming was strong, but now he is going to his base camp alone, why don't he make some preparations? Don't worry, my strength is enough for the so-called mercenary group, it's all right. Xiao Ming saw the little medical fairy's concerns and laughed quickly. Xiao Lan, let's go. After receiving Xiao Ming's affirmative answer, the little medical fairy did not hesitate, patted the blue eagle at her feet, pointed in the south direction, and the blue eagle immediately flew towards the south of Qingshan town, where it is the headquarters of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group. The Wolf-Head Mercenary Group has been developing in Qingshan town for more than 10 years. The core members are probably in their 70s to 90s. Most of their strength is between 2 and 5 stars. The Wolf-Head Mercenary Group has 3 leaders. The 3rd Regiment Commander Hao Meng is an 8-star fighter, the 2nd Regiment Commander Gan Mu is a 9-star fighter, and the 1st Regiment Commander Mu Shi is a 2-star fighting master. Among them, the one you need to pay attention to is Mu Shi. The technique he practices is a technique called the Wind Attribute skill of Soaring Killer Wind, seems to be at the advanced level of Huang level. Apart from the skills, Mu Shi is also proficient in 3 fighting skills, one of which is attack fighting skill, one is defensive fighting skill, and one is body fighting skill. Moreover, the 3 fighting skills are all Huang level advanced fighting skills. The little medical fairy introduced the situation of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming smiled and listened quietly. Xiao Ming would not refuse the little medical fairy's kindness. We're here, be careful. Soon Blue Eagle came to the sky above the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group, and the little fairy doctor turned his head and warned Xiao Ming. Don't worry, it's up to me next time. Xiao Ming gave the little medical fairy a big smile, turned over and jumped off the eagle's back. Bang! Xiao Xie jumped down from a high altitude and landed with his feet, making a big hole in the stone bricks under his feet. How dare you break into the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group? I don't want to live. Upon hearing the movement, a dozen mercenaries immediately surrounded Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming ignored the mercenaries in front of him and took out Xuanyuan's sword from the storage ring. You little brat, how dare you ignore us? One of the mercenaries saw Xiao Ming ignoring them and talking to a knife. He became angry and struck Xiao Ming with his knife. Ding dong! Xiao Ming looked at the sword that was slashing at him, his eyes focused, the sword flashed, and the 2 swords intersected. What a fast sword! The mercenary looked at the sword that had become 2 halves in his hand, and moved forward with inertia. After rushing a few steps, his vision went dark. What is that? It looks so familiar, it's my body. Looking at the headless corpse, the last thought flashed through the mercenary's mind. Bang! The headless corpse fell to the ground, blood spurted out. It's your turn. Xiao Ming smiled at the other mercenaries. Looking at Xiao Ming's smiling face and looking at the headless corpse beside him, the mercenaries felt a chill and all took a step back. Since you don't come over, then I will come over. Although Xiao Ming was smiling, the words he spoke were terrifying. Holding the Xuanyuan sword cover it with sword intent, he rushed into the crowd like a smiling god of death. Ah, no, run, run, system, extract attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining water attribute. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining fire attribute. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining thunder attribute. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining wind attribute. ... Boom. The hall door of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group was suddenly blasted open. Who are you? Come here, don't take him down yet. The 3 regiment leaders who were discussing the matter were startled by the loud noise. The 3rd regiment leader Hao Meng looked at the young man who appeared at the door, roared. Xiao Ming picked his ears and waved his hands impatiently. Stop shouting, there are only 3 of you left here. What did you say? Gan Mu, the 2nd regiment leader, said in shock. So much nonsense. I have to rush to the other 2 families. I won't play with you anymore. Xiao Ming rushed with lightning speed and rushed directly towards the 3 of them, with a flash of sword. Puff! Bang bang bang! Under the shocked gaze of the little medical fairy, 3 heads rose into the sky, and 3 headless corpses fell to the ground. One of the 3 major mercenary groups in Qingshan town, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group, was eliminated. System extract attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining fire attribute. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining wind attribute. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining sand attribute. Hearing system prompt, Xiao showed smiled. In just little time he gained 3 more attribute: lighting, water and sand. Xiaoming also picked their storage ring, which have medicine material and fighting skill. Although he can't use, he sell it in system mall. Okay, let's go to the Viper mercenary group and the Sharp Sword mercenary group next. Xiaoming returned to Xiaolan, stood on his back and smiled at the surprised little medical fairy. The little medical fairy looked at Xiaoming and couldn't help but ask, "What is your current level of fighting spirit?" 9-star fighter master. Xiaoming smiled and said. When the little medical fairy heard Xiaoming's words, he gave him a roll of his eyes. No wonder you have to deal with the people of the Wolf Head mercenary group. It's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. In the end, the little medical fairy couldn't hold back and spit out 2 words, monster. The little fairy doctor patted the blue eagle at his feet, and took Xiaoming to the Viper mercenary group and the Tiger Tooth mercenary group. The next day, Qingshan town was in a state of excitement, and the mercenaries were all talking about it. Hey, did you hear that the 3 major mercenary groups were picked out by someone? I heard that the 3 major mercenary groups were killed by the same person. Does anyone know what happened? Quote, I know this. It's not because the people from the 3 major mercenary groups were preparing to deal with the little medical fairy, but they were killed by the little medical fairy's friend, Xiaoming, and even the owner of Wanyaojai was killed. It's so miserable to be killed. It's so miserable. What a tragedy. Killers will always be killed. If they hadn't coveted the treasure of the little medical fairy, how could they have brought about the disaster of annihilation? Stop talking. Drink. Yes, drink. ... Chapter 40. Refining 3-line green spirit pill. After coming out of Qingshan town, Xiaoming and the 2 did not rush across the Warcraft mountains. Instead, under the leadership of the little medical fairy, they came to a place with extremely abundant energy. Xiaoming is no stranger to this place. This is exactly the basin where medicinal materials grow everywhere when he followed the medicine collection team. But this time, however, under the guidance of the little medical fairy, he flew directly into the depths of the basin from high altitude. Slowly landing in the depths of the basin, the rich energy filled in the small valley made Xiaoming take a deep breath of air with a face full of ecstasy, and his spirit was suddenly lifted. How's it going? Is this place good? The small valley here is completely isolated from the outside, and there is thick fog in the sky, making it extremely hidden. If Shaolin hadn't accidentally broken in, I probably wouldn't have discovered this place. Strange. Looking at Xiaoming's amazed expression, the little medical fairy smiled slightly proudly. It's indeed great. Xiaoming nodded with praise. His eyes swept across the valley filled with light energy mist, but he was once again pleasantly surprised to find that in the valley there are actually all kinds of precious medicinal herbs growing there, and the smell of medicinal herbs mixed in the mist makes people feel relaxed and happy. Shall we stay here for a while? There are some herbs that I need to prepare from my 7-colored poison sutra, and they happen to be here. He tilted his head. The little medical fairy looked at Xiao with a hint of discussion in his tone. No problem. Xiaoming agreed without hesitation. This kind of isolated place, where a man and a woman alone are together, is just conducive to cultivating feelings. Hearing Xiaoming say this, the little medical fairy smiled slightly, blew a bamboo whistle at the blue eagle, and let it fly freely. Then he led Xiaoming and walked to a corner of the small valley. Pointing to a straw hut there, she smiled and said, "This is what I built before. Let's live in it during this period." Haha, even though it is a hut, there are beautiful women living together. I'm happy too. Looking across the hut, Xiaoming nodded, turned his head and looked at the jade-like smooth side of the little medical fairy's face, and couldn't help but smile and tease. Hearing this, the pretty face of the little medical fairy blushed slightly, and she rolled her eyes at him. Then she danced his little fists and hummed softly, "It's better not to think that I'm weak, so you dare to mess with me." "Don't dare. I don't dare." Xiaoming quickly raised his hands as if surrendering. The little medical fairy raised her jade hand to Xiaoming and said, "I'm going to collect medicine first. You can walk around as you like." After saying that, he turned around and faced Xiaoming, walking towards some herbs in the distance. In a small valley isolated from the world, Xiaoming and the little fairy doctor were quiet, living their own lives. One person is cultivating fighting spirit and the other is studying poison scriptures. The two parties do not disturb each other. The quiet days are quite leisurely and fulfilling. After staying in the small valley for 2, Xiaoming stopped practicing. It was noon outside, and the hot sunlight was shining down. As soon as Xiaoming opened the door, the dazzling sunlight shone on him. On his face, Xiaoming couldn't help but squint his eyes. Xiaoming established his realm properly. He just need to break through to Great Fighting Master, so he decided to make 3-line green spirit pill and Little Medical Fairy, I'm going to refine the medicine, why don't you come and watch? Xiaoming said to Little Medical Fairies who is preparing poison on the stone. Hearing Xiaoming word, Little Medical Fairy eyes lit up. She put other things aside and come to Xiaoming's side and seen quietly with exited face. Seeing Little Doctor exited face, Xiaoming smiled and took out Demon Cauldron from his storage ring and placed in the ground. Seeing big cauldron appeared in the ground, Little Doctor Fairy eyes widened. He can't see such a big cauldron ever, she see it for the first time. Ignoring Little Fairy's surprised expression, Xiaoming slowly sent the dark black fire into the medicine cauldron and started the first step of refining the medicine. As the temperature in the medicine cauldron gradually increased and reached the requirements for refining the elixir, he began to methodically control the medicinal materials to fly into the medicine cauldron one after another. As soon as these medicinal materials entered the medicine cauldron, they were gently wrapped by the dark black fire. Under Xiaoming's control, the flames divided into dozens of tiny flames, each of which accurately corresponded to a medicinal plant, and began to burn slowly, refining the essence of the medicinal materials. The medicinal aroma in the air becomes more and more intense as the medicinal materials are refined. The aromas of various medicinal materials are intertwined to form a complex and harmonious aroma, which makes people feel refreshed. Xiaoming Fom control ability already reached 6th tier alchemist, and he also absorbed 7th level beast fire. His fire control ability increase. Xiaoming is afraid of making mistakes while mixing them all at the same time. 2-hour time passed quietly. After that, Xiaoming reached the most critical stage. He started to melt the elixir in the refining process. After refining successfully, next thing is to mix it properly, these 3 substances together. Xiaoming was extremely concentrated at the moment. His soul power is filling every corner of the medicine cauldron, and any slight change can be instantly fed back to his mind. The process of integrating medicinal power is the most time-consuming of all steps in alchemy. Xiaoming's fusion lasted for nearly 3 hours before gradually coming to an end. Xiaoming completed this process smoothly. Receive it. Xiaoming's handprints changed, and a round pill flew out of the medicine cauldron and went straight into his palm. The elixir is moist and full, crystal clear, and exudes a strong medicinal fragrance. The elixir is all green, and there are 3 clear elixir patterns of purple, red and blue on the elixir. This means that this is a genuine 3-grain blue spirit pill. On the surface of the elixir, there is a faint cloud appearing, the elixir cloud, the symbol of the almost perfect elixir for a normal alchemist, but for system it can also upgraded. It is indeed a good result for the Xiaoming who is preparing peak 4th grade elixir for the first time. Little Dr. Fairy who is standing not far away see the pill come out of medicine cauldron rushed towards Xiaoming to see it. Little Dr. Fairy who come to Xiaoming's side stared at the elixir. She first time see making a alchemist reefing a pill. She can't help but feel excitement and said, Xiaoming, can I take the elixir from you for the sum I return to after that? How Xiaoming refuse it? Little Dr. Fairy request who is looking with his eyes which filled with star. He just handed it to Little Dr. Fairy hand. Little Dr. Fairy looked at the elixir in his observe it closely, the 3 pattern in it. It's like a child is playing with a new toy, it's looking somewhat funny. After this she asked, Xiaoming, what kind of elixir is this and what is its rank? Hearing Little Dr. Fairy question, Xiaoming replied, it is 4th grade elixir, 3-line green spirit pill which help in some one break through great fighter level. Hearing Xiaoming description, Little Dr. Fairy surprised. She didn't expect that elixir in his hand was 4th grade elixir. She think it is only 2nd and 3rd grade. This means Xiaoming is 4th grade alchemist. Little Dr. Fairy moved his face to Xiaoming face looked at him with admiration. After seeing pill for some more time, Little Dr. Fairy returned pill to Xiaoming hand and said, you are going to break through in great fighter realm, so when do you come out from your seclusion? He replied, next morning. Hearing Xiaoming, Little Fairy Doctor said, okay, I will make morning food for you. Hearing Little Doctor, Xiaoming feel like a wife is caring for her husband, he just nodded. Chapter 41, Advancing to Great Fighting Master. Xiaoming found a suitable place for taking elixir. He found a place in the corner which was far from where he and little Dr. Fairy live and sit down. System upgraded to its perfect form. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading 3-line green spirit pill to 6-line green spirit pill. Consume 8,000 mol points. The elixir in Xiaoming palm shone bright and convert into 6-line green spirit pill, which have more 3-line than previous. Without delaying any time, Xiaoming take elixir and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Take the medicine and quickly maintain your cultivation attitude. The 6-marked green spirit pill melted immediately in his mouth, and before Xiaoming could react, it quickly transformed into 3 streams of pure energy. Like the rushing river, it rolled down the throat. Then he roared angrily and poured into the meridians. The moment the 6 strands of energy entered the meridians, Xiaoming's palm holding the practice mudra trembled suddenly. He discovered that the 6 energies burst out with blazing temperature at this moment, and continued to burn his body along the meridians. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and quickly calmed down, gritting his teeth and enduring the weird pain. Controlling his mind, he quickly sank into his body. With a thought, in the whirlpool, waves of surging crimson fighting energy surged out along his meridians. Finally, somewhere in the meridians, the energy of the 6-line Qingling pill collided fiercely. Bang! Hearing the slight muffled sound coming from his body, Xiaoming also let out a low groan in his throat, and a flush flushed on his face. The handprints changed rapidly, and the mind began to guide these 3 energy, which had been washed away by the fighting spirit, and began to move rapidly along the route of the technique. During the operation, the 3 energies were entangled with each other, and they were able to blend together extremely harmoniously. Hissing cold breath came out from between his teeth. Within the body, countless small strands of energy, with an overwhelming momentum, savagely rushed into some tight meridians that Xiaoming had never reached before. Energy whizzed by like a river, and the narrow meridians expanded rapidly, and tiny cracks appeared on the walls of the meridians. From the cracks, a faint light sputtered out, which was a sign that the meridians could not help but expand violently and were about to explode. Just as the cracks in the meridians gradually expanded, the tail of the 6-color tiny energy whizzing by dropped countless energy liquids along the way. These hot liquids quickly adhered to the walls of the meridians that were about to be broken, and then penetrated, and with the penetration of energy liquid, those cracks actually began to slowly shrink. After a while, the cracks in the meridians disappeared completely. A small 6-color energy column suddenly spurted out from the pores on the surface of Xiaoming's body. Shortly after the first sound, Xiaoming's body suddenly began to tremble continuously. On the surface of his body, streams of 3-color energy surged out from his body like a fountain. For a moment, he looked like a kettle with countless holes. The energy spurt only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing completely. But after the energy disappeared, some blood slowly seeped out from the pores that spurted out tiny energy pillars. And those pores that were opened slowly began to return to normal. However, Xiaoming could feel it very clearly. Whenever he transforms into a cultivation seal, the pores that are opened up and connected to the meridians are like a wind tunnel. At a speed that is more than 10 times faster than before, it madly absorbs energy from the outside world. As time passed, the small meridians that were opened gradually stopped experiencing severe pain. Xiaoming also breathed a sigh of relief when he felt this scene. Finally, I can no longer be distracted and focus completely on the largest 6-color energy that is still rushing along the route of the technique. Finally, it was completely converted into pure liquid energy by the technique and poured into the cyclone. Under the infusion of wisps of energy liquid, in the cyclone, there is red liquid energy. It was rising suddenly at an almost shocking speed. As expected of the 6 marks green spirit pill, it is so powerful. Looking at this scene, Xiaoming was slightly surprised. He could find that at this time, his strength was about to break through the Great Dough Master barrier. But the medicinal power of the 6 patterns Qingling pill still has nearly 1/10. The 6-color energy liquid circulates rapidly through the meridians. Every time the cycle is completed, a large amount of refined energy will be injected into the cyclone. At this moment, the volume of the cyclone will suddenly increase a lot. As time passed slowly, Xiaoming in the outside world was enveloped in a faint crimson brilliance. And these red brilliance cover the body, forming the appearance of a fighting spirit gauze. But this Douqi Shei is constantly twisting, as if it is constructing and testing something. Faintly, those Douqi gauze clothes that were originally illusory actually appeared to have characteristics similar to real things. At this time, Xiaoming's body was undoubtedly racing against time. The liquid energy overflowing in the cyclone must be compressed into a solid state before the next wave of energy arrives. Only in this way can we avoid the crisis of cyclone breakout. With the continuous compression, the liquid energy in the cyclone has gradually bottomed out. A crimson diamond-shaped crystal only the size of a thumb suddenly caught Xiaoming's gaze. It slowly floated in the center of the cyclone, silent and motionless. Above the body, the flickering light showed the fragility of this newborn creature. The moment the diamond-shaped crystal appeared, a sound that seemed to break through some barrier came out of Xiaoming's body. Immediately, he felt a sense of comfort radiating from the depths of his soul. This small red crystal was the most critical thing to become a great fighter. A powerful Do master usually calls him Do Jing. In the eyes of many powerful people, only after possessing Do Jing can one truly enter the palace of Do Qi cultivation. Do Jing is the crystallization of all Do Qi in a person's body. A strange wave was transmitted into the Do Qi gauze that was constantly twisting on the surface of Xiaoming's body. After receiving this wave of fluctuation, the twisting of Do Qi Shui slowly stopped. An instant later, the colorful light of red, green, black, Psychen flashed suddenly, and the fighting spirit quickly merged, gathered, and finally merged with each other. After a moment, the brilliance dimmed slightly, and a pair of colorful fighting spirit armor made up of 4 elements appeared vaguely on the surface of Xiaoming's body. Although this Do Qi armor has only just begun to take shape, the colorful light and the vague and powerful energy spurt make it clear that it is that a normal Do Qi armor can't compare to it. However, Xiaoming didn't have the energy to care about this right now. He was observing Do Jing's every move in the cyclone. After the little thing was completely stable, Xiaoming carefully controlled the remaining 3-color energy liquid with his mind and continued to move along the technique route. Continuously refining the 3-color liquid, and then slowly absorbing the pure energy into Do Jing. During this continuous refining, the aura exuded by Xiaoming was gradually becoming stronger. Soon, with a muffled sound of bang coming from his body, he successfully broke through to the 4-star great fighter. And there was not much left of the 3-color energy liquid in Xiaoming's body. But he didn't care, and continued to refine the 3-color energy liquid to consolidate his realm. Finally, the 6-color energy liquid in Xiaoming's body was completely refined, and his Do Qi cultivation was completely stable at the level of a 4-star great fighter. Sensing the overwhelming feeling of power in his body, Xiaoming had a satisfied smile on his lips. At the level of the great fighter master, fighting spirit can finally leave the body and is no longer restricted and restrained by the body. It is even more advantageous to fight with others. Clenching his fists with both hands, fighting spirit slowly surged out. On the surface of Xiaoming's body, a pair of colorful armors slowly emerged, and finally covered his entire body, which looked more heroic and add a touch of more beauty to Xiaoming's body. This armor shall be made of 4 Do Qi attribute, fire, wood, dark, wind. In the future it will be more power if I add more attribute. It is more than 4 times stronger than any genuine fighting armor, Xiaoming think in his mind, and then he said. System Open Status Panel. Chapter 42, System Panel. A large blue-colored screen appeared in front of Xiaoming, which is floating in air. Status Mall. Host. Xiaoming. Age. 14. Cultivation. 4-star Great Fighting Master. Occupation. Alchemist 4th Tier. Soul Power. Late Mortal Realm. Attribute. Fire, Wood, Wind, Dark. Skill. Burning Ju, High Zon Level, Advance. Weapon. Xuanyuan Sword. Flames. Essence Flame. Equivalent to 3rd level Warcraft monster. Beast Fire. Shadow King Wolf 7th level Beast Fire. Fighting Skill. Xuanyuan Sword Sutra. 1. Sword Intent. Level 3. 762,500ths. 2. Sword Aura. Level 2. 502,000ths. 3. Sword Body. Level 2. 152,000ths. Octane Blast. Earth Low Level, Complete. Fire Palm. Mid-Zon Level, Master. Eagle Wings. High Zon Level, Advance. Strength. -125. Speed. 100. Bloodline. Charm. 70. Soul Power. -120. Comprehension. -150. Healing Factor. 200. Essence. 80. Chi. -30. Heavenly Point. 800. Maul Point. 1. 20,500. Extraction Chance. 46. Other skills. Fire control. Level 6. 1208 thousandths. Soul control. Level 3, 5506 thousandths. Silver tongue. Level 4, 801 200ths. Instinct. Level 1, 801 thousandths. Cooking. Level 2, 45 200ths. Psychic power. Level 1. 0080 1200. Title. Harem Master. System space. Xuanyuan Sword, Duhuang Peak Card, Duzong Peak Card, 220,000 gold coin, Golden Emperor Residual Energy, Burning Jew, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Xuanzhong Ruler, Black Demon Cauldron, Poison Pill Method, Medicine Recipe, 7 Fire Attribute, 4 Wind Attribute, 2 Water Attribute, 3 Lighting Attribute, Earth Attribute, Magic Cores, Medical Materials. In the recent time after knowing the sword body also affect his soul fighter skill, Xiaoming cultivated thoroughly, it now reached level 2. After absorbing beast fire and making 3-line green spirit pill, his fire control break through 6th grade alchemist and soul control reached to mid 6th tier alchemist. He has 560 heavenly points previously, system give him 240 points after saving little Dr. Fairy from mercenaries, its total 800 heavenly points. System add 180 heavenly points to strength, 120 heavenly points to speed, 200 points to soul power, 200 heavenly points to comprehension, 100 to essence, Xiaoming said to system in mind, and for chi he doesn't need to add, he has already more than twice the chi than any people in the same realm, as he absorbed more attributes, he can also increase chi in his body. Ding. Strength. 125,305. Speed. 100,220. Soul power. 120,320. Comprehension. Minus 150,350. Essence. 80,180. Xiaoming can feel change in his body, his muscles and bones become stronger and compact and hard, but the most changes in his soul and fire essence. There is vast amount of soul gather between his eyebrows flooded into his body, which give him warm feeling and his detection range increase a lot. As for his fire essence, it is comparable to low 4th level magical beast. Ding. Soul power. Low late mortal, mid late mortal realm. Hearing system notification, Xiaoming who is feeling warm in his body by increasing soul power move mind to system panel. My soul power break through mid late mortal realm, Xiaoming said in surprised he didn't expect to increase that much fast. After this Xiaoming move his attention towards new skill slots. System, can you introduce me new skill slots? Ding. Instinct. This type of skill will enhance your 6 senses, to higher levels beyond any cultivator, and help you in use your body at maximum potential. This skill is permanent effect, it will always applied to your body, cannot need to be turned on. Psychic. It is advanced skill to freely use or control the soul power at high proficiency at own will. It can also help in doing multiple tasking. It will also use in lifting the object and control their movements. It is temporary, it can only activate it unless you want, it has some side effects when use it on low level. Cooking. It is magical ability that greatly increase the taste of food you cook. Xiaoming was satisfied with skill slot given by system. One with instinct which increase his combat power. In close range you can dodge at minimum distance and use brute force to counter attack at the same point. As for psychic power will use soul power, not only increase the chances of refining high tier pill but also use in combat power in large distance. Xiaoming think of angry Buddha lotus that Xiao Yan create with the fusion of 2 or more heavenly fear, which is very slow and he has to go close to enemy to attack it, which also gives some damages to him, but Xiaoming has psychic power, he control his movements and speed used at the large distance. And for cooking he does have to say anything about this. Thinking of using psychic power, Xiaoming get exited, he stared to focus his mighty soul power to concentrate in between his eyes started to gather in his eyes, which started to turn black eyes into pink color. This movement is slow, after some time it is completely pink in color. He started to spread his soul power in the surrounding, Xiaoming started to feel connection between him and surrounding, but it is much stronger than before, but as the distance increase it getting less. With the movement of eyes the marbles around the Xiaoming started to float in the air, with just thinking of Xiaoming, soul power which covered them started to gather them all in front of him, then with help his hand point all the marbles in the direction of a rock which is near him, with the movement of his hand it shoot toward the rock. With the sound of bang, it hit the rock, and the marbles fell on the ground. Although Xiaoming is successful use it, but time is very short. He only maintain in this start for about 2 minutes for the first, but also there is some headache in his mind. His psychic power level is too low now, so there is some side effects while using it. As the level increase, the time and side effects also decreases a lot. Xiaoming, who was standing after using psychic power, he felt some headache in his mind. He hold his head and sat on the ground. Although high soul power increased to mid-late mortal realm and using psychic power feel cool, but his is too low, it has some side effects. Xiaoming feels that his mind hit by a hammer. Although Xiaoming has healing factor, but it can't help with mental problems. Xiaoming can only rely on time to recover himself. He now know that he can't use this at any time in the future until he can upgrade it to higher level. After more than 10 minutes, Xiaoming somewhat recover from it. Chapter 43. Absorbing Attribute and Buying Douqi Exercise. After recovering from headache, Xiaoming can't waste more time. He wanted to absorb attribute, but he can see there is also fire, wind attribute in the system space which he previously absorbed it before. System, I already have fire and wind attribute, why do you extracted it? Does I need to absorb it again? Xiaoming asked with confusion in his face. Ding, host, you can absorb it. System, is there any benefit? Xiaoming asked the system as he could get chance of extraction once in every month. This is very precious to him. Ding, host, there is 2 benefits for you after absorbing it. 1. It increase the speed of cultivation. As the concentration of attributes increase, it can absorb more Douqi of their respective chi form the air, but it is very less compared to duty bloodline. 2. It increase the resistance toward the attacks of person of same attribute. Xiaoming, who was confused before, but after hearing system prompt he now started to understand slowly. Speed increase by absorbing Douqi attribute. Although it is very less than any duty bloodline, but he has many attribute which can definitely increase a lot. He also remembered after Xiaoyan swallowed 2 strange fire which give him resistance toward flames. He directly swallowed flame created by people from Demon Flame Valley. Although it is not heavenly form, but it is very close to it. Thinking of this in his mind, Xiaoming smile on his face. System, you are really awesome. After this, Xiaoming does not waste any time. He take out attributes from system storage. After there are many attribute of red color fire attribute, cyan color wind attribute, yellow color lightning attribute, blue color water attribute, green color wood attribute. Seeds come in front of eyes which is floating in air with mysterious energy surrounding him. Xiaoming first absorb fire, wood and wind attribute which he already have, because it can't create any friction between them as he already have that attribute. Xiaoming started to form hand seals in his soul power envelope around the 7 fire attribute, and it moved towards his head, merge into it one by one. After absorbing it, Xiaoming absorbed rest of the attribute of wood and wind. It will take him more than 20 minutes to absorb. Although Xiaoming absorbed it, but he can't feel any changes in his body, become they less for him, but it can increase his chi certainly, not much as he absorbed it for first time. After this his eyes shift towards remaining attributes which is left to absorb. He first choose thunder attribute to absorb it. Soon yellow color attribute come in front of his eyes and his Douqi envelope him completely, and it started to merge into his body. After that it start to bend into his meridian, and a large number of Douqi of thunder attribute pour into his body, absorbing large amount of Douqi at small time and very fast speed, which made his meridian swell up. Although it is painful, but not as pain as previously for Xiaoming, who is advanced to great fighter level and has strong strength than before and more healing factor. After enduring pain for an half hour, Xiaoming able to absorb it. After this, Xiaoming started to absorb remaining attributes of water and sand. During this process, Xiaoming Douqi reached peak of 4-star great fighter. At the same time, Xiaoming opened his eyes. The black eyes were shining, and deep in the bottom of the eyes, a sharp colorful glow quietly disappeared. His whole person has completely restored to the past peace and gentleness. The only difference is that there is more awe-inspiring between his eyebrows, which makes him look more heroic and determined. After absorbing all the attribute and feeling change in the Douqi of his body, which is no contain fire, wood, wind, dark, water, lighting and earth, and his Douqi. His strength is increase a lot more than that of previous one. After absorbing earth attribute increases his defense, wind attribute increase his speed, increase in wood and water attribute increase his natural healing process. But different from the healing factor is that he can't only heal his body, but it can also able to heal the soul of a Xiaoming faster than before, which healing factor can't do, and increase in fire and lightning attribute increase his strength. Although he absorbed all the attribute, Xiaoming Douqi is more than 3 times of any normal single attribute user, but he felt that there is some things which is missing in his body. Xiaoming already know about this, His body contained Douqi of different attributes, but their quantity is different from each other, and major difference is when it compared to fire attribute. Xiaoming only practiced fire attribute Fenju as exercise to cultivate Douqi, although he absorbed other Douqi but which very less than compared to practicing fire attribute Douqi exercise, which caused different in the quantity of them. Xiaoming previously has only 2 attribute and don't have enough mall points, so he can't buy it, but now he have. Xiaoming already selected the technique he want to practice in advance. System, show me Great Dao Extreme Elemental Ju. Ding. Great Dao Extreme Elemental Ju. It is an exercise which help the user to practice multiple attributes at the same time. It also help you create a true elemental physique which is made of different element attribute, and you will able to fuse different attributes of Douqi in one to create a powerful attack. Rank. God level, beyond divine level. Price. 1 million mall points. Hearing description from the system, although Xiaoming already seen it before, but he always make him amazed just by thinking about it. Unlike Fenju, who can only absorb and fuse different fire, but it can't only absorb and fuse different fire, but he also able to fuse water, lighting and other attribute with each other, which can make it much more powerful than Fenju, and another benefit is that it will help you in cultivating a true elemental body physique. This technique has both attack and defense, which makes Xiaoming willing to choose it. Although his price is 1 million, which Xiaoming doesn't have, but he know that system must have a lower version and higher version of every exercise, which he can afford it now. And he didn't want to practice the god level cultivation technique or something from the beginning. It was unrealistic. Although the god level technique was extremely powerful, it was not something that great fighting master could practice. God level exercises are too cumbersome and profound and harmful to the great fighting master. Only when the strength reaches a certain level is a good time to practice the god level exercises. He only hopes that his rank is slightly higher, and he can grow up quickly in the early stage. System, show me the lower level of Great Dao Extreme Elemental Ju which I can afford. Ding. Lower version of Great Dao Extreme Elemental Ju. Rank. Low Earth level. Price. 1,000,000 mall points. Note. Unlike full version of it, its absorption ability of Douqi is very less compared to full version, and the power of true elemental body is also equivalent to low Earth level. When it completely mastered, it is comparable to advanced Earth level body technique. You will able to upgrade it after mastering it and using mall points and improve the level of exercise as well his ability. Hearing system point, Xiaoming has sign of relief. Hopefully system cannot disappoint him. But 100,000 is also very much for a low Earth level technique. Xiaoming can even buy a heaven level technique from the same amount of points, which show how powerful this technique is. System, give me a copy of lower version of Great Dao Extreme Elemental Ju, Xiaoming said to system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for buying lower version of Great Dao Extreme Elemental Ju. 100,000 mall points is consumed. Chapter 44. Changing Exercise. A golden color scroll appeared in his hand and golden light are coming from him. Xiaoming cover his eyes from his hand. Only by seeing the scroll one can say that this technique is mysterious and powerful. But before practicing this, Xiaoming has to remove his previous exercise which he practiced now Fenju, so he put the scroll in his storage ring. And he also remembered that he has said to little Dr. Fairy to make food for his morning dinner, but he can't left for the more than a week as he have to do important work. Little Dr. Fairy has to eat more food this time, Xiaoming said in his mind. After this he take a deep breath, and started to expel the Fenju. Each exercise corresponds to a specific meridian circulation route in the body. Changing the exercise is equivalent to tearing down the original path and building a new path, one by one. However, the process of switching from low-level exercises to high-level exercises is not much complicated. In reality, many of them often does this. Xiaoming spent nearly more than a week gradually abolishing the original high-level Zan level technique, burning Ju. This caused a large amount of fighting energy stored in the meridians to be lost, and his strength plummeted, from a 4-star great fighting master to a 7-star fighting master. Even the extremely dark black beast fire that had been refined was released at this time, and a dark black fire, Xiaoming send it to system space. This level has not dropped by a big level thanks to his foundation, and it only decrease his fire type Douqi. Xiaoming felt a weak fighting spirit in his body and shook his head with a wry smile. The ring flashed in his hand, and a golden scroll appeared in his hand. Xiaoming began to practice the exercises according to the methods in Great Dao Extreme Elemental Ju. I have to say that this Great Tao Extreme Elemental Ju is indeed extremely weird. Most of the meridian routes that need to be opened are located in remote parts of the human body, and it can create a different space to store different attributes, which is completely different from the techniques that Xiaoming practiced before. Fortunately, the low-level skills of the Earth class did require many meridian routes to be opened. It took him more than 1 day to complete the practice of Great Tao Extreme Elemental Ju. But the level only returned from a 7-star fighting master to a 1-star great fighting master. This is the gap caused by the level of skills. With fighting spirit that can be accommodated, the strength will naturally not be restored to its original state. Stretching out his white palm, a light color fighting spirit spurted out from his palm. Like the remnants of a candle, thin and slightly d. The higher the level of fighting chi skills, the darker the color. Strong, too strong, it's completely different from the previous burning Ju. Xiaoming said this in his mind, let alone a cross-level challenge. Even if you face a practitioner of the one realm higher than him, he is confident to defeat him without any problem. The next step is to fill the gap between the quantity of different attributes. After saying this, Xiaoming began to absorb the attribute of other attribute, then fire vigorously pour into his body. His meridians expanded, veins pope out of his body. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Thanks to the technique which can also use the hidden meridians and even form new one, if its body of his previous one, his meridian will be brushed out. The Douqi energy quickly penetrated into the meridians in Xiaoming's body, and finally penetrated slowly into the meridians and bones like layers of blood film. As the blood film penetrated, Xiaoming's body fell. His meridian, his healing factor works and help him recover at the same time, but this was not much to help to Xiaoming. Suddenly, a layer of golden characters appeared in front of his chest and started to rotate around his body and merge into him, and a burst of golden color light shone from his body appeared and envelope him and enter his bones, muscles and meridian, which is full of Douqi, which can't absorb any more, about to burst. Layer of golden light spread through the meridian and make him harder and expand him, and which can now hold the flow of vast Douqi in it, and true elemental body come into view. The true elemental body add a touch of heroic and adorable charm to him. As time passes, the Douqi in his body increase, and 2 days passed and the quantity of each Douqi are now same, and his level breakthrough to 5-star great fighting master. The quantity of Douqi, which is previously only 3 times to the same level of single attribute persona, now becomes 7 times, as he has 7 attributes. Now it genuine have 7 attributes person. Slowly Xiaoming opened his beautiful eyes. Now Xiaoming finally understand why this technique required to form a true elemental body, because a normal body cannot hold that much Douqi in it, and also make his body much more stronger than before, and his defense power also increase. The rate of absorbing Douqi is several times higher than any low earth level exercises. The next thing is to devour the beast fire. Xiaoming picked up the dark black beast fire form system space and swallowed it directly into his mouth. Since he had refined the fire before, so he was very skilled this time. The violent 7th level beast fire did not resist and was quickly refined by him. And according to the meridian root of Great Tao Extreme Elemental Ju, the steps of swallowing the beast fire were completed. Shua, the dark black flame appeared on the hand again. Unexpectedly, I discovered that after being devoured by Great Tao Extreme Elemental Ju, the beast fire was much easier to control than before. This is probably the biggest characteristic of Great Tao Extreme Elemental Ju. Xiaoming carefully examined his body and found that the meridians in his body had not only expanded a lot, but also opened up new lines that nearly 7 times, as he have 7 attributes in present. But it can't evolve. Like burning Ju, even if it can't evolve, I can upgrade it after master it, and this can't be problem at all. At the same time, his fighting spirit suddenly rose from the level of a 5-star great fighting master to a 7-star great fighting master. This is the characteristic of Great Tao Extreme Elemental Ju. It absorbed the energy from the process of devouring fire and quickly increased the level in a short period of time, just like Fen Ju. System open status panel. Status Mall. Host Xiaoming. Age 14. Cultivation 7-star great fighting master. Occupation alchemist 4th tier. Soul power mid-late mortal realm. Attribute fire, wood, wind, dark, lighting, earth, water. Skill Great Tao Extreme Elemental Ju, low earth level, beginning. Weapon Xuanyuan sword, flames, essence flame, equivalent to 4th level Warcraft monster. Beast fire Shadow King Wolf 7th level beast fire. Fighting skill Xuanyuan Sword Sutra. 1. Sword Intent. Level 3. 762,500ths. 2. Sword Aura. Level 2. 502,000ths. 3. Sword Body. Level 2. 152,000ths. Octane Blast. Earth Low Level, Complete. Fire Palm. Mid-Zon Level, Master. Eagle Wings. High Zon Level, Advance. Strength. -305. Speed. 220. Bloodline. Charm. 70. Soul Power. -320. Comprehension. -350. Healing Factor. 200. Essence. 180. Chi. -30. Heavenly Point. Maul Point. 20,500. Extraction Chance. 46. Other Skills. Fire Control. Level 6. 1,508,000ths. Soul Control. Level 3. 5,706,000ths. Silver Tongue. Level 4. 801,200ths. Instinct. Level 1. 801,000ths. Cooking. Level 2. 45,200ths. Psychic Power. Level 1. 0080-1200. Title. Harem Master. Special Constitution. Body. True Elemental Body. Earth Low Level. Beginning. System Space. Xuanyuan Sword. Duhuang Peak Card. Duzong Peak Card. 220,000 Gold Coin. Golden Emperor Residual Energy. Burning Jew. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Xuanzhong Ruler. Black Demon Cauldron. Poison Pill Method. Medicine Recipe. Magic Cores. Medical Materials. Xiaoming eyes moves towards system screen and started seeing it one by one. There is new skill which he practicing now and a new slot of special constitution body are displayed in it, and his cultivation rose to 7-star Great Fighter Master. Although these changes are not much, but it can increase Xiaoming power by several leaps. Xiaoming stand up from the stone seat and stashes his legs and arms. He's sitting here for long time. Now let's go and see what little Dr. Fairy is doing now, Xiaoming said to himself as he can't see little Dr. Fairy for about 10 days and walked towards the small hut of little Dr. Fairy in the valley. Chapter 45. Poison Body Activated. Xiaoming returned to the place where little Dr. Fairy is now living. This is morning time and sun is just rise few hour ago. After arriving at the place, he was going to hut to find little Dr. Fairy, but he just happened to meet the little medical fairy who was returning from collecting medicines with a basket of flowers. At this time, she wore a light green cloth scarf on her head, just like a beautiful little village girl. Seeing Xiaoming coming toward her, the little medical fairy turned her head and looked at the handsome face of the boy who she not see for about 10 days, which looked more heroic and pleasing to his eyes than before. She smiled playfully at him and said teasingly, "You finally come out of seclusion. I was thinking that you can't come until become strongest person in the Douqi Continent." Hearing other teasing words, Xiaoming just smiled helplessly. "Are your cultivation is going well? You take 10 days to come back?" little Dr. Fairy asked with concern. "My cultivation is breakthrough great fighting realm, and I was cultivating a fighting skill so it can take time," Xiaoming said to little Dr. Fairy after hearing her concern. "Then, congratulations, you become great fighting master, you become more stronger now," little Dr. Fairy said softly to Xiaoming. "Are you hungry? I'm going to cook now." Seeing Xiaoming, the little medical fairy turned her head and smiled playfully at him. "Yes, I can't eat food for more than 10 days, I am very hungry now," Xiaoming said to little Dr. Fairy while moving his hand on his stomach. Then both come to place where she make food which is near hut where both living before. After this she squatted down, rolled up his long sleeves, lit a fire under the stone stove, and arranged all the cooking things in an orderly manner. Sitting on the stone nearby, Xiaoming looked at the little medical fairy who was humming a song softly in his pretty nose while he was busy, and couldn't help but smile. However, when he thought of the poisonous body, his original smile disappeared, his brows furrowed slightly. "Here, eat it." Just as Xiaoming was deep in thought, a jade arm holding a wooden bowl suddenly appeared in front of him, and immediately, a gentle female voice came to his ears. Okay." Looking at Karen in front of him, Xiaoming took the bowl and began to swallow it in big mouthfuls. Hee. Due to his physical condition, the little medical fairy's heart has become a little sensitive at this time. Seeing Xiaoming who was defenseless against him, a hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he actually hoped that this kind of life could continue forever. But thinking of the contents of the 7-colored poison sutra, his eyes couldn't help but dim. Maybe she doesn't deserve such a life. After all, he was a respected alchemist, but she was. For a long time, she suddenly thought that Xiao Ming was breakthrough to the great fighting master these days, so he turned to look at the latter and asked curiously, Xiao Ming, what is the purpose of becoming stronger? Huh, Xiao Ming wiped his mouth, put down the empty bowl in his hand, and looked at the little doctor with some confusion, not expecting that she would ask such a question. Immediately, he turned back to the fire in front of him in confusion, watching the wood make a crackling sound under the heat of the flames. After traveling through time, he just wanted to use his advantage to find some treasures, then go to a suitable place to buy a mansion, and then marry a few wives and concubines to make himself live a better life. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly and said, I don't know, maybe to protect your friend, family and who you love. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Ming and asked sweetly, do you also protect me? Hearing little Dr. Fairy question, Xiao Ming smiled and said, yes, I always protect you, as you are my friend. Hearing Xiao Ming word first he become happy, but after hearing later just because of she is her friend she feels somewhat disappointed in his heart. If you become stronger, you will protect your friend, family and your loved ones. Recalling the contents of the 7-colored poison sutra, the little medical fairy whispered softly. After this Xiao Ming and little Dr. Fairy talk with each other for some time, and after that he goes to practice his fighting skills. The next day, little medical fairy, I'm going to refine the medicine, why don't you come and watch? The next morning, Xiao Ming walked out of the hut and saw that the door to the little medical fairy's room was still closed. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Normally, he is very positive and shouted towards the hut. After a moment, seeing that the little fairy doctor still didn't respond to him, Xiao Ming suddenly raised his head and said, is it possible? He ran to the side in a few steps, picked up a piece of firewood, and opened the wooden door of the little fairy doctor's hut. Suddenly, a large amount of water floated out of the room, gray smoke. Even though they were several meters apart, Xiao Ming still felt a little uncomfortable and hurriedly took a few steps back. Looking at the pits corroded by the poisonous mist on the front end of the firewood in his hand, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Xiao Ming took beast fire in his palm and spread it and removed the poisonous gas. After the smoke in the room completely dissipated, Xiao Ming took an antidote pill and walked in. Scanning the room, he saw the little medical fairy closing her eyes tightly on the bed. The originally rosy and pretty face was now filled with strangely colorful colors. Sure enough, it turned on. Picking up the colorful scroll on the ground, he glanced past the poisonous recipes in front and came to the last paragraph of text. The Ernan poison body is a strange poisonous body that can quickly increase its strength by swallowing poison. The way to identify the Ernan poison body is that there is a small 7-colored hidden line in the lower abdomen. The 7-colored line will follow the content contained in the body. The poison concentration grows, and when the colorful lines extend to the heart, it is the strongest moment of the poisonous body. At the same time, you will also suffer the pain of 10,000 poisons. System extract extra poison from little Dr. Fairy body. Xiao Ming can't waste any time more, he said to system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for removing extra poison from the body of little Dr. Fairy. Consume 1 chance of extraction. Hearing system prompt, Xiao Ming noticed that the colorful colors on the little medical fairy's cheeks faded completely and returned to previous rosy cheeks. On the small table, he immediately sat on the wooden stool next to him, watching and waiting for the little medical fairy to wake up. After a while, the little medical fairy on the bed finally slowly opened her eyes with her eyes closed tightly. After a while, the bitterness gradually increased, and the little medical fairy suddenly pulled the quilt to cover his face, and some intermittent whimpering sounds came from the quilt. I couldn't control myself, but before she could say more she found that the poison in his body are all disappeared and she can't feel any pain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping little Dr. Fairy, you get 250 heavenly points. The little Dr. Fairy's beautiful eyes widened a lot, she stared at Xiao Ming and wanted to ask about it. Xiao Ming stretched his body and said with a smile, my physique is special, it can absorb poison from other body without any side effect, and it also make me stronger, I have no problem at all, you can look at me. Xiao Ming used true elemental body as an excuse to make little Dr. Fairy trust him as he cannot say anything about the system. The little medical fairy was suddenly shocked. She was a doctor, so she could see that Xiao Ming showed no signs of poisoning. How so? With his own constitution, how could he be fine if he touched his own booty? Could it be that the little medical fairy other parties say was right and suddenly she had an idea in her mind? Is he the one I'm destined for? He appeared to protect me when I was in danger and help me. Could it be that he is really my destiny? Little Dr. Fairy looked at Xiaoming's gentle eyes, as if he would fall into ruin for eternity after just one glance. At this moment, the little medical fairy looked at Xiaoming's face and fell in love with her completely. Regardless of whether Xiaoming was her destiny or not, she recognized Xiaoming anyway. "What's wrong? Why don't you speak?" Xiaoming asked, looking at the little medical fairy. At this time, the little medical fairy said nothing. She looked at Xiaoming and hugged Xiaoming, hugging him tightly. Xiaoming smiled and touched the little medical fairy's head. At this moment, she had completely fallen in love with this man. Chapter 46. Solution. After resting for some time, little Dr. Fairy left Xiaoming's embrace. The little medical fairy breathed a sigh of relief and rolled up her slender legs. She rested his white chin on his knees and said softly, "I'm fine, there was just something wrong when preparing the medicine." She know that, but she can't cure her body completely. With Xiaoming's special body it can only delay the time of eruption, but he can't escape from that fate, so he can't want to say anything to Xiaoming about her disaster poison body. As she read in poison scripture, there is no way to cure poison body, it will one increase the problem for other. You have activated the poisonous body of disaster. Please be careful in the future. Some forces like to collect strange things like you. Physique. Hearing Xiaoming's words, the little medical fairy was stunned for a moment, and then her delicate body suddenly tensed up, and she stared at him with an ugly face. "How do you know?" "Look at this, and don't forget, I bet an alchemist naturally knows more than ordinary people." Xiaoming picked up the 7-colored poison sutra on the table and shook it, and immediately revealed his identity as an alchemist. It's so convenient that when other information about the poisonous body of Enon is revealed later, it will appear more reasonable. Hearing this, the little medical fairy smiled sadly, bit her red lips, and said, "Then you are afraid of me too, right?" Looking at the girl in front of him who had become a little inferior due to the disaster poisonous body, Xiaoming walked up to in front of her. She gently wiped away the tears on the delicate cheeks of the little medical fairy with her hands. With a warm smile on his lips, he gently held her in his arms and said softly, "If you were afraid, I would have just run away by myself. Don't you know what I was thinking? It was the first time in my life that I was embraced by a man." Entering the embrace, her delicate body stiffened suddenly, but she can't struggle. Xiaoming put one hand on her back and the other around her seductive waist. He slightly increased his strength so that the two of them were completely pressed together. With her head buried in Xiaoming's arms, the little medical fairy couldn't help but soften when she felt the masculine aura coming from him. "Have you really thought about it? I am the poison master hated by everyone on the continent." After a while, the muffled voice of the little medical fairy came from Xiaoming's arms. Feeling the soft and delicate body in his arms, Xiaoming said, "Haha, I don't care about this. Besides, it is not impossible to control the disaster body." After a long silence, the voice of the little medical fairy came again, "Don't lie. I know, it is written in the 7-color poison sutra that there is no way to deal with the Enon poison body." Xiaoming shook his head with a smile and said, "Not necessarily. Although that senior is stronger than me, his understanding of the Enon poison body is not as good as mine. Not as many as me." Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy thought that Xiaoming, as an alchemist, might have seen it in some classics. Hope suddenly ignited. She raised her little head suddenly, looked at Xiaoming, and asked urgently, "What can I do?" He calmed her down and replied, "As far as I know, there are 3 ways to solve the problem of the disaster poison body. This is the poison pill method and the netherworld poison fire, and third is my special physique, which can absorb your poison although it can't cure it, but it can suck all the poison that store in your body and can't make you body erupt from storing large amount of poison in your body. And I don't know any side effect of doing this, but it will slow down the speed of your cultivation in later stage, although it can help with your poison body, but you can't live like normal woman." After hearing carefully, she finally understand about the Xiaoming special physique, but still didn't find about other 2 pieces of information, so she wondered, the poison pill method and the netherworld poison fire. "What are these?" Xiaoming said uncertainly. "The nature of the outbreak of the poisonous body is due to the absorption of a large amount of poison, which causes the body of the body owner to increase too quickly. Then it appeared that the growth rate of the physique master's physical strength could not keep up with the growth rate of the toxins in the body. The nether poison fire, ranked 20th on the alien fire ranking, is fed by various toxins. If you can use it to absorb the excess toxins in your body, I think you can control the outbreak of the evil body. And for poison pill method, I found it from an old man, Xiaoming said to little fairy doctor, and after saying he took poison pill method scroll from his storage space and give them in the hand of little fairy doctor who was in his embrace. With a thought in Xiaoming's mind, he flicked his fingers, and a dull gray scroll appeared in his palm. Stretching out his slender hand, the scroll automatically fell into his hand. A flash of excitement flashed in the little doctor's eyes, and then he carefully unfolded it slowly. Ernan poison body is a kind of weird and special physique. It is naturally extremely poisonous. Anyone who touches it will die. You need to take poison to survive. However, the more poison you take, the more concentrated the toxin will be in your body. When the toxin condenses to a certain point, it will completely explode. When it explodes, all life within 1,000 miles will be destroyed. This poisonous body is extremely rare. It can be divided into two types, innate and acquired. Innate is what you are born with, and acquired is artificially created. The other two, of course, the former is more powerful, and there is no way to break it, but if there is a chance, it can completely control the poisonous body, so that the poisonous power in the body can be controlled as desired. Quote, this method of control is called the poison pill method. It condenses all the toxins accumulated in the body, and finally turns it into a poison pill in the body. If the poison pill is completed, the disaster poisonous body will become a truly terrifying physique. In the past, there have been several disasters caused by the poison body, but those who possess the poison body have never reached this point. The reason is only because the materials required for the poison pill method, too hard to find. The refining of poison elixirs can be roughly divided into three things. One is 3 types of strange fires, the other is the demonic core of the 7th level sky poison scorpion dragon beast, and the third is the saliva of bodhisattva. After reading the poison pill method to this, the little medical fairy's originally hopeful expression turned into even more disappointing. Although she didn't know what strange fire and Bodhi's incarnation saliva were, she knew about the 7th level magic beast. That is a magical beast equivalent to the level of a human Duzong. There may not be a strong person of that level in the entire Jama Empire. Which means she just play on Xiaoming to protect himself. Seeing the expression on the little medical fairy's face, Xiaoming stepped forward and patted her shoulder and said, don't worry, I will help you, and for you, as long as you have enough poison, it is not difficult to advance to Duzong. Quote, you are an alchemist with a distinguished status, and I am destined to be a poison master that everyone shouts about. Is it worth your help? Xiaoming grabbed the little medical fairy's shoulders with both hands and said solemnly, it's up to me. In the eyes of poison masters or others, there is no sin in power. Only those who use power are guilty. After a long time, a faint voice came, thank you. Are you willing to come with me? The little medical fairy pursed her lips, and tears suddenly flowed down. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Xiaoming couldn't help but be curious. He refused if he wanted to. Why did Hao Duanduan start crying? No, I do. The little medical fairy shook her head vigorously and said quickly. Growing up, anyone who discovers my poisonous body will be as afraid of me as a tiger and avoid me. You are the only one willing to accept me. Hearing this, Xiaoming restrained his smile, reached out and removed the tears from the little medical fairy's eyes, looking directly at me. The little medical fairy said sincerely, don't worry, your poisonous body will be completely controlled, and then everyone will no longer be afraid of you. Xiaoming solemnly promised. I am going to refine medicine, are you not going to see? Xiaoming said to little Dr. Fairy Ears, who buried his face in his arm, to change the topic. Hearing Xiaoming words, little Dr. Fairy moved his face and looked at Xiaoming eyes and gave a sweet smile. Little Dr. Fairy wanted to become an alchemist, due to his restriction on attributes she can't become, so the most entertaining thing is for him to see how the pill can be made. Xiaoming naturally know about this. I am going to see, I can see this rest for my life, little Dr. Fairy said to Xiaoming. Without wasting any time both come out of hut. Little Dr. Fairy sit a rock. Xiaoming was going to made blood essence pill this time. Xiaoming took out the medicine cauldron under the watchful eyes of the little medical fairy. Afterwards, he took out the medicinal materials, blood lotus essence, ice spirit grass and 3rd rank Warcraft monster core which he hunt during practicing in the Warcraft mountain, which is needed for refining the blood lotus pill one by one from the Naji and placed them beside him. Slowly closing his eyes, he reviewed in his mind the recipe for refining the elixir and the required heat for refining the elixir. He slowly opened his eyes, and then skillfully poured fighting energy into the mouth of the medicine cauldron. Bang! A muffled sound came from the medicine cauldron, and suddenly, raging flames kept churning and burning inside the medicine cauldron, quickly turning the originally relatively cool into a hot one. With Xiaoming middle peak mortal level soul and 6th level fire and soul control, and this elixir is among the 5 grade elixirs which is easy for him to refine. At the same time, this prescription was also the highest grade prescription he got from Yaolao Memories. After taking it, the blood lotus essence pill, a strange bloody layer will be formed on the surface of a person. This bloody layer can withstand being exposed to extreme heat. Only with its help could one get close to the heavenly flame and search for a chance to undertake the next step. Xiaoming flicked his finger on the ring, and throw the medicine material from the entrenched snake head on the top of the medicine cauldron. As soon as the medicinal materials entered the medicine cauldron, the dark black flames inside surged up and continued to smoke the medicinal materials. As time went by, the light green grass blades gradually turned brown, and green liquid continued to flow out of the red grass blades. Finally, the body completely turned into black ash, leaving only a ball of red liquid rolling continuously in the medicine cauldron and slowly turning into red round pill. As the fire continued to burn, the medicinal essences of several different colors began to gradually merge. The liquid and powder merged with each other, and then slowly rolled in the flames. As time went by, the prototype of the elixir gradually appeared in the medicine cauldron. After being smoked and roasted for more than 10 minutes, the blood lotus pill also began to become smooth and round. When the elixir was almost fully stored in the medicine cauldron, with a move of his hand, a pure white elixir flew out from the medicine cauldron. Then Xiaoming quickly took out the jade bottle from the side and put it in. Chapter 47. Sleeping Together. Night falls, the stars twinkle, and the moonlight fills the earth. Xiaoming and the little medical fairy sat on the stone bench in front of the hut, admiring the stars and enjoying the quiet night. The little medical fairy looked at the bright starry sky and said softly, "Xiaoming, do you think that every time you look up at this starry sky, you will see the same beautiful scenery? I really want to travel throughout the Douqi Continent with you." Ah. Xiaoming looked at the stars and said, "As for this issue, you can prove it in the future. I believe you can travel all over this Douqi Continent. I will accompany you to see all the beautiful things in this world." The two of them just sat on the stone bench in front of the hut, admiring the starry sky. At this time, Xiaoming felt a cool night wind blowing over, bringing with it a hint of coolness. He turned his head and looked at the little medical fairy, only to see her trembling slightly, as if she had been hit by the sudden cold wind. Xiaoming flicked his finger, and a dark black flame appeared in front of them. When the dark black flame appeared, the surrounding area instantly became warmer. Xiaoming said softly, "Little medical fairy, do you feel better? You look like you are so cold." "Xiaoming, you think I have as high a level of cultivation as you? I am a weak woman. The weather is cold. This is normal. Unlike you who have beast fire around you, you are not afraid of the cold at all." The little medical fairy looked at him. This dark black flame complained softly, "Xiaoming, don't think so much. Let's go back and rest." The little medical fairy held Xiaoming's warm palm with her slender hand and made a clear and sweet voice. ... At this time both come to small hut. Naturally Xiaoming is going to sleep on the ground, while the little medical fairy is going to sleep on the bed, although little Dr. Fairy and Xiaoming come to this place more than 10 days before, but most of the time he can only spend in seclusion. At this time little Dr. Fairy who is standing in the side of little Dr. Fairy, a soft voice come to Xiaoming ears. "Brother Xiaoming, the weather is so cold, you will catch a cold if you don't have a quilt. You can split beside me, there is enough space for the 2 people." After saying this her face flushed red with embarrassment. She go and lay on the bed. The little medical fairy turned around with her back to Xiaoming, leaving enough space for 1 person on the bed. Xiaoming was surprised by little Dr. Fairy words. He just met little Dr. Fairy some time ago. He didn't expect her relationship with little Dr. Fairy reached to this point. He quickly got up and carefully came to the bedside the bed. He gently lay down next to the little medical fairy. He closed his eyes and felt the little medical fairy just lying on his back. He could smell the residual warmth left by the place where he was lying and smell the faint fragrance emanating from the little fairy doctor next to him. Xiaoming tried his best to control his breathing, for fear of disturbing the beauty next to him. As for the little medical fairy, although her back was turned to Xiaoming, her heartbeat is moving fastly. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoming finally couldn't resist his tiredness and fell into a deep sleep. When the little medical fairy heard the even breathing coming from behind her, she slowly turned around and stared at Xiaoming's sleeping face quietly in the faint moonlight. Xiaoming's face is very handsome no matter how you look at it. The little medical fairy's eyes were full of tenderness that she had never noticed. She gently touched Xiaoming's delicate cheek. The little medical fairy gently kissed Xiaoming's forehead and fell asleep slowly. In the deep darkness of the night, Xiaoming was immersed in a sweet dream. Suddenly, a strong sense of oppression pressed on his chest like a boulder, causing him to wake up from his sleep instantly. Xiaoming opened his eyes, and with the faint light of the bright moonlight outside the window, he saw the little medical fairy lying on the bed, resting his head on Xiaoming's chest, and his hair was spread on his chest, soft and smooth. The little medical fairy's eyes were closed tightly, and her breathing was even and steady, as if she was still immersed in a sweet dream. Xiaoming gently helped the little medical fairy push the loose hair behind her ears. His movements were gentle and meticulous, for fear of disturbing her dream. Ming closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The first ray of sunlight in the morning came through the window. Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes and looked at a jade hand on his chest. There was a ripple in his heart. He looked at the little medical fairy next to him who was still sleeping. Her face is quiet and beautiful, like a flower in bud. Xiaoming felt the warmth at this moment, and quietly watched the little medical fairy sleeping, with a trace of crystal clear liquid left on his mouth. However, the little medical fairy seemed to feel Xiaoming's gaze. She moved slightly and slowly opened her eyes. For a moment, the two people's eyes met, and there was a hint of embarrassment and shyness in the air. "Good morning." Xiaoming broke the silence first, his voice a little dry. A blush appeared on the face of the little medical fairy, and she gently withdrew her hand, raised her head, and gently wiped the saliva from her mouth. "Well, good morning." After Xiaoming saw it, he laughed softly and said, "Why are you drooling? Are you dreaming of something eating beautiful? Let me cook today dinner." Xiaoming said with a doting look on his face. "Hey, you can also cook. It's hard to imagine that a person like you who can make medicine and has a very high level of cultivation can even know music and can also cook. I can't believe how you can be so good." There was a hint of surprise in the little medical fairy's tone. Xiaoming stood up and said softly, "I will go out to prepare dinner first. Come out after you have rested." "Xiaoming, I don't care, you are my true love." The little medical fairy muttered on while watching Xiaoming's disappeared from the room. The orange light shines in this valley, like golden clothes blowing across the earth, bringing a touch of warmth. Xiaoming cooked a table of delicious food. With level 2 cooking skill, Xiaoming can cook food which is hard to made previously, and shouted softly, "Little medical fairy, the food is ready, you can go out to eat." Coming, I saw the little medical fairy walking out of the thatched hut, wearing a white dress that fluttered with her light steps. The breeze blew gently, lifting up her black hair, and her beautiful face like bright eyes and white teeth appeared in front of her. Against the backdrop of the brilliance, it looks even more pure and lovely. The little doctor fairy moved slightly and sat in front of Xiaoming. Looking at the food on the table and smelling the fragrance of the dishes, she quickly picked up the chopsticks and said with a smile, "Xiaoming, then I'll start." "No, I won't be polite." Xiaoming picked up a piece of fresh fish meat, handed it to the little medical fairy, and said with a soft smile, "Here, try this, I guarantee you like it." The little medical fairy took the fish and took a bite. Suddenly, the delicious taste exploded in her mouth. She couldn't help but close her eyes, her face full of joy. The little medical fairy stuffed her mouth full and muttered, "Xiaoming, the food you cook is so delicious, so you still want me to cook for you?" "No, I will always eat your food from now on." Xiaoming couldn't help but poke the little medical fairy's bulging face with his finger, and said teasingly, "Eat slowly. If you're a girl, don't eat like this. But in the future, you still have to do it. Give me food to eat. Even though your cooking skills are not as good as mine, you still have to cook for me." The little medical fairy quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and laughed and cursed. "Xiaoming, are you embarrassed to let a weak woman cook for you all the time?" After a pause, he snorted softly, "Forget it, for the sake of you today you're doing well." I'll still cook for you from now on, but you'll have to cook for me occasionally. The two of them just ate and chatted, enjoying this rare quiet time. Their laughter and chatter mingled together to form a beautiful piece of music. Chapter 48, First Kiss of Little Dr. Fairy. In the afternoon, Xiaoming sat on the flat stone in front of the thatched house. There was a black medicine cauldron in front of him and several medicinal plants beside him. Xiaoming, what kind of elixir are you planning to refine? The little medical fairy leaned under the big tree, staring at Xiaoming with her beautiful eyes, and a light and sweet voice came from her delicate red lips. Xiaoming looked at the black devil cauldron in front of him and said in a deep voice, the fourth grade elixir, the purple heart barrier breaking pill, can give a strong man at the level of a great fighting master a chance to rise to 1 star. Xiaoming already have some material of the purple heart barrier breaking pill. He brought remaining material from mall, which is much cheaper than buying pill from mall, and it also increase his fire control level. After a short pause, Xiaoming continued, little medical fairy, I will start refining it now. You can take a look if you want. As soon as Xiaoming spread his palm, a dark black flame appeared in his palm. With a thought, the flame split into 3 flames of different colors. Looking at the black devil cauldron, he flicked his fingers slightly, and the dark black flame in his palm appeared. The flames poured into the medicine cauldron. In the blink of an eye, raging flames started churning inside the cauldron, burning violently and emitting terrifying temperatures. Xiaoming stared at the flames in the medicine cauldron, and he threw several medicinal plants beside him into the medicine cauldron. They were instantly swallowed up by the flames, and then started burning and refining them crazily. As time passed, Xiaoming looked at the purple elixir that was about to take shape in the medicine cauldron, and a strong medicinal fragrance permeated from it. At this time, the surging medicine cauldron suddenly became quiet, and a faint fragrance of elixir floated out. A round elixir like emerald was spinning continuously inside the cauldron. At this time Xiaoming started to use his psychic power, which turned Xiaoming's eyes into pink. Huge soul power poured into the medicine cauldron. The dark black flame, under the suppression and guidance of Xiaoming's soul power, the high temperatures carried by the flames were wrapped and isolated by his soul power. Following Xiaoming's mind control, the dark black flame roared out along the fire outlet and started chun it smoothly, much more smoother than before. The effect of psychic power is not only used in combat power but also in alchemy, which can make any alchemy process smoother, and high control over the flame, which also helps someone in making pill faster than any normal alchemist. With this, even a Sith level advanced alchemy can make a low level 7th grade pill. Xiaoming's mind guided the dark black flame, and started to muck the ingredients in orderly manner on the other side. At this moment, Xiaoming calmed down and controlled the final burning of the dark black flame against the purple heart barrier breaking pill. Finally, Xiaoming looked at the pink elixir in the cauldron. With a thought, the elixir flew out from the cauldron and fell into Xiaoming's hand. He looked at the pink elixir and said softly, it's done, the 4th grade elixir and the purple heart barrier breaking pill. The little medical fairy quickly came to Xiaoming's side and looked at the green elixir. On its surface, it is purple in color. The little medical fairy smiled happily and said, Xiaoming, you refined it so quickly. Looking at your easy and skillful technique, you should be able to refine more than just 4th grade elixirs. Xiaoming put the purple heart barrier breaking pill into the jade bottle, handed it to the little medical fairy, and said with a smile, keep this one, you can use it to break through a few stars when you get to the great Dough Master. Grow up faster. The little medical fairy put it in the ring and said softly, thank you, Xiaoming, then you can continue to refine it, I will continue to watch from the side. Xiaoming smiled, then took out the refining materials for the purple heart barrier breaking pill and continued to refine it. Night falls, and the mirror-like moon hangs in the sky, pouring light as clear as flowing water in front of the thatched houses in the valley. After Xiaoming finished refining the purple heart barrier breaking pill, he stretched his body, and as he sat there all afternoon, Xiaoming put the bottles of purple heart barrier breaking pills beside him into the ring, then turned his head to look at the little medical fairy, and found that she had fallen asleep leaning against the big tree, with the moonlight shining on her face. Outline a peaceful and beautiful picture. Xiaoming walked quietly to the little medical fairy, knelt down and stared at her quietly. Her breathing was even and steady, her long eyelashes trembled slightly in the moonlight, and there was a slight smile hanging on the corner of her mouth, as if she was having a sweet dream. Xiaoming smiled softly, then stretched out his hands to gently pick her up from the ground, walked towards the inside of the hut, came to the room, and gently pushed open the simple door. The door shaft made a faint creaking sound, but it also appears particularly clear in the silence of the night. Entering the room, Xiaoming gently placed the little medical fairy on the bed. His movements were still gentle, as if he was afraid of waking up her sweet dream. The quilt on the bed slowly unfolded with her body, and Xiaoming lay next to her, hugging her slender waist, smelling the fragrance emanating from her body, and slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, the little medical fairy's eyelids moved, and he slowly opened his hazy eyes. What came into view was Xiaoming's delicate and handsome face, with clear outlines and soft lines, and there was something about him between his brows. He was so mature and steady that the little medical fairy couldn't help but reach out and touch his face. His hand moved towards Xiaoming's lips, which was pink, which looked very sweet. Touching the pink lip of Xiaoming, little Dr. Fairy started to think something in his mind which made her face turn red. Suddenly, the little medical fairy felt a warmth coming from her waist. She moved her eyes downwards and found Xiaoming's palms covering her waist. Her cheeks were instantly stained with a thin layer of blush, as delicate as a peach blossom. At this time, Xiaoming felt a strange feeling on his face, opened his eyes slightly, and saw the little medical fairy. At this moment, the two people's eyes met, and time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the surrounding air seemed to become particularly sweet. Little Dr. Fairy come out of his fantasies and remove his hand fastly from Xiaoming's face and said, "Brother Xiaoming, I just..." However, Xiaoming hugged her tightly, and whispered in her ear, "You took advantage of me just now, I must get it back." After saying, Xiaoming raised a smirk on his lips, hugged the little medical fairy's waist tightly with his right hand, raised her white chin with his left hand, looked at her shy and astonished eyes, lowered his head and kissed her gently. The little medical fairy's soft lips took a brief taste and then stopped. Xiaoming's gentle kiss made her heart beat faster involuntarily. However, just when Xiaoming's lips left, the little medical fairy snorted, wrapped her hands around Xiaoming's neck, raised her delicate chin, and kissed him. This kiss was no longer superficial, but full of passion and affection. Xiaoming was first surprised by the little medical fairy's initiative, and then his heart was filled with joy. The two people's breathing gradually became faster, and the air around them seemed to become hot. Xiaoming felt the enthusiasm of the little medical fairy and hugged her tighter with his hands, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. As the kiss became deeper, their tongues started invaded others' mouth and wanted to explore. They twisted each other, making their saliva mix it with each other. Squeak, squeak. After a long time, the lips parted. When the two of them separated, there is a bridge of saliva between them. The little medical fairy's face was still as rosy as clouds, and her eyes were as gentle as water. She said coquettishly, "I'm not satisfied, I want more." After saying this, little Dr. Fairy started to kiss her again. How Xiaoming could control this, they started to kiss each other with more passion and desire. Little fairy doctor don't know why, but Xiaoming kiss is very sweet, which make her wanted to kiss her again and again. Chirp, chirp, squeak, squeak. They didn't leave each other until they lost their breath. From out of breathing, little Dr. Fairy lay her head on Xiaoming's chest in heavenly breathing. Xiaoming recalled what he felt just now. He quickly released his hold on her waist, then smiled and said, "Okay, we should get up now." Chapter 49, Yun Yun. During these days, Xiaoming continued to refine elixirs in front of the thatched house as usual, but these 2 days he refined some high-level pill and many low-level pills. As the number of refining times increases, the time required to refine the elixir becomes shorter and shorter. And he also consumed purple heart barrier breaking pill, and his strength advanced to 9-star great fighting master. During this period, I also took the opportunity to learn the advanced Zon level fighting skills, Crazy Lion Fighting, and Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. Now Xiaoming is practicing his fighting skills. He took out some small size stones from the ground in his hand, and cover with sword aura and throw them at a large rock. Boom! As the stones hit the rock, it breaks down it into many pieces and stir in the ground. This attack is comparable to high-level Huang level fighting skill. Xiaoming was satisfied with this. Sword aura is only level 2. Its power is really good, and it can also upgrade in the future to that level, which is comparable to heaven level skill and even higher. And unlike sword intent, who need to use sword to, but it can be used at any object, use just need a material that can withstand the pressure of sword aura. And if you use it with the combination of psychic power and sword aura in the future, he will threaten even kill an army of Duhuang and Duzong people at the same time. Thinking of this, there is a bright smile on the face of Xiaoming. After this time, Xiaoming started to concentrate in practice and lift the stone with his psychic power, which turned his eyes into purple color, and use sword aura that makes small stones envelope with light blue aura, and with just Xiaoming thought all shoot toward another big rock. Buzz. But at this moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from the center of the Warcraft Mountains not far away. Cyan fighting spirit and purple light dyed most of the sky. Small Stones was affected by the energy fluctuation and lost his direction and hence lost his target. What is this situation? I just felt the sudden energy fluctuations. It can be only when two powerful people fighting with each other at least Do Wang level, Xiaoming think in his mind. Thinking of this, Xiaoming decided to go and take a look. After this, he opened his eagle wings behind his back, started to move towards the direction of fight. In the center of the Warcraft Mountains. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction of the vibration, trying to see what had just happened. Looking into the distance, all he could see was the blue sky. Violent energy fluctuations kept making sounds like muffled thunder. Amethyst-colored light on its body flourished. The raging purple flames burst out from its body crazily. The purple flames burned fiercely and gathered into a huge purple fire pillar that shot straight into the sky. The terrifying high temperature made Xiaoming feel the heat as he rushed to the center of the battle. The cyan wind scroll and the purple fire pillar suddenly collided, erupting into a burst of bright light. The lion's roar sounded, and the amethyst-colored light on its body flourished. The raging purple flames burst out from its body crazily. The purple flames burned fiercely and gathered into a huge purple fire pillar that shot straight into the sky. The cyan wind scroll and the purple fire pillar suddenly collided, erupting into a burst of bright light. Then, there was a huge explosion. Boom! The wind volume collapsed, carrying hot purple flames flying in all directions. Some of the mountains and forests where the purple fire fell were directly ignited, the flames soared, and white smoke slowly rose. Null. Weak attack. The amethyst-winged lion king snorted and approached quickly. As a monster, its body is extremely powerful and it is best at close combat. Its ferocious fangs and sharp claws can disembowel a person with just one hit. Facing the amethyst-winged lion king who was approaching rapidly, the woman in green didn't dare to look down upon her. She fluttered her green wings behind her, and her figure was as fast as lightning. She struck out quickly with the long green sword in her hand, each sword spinning at extremely high speeds. The wind blade. The long sword hit the surface of the amethyst-winged lion king's body, making a series of crisp sounds. But with the amethyst body protection, the green-clothed woman's attack only left white marks on the amethyst-winged lion king's body, failing to break its defense at all. Hee, human woman, your attacks are really weak. If you only have this little strength, then I will not be polite. The amethyst-winged lion king chuckled, with a sarcastic look on his face, and purple flames rose from his body. Its attacks became more and more violent. Seeking death. Being so provoked by the amethyst-winged lion king, the woman in green frowned slightly, her fighting spirit burst out, and the sword in her hand became much sharper. One woman and one lion collided fiercely in the air. The sound of howling winds could not be heard. Wherever the two fought, all the trees below were knocked down, and countless monsters rushed out of the woods. What a terrifying battle! Xiaoming's figure appeared in the clouds. His figure stood tall, looking at the battle in the distance, his starry eyes shining brightly. He uses his dark attribute to avoid the other perception from decking himself. But judging from the aftermath of that battle, Xiaoming judged from his keen soul perception. This human woman at least a Do Huang. Wait a minute, if that person is the Do Huang, in this case, the lion-shaped monster must also be a 6th level monster, otherwise there is no way to be evenly matched with that person for the time being. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's mind instantly a few keywords flashed through: Fighting Emperor vs. Level 6 Warcraft, Lion-shaped Warcraft, and Warcraft Mountains. I thought it might be. Yun Yun and Xiaoming hesitated. This should be another butterfly effect caused by the arrival of Xiaoming. It can happen many times. Xiaoming can't bother himself to think about this anymore. If the original work is followed, Yun Yun will be sealed, then injured and fall from the sky. Thinking of this, Xiaoming decided to save her at all cost. The amethyst-winged lion king already had a great advantage in the sky, but relying on her speed, the woman in green still dodged its attacks again and again, and launched counterattacks from time to time. Whoa, another attack failed, and the amethyst-winged lion king stopped. Its eyes were red and its expression was irritable. It was obvious that it had reached the limit of its endurance. Human, you have exhausted my little patience. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared in a low voice, with a hint of anger. The purple light on his body became stronger and stronger, and it seemed to have the momentum to overwhelm the sunset. The purple light all over the sky condensed into a dark purple light beam that was only about half a foot long. Amethyst Seal. Xiao Ming, who was watching the battle, had a stern look on her face. She was unprepared. It would be difficult for her to block this move. It looked like he was going to be ready for the rescue. Splitting wind whirling dance. The face of the woman in green changed slightly, fighting energy surged in her hands, and countless wind blades that were more than 10 feet in size appeared out of thin air, and then entangled with each other, spiraling at high speed towards the amethyst seal. But the amethyst seal directly broke through the wind blade and fell on her body. At the same time, the sharp claws of the amethyst-winged Lion King also clawed at her chest. Wind level. Death. The woman in green shouted. The green long sword in her hand shook out a deep light the size of a thumb, which directly penetrated the hardest red point on the amethyst-winged Lion King's body and cut it directly. And open. The amethyst-winged Lion King let out a roar, and his sharp claws landed directly on the woman in green, sending her flying down, causing blood to splash everywhere. Damn woman, go to hell. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared, and a pillar of purple fire struck the green-robed woman again. If this were to happen, the woman would probably die on the spot. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yun Yun. I saw the black shadow casually grabbing the amethyst seal that rushed over, and the amethyst seal was shattered. What? Seeing how easily the black shadow that suddenly appeared broke its amethyst seal for him, the amethyst-winged Lion King's beastly eyes suddenly showed an incredible look, and he exclaimed. It was caught off guard and was knocked directly into the air. Bang! The huge body of the amethyst-winged Lion King exploded out like a cannonball and hit the ground heavily. The huge impact directly created a huge crater on the ground. Suddenly, smoke and dust filled the air. At this moment, and a white shadow fell quickly, picking up the green-clothed woman who was unable to fall in the air. The green light flickered under her feet, and the two figures disappeared directly from the spot. Chapter 50. Healing Yun Yun. Amethyst-winged lion who smashed to the ground, making a creator in the ground move his body and said with murderous intent, "Whore, search for me, we must find these two humans in." The amethyst-winged Lion King flew into the sky again, roaring ferociously with murderous intent. The battle was almost over, in halfway, causing it to fall short. How could it not be angry? Moreover, the last punch fell on its head, directly swollen its eyes. How could it be willing to accept such a shameful scene without revenge? Roar. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared crazily. The roar came out, sound waves spread, big trees collapsed one after another, and the monsters all over the mountain were so frightened that they ran away like crazy. Whoa! The light flickered, and Xiao Ming's figure landed quietly. Xiao Ming now used Peak Duhuang card, which make him very easy to defeat Amethyst Lion King. Thanks to this card has also on and off option, which means he can use at any time and off his Peak Duhuang power any time after using it. Xiao Ming only used this card for 2 minutes and 58 minutes are left now. Xiao Ming tuned off this as he doesn't need any more. If they're not for this option, Xiao Ming surely lost the Peak Duhuang card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 points for saving Yun Yun. Hearing system notification, there is warm smile appeared in the face of Xiao Ming. If you get beauty and heavenly points together, there is no loss in saving her. And this time he got 800 heavenly points. This is Xiao Ming's highest heavenly points he has ever obtained. The woman in green looked at Xiao Ming's handsome face and couldn't help but raise her right hand, wanting to say something. However, before she could say anything, her whole body went limp and she collapsed directly into Xiao Ming's arms, inside. He actually fainted again. You're still so excited after being injured, Xiao Ming held her slim body in his arms and couldn't help but sigh softly. According to the original work, Yun Yun escaped the pursuit of the amethyst-winged Lion King on her own, and finally fell into the lake and was discovered by anti-inflammatory drugs. But this time, it was completely different. If he hadn't taken action, Yun Yun might have died. Sure enough, what is written in the book may not be true. This is a real world after all, and anything can happen. After finding a cave, Xiao Ming rushed into the cave holding Yun Yun in his arms. The cave he chose is quite secretive. There is a lake in front of the cave. The flow of water will dilute the smell of blood, making it difficult to find. However, for the sake of safety, Xiaoming still sprinkled the powder to cover his aura and walked in the Warcraft Mountains. This kind of thing was a must-have. Xiaoming took out a blanket and spread it on the stone platform, and then carefully put her on it. After doing all this, Xiaoming had time to look at the beautiful Yunlin sect master up close. Looking at Yun carefully, Xiaoming gradually felt a sense of surprise in his heart. It is not an exaggeration to describe her with words such as picturesque eyebrows and ice-cold muscles that symbolize beauty. Moreover, what amazed Xiaoming the most was his noble temperament. His eyes swept over Yun's almost perfect face. After suffering this injury, Yun's neat and noble phoenix bun was somewhat scattered, her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and there was a trace of pain on her pale face. At this moment, she looked a little weak and charming. Xiaoming's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but caressed her jade-like cheek. A look of distress flashed in his eyes. "Give her some medicine first." He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hands to treat Yun's wounds. Xiaoming retracted his palm, waved his hand slightly, and the jade bottles in the ring flashed. "These are medicines used to heal injuries." Xiaoming stretched out his right hand and just touched Yun's belt. She suddenly opened her eyes, which had been closed tightly, and a cold light shot out from her eyes. "What do you want to do?" Yun asked coldly. Xiaoming pointed to the jade bottle on the stone platform and called softly, "Well, I just want to help you deal with the wound. I have no other intention. But since you have woken up now, you'd better take care of yourself." "Okay." Yun nodded slightly, and just as she was about to take action, she found that her whole body was numb, and she could not move at all, nor could she muster the slightest bit of strength. "Damn it, I was hit by its sealing technique." Yun cursed in a low voice. "That's the amethyst seal. The amethyst-winged lion king's innate skills are difficult to deal with." Xiaoming agreed. "Did you see it?" "Yes, in the end, it seems you saved me." Yun blinked her eyelids lightly. She remembered that she seemed to see Xiaoming's face before she fell into coma. "How can I not save a beautiful woman who is in danger?" Xiaoming grinned, showing his white teeth, and his smile was exceptionally bright and gentle. He was extremely handsome, and with such a bright smile, he was full of strange affinity. Yun's eyes couldn't help but shook her head slightly. She was almost fascinated by the smile of a young man. "Really? Little brother, you know the amethyst seal, you should also know that I don't have much strength now, so it's you. Help me." Yun's red lips opened slightly, her voice was clear and sweet, but there was a slight tremor in the sweetness. She was still a little shy to take the initiative to say such words. After all, her injuries were somewhat private. "Would you like to apply the medicine for you?" "That's no problem, please don't yell at me because I looked at your body," Xiaoming said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who repays kindness with hatred." Hearing this, Yun was a little bit dumbfounded, shook her head and said, "Okay, then I'm here, sister." Xiaoming slowly approached, glanced at Yun's charming and beautiful face, and then gently opened the belt of her clothes. The belt was scattered, and the green robe fell off, revealing a light blue metal inner manicure. The manicure was full of glitter, obviously of high quality, but at this moment, there were 5 deep claw marks on the inner manicure. A trace of blood seeped out from the claw marks. Obviously, if this sea blue hard armor had not been used as a shield, the attack from the amethyst-winged Lion King would have disemboweled Yun and torn it to pieces on the spot. "The wound is below, and I'm afraid the inner armor will also need." Xiaoming hesitated for a while and whispered, "Untie it." Yun closed her eyes, her face turned red, and she pretended to be calm and said, "Okay." Xiaoming took a deep breath, keeping the altar clear, and gently removed the inner armor, and then revealed a flawless body. The crystal skin has no flaws at all, just like real jade, translucent and translucent. Yun's body trembled slightly, her delicate body was completely exposed to Xiaoming's eyes, making her heart full of shyness. Has a conservative temperament, even if it is to heal her wounds, she can't hide her peace of mind. Seeing that Xiaoming didn't move for a long time, Yun bit her red lips lightly and said in a charming tone, "Don't look at it." "Oh, I'm sorry." Xiaoming's face turned red. He was already treating Yun. "I have a good impression. Now that I saw this beautiful scene, I suddenly lost my mind. I should be beaten." Picking up a jade bottle and a clean cotton cloth, Xiaoming slowly approached, ready to help Yun Yun clean the wound. Hiss, it's so seriously injured. Seeing the hideous wounds on Yun Yun's body, Xiaoming frowned slightly, with a hint of pity in his eyes. This amethyst-winged lion king really deserves to be beaten. Anger flashed through Xiaoming's heart. Be patient, I'm going to start. Looking at the wound, Xiaoming whispered. Xiaoming's face straightened. He poured some green liquid from the jade bottle and began to clean the wound. Hiss. The potion came into contact with the wound, causing Yun Yun to take a breath. It was too painful. Her high phoenix bun was completely messed up and her face was red. She looked a little less graceful, but more feminine. I'll be gentler. Hearing Yun Yun's cry of pain, Xiaoming's already gentle movements became even gentler. He helped Yun Yun clean the wound meticulously, with a serious look on his face. Looking at Xiaoming, who was acting seriously, Yun Yun's eyes softened, and the look of gratitude flashed in her eyes. After cleaning the wound, he applied healing medicine, and then Xiaoming carefully bandaged the wound. Huh, okay, Xiaoming exhaled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile. Thank you, Yun Yun said softly. It takes a little effort. Xiaoming waved his hand, and with a wave of his right hand, a set of cyan robes suddenly appeared. You can't wear your clothes anymore. I only have men's clothes here, so I can only aggrieve you first. Xiaoming said. With her fighting spirit blocked, Yun Yun is now unable to activate the Naji. As for the high-level Naji, which had a soul mark, Xiaoming couldn't open it, so he had to let Yun Yun wear his clothes first. I'm going to trouble you again. Yun Yun nodded and said. What are you talking about? Xiaoming shook his head, lifted Yun Yun up, let her lean on his shoulder, and then helped Yun Yun put on her clothes. Yun Yun nestled in Xiaoming's arms, smelling the special masculine scent, and her mood was aroused. Facts have proved that no woman can remain unaffected by close contact with Xiaoming, and Yun Yun is naturally the same. With her traditional and conservative personality, even if she didn't show it at this time, Xiaoming must have been engraved in her heart and she would never forget it in this life. Now that she leaned on Xiaoming's shoulder, she felt closer to Xiaoming even more, and she felt that his embrace was really warm inexplicably. The tension in my heart suddenly disappeared and I became much calmer. Get dressed. He took out a jade belt and buckled it, and Xiaoming helped Yun Yun put on her robe. Yun Yun, who was originally very elegant, put on men's clothes, which actually added a bit of heroism and a special aura, flavor. It's so beautiful, Xiaoming sighed. Hearing this, Yun Yun's pretty face then become more redder. Okay, don't be moved. I'm fine. You've just applied the medicine, so lie down for a while. Xiaoming smiled and gently placed Yun Yun's body on the stone platform. Then he stood up, sat cross-legged on a boulder. Yun Yun was lying on the stone platform, tilting her head slightly, and couldn't help but look at the young man who was practicing. His eyelids blinked slightly, and Xiaoming's figure was reflected in his big, noble and smart eyes. Deep in my heart, a string seemed to be broken, and countless strange feelings surged into my heart. Yun Yun eyes changing slightly and her thoughts spinning. Chapter 51, Yunji. Xiaoming sitting on the stone next to Yun Yun and asked casually, by the way, I still don't know what to call you. Yunji. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yun Yun still used a pseudonym, and then asked. What about you? Wang Dong. When Xiaoming heard the name reported by Yun Yun, his mind moved slightly and he also made up a false name. After a short conversation, the cave fell into an atmosphere of silence. However, at this moment, a cooing sound sounded, and Xiao couldn't help but glance at Yun Yun. Yun Yun's face turned red and her pretty face felt hot. Even though she was in the dark, she still felt indescribable embarrassment. It turns out you are hungry. Sorry, I was negligent. Looking at the dark night outside, it was probably already 7 o'clock in the evening. Yun Yun had been fighting all afternoon and was seriously injured. She was in urgent need of nutritional supplements. Being hungry is completely normal. You'd better lie down for a while. I'll catch 2 fish and give you some food. Fish soup. Xiaoming smiled softly, waved his right hand, and his fighting spirit circulated, and several moonstones were directly driven into the mountain wall. Yun Yun's pretty face, which still had a hint of blush, looked unusually bright and charming under the light of the moonstone. Xiaoming's eyes trembled slightly, and his heart moved. This woman really could move his mind with every smile. Turning around slightly, Xiaoming swept out of the cave. Xiaoming caught 2 plump big white fish in the pool. After cleaning them, he immediately returned to the cave. He raised her eyes slightly and saw that Yun Yun had sat up again at this moment. When she saw him coming in, she showed a nice smile. It seems like you can't lie down, that's all. If you want to sit down, just sit down, but don't move around, you know. Xiao Ming couldn't help but ask. I know. Yun Yun nodded. She was obviously the older one, but now the situation seemed to be reversed. Instead, Xiao Ming was taking care of her. For some reason, the more she looked at it, she suddenly felt that the young man in front of her seemed to exude a unique charm. This feeling made Yun Yun feel very strange. She had never experienced it before. That's good, Xiao Ming said, then waved his hand, and a stove appeared. He lit the firewood and put it into the stove. Xiao Ming then took out a casserole, poured oil in it, heated it, and first put the big white fish in it. Fry both sides, add hot water, add a little purple ginger, add 2 drops of wine to remove the fishy smell, and then cover the pot lightly. The whole process went smoothly, and Xiao Ming's movements were extremely skillful. Yun Yun opened her beautiful eyes without blinking. Xiao Ming's skillful movements surprised her. Do you cook often? Yun Yun's red lips opened slightly, and her sweet voice hovered in Xiao Ming's ears. Not often, but it tastes good. Xiao Ming replied. Your cooking skills look very good. Yun Yun said in a low voice. She had no cooking skills at all. She had never done these things since she was a child in the Yunlin sect. It's just so-so. I hope you'll like it later. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said modestly. After a while, the fish soup started to boil. Xiao Ming turned down the heat and started to simmer. After about another quarter of an hour passed, Xiao Ming added a little salt to taste, and the delicious fish soup was completed. Fish soup is the original flavor, so there is no need to add many other seasonings. Moreover, the fish in this deep pool are very fat, and the fish soup is most delicious when stewed in it. Ahem, the fish soup is ready. Xiao Ming coughed, breaking the somewhat calm atmosphere. Ah, oh, Yun Yun responded and prepared to stand up. Don't move, I'll do it. Xiao Ming took 2 steps forward and held her arm. Go slowly, Xiao Ming ordered. Oh, okay. Yun Yun nodded lightly, and with Xiao Ming's help, she sat down on a clean stone. How does it taste? Xiao Ming scooped up a bowl of fish soup and handed it to Yun Yun. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Yun Yun nodded and looked gently at the fish soup in the bowl. Fish soup is milky white in color and exudes a fragrant aroma. It looks very tempting. She picked up the spoon, gently scooped up a spoonful, and slowly swallowed it into her mouth. Immediately, her beautiful eyes lit up. Not only did the fish soup not have any fishy smell, it was actually very fragrant and delicious. Immediately, her beautiful eyes lit up. Not only did the fish soup not have any fishy smell, it was actually very fragrant and delicious. She didn't know if it was because she was hungry, but she felt that this was the first time in her life that she had tasted such delicious fish soup. It tastes delicious. Yun Yun couldn't help but praise softly. If it tastes good, drink more. Xiao Ming smiled slightly, looking at Yun Yun with tender eyes. Seeing this, Yun Yun's heart skipped a beat, her eyes quickly moved to the fish soup in her hand, and she drank it again. For some reason, she was always at a loss when looking at the young man's eyes. In the past, many people looked at her with admiring eyes, but she never cared about it, but the young man's gentle eyes with a hint of doting made her want to avoid them. Is it because the person looking at her has changed, or is it because her own heart has moved? Or maybe both. Yun Yun doesn't know it now, or in other words, she doesn't want to know it. All she knew was that this look made her a little overwhelmed. She was not a good talker, so she could only drink the fish soup. She was already hungry, and the fish soup was particularly delicious. She quickly finished the bowl of fish soup. After a bowl of fish soup, her hunger was relieved a little, her whole body felt warm, and she felt much better. Let's have another bowl. Lu Yunxiao smiled and stretched out his hand. Yeah, Yun Yun responded and handed the bowl out. She was indeed still a little hungry. Xiao Ming took the bowl, and his fingers inadvertently touched Yun Yun's green jade fingers, and their bodies froze at the same time. Xiao Ming reacted quickly, his expression remained as usual, and he continued to serve the fish soup. Yun Yun's pretty face turned red, and she couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Yun Yun, what are you thinking about? He's still a boy, he's still a boy. Yun Yun warned herself secretly and suppressed the strange emotions in her heart. Have to say that Xiao Ming's charm is quite great. After being looked at by Xiao Ming, She smelled Xiao Ming's breath after the intimate contact, and then she was deeply moved. Under the violent fluctuations in her mood. Here, that's it. Xiao Ming filled the fish soup and handed it to Yun Yun again. After filling their hungry stomach both, Xiao Ming helped Yun Yun to gently to lay down on the stone bed, and he also sleep near it. In the next few days, due to Yun Yun's injuries and seal, Xiao Ming also changed her medicine several times. Every time the dressing and bandaging were changed, Xiao Ming inadvertently enjoyed the beautiful scenery, while Yun Yun closed her eyes tightly and did not dare to look at Xiao Ming. Because she found that in this situation, the unique magic power of Xiao Ming seemed to have deepened a lot. Although she closed her eyes every time, the feeling on her body was unavoidable, especially when Xiao Ming helped her wipe the wound, that feeling. In addition, in the past few days, Xiao Ming had taken good care of her and prepared delicious food. Unknowingly, Xiao Ming's figure had been imprinted on her heart. However, in the next 2 or 3 days, Yun Yun was able to move on her own, but she did not let Xiao Ming change her dressing and bandage. And Xiao Ming also goes to little Dr. Fairy and he told her he can't come for at least a week so she don't worry about him and leave her by giving her a long deep goodbye kiss. Chapter 52. Daily Life in Warcraft Mountain Part 1. Early the next morning, Xiao Ming opened his eyes, stretched himself, and saw Yun Yun, who was originally lying on the dry haystack, now holding her chin and looking at Xiao Ming. Yun Yun looked at Xiao Yao waking up, smiled slightly and said, "Hey, you're awake, you can sleep so well." Xiao Ming yawned and replied, "I can't help it. After all, there is such a beautiful woman like you staying with me in this cave. Of course I have to enjoy this rare tranquility." There was a hint of ridicule in his voice. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Yun Yun blushed on her face. She glared at Xiao Ming gently, but her eyes were full of tenderness. She knew Xiao Ming was joking, but she also liked his relaxed attitude. "Forget it, I'm just kidding. Did your wound feel better when you woke up today?" Xiao Ming said softly. When Yun Yun heard Xiao Ming's cordial concern, her heart palpitated slightly, and the tips of her ears turned slightly red. A slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth and she said, "Well, it's much better. Thank you for your concern." Xiao Ming felt warm in his heart when he saw Yun Yun's shy look. He smiled and responded, "I'll redress your wound in the evening." After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Yun Yun felt warm in her heart. She lowered her head and said softly, "Well, please." The atmosphere between the two became more warm and intimate. In the night Xiao Ming walked up to Yun Yun and said to her calmly, "Yunji, then I will start to tear off the cotton bandage. It may be a little painful. Bear with it." Xiao Ming looked at that delicate side face. Yun Yun closed her eyes slightly, nodded gently, and said with a trembling voice, "I know, please be careful." At this time, Xiao Ming slowly pointed at the cotton covering the wound on Yun Yun's thigh, slowly tore it open, revealing the healed wound, and took out the scar-removing medicine he had made and applied it on it. At this time, there was a faint light coming from there. After the light disappeared, the scar disappeared, revealing a white, tender and delicate panel. After seeing it, Yun Yun's eyes flashed with joy, and her mouth was filled with a smile. She asked Xiao Yao, "Wang Dong, what type of elixir did you use? The healing effect is so good that it can even remove wounds. The scars left behind are so powerful. You must be an alchemist. Looking at the color and breath of this elixir, it must be at least 3 or 4 levels." Xiao Ming smiled slightly and said, "Do you think I am an alchemist? Actually, this pill is made by me. Are you surprised?" Hearing Xiao Ming word, Yun Yun is surprised. When both of them living together, Yun Yun know about Xiao Ming real cultivation, which is peak great fighting master, which has already made him surprised, as his beloved disciple only at the cultivation of 7-star fighter. But after knowing Xiao Ming was also an alchemist and also 4th tier alchemist, Yun Yun only say one word, monster. In her heart, even the Pill King Ji he can only 2nd tier alchemist when he is Xiao Ming age, which increases her impression towards Xiao Ming even more. Xiao Ming's speed was almost inhuman. And it is worth mentioning that Xiao Ming's foundation is still terrifyingly stable, which shocked Yun Yun. This shows that Xiao Ming did not force his way up by taking drugs. Such a talent is shocking. Now, he is also an alchemist, which makes him even more outstanding. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, he started to ask her to turn around and change the dressing on the wound on her back. He slowly untied the cotton cloth on her back. Seeing that there was still a little blood on the cotton cloth, he gently treated her wipe away a little blood around the wound. Xiaoming saw that the deep wound on his back had almost healed, and thought to himself. Tisk, tisk, it is indeed a 4th-grade healing medicine, and the effect is so fast. Then he poured the powder for her again, carefully continued to bandage her wound, and said warmly, well, the wound on the back has almost healed. You can tear off the bandaged cotton tomorrow, and I won't do it myself. Coming. Yun Yun felt Xiaoming's attentiveness and gentleness, and couldn't help but feel a warm current in her heart. She turned around, looked at Xiaoming's focused expression, and joked, Wang Dong, don't I look good? I won't do it tomorrow. Did I bandage it? After finishing speaking, he leaned in front of him and looked at Xiaoming with his clear eyes, with a hint of unnoticeable pride on his lips. After Xiaoming saw it, he suddenly stretched one of his hands behind Yun Yun, hugged her slender waist, and brought her body closer to Xiaoming. The other hand caressed her cheek. Xiaoming had an unknown smile on his face and said softly, Woman, you are playing with fire. Yun Yun felt the man's hot breath, and a blush rushed to her face, making Yun Yun look even more delicate and charming. At this time, her body trembled slightly and she quickly pushed Xiaoming away. The two of them sat aside in silence for a while. Xiaoming took out the remaining meat from yesterday's fish, stuck it with a fork, put it on the fire rack and continued to bake it, and whispered, You are hungry, we will roast the meat later. Yun Yun heard Xiaoming's words and replied softly, Yes. Xiaoming picked up a fork by the fire and roasted the meat, watching the meat become cooked. Xiaoming poured the barbecue sauce on it and handed it to Yun Yun. Yun Yun looked at the barbecue that Xiaoming handed over, took the fork, and took a bite of the barbecue on the fork. The delicious taste spread in her mouth, and she couldn't help but close her eyes, as if she had forgotten what just happened. Enjoying the rare delicious food at this time, the two of them were eating barbecue like this, just enjoying the delicious food at this time, and their minds were able to calm down in front of the delicious food. Chapter 53, Daily Life in the Warcraft Mountain Part 2. Looking at the 5th level wild bear which has metallic luster in his body in front of him, Xiaoming's body suddenly shot out from the ground. This is the Warcraft Mountain which lives some deep area in Warcraft Mountain. Xiaoming search for it as it contains metal attribute which Xiaoming needs. Xiaoming make a fist, there was a little golden light, which silently touched the former's abdomen. Octane blast. With a slight sound, Xiaoming's fist paused for a moment, and then, he actually penetrated the skin of the Kuangyan bear, which was famous for its defense as smashed and his body flown and didn't stop until he break a dozen of trees. Boom. All the internal organs in the body, as well as the large number of blood vessels, were torn apart by this inconspicuous force. A large number of internal organs were ruptured, and even with the powerful physique of the Warcraft, it could not withstand the damage. After the huge body twitched a few times, it fell straight to the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. Looking at the corpse of the monster on the ground, Xiaoming looked at his fingers with some joy. This should be the power of fully mastered Earth-level Octane Blast, which can make a low-level 4th-tier Warcraft die without any movement. Xiaoming murmured. After taking out the dagger and searching inside Bear's head, Xiaoming took out a magic core and then accepted it. After turning around and walking a few steps, Xiaoming seemed to have thought of something again. He looked back at the pair of big bear paws, then turned back and put the monster's body into the ring. Then, after walking towards the cave with satisfaction for a while, Xiaoming returned to the cool cave. Entering the cave, he saw Yun Yun sitting on the stone slab with her fragrant cheek in her palm, waiting for his return. When she saw Xiaoming returning, she couldn't help but smile slightly and said, He's back. After saying that, Yun Yun bent down to pick up the kettle and poured water into the stone bowl. Then he stood up slightly, carrying a faint scent of wind, and walked towards Xiaoming. Since the plain skirt Yun Yun was wearing was broken, she was now wearing Xiaoming's black robe. The black color may look heavy on others, but when it comes to her, it has a mysterious charm accentuated by the uneven and exquisite body. As the lotus steps moved slightly, a jade-like snow-white calf was looming, quite charming. Smiling and nodding, Xiaoming sat on the stone, took the stone bowl from her, drank all the water. Okay, now I am going to make tasty food for you, Xiaoming said after putting bowl on the stone. He is now working part-time chief for Yun Yun. Hearing this, a beautiful smile appeared in face of Yun Yun. She really liked to eat delicious food made by Xiaoming. Yun Yun can't eat that much tasty food in the Yunlin sect. Thinking of this, saliva secreted in his mouth. After this, Xiaoming make break fast for the both of them. When the two of them were dining together, Yun Yun looked a little complicated and said, "In some day, I should be able to break the seal." Originally, being able to break the seal should be a joyful thing, but for some reason, Yun Yun didn't feel happy at all at this moment. Compared with the past days when she was aloof in the Yunlin sect, Yun Yun was a little more intoxicated by the peaceful life of these few days. Xiao Ming's hand holding the grilled fish froze slightly, and then said, "Congratulations then. When I regain my strength, I will go find the amethyst-winged Lion King again," Yun Yun said to herself. Xiao Ming said, "Are you sure you fight against the amethyst-winged Lion King?" "Yeah," Yun Yun nodded slightly, then seemed a little unwilling to say, "I'm not far behind its strength, but I didn't expect it to master the sealing technique. I suffered a loss last time because I was caught off guard. Next time we fight, I won't necessarily will lose to it." "Why did you have a conflict with the amethyst-winged Lion King?" Xiao Ming said, although he knew but he asked curiously. Yun Yun opened her red lips lightly and said, "I need to get the purple spirit crystal. I wanted to trade with the purple crystal-winged Lion King, but it was rejected by it, so I had to take action." "I see." Xiao Meng nodded slightly and then said, "Can I help you with anything?" After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Yun Yun pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "The purple spirit crystal is usually placed in the cave of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. If possible, I would like to ask you to enter the cave of the purple crystal-winged Lion King and help me find the purple spirit crystal. As for the amethyst-winged Lion King, I will lead it out of the cave tomorrow to create an opportunity for you." "No problem." Xiao Ming nodded slightly and agreed directly. Xiao Ming remembered that in the cave of the amethyst-winged Lion King, in addition to the purple spirit crystal, there was also an associated amethyst source. The accompanying amethyst source is also of great help in improving one's cultivation level. Xiao Ming planned to collect the accompanying amethyst source when the time comes. When you wear this crystal on your body, as long as you are close to the purple spirit crystal, it will heat up. You can find the purple spirit crystal just by relying on the heat. Yun Yun took out a small piece of diamond-shaped crystal from the ring, handed it to Xiao Ming, and said with a smile. After making a plan, Xiao Ming looked at Yun Yun and said, "Since nothing happens, let's rest first." "Yeah." Looking at the only stone bed in the cave, Yun Yun said he nodded with a blush on his face. Then he quickly ran to the bed, piled a line with clothes again, and repeatedly reminded Xiao Ming not to cross the line. Although she had crossed the line last night due to poor sleep. Chapter 54, Breaking the Seal. In the next few days, Xiao Ming would hunt monsters and spend rest off the time with Yun Yun. And make lunch in day and in night. And Yun Yun seems to have adapted to this kind of life. Every time Xiao Ming came back from hunting monsters, she would habitually greet him at the entrance of the cave and then take the things in his hands. "Yunji, come and see, this time I actually hunted something with extremely delicious meat." That morning, Xiao Ming carried a few pieces of tender meat and walked into the cave while talking. However, when he saw the stone bed, when he saw Yun Yun, who was different from usual, his tone gradually became lower. At this time, inside the cave, Yun Yun was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, with the strange long sword placed flat on her legs. Today, she put on a snow-white dress, and the phoenix hair ornament on her head, which was originally a bit lazy, was gathered together again, exuding a touch of nobility. The beautiful cheeks were calm and elegant, and the faint weakness of the past few days had completely disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to host for helping in healing Yun Yun injuries. You get 500 heavenly points. Hearing this system notification, Xiao Ming understand. He took a breath and asked softly, "Have you broken the seal?" "Yes." With a faint nod, Yun Yun said, then moved slightly and stood in front of Xiao Ming in an instant. Her beautiful eyes moved down, staring at the young man's handsome face, and said, "Let's go and find the amethyst-winged Lion King." After saying that, Yun Yun took the lead and turned around to face the outside of the cave, moving lightly, beautifully and gracefully. Xiao Ming with a wry smile shook his head. He put away the things in his hands and followed immediately. After leaving the cave, the two of them stood on a huge rock. Yun Yun stared into Xiao Ming's eyes and said, "If you encounter a monster blocking you, try not to fight with it, lest the fluctuations attract more monsters. When the time comes, you may." When speaking, Yun Yun's tone inadvertently contained a touch of concern. "Yeah." Xiao Ming nodded slightly and responded calmly. Looking at Xiao Ming, who seemed to be calmer than her, Yun Yun frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable for some unknown reason. After calming down a little, Yun Yun reminded softly, I will try my best to hold it back, but you have to hurry up to avoid being discovered by that beast. Don't worry, it's no problem. Xiaoming smiled slightly and opened his arms. Yes, Yun Yun nodded slightly, her body trembled slightly, and a pair of cyan energy wings slowly stretched out from her back. But when she raised her head and looked at Xiaoming's movements, she was stunned. A faint blush quickly appeared on her pretty face, and she said angrily, What are you doing? Xiaoming, who was making a hug gesture, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Yun Yun's question, with an expression that seemed to be extremely astonished. He said very innocently, With such a long distance, you won't let me run away by myself, right? If I encounter a 4th level or 5th level monster on the way, wouldn't I die on the way? The long eyelashes trembled violently, and after a moment, Yun Yun could only take a deep breath and nodded helplessly. Seeing her nodding, Xiaoming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, walked forward slowly, and once again took the noble Yunlin sect leader into his arms. Yun Yun was hugged by Xiaoming, her body stiffened slightly, and she felt a faint feeling of intoxication in her heart. Don't move, or I will throw you down. After being awake and regaining all her strength, Yun Yun's delicate body trembled slightly, and slowly he took a deep breath, suppressed his beating heart, and threatened lightly. Smiling and nodding, Xiaoming murmured in a low voice, Every night, I don't know who sleeps very badly, and every time he uses me as a pillow. Both teacher and disciple are same, both used to sleep in Xiaoming's arm. Hearing this, Yun Yun thought that she would lie on his bed every morning. Standing up, her pretty cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. Pretending not to hear his muttering, the two wings fluttered slightly on their backs, and the two quickly rose off the ground. Due to Do Huang's extremely fast speed, in the blink of an eye, the two of them flew high into the sky. Xiaoming seemed to be frightened just after he ascended into the sky. Quickly like an octopus, it entangled Yun Yun. The two of them immediately stuck together. This sudden movement immediately made Yun Yun's body go limp. The fighting spirit running in the body was also stunned. The original flying state can no longer be maintained. The two people who lost their lift quickly fell from a high altitude to less than 100 meters above the ground. Wow, Yun Yun, pay attention to flying. Seeing this situation, Xiaoming also felt that he was overplaying his hand, and hurriedly reminded her loudly in her ear. Shut up. Yun Yun's delicate body trembled, she took a deep breath and said sternly. Oh, Xiaoming agreed, leaning into Yun Yun's arms and saying a few words from time to time. Yun Yun felt ashamed and annoyed, so she could only speed up and rush towards the cave of the amethyst-winged Lion King. A flash of green light flashed across the sky, and then landed silently on a messy pile of rocks. Xiaoming did not provoke Yun Yun's nerves anymore. After landing, he consciously fell from her body, released his hands, and took a step back. As soon as her body was empty, Yun Yun suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. She took a deep breath and tried to regain her composure. Is that the cave of the amethyst-winged Lion King? Standing behind a huge rock, Xiaoming cast his gaze towards the top of the mountain and asked Yun Yun in a low voice. Well, when Yun Yun heard the name of the amethyst-winged Lion King, she completely calmed down her emotions, her eyes slowly swept around the cave, her eyebrows slightly frowned, and she said, The surrounding defenses have become much tighter. I think that guy has also been more vigilant. I will try to kill or injure those monsters at the entrance of the cave later, and you will choose the best time to sneak into the cave. Yeah, Xiaoming nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Seeing Xiaoming nodding, Yun Yun felt relieved. As she flew away, she couldn't help but tilt her head and reminded Xiaolei softly. You, be careful, don't get into trouble. Be careful, Xiaoming nodded, then smiled and said, Don't be sealed again. In that case, I will have no choice but to serve you for a few more days. Thinking of the days when the two lived together in the cave, Yun Yun's face turned red. She turned around, flapped her wings behind her back, and her graceful figure flew towards the huge cave entrance like lightning. She seemed to be running away. For some reason, she always found it hard to calm down when facing Xiaoming. Yun Yun's figure was not hidden, so when she entered 100 meters away from the cave, bursts of beast roars resounded throughout the mountains and fields. Holding the jade hand, a strange green long sword appeared in the palm of her hand. Yun Yun's figure turned into a flash of green light and shadow, and instantly swooped into the dense forest around the cave. Suddenly, bursts of shrill beast roars sounded in the forest. For Xiao Ming's safety, Yun Yun took action without reservation, frantically killing the monsters guarding the entrance of the cave. "Human woman, how dare you show up? Today, I will take your life." When Yun Yun was killing the guarding monsters, in the huge cave, the furious roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King suddenly resounded in the sky. Immediately, a purple light flew out of the hole like lightning and crashed into the dense forest. Suddenly, a burst of light shot out, and the dense forest was instantly destroyed. Chapter 55, Robbing Lion Den. The dense forest was destroyed, and two rays of light, one green and one purple, chased each other straight into the sky, and then started a fierce exchange of bombardments at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Xiao Ming raised his head and glanced at the battle high in the sky, and then used his dark attribute. His body turned into a shadow and quickly rushed towards the cave of the amethyst-winged Lion King on the top of the mountain. After a while, Xiao Ming ran through the dense forest that Yun Yun had entered before. When he saw it, there were many corpses of monsters above the first 3 levels. Xiao Ming glanced at them casually, ignored the corpses, and quickly headed towards the entrance of the cave. Most of the monster guards at the entrance of the cave were eliminated by Yun Yun. However, due to the rush of time, there were still 2 third-level monsters hiding behind. At this time, the 2 third-level monsters were looking at the fierce battle in the sky with trepidation, their bodies lying on the ground, trembling continuously. Xiao Ming's moved forward, and as fast as lightning, he launched an attack on the 2 third-level monsters. A third-level monster with a level comparable to that of a great human fighting master is no match for the Xiao Ming, let alone a sneak attack. Xiao Ming, holding a long sword, took advantage of the 2 third-level monsters to be unprepared and cut their throats in one move and collect their body. After taking care of the 2 third-level monsters, Xiao Ming put away Xuanyuan's sword again and quickly rushed towards the cave of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Entering the cave, the light was not as dim as expected. There were occasionally some purple crystals inlaid on the surrounding mountain walls. These crystal blocks are natural products of caves. In the human world, these amethyst blocks are quite rare decorative items and are valuable. The interior of the deep and spacious cave is dotted with these amethyst blocks, which is extremely beautiful. Walking carefully along the way, in this cave, as Yun Yun said, there were no other monsters. Except for the subtle footsteps of his walking, there was no other sound. After passing through the long cave passage, 2 branch roads appeared in front of them after a while. After passing through the long cave passage, a moment later, 2 forked roads appeared in front of them. When Xiao Ming saw this, he hurriedly grabbed a thread around his neck and pulled the piece of purple spirit crystal that Yun Yun gave him to his clothes. After sensing the 2 passages respectively, I saw that the reaction on the right was stronger, so I rushed in there. Because he knew there was a small amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming was extra cautious this time. When walking, you don't even dare to step on the stones under your feet. After walking along the passage for a while, the sight in front of me became wider again. Xiao Ming pressed his body tightly against the entrance of the cave, and his eyes slowly swept across the cave that was almost filled with amethyst stones. The sweeping gaze slowly stopped after moving to the center position, because there was a small amethyst-winged Lion King, prostrate on the ground, sleeping quietly. As if aware of Xiao Ming's arrival, the little amethyst-winged Lion King suddenly opened his eyes, stood upright, opened his mouth slightly, and let out a low roar, which seemed to be quite displeased that Xiao Ming had entered its territory dissatisfied. This lion's roar still sounds quite childish, but its domineering power is already quite obvious. After all, it is the descendant of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Although it is still young, the aura of the King of Beasts has already begun to emerge. "Sorry, little guy," Xiao Ming muttered, and with a flick of his right hand, he held the Xuanyuan sword horizontally in his hand, and the bright silver light sword intent suddenly spread out and he slashed it down with his sword. Roar! The little amethyst-winged Lion King roared and rushed directly towards Xiao Ming, spitting out a ball of intense purple fire from his mouth. Bah! The sword light was bright, cutting the purple fireball in half, and then the green sword light fell directly on the little amethyst-winged Lion King. The little amethyst-winged Lion King wailed, and his body was thrown away directly and hit the mountain wall. A large crack was opened in the thick amethyst covering his body, and blood gushed out. The little amethyst-winged Lion King's eyes widened and he was knocked unconscious. The strength of the little amethyst-winged lion king is comparable to that of the masters at the peak of the great Do master, but it still cannot catch Xiaoming's sword. Now Xiaoming has a fighting spirit level attack power with every sword he makes. After all, he was here to steal other people's things. Xiaoming couldn't really kill the little amethyst-winged lion king, so he could only knock it out. So he can't use it full power and put the sword inside ring. Standing inside the cave, Xiaoming held the warm crystal. Then he held it, guided by the temperature, and slowly walked around the cave filled with amethyst stones. After moving inside the cave for a long time, Xiaoming suddenly made a discovery. Behind a nearby stone slab, there were actually a large number of precious medicinal materials, high-level magic cores and other miscellaneous items hidden. Xiaoming's eyes lit up. It seemed that this was the collection of the amethyst-winged lion king. Since there was no time to take a closer look, Xiaoming collected all the large piles in the storage space and then continued to search. After searching for a moment, Xiaoming suddenly stopped at the place where the little amethyst-winged lion king was crawling. He squatted down slightly, stretched out his hand, and tapped lightly on the dozen or so amethyst stones nearby. When his fingers tapped an amethyst stone next to it, a hollow soft sound came from below. Listening to the sound, Xiaoming was slightly surprised, and he quickly fumbled with his right hand to open the stone slab. Suddenly, a flash of light shot out, stimulating Xiaoming so much that he quickly closed his eyes. After the pain in his eyes gradually subsided, Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes. Glancing towards the small hole, he saw a fist-sized, irregular, sharp purple spirit stone being stored quietly inside. On top of the purple spirit stone, brilliance flows, and it is instantly beautiful. When this sharp purple spirit stone appeared, the crystal in Xiaoming's hand became as hot as fire. At that moment, he quickly put the crystal into the ring, then carefully took out the purple spirit stone from the small hole, and also put it into the ring. After receiving the purple spirit crystal, Xiaoming quickly stood up and ran wildly out of the passage. He galloped through the long passage and quickly came to the fork. Then he ran to another passage without hesitation. This passage was different from the one on the right. It was quite tortuous. Xiaoming made several turns, and as he got closer, he could feel that the temperature around him was getting hotter and hotter. After a while, Xiaoming rubbed his hands excitedly while looking at the exit that was faintly emitting purple light in the distance. Walking into the cave, looking at the relatively wide space inside, looking around, his eyes stopped at the center of the cave. There, amethyst stones more than 1 meter high were accumulated into a square platform-like appearance. On the amethyst stone platform, a purple spherical object, which was as big as Xiaoming's head, was placed quietly. Seeing what he wanted, Xiaoming walked towards the purple spirit stone platform with a smile on his face. As he got closer, a faint wave of heat hit him, making Xiaoming squint slightly. Slowly bending down, Xiaoming stared at the mysterious purple ball. If he guessed correctly, it should be the source of the accompanying amethyst. This thing, only when the 6th order amethyst-winged lion king is in production, will there be a very small chance of being produced at the same time as the little beast. And because it stayed in the lion's belly for an extremely long time, the pure energy it contained was quite spectacular. When the little beast grows to a 4th level magical beast, as long as it is swallowed, it can directly become a 5th level magical beast. And after swallowing the purple fire in the body, it will be more powerful than other amethyst-winged lions that have not swallowed the accompanying amethyst source. This accompanying amethyst source can raise a monster from the 4th level to the 5th level. If it were a human being, it would be equivalent to pulling a 1-star fighting spirit directly to the fighting king realm. Therefore, one can imagine how. He did not dare to waste time, so he directly took out the purple spirit crystal and knocked it hard against the purple ball. Click. The purple spirit crystal hit the ball. After a slight silence, a crack appeared on the surface of the ball. After a moment, the crack expanded, and then it shattered with a bang. The associated amethyst source had just broken, and purple liquid flowed out from it. Without any hesitation, Xiaoming took out the jade bottle from the system space and quickly filled it with purple liquid. The ball seemed quite big, but the purple liquid contained in it only allowed Xiaoming to fill 6 small jade bottles. Seeing that the purple liquid was no longer flowing out of the ball, Xiaoming quickly put away the companion source. After looking around and seeing nothing missing, he galloped towards the entrance of the cave. Xiaoming ran wildly for a while using dark attribute in the shadow, then saw a light appearing in front of him. He using dark attribute he traveled in shadows and can't be discovered by Amethyst-Winged Lion King, and as for little Amethyst-Winged Lion King, he is still unconscious and he can't awake until someone come and tried to awake him. After moving out of cave he began to activate the fighting spirit in his body, and a pair of purple wings slowly began to appear behind him. Xiaoming stepped hard with his legs. As your body lifts off the ground, your legs quickly bend and your arms wrap around your calves. Then, the whole person flew high into the sky. Yunji, let's go. Flying high in the sky, Xiaoming shouted to Yun who was with the Amethyst-Winged Lion King in the distance. Chapter 56, Conforming Relation. In the sky, when she noticed that Xiaoming had successfully come out of the cave, Yun knew that he must have succeeded. Despicable human beings, you actually lured the lion away from the mountain. Seeing Xiaoming flying out of his cave, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King immediately realized that he had fallen into the two people's scheme, and opened his mouth like a blood basin, like thunder. The roaring sound of a lion shook several nearby mountains to pieces. Ho ho! The little Amethyst-Winged Lion King roared hurriedly upon seeing this, as if complaining. Xiaoming, who was in the distance, also felt a strong wave of air coming. The whole figure seemed to have fallen into a whirlpool, and wanted to blow him into air. But the air current doesn't has a slightest effect on his body. If you dare to steal my house, then you will keep your life. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King naturally did not intend to let Xiaoming go. He opened his huge mouth and a ball of blazing purple fire spurted out. The extremely high temperature caused the air to become slightly distorted wherever the purple fire passed. The wind is pushing. Seeing Xiaoming in trouble, the green wings behind Yun flashed and appeared in front of the former. As the crisp and soft sound fell, a violent blue wind emerged in front of him, and then roared out, blocking the huge purple flame. Amethyst-Winged Lion King, you'd better go and see your son. His condition seems to be a little bad. Seeing that attack was stopped, Xiaoming used his fighting spirit to fight against the purple light group. What, bastard, if anything happens to my son, I want you two to bury him with him. After hearing Xiaoming's words, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King roared angrily and immediately dispersed the purple light curtain, not caring about anything else. Man, hurriedly flew to find his son. After a slight hesitation, it did not choose to pursue, but quickly returned to the depths of the cave. After seeing the Amethyst-Winged Lion King lured away, Yun flapped her wings behind her back and scooped Xiao into her arms just before he fell to the ground and died. After realizing that he fell into the soft and fragrant embrace, Xiaoming hugged her again without any politeness and hugged Sister Duhuang's waist tightly. It wasn't until she left the depths of the Warcraft Mountains that she found a hidden cave where both lived before and landed slowly. Are you okay? After landing, Yun supported Xiaoming and asked softly. It's not a big problem. Xiaoming shook his head slightly and then said, this is the purple spirit crystal you want. While speaking, Xiaoming's thoughts moved slightly. He took out the purple spirit crystal and handed it to Yun. Thank you. Yun reached out to take the purple spirit crystal and thanked Xiaoming. Taking the purple spirit crystal, Yun looked at Xiaoming's handsome and immortal face. Her heart was also full of reluctance as he doesn't want to leave him. This was the first member of the opposite sex who entered her heart and gave her that strange feeling. She will naturally keep him in her heart. Let's stay and have lunch before leaving. After a moment of silence, Xiaoming said quietly. Okay. Yun nodded and agreed. In an atmosphere of mutual silence, the two finished their last lunch. On the protruding boulder outside the cave, two figures, one white and one green, were looking at each other quietly. Xiaoming break the silence said to her, Yunji, actually I am not called Wang Dong, my name is Xiaoming. Yun looked surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that Xiaoming could say this. But she couldn't say anything to Xiaoming as she himself couldn't said his true identity. Yun took a deep breath, controlled her emotions, and suddenly thought of something interesting. It's not that both of them couldn't tell their real name. She responded softly, and there is a hint of pride in her words, little guy, actually my name is Yun not Yunji. You also remember that my name is Yun and the leader of Yun Land sect. You can't mess with me in the future. So, you are sect master of Yun Land sect Yun. Xiaoming acted surprised first and later said with teasing tone, and then he added, you are talking about my little guy. Who is the little guy? You are so small, have you ever tried it? Yun was suddenly startled when she heard Xiaoming's words, and then he suddenly understand, a hint of blush appeared on her face, and then the blush went from her face to her neck. This nod means, if I marry you in the future, I can eat soft rice of Yunlan sect leader for the rest of my life, Xiaoming said with teasing smile. Her face is already red, but after hearing Xiaoming words, it turned even more rosy. She moved his face to other side, not looking at Xiaoming, and said, "Who wants to marry a shameless person like you, and let you eat soft rice?" Hearing Yunyun words, Xiaoming moved his hands behind Yunyun, hugged her slender waist, and lifted her and put her body on his lap. Xiaoming hugged the Yunyun's waist tightly with his left hand, raised her white chin with his right hand. Yunyun, who was startled by the sudden action of Xiaoming, she started to struggle in his arm and move his hand to Xiaoming's chest, wanted to push him, but she feels his hand lost his strength and she can't push him. She is now only at the mercy of Xiaoming. Xiaoming hugged her tightly, and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I won't do that unless you want it. But if you want to avoid me, so remember you only belongs to me, not only in this life but also in all the life, which we reincarnated, we always live together." Hearing Xiaoming bold and sudden confession, Yunyun is surprised, but she also felt happy in her heart, although she can't show it on her face. After saying, Xiaoming approached Yunyun. This time they were very close, their eyes were locked on each other's eyes, and they could hear each other's breathing. Xiaoming could clearly smell the sweet scent coming from Yunyun's lips. Looked at her shy and astonished eyes, lowered his head and kissed her gently. The Yunyun's soft lips took a brief taste. Xiaoming's gentle kiss made her heart beat faster involuntarily. Her heart was already a little throbbing, but under this kiss enwrapped in Xiaoming's breath, all her emotions were completely released and she could no longer control it. She instinctively followed the thoughts in her heart and actually responded to Xiaoming at the same time. After some time, the lips parted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for level up Silver Tongue to LVL 5. Although system notification sounded in Xiaoming's ear, but it was simply ignored by him. "So, now do you want to marry me or not?" Xiaoming whispered in her ear. After hearing Xiaoming's question, Yunyun looked at Xiaoming's eyes charmingly, and wrapped her hands around Xiaoming's neck, raised her delicate chin, and kissed him. This kiss was no longer superficial, but full of passion and affection. Xiaoming was first surprised by the Yunyun's initiative, and then his heart was filled with joy. The two people's breathing gradually became faster, and the air around them seemed to become hot. Xiaoming felt the enthusiasm of the Yunyun and held her tighter with his hands, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Their lips overlapped and tongue battle started within mouth. Chirp, chirp. Yunyun, who was kissed by the first time, eaten a forbidden fruit of love, she already forget about her noble status of Yunlan sect leader. Her action now felt like as she is hypnotized by sudden force and now only focus on doing kiss. As the kiss become deeper, their tongue started invaded others' mouth and wanted to explore. They twisted each other, making their saliva mix it with each other. Squeak, squeak, chirp, chirp. After more than 30 minutes they separate from each other, but their lips is connected by the bridge of saliva. Yunyun's face is as rosy as clouds, and her eyes were as gentle as water. After break from each, Yunyun come back to his senses, thinking of his action just now. Her face turned red and she buried her face in Xiaoming's chest and not wanted to looking at him. Seeing Yunyun's sudden action, Xiaoming smiled, and he really liked shy type girl. He moved his hand and both wrapped around Yunyun's soft waist and closed his eyes, and enjoyed the tranquil moment. Chapter 57. Yunyun leaving, 7th level Beast Fire. After leaving embrace from each other, both stand up and look at each other. After confirming their relation, the way in which Yunyun looking at Xiaoming now is much different than before. His eyes is full of tenderness and love. Yunyun looked at Xiaoming's starry eyes and unconsciously invited her, "Do you want to come with me to Yunlan sect with me?" "Forget it, I still have a lot of things to deal with now, really." Hearing Yunyun's words, Xiaoming refuted immediately. He has to do so many things on his body now, so naturally it was impossible for him to go to Yunlan Zong with Yunyun, so he declined the latter immediately. "Okay, since you don't want to go, I won't force you. Your fighting chi skills should be at the high level. I can't come up with anything more advanced, but you have not any movement skills. I'm here. There happens to be an extra scroll of Zon level intermediate movements, so take it and use it." Seeing Xiaoming's refusal, Yunyun's beautiful eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and she immediately took out a scroll, flicked it with her jade finger, and shot it towards Xiaoming. Raised his hand to take the scroll. Xiaoming took a closer look and saw that it was the Zon level intermediate movement technique called explosive step. As the name suggests, this is a physical fighting technique that relies on the momentum of energy explosions to increase speed. After flipping through it for a moment, Xiao Mini put the scroll into the ring and chuckled. Although his speed is increased by heavenly points but he doesn't have any movement skills, this is exactly what I want, so you're welcome. By the way, turn around. At this time, Yun Yun thought of something and said to Xiao Ming. Okay. Although Xiao Ming didn't know what she was going to do, he still followed her words. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, Yun Yun reached behind her and started to unbutton it. But Xiao Ming heard a rustling sound coming from behind. You can turn around now. Hearing the crisp voice from behind, Xiao turned around and looked at Yun Yun again. Yun Yun held the folded metal inner armor with both hands and said softly to the young man in front of her, and was handed to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, this is for you. This is the hard armor of the sea. It is made of a strange metal produced in the belly of 3 blue whales. Its defensive power depends on the strength of its owner. Although you are strong now, it can still give you a lot of power. Help, Yun Yun said warmly with her beautiful eyes flowing. I don't care whether you help or not, but this is your personal clothing, so I accept it without mercy. Xiao Ming said, taking the heart of the sea armor from Yun Yun's hand. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the corners of Yun Yun's mouth twitched. Why did she feel a little weird? I've been out for so long, and if I don't go back, the sect will probably be in chaos. If you want to come to me, come to Yunlin's sect with this token. Yun Yun looked at the sun that had unknowingly reached the top of her head after that, his green wings flattering around him, and when she wanted to leave. Although both of them don't want to separate from each. Wait, Xiao Ming put away the heart of the sea, and said, then quickly took Yun Yun's white and tender hand. What else is there? Yun Yun glanced at Xiao Ming again. As the saying goes, courtesy reciprocates. You gave me the inner armor, and a movement skills, I didn't say anything. I'll give you this, a mighty Huang pill, which can increase your level by 2 stars, is just right for you. Xiao Ming now buy this from System Mall using 38,000 mall points. He previously sell all the exercises which he collected from Mercenaries group, which includes 4 low Zan level and more than 5 high Huang level and other exercises, to System Mall in total 35,000 points, and he also already have 20,000 points, so giving Minty Huang pill is not any problem to him. Xiao Ming opened his right hand, took out a cyan scroll, and put it into Yun Yun's hand. Minty Huang pill, this is too precious, I can't have it, it might be helpful for you in the future. Yun Yun immediately thought of rejecting it. Don't worry, I have many of this, you don't have to worry about, and I don't have habit of taking back things I sent out, and you are also leaving this, so think this should be your farewell gift from me, Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. Not to mention anything else, this boy's feelings for her so far are really sincere. Yun Yun, Xiao Ming called softly, took 2 steps forward, and hugged Yun Yun into his arms. Yun Yun didn't struggle and let him hold her. Yun Yun, goodbye, but I think we will meet again sooner or later. Xiao Ming whispered in Yun Yun's ear, and then looked at touching Yun Yun's red little mouth. After leaving Xiao Ming were embrace, Yun Yun fluttered the cyan wings behind her, and she rushed forward. The clouds quickly disappeared into the sky, because she knows if she stay like this with Xiao Ming, she even didn't know if she returned to Yunlin's sect or not. As she stay more time with Xiao Ming, she didn't know if her mind changed, didn't able to leave Xiao Ming, so she rushed over, controlling her emotions. Watching Yun Yun's figure completely disappear into the SK, Xiao Ming slowly withdrew his gaze and smiled, waved his right hand, and took out the sea hard armor again. His right hand gently brushed from above and put it in system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting Yun Yun Minty Huang pill. You obtained 400 heavenly points. In a cave in the Warcraft mountain, Xiao Ming sat on a flat stone. Xiao Ming took out one of the bottle of companion energy source from the ring. System, upgraded to 7th level beast companion energy source, Xiao Ming said to system in his mind. He know that 7th level beast compi source energy when refined give him 7th level beast fire, which contains more energy than 6th level beast fire. Xiao Ming wanted to use it breakthrough Doling level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading 6th level companion source to 7th level, consume 8,000 mall points. After hearing notification in his mind, Xiao Ming feels the companion source container in her hand become hot and his color change from purple to dark purple in color. Then he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and put all the companion source in his mouth, reaching directly in his body. As the companion source entered his body, he could feel that his body was getting hotter and hotter. Wave after wave of dark purple energy seeped out from all the meridians, and then gradually merged into the bones and flesh. Xiaoming also hurriedly controlled the cyclone to rotate at high speed, absorbing the thick purple energy in his body into his meridians. Buzz! As he merged into Xiaoming a miniature detonator, beast fire immediately burst out with terrifying energy. PFF'd. The explosive impact from inside the body caused extreme pain to Xiaoming. He drove a mestheotic beast fire to follow Great Tao Extreme Elemental Ju's exercise route and walked for some hours. However, when the exercise was run for the second time, it took only 1 hour. No matter how violent the strange fire is, it has to be submissive when it enters the path of fighting qi. Just like that, another more than 10 hours has been passed, finally completed the refini the beast fire. Then, after merging Tham, it is transformed into pure fighting energy that can be absorbed. The dark purple-black energy in his body, because it was too strong, seemed to be turning into black. At this moment, a violent tremor suddenly came from the explosion of deep purple and black energy surface. Then, wisps of violent dark purple-black flames actually rose from the energy. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming showed a smile on his face. As he continued to absorb energy, Xiaoming's fighting spirit level also began to rise rapidly. Boom! After a while, with a loud bang sound, all energy in the surrounding poured into his body. He was promoted from a 1-star Doling to a 2-star Doling, and started to rise more. It can't go on like this, it must be suppressed. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming hurriedly pushed down the fighting spirit level with all his strength. In an instant, he fell from 2 stars back to 1 stars. As his fighting spirit level was reduced to 1 star, the energy in his body suddenly began to rebound and pulse at peak 1-star Doling. However, judging from the fullness of the Douqi cyclone, there is only a thin line between him and the 2-star Doling. It is estimated that a breakthrough will be achieved within 1 month. Xiaoming carefully checked the Douqi in his body. It changed from the solid rhombus shape during the Great Dou Master period to the solid sea urchin shape. With a wave of his hand, Douqi transformed into knives, swords, spears, bows and other forms in his hands. This is also a Doling level combat skill, Douqi Condensation. Under Xiaoming's mental gaze, the dark purple-black flames quickly passed through several meridians, and then projected directly into the cyclone. The dark purple-black flame had just entered the cyclone, and the speed of the cyclone's rotation suddenly accelerated a lot at this moment. Wisps of dark purple-black flames continued to rotate along with the rotation of the cyclone, and then separated from it and merged into the cyclone. As the last wisp of dark purple fire melted into the cyclone, Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes. Come out! In his eyes, a flash of dark purple-black light flashed and then disappeared. What should I call the new fused fire? Xiaoming raised his hand and saw a dark purple-black flame appeared on his hand. Unlike other flames that burned violently, this dark black-purple flame in front of him, it seemed extremely quiet. Don't look at the harmless appearance of this flame, but the energy contained in it is equivalent to low 8th tier beast flame. Let's call it Shadow Lion King Flame. Xiaoming didn't think too much, just give him a name casually. We have broken through the Doling. It's time to leave this Warcraft mountain and go to valley. Xiaoming murmured softly. After this, Xiaoming stand up from the stone seat and stashes his legs and arms. He's sitting here for many hours. Now it's time to go and meet little Dr. Fairy. Chapter 58. Meeting little Dr. Fairy again, System Panel. Xiaoming was walking in the dense forest towards the outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains. He came to the valley. At this time, Xiaoming walked around and found the little medical fairy. The latter is washing medicinal materials with water. Xiaoming, you are finally back. As soon as she saw Xiaoming back, the little medical fairy showed a gentle smile. Immediately, a look of joy as brilliant as a peach blossom bloomed on her face, and she shouted cheerfully, her voice full of uncontrollable joy, which filled the air, echo through it. Before the cheerful words dissipated completely, little Dr. Fairy figure rushed towards Xiaoming's direction, leaving all work behind. Her speed is not fast. Then, like flower in her bud, she directly plunged into Xiaoming's arms, and immediately hold on tightly and don't want to let him go. Xiaoming looked at the little Dr. Fairy in his arms. Although her chest was not full grow, but he felt some softness touch him when she collided. He couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head helplessly, then stretched out his hands, gently held little Dr. Fairy's hips, and held her firmly in his arms. Little Dr. Fairy, long time no see. Xiaoming looked down at the black-haired little Dr. Fairy in her arms, with a doting smile on her lips and tenderness in her eyes. She shook her gently and said softly, "Brother Xiaoming, do you know how much I miss you?" Little Dr. Fairy said to Xiaoming sweetly. "Okay, my cute little Dr. Fairy, I will not leave you again, I promise." Seeing little Dr. Fairy words, Xiaoming promised her. Seeing Xiaoming promise, little Dr. Fairy smiled and clenched his fist and threatened cutely, "Okay, then I will forgive you this. If you leave me next time, then I will punish you." After resting for a while in Xiaoming's arm, little Dr. Fairy said to Xiaoming, "You came after a week, you are hungry, I will going to make food for you." "Okay, my little wife is the best, he always cares about her husband," Xiaoming said to little Dr. Fairy and released her from his arm. Hearing Xiaoming words, little Dr. Fairy, face turned red and hurriedly left her arm to make food. After eating and drinking, the two went to the grass behind the hut while holding their hand together, leaned under the big tree nearby, and felt the moving air that passes through him. Xiaoming stretched out his body comfortably and lay flat ground. He slowly and gently rested his head on little Dr. Fairy's slender jade legs like tender lotus roots. His eyes were slightly closed, his face was filled with a relaxed and comfortable look, and he enjoyed little Dr. Fairy's gentle knee pillow service. At this time, Xiaoming moved his face to little Dr. Fairy and said softly, "Little medical fairy, my plan is to leave here in a few days and go to the Tagore Desert. You will come with me." The little medical fairy's delicate body trembled slightly. She was silent for a moment, and then whispered, "It is true that we have been here for a long time, and it is indeed time to leave." Xiaoming and little Dr. Fairy chatted happily about other things. As night approached, a bright moon hung in the sky, and its soft silver light poured onto Xiaoming. Then, both walked towards the hut, came to the room, gently pushed the door open, and the door opened with a creaking sound. After walking in, he gently closed the door. Both sit on the bed, and gently lay down on the bed next to each other. Then little Dr. Fairy said to Xiaoming ear, "Brother Xiaoming, hold me tight, to sleep tonight." After saying, he leaned in Xiaoming's arms, and moved closer to him. Seeing sudden action of little Dr. Fairy, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect little Dr. Fairy cool said this. When his cute and kind little Dr. Fairy become like this? Xiaoming used a little force with his right hand to gently hug the little medical fairy into his arms and press it tightly against his body. The hair of the little medical fairy brushed his cheek, carrying a faint fragrance. Xiaoming felt the warmth and softness from her body, and his heartbeat suddenly beat like a drum. Then he moved the blanket to cover them. After a long time, Xiaoming slowly closed his eyes while listening to the even breathing of the little medical fairy, and then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed in through the window lattice. The little medical fairy woke up first and found herself in Xiaoming's arms, with a blush on her face. Xiaoming also woke up slowly, and the two looked at each other. For a moment, there was a hint of embarrassment and shyness in the air. "Good morning, brother Xiaoming," little Dr. Fairy said to Xiaoming sweetly. "Good morning," Xiaoming responded. Xiaoming moved his hand and wrapped it around her waist and said sweetly while brushing his hair behind his head, "Why do I feel that my cute little Dr. Fairy become more beautiful?" Hearing praise from other little Dr. Fairy whose face was close to Xiaoming's face, feeling hot breath coming from other, his cheeks turned red and her heartbeat increase. Both looking at each other, as they look at each other they forgotten about all things, they subconscious moved slowly and then pressed lips each other. And after this the tongue moved from their mouth, they started to kiss passionate and their tongue invaded each other's mouth, and started to entangled and exchanging their saliva, cherish their taste and pursuing their lips. They continued till they lost their breath and satisfied. It takes him about an hour, after both left their arms sit on the bed and regained some of breath from air. Xiaoming stretched out his palm, and with a thought, a delicate little jade bottle appeared in his palm. He raised the jade bottle in his hand, raised it to the little medical fairy, and said with a faint smile, "You are about to break through to the Douqi level in 2 days. This bottle of elixir is a chi gathering powder, which allows you to directly condense cyclones to reach the Douqi level. When you reach the Douqi level, we will leave here after 2 days." Hearing this, the little medical fairy's smart eyes lit up slightly, staring at the jade bottle in Xiaoming's hand, and said with a playful smile, "Okay, let's first make a breakthrough." Xiaoming handed the bottle of elixir to the little medical fairy, smiled slightly, and warned, "Go, make a breakthrough, come on." Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving little Dr. Fairy Chi gathering powder. You obtain 120 heavenly points. Xiao Ming heard system notification which make her even more happy. The little medical fairy blinked her smart eyes, raised a playful smile on her lips, raised the jade bottle in her little hand, and said with a sweet smile, "Well, then I will go and break through first, and then we can leave. Considering that I have never been out of this Warcraft mountain range, when we get to the Jia Ma Empire, you have to take me to take a good look around, got it, Xiao Ming?" Xiao Ming nodded slightly, his eyes full of endearment. "Don't worry, I will definitely take you to see it when the time comes." The little medical fairy turned around with a smile and opened the door of hut, and both walked to an open place, sat down, crossed her legs, poured the jade bottle in her hand into her little hand, drank the elixir, and calmed down to make a breakthrough. While little Dr. Fairy making a breakthrough, it will take some time to do this. Xiao Ming's seat on the ground, he moved his mind to system as he collected lots of heavenly points and he can't distribute it. System open status panel. Status Mall. Host Xiao Ming. Age 14. Cultivation 1 star Doling. Occupation Alchemist 6th tier. Soul power mid-late mortal realm. Attribute fire, wood, wind, dark, lighting, earth, water. Skill Great Dao Extreme Elemental Ju, low earth level, advance. Weapon Xuanyuan sword, flames, essence flame, equivalent to 4th level Warcraft monster. Beast fire Shadow King Lion Flame, Shadow King Wolf 7th level Beast Fire, 7th level Dark Purple Flame of Amethyst Lion King. Fighting skill Xuanyuan Sword Sutra 1. Sword Intent Level 3. 1450 2500. 2. Sword Aura Level 2. 1210 2000. 3. Sword Body Level 2. 1150 2000. Octane Blast Earth Low Level, Mastered. Fire Palm Mid-Zon Level, Master. Eagle Wings High Zon Level, Advance. Crazy Lion Roar Mid-Zon Level, Beginning. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword Mid-Zon Level, Beginning. Strength -305. Speed 220. Bloodline Charm 70. Soul Power -320. Comprehension -350. Healing Factor 200. Essence 180. Chi -30. Heavenly Point 2070. Mall Point 17,500. Extraction Chance 46. Other skills Fire Control Level 6. 3,500 8,000. Soul Control Level 3 5,700 6,000. Silver Tongue Level 5 75 1,500. Instinct Level 2 200 1,500. Cooking Level 3 225 500. Psychic Power Level 1 0450 1200. Title Harem Master. Special Constitution Body True Elemental Body Earth Low Level Beginning. System Space Xuanyuan Sword Duhuang Peak Card Duzong Peak Card 220,000 Gold Coin Golden Emperor Residual Energy Burning Ju Bone Spirit Cold Fire Xuanzhong Ruler Black Demon Cauldron Poison Pill Method Medicine Recipe Magic Cores Medical Materials. Seeing Status Panel, there is some changes in this. One is his cultivation Heavenly Points, which is 2070. After absorbing Beast Fire, his fire control also increase, and now he have 2 Beast Fire and together called Shadow Lion King Flame. System add 450 heavenly points to strength, 400 heavenly points to speed, 440 points to soul power, 450 heavenly points to comprehension, 300 to essence, 30 heavenly points to charm. Xiao Ming said to system in mind, and for chi he doesn't need to add, he has already more than twice the chi than any people in the same realm. As he absorbed more attributes, he can also increase chi in his body. Ding. Strength 305,755. Speed 220,620. Soul Power 320,760. Comprehension 350,800. Charm 70,100. Essence 180,480. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your flame essence is now equivalent to low 6th level Beast Fire. Xiao Ming felt changes in his body and could feel the changes in his strength become stronger. His physical fitness now can be said to be comparable to Ancient Void Dragon, top-level warcraft. If the level of true elemental body skill increase, his physical fitness further increase other than adding points at terrifying level. His brain feels refreshed and relaxed as his comprehension increase. And increase charm, increases his face and was like a finely carved jade, his lines become more smooth and perfect, his sword-shaped eyebrows were starry, his eyes become deep and has some hypnotic effect on opposite sex, the facial features alone are perfect, and when combined together they complement each other, exuding an irresistible charm. This can't only increase the charm of his face but also his whole body, its body is now look like perfect from any direction you see him. Other than Douqi and changes in charm, there is also change in soul, although soul chi present in the air, but if there is no technique to cultivate, you can't absorb it, you can only depend on leveling up or taking other resources. Xiaoming, after adding the heavenly points to soul, a large amount of soul chi absorb into his from surrounding which further increase his soul realm. Xiaoming's soul realm, instantly break through peak mortal realm. Ding, soul power, mid-late mortal realm, initial peak mortal realm. Xiaoming felt that his body will be gone through tremendous changes in just short period of he feels hadche and refreshing at the same time. Chapter 59, Practicing New Fighting Skill, Leaving. Xiaoming, after adding points, he moved and looked at the little Dr. Fairy, a doji cyclone in the Qi Sea, quickly formed and rotated at the abdomen. After the doji cyclone was completely solidified, only the strange rotating vortex remained in the entire air sea. In the vortex, milky white gas began to flow. As time passed, and that is fighting spirit, which is purer and more powerful than fighting spirit, after the little medical fairy successfully broke through to the doji, after breakthrough she walked up to Xiaoming and said with a sweet smile, "Hee, it's amazing, I reached the doji so quickly." Xiaoming rubbed her little head and chuckled, "Awesome, my little medical fairy is really strong." The little medical fairy gently looked at Xiaoming's face, she doesn't know why does brother Xiaoming look more handsome than before, he move his hand and touch his face. Seeing little fairy action, Xiaoming said coquettishly, "Does I look more handsome than before?" "Brother Xiaoming is always so handsome," little Dr. Fairy said sweetly while rubbing his hands with Xiaoming's face. "Little Dr. Fairy, you just break through 1-star fighter, you need to stabilize your realm," Xiaoming said with smile on his face. Hearing Xiaoming words, little Dr. Fairy nodded and let go her hand from Xiaoming's face and sit down on the ground, stabilize his realm, and for Xiaoming he moved toward a place where he is always practicing his fighting skills in the valley. Xiaoming decided to practice new fighting skills, although he has practiced many fighting skills now and most of them is at mid and high zone level, and take some time to master and upgrade to higher one. But before going to Tagore Desert, Xiaoming decided to practice high-level exercise which he took out from Yao Lao Ring. Xiaoming see a good and sit down, and took out a scroll from system space, and open it. Flame-splitting tsunami, low D-Do skill. When mastery is achieved, cutting mountains and breaking waves can be easily accomplished. The flame-splitting tsunami was a Do technique that complemented both Do-Chi and physical strength. Moreover, in order to cultivate the flame-splitting tsunami, it had to be paired with the Xuanyuan sword, which could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Xiaoming looked at the scroll, started to comprehend the way to practice, and after that a large number of information poured into his brain. After reading it briefly and knowing that to use it, he put back the scroll in the system space. He took out Xuanyuan sword from his ring, and hold it through his golden handle. After inhaling some air, he hold the Xuanyuan Sao RD with both of his hand. After this, Xiaoming body shut forward abruptly, came to stop, his feet stepped on the ground and spun 108 degree, the light emitting from the sword in Xiaoming's grip tightened and sword grew increasingly bright. Xiaoming shouted, "Flame-spitting tsunami." In the empty space of valley, a muffled sound like thunder exploded, this was followed by heat wave completely scattered in entire valley. Bang, with the sound the pillar or rock smashed into dust, revealing a spectacular sight and scatter the fog in the valley. This is the power of earth-level fighting skill. With Xiaoming improved comprehension, it will be easy to directly learn a low earth-level technique, and directly promoted its mastery to beginning level in one attempt. It will take more than half year to fully mastered it, which is much more faster than before. Xiaoming didn't waste his time, he continued to practice it. In the past 2 days Xiaoming continued to practice flame-spilting tsunami. He also practiced footwork technique exploding steps to beginning level, and as for little medical fairy, she collected all the herbs needed in the valley. He put all the collected herbs in the Naji and said softly, "Xiaoming, I have almost packed everything." Xiao Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the cultivating Douqi outside the hut, heard little Dr. Fairy sound. Xiao Ming turned around and walked towards the thatched house, gently came to the little medical fairy and said sweetly, "Now that all the sorts of thing are done, let's get out of here first. How do you plan to get there? Do you want me to carry you and fly over?" Xiao Ming said with smile. "Although brother Xiao Ming, your idea is good, but let's let Shaolin take us away from the Warcraft Mountains first." Staring at Xiao Ming's faint smile with her beautiful eyes, the little medical fairy straightened her pretty nose, exhaled, put the bamboo whistle in her hand into her rosy mouth, and blew it gently, sending a faint sound wave through the sky. Listening to the sound waves, the blue eagle in the sky immediately circled down. As its wings flapped, it blew the plants around Xiao Ming and the two of them to the ground. "Let's go, let's start our first journey." Taking a step forward, the little medical fairy generously pressed her soft body against Xiao Ming and said with a smile. Smiling and nodding, Xiao Ming stretched out his arms to wrap his arms around the seemingly frail Lu waist. He kicked the soles of his feet on the ground, and the two of them suddenly rose up from the ground, and finally landed steadily on Xiao Lan's back, superior. Standing on the back of the eagle, the little medical fairy looked at the increasingly smaller hut in the valley, sighed softly, and said softly, "Goodbye, my little hut." Xiao Ming looked at the little Dr. Fairy's white and flawless side face, and comforted him softly, "It's okay, there will always be a chance to go back and have a look in the future." In Xiao Ming's arms, the little medical fairy looked at the resolute side face and responded softly, "Yes." In the eastern part of the Warcraft Mountains, on the mountains on the outer edge of somewhere, the two people jumped from the blue eagle. The little medical fairy looked up at the blue eagle hovering in the sky and shouted softly, "Xiao Lan, thank you for sending us here. We are leaving now, please take care of yourself in the future." With a loud cry of eagle, after circling twice, the blue eagle flew away towards the western sky. The little medical fairy looked at Xiao Ming beside him and said with a smile, "Xiao Ming, the next arrangements are up to you." Xiao Ming looked into the distance and said softly, "Well, let's go to Black Rock City, the nearest city in the Warcraft Mountains. We will test it at the Alchemist Guild there and get a 4th grade Alchemist badge." The little medical fairy looked at Xiao Ming and opened his arms with a smile, then walked forward gently and put his arms around his neck. Xiao Ming hugged the little medical fairy's waist, spread his wings behind his back, and flew quickly towards Black Rock City in the east. At this time, the two came to Black Rock City and walked to a bustling inn. The waiter in the store saw the two people walking in, looking at Xiao Ming. Handsome and otherworldly temperament waiter was stunned for a moment. There is a red cloud appeared in his cheeks. After coming back to senses he said sweetly, "You two gentlemen, do you want something to eat, or do you want accommodation?" How could an ordinary person has such temperament and charm? He must be a young master of certain powerful clan. How could he, a hotel owner, not be enthusiastic? If he offended them, he would be killed easily. And no one dared to say anything. Seeing waiter of the hotel reaction, little Dr. Fairy who is standing behind Xiao Ming folds his hand around Xiao Ming hands tightly, as she saying, "He is my man, don't think any bad thoughts about him." Seeing little Dr. Fairy like this, Xiao Ming smiled helplessly and said in a deep voice, "We want to stay for one night, something comfortable and with a particularly good environment. Money is not an issue." Xiao Ming flicked his fingers, and a bag of gold coins appeared on the table in front of him. The waiter quickly picked up the heavy bag and looked at the gold coins inside, with an expression of surprise on his face. He nodded hastily, his voice trembling with excitement. "Two distinguished guests, our highest level room here is fully equipped with all facilities. By the way, are you an alchemist? If so, there is also a separate alchemy room that is absolutely quiet and soundproof, because the most advanced rooms are specially set up for alchemists, but ordinary people only need to pay 5 gold coins a day to live in them. This includes free meals. If you want to eat anything, just tell me at any time and it will be given to you immediately. Send it up." After finishing speaking, the waiter carefully took out 5 gold coins from the bag and handed the bag back to him. After Xiao Ming took back the bag and the ring, he looked at the waiter with a smile on his face and said softly, "Where is my room?" "Sir, your room is on the 3rd floor. I will take you there." Xiao Ming and the little medical fairy followed him towards the 3rd floor. The corridor was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood, and the wooden stairs creaked slightly under their feet. Arriving at the door of the room, the waiter opened the door and Xiao Ming saw that the room was spacious and bright, with soft and comfortable beds, a separate bathroom and a balcony. The waiter said softly, "Sir, there is another small room here, which is the alchemy. If you are an alchemist, you don't have to worry about being disturbed. It is absolutely quiet." Xiaoming and the little medical fairy walked into the room, closed the door, and could finally relax. After coming into room, little Dr. Fairy left Xiaoming's hand. Xiaoming walked to the bed and lay down directly on the bed, while the little medical fairy walked to the window and opened it, letting the fresh air flow into the room, and come to sit beside Xiaoming on the bed. Xiaoming looked at her clear watery eyes and said softly, "Well, I plan to go to the Alchemist Guild, take the exam to become a 4th level alchemist, and get a 4th level alchemist badge. In this Jama Empire, it is more or less the same. It's of some use." "Well, then let me go with you tomorrow," the little medical fairy said thoughtfully. After a while, after the two of them had eaten and drank enough, they rested on the bed while holding each other. Chapter 60, Alchemist Guild. Early the next morning, Xiaoming and the little fairy doctor walked out of the inn together. Black Rock City is indeed one of the largest cities in the Gamma Empire. Although it is only early in the morning, the streets are already very lively. Following the route mentioned by the hotel owner, Xiaoming and the little medical fairy slowly turned around several slender streets. After walking around for a long time, they slowly stopped and looked up at this place. A majestic building appeared in front of us. This house has a rather unique shape. The overall appearance looks like a medicine cauldron. Around the house, there are windows that look like fire vents for the medicine cauldron. On the high roof, there are huge the cauldron cover crawled down, covering the room beneath it. Looking outside the building, on the lavender sandalwood plaque, 5 vaguely primitive fonts shimmered with light. Alchemist Guild. After muttering softly in his mouth, Xiaoming turned his head and looked at the little medical fairy and said softly, let's go to the Alchemist's Guild first and take a look. This house has a rather unique shape. The overall appearance looks like a medicine cauldron. Around the house, there are windows that look like fire vents for the medicine cauldron. On the high roof, there are huge the cauldron cover crawled down, covering the room beneath it. On the plaque on the gate, there are 5 simple characters of the Alchemist Guild. Then the two of them walked slowly toward the Alchemist Guild, and when they were almost close to the door, they stopped when they saw 2 heavily armed men standing at the door. Is this the Alchemist Guild? The little medical fairy looked at the plaque and murmured. The little medical fairy originally wanted to become an alchemist, but fate played a trick on her and she ended up becoming a poison master. Let's go in. Xiaoming took the little medical fairy's hand and walked towards the Alchemist Guild hall. With that, Xiaoming and little Dr. Fairy went to the Alchemist Guild. Walked away. The guard at the door originally wanted to stop, but when he saw Xiaoming, he felt that he had a strange aura that was not ordinary. He looked Xiaoming up and down. I saw this young man, with fine features and handsome eyes. He was not more than 17 or 18 at most, and his whole body exuded an air of immaturity. His face didn't look fake, it was indeed youthful. Seeing this, he felt Xiaoming was not an ordinary person. However, the guards still have to fulfill their duties. A guard stepped forward and said in a polite tone, "This little brother, this is Alchemist Guild, you requires a letter of recommendation to enter it." Xiaoming was stunned. Through Yao Lao's memory, he knew that each empire in Douqi Continent has its own Alchemist Guild, and each other's rules are different, and this Gamma, because Yao Lao had never paid attention to the rules of the empire, he did not have them in his memory. Xiaoming raised his right hand, and a strange black fire appeared on his palm. He said to the 2 big men, "I don't have a letter of introduction, but I have this. Condensed real fire." 4th grade alchemist. A horrified voice spat out from the mouths of the 2 people in disbelief. "Can I go in now?" Xiaoming didn't explain too much, as long as he could go in. "But, yes, sir, please come in." After looking at each other, the 2 guards quickly bent down humbly and said respectfully. Nodded, Xiaoming took the little medical fairy and walked into this building where one of the highest status professions in Black Rock City lives. When you walk into the Alchemist Guild, you will be greeted by a light and refreshing fragrance of medicine. There were not many people in the hall. They just raised their heads and glanced at Xiaoming and the little medical fairy. Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. At this moment, a woman wearing a blue dress walked over from the background. "You two, this must be your first time coming to our Alchemist Guild in Black Rock City, right?" The woman looked at Xiaoming and the little fairy doctor before asking. Xiaoming nodded and said with a smile, "It is indeed my first time here. I came here to get an alchemist level badge." "You are actually an alchemist." The woman in green was a little surprised. After all, Xiaoming looked like too young. Xiaoming smiled and said, "Is there any problem?" Quote. No. Hearing this, the woman in Yahan came to her senses. Seeing this, the woman in green looked at the little medical fairy next to Xiaoming. When he saw the face of the little medical fairy, especially the slender waist, even though the woman in green was a woman, he was stunned by it. Seeing the woman in Xing Yi's eyes falling on the little medical fairy, Xiaoming also said calmly, "This is my friend, and he came to accompany me for the assessment." Then she led Xiaoming and little Dr. Fairy to registration counter. The women take parchment and pen and raised her head and asked with smile, "By the way, sir, you are the first grade alchemist in the assessment, right?" Yahan smiled casually and asked, "No, it's level 4. Xiaoming shook his head and chuckled. "You said, you want to examine the 4th grade alchemist." Yahan suddenly stopped and stared at Xiaoming in shock. "At the age of 18, you want to take the exam to become a 4th grade alchemist? You're not dreaming. Is there any problem?" Xiaoming said lightly, nodding slightly. No. After coming back to his senses, Yahan hurriedly shook his head, looked at Xiaoming with more respect in his eyes, and said softly, "Mr. Xiaoming. Just call me Xiaoming." Xiaoming shook his head and interrupted with a smile. Haha, okay. Yahan had spent some time in the Alchemist Guild after all, and met quite a few big shots, so when she heard Xiaoming say this, she also omitted those convoluted names and smiled. Said, "You haven't received a level badge before, have you?" "Yes. You have to wait some time. I need to inform President Frank and Otto. He is only in the guild which can take 4th grade alchemist assessment," Yahan said to Xiaoming with smile on his face. "Okay," Xiaoming said lightly. Boy have a strange aura about them and condensed real fire which only a 4th their alchemist can do this, other than obtaining beast fire. They actually make me feel a vague sense of looking up to them. They should be a little younger than me and Frank's precious apprentices. How can they be tested as 4th grade alchemists? Go, call that girl Linfei over immediately, and inform old man Frank and little girl Shui Mei by the way, so that they can open their eyes and reflect on themselves. They usually laugh and laugh with their heads cocked and are very proud, but now they haven't passed the alchemist assessment. I hope these 2 young men can pass the alchemist exam, so that these 2 little girls know that there is a world outside the world, and there are people outside the world." On the 2nd floor of the Alchemist Guild, an old man who was slightly fat and looked a bit lazy said, "The simple medicine cauldron on the chest badge is actually carefully drawn with 4 silver ripples, which means that he is a noble 4th level alchemist, and he is definitely one of the few people in Black Rock City. A 4th grade alchemist, even among the 3 major families of the Jama Empire, will receive top-notch VIP treatment." After some time, a woman in purple clothes who was about 20 years old walked in from the door. She had a pretty face and a pretty face. Her body was a little petite, but her development was quite surprising. It should be convex and concave. She has a plump and mature body. A long black hair, bound by a purple belt, then hangs down to the delicate buttocks. When it is swung, it gently slaps the round and straight buttocks, making a slight low sound, but it is like a cat. Like claws, it kept clawing at the man's heart. As soon as the woman walked into the hall, a familiar voice came from behind. "Linfei, Master Otto suddenly called us here. Is there anything important?" The sudden cold voice sounded like the snow-capped rocks on the snow-capped mountains. The clear and ethereal sound of knocking against each other is quite pleasant. Linfei turned back and straightened her pretty nose. "I didn't know that I was still practicing alchemy at home. I was going to take the 1st level alchemist exam soon, but the teacher suddenly sent someone to call me to the Alchemist Guild. Could it be that the teacher thought, can I pass the alchemist exam?" When the woman with a slender figure and eyes as clear as a cold spring on a snow-capped mountain heard this, she had some disdain on her face. Linfei is still so confident. The charming woman has a delicate face, slender eyebrows, and a slender body. She is wearing a tight-fitting silver dress. The silver clothes complement her warm jade-like skin, making her even more charming. The woman has a special metal-like icy aura that is difficult to conceal, and her long silver hair. As the 2 girls arrived at the Alchemist Guild, the eyes of the young men and a black-haired girl straighter, and their attention was distracted to the especially young man. Seeing this man was born so handsome and extraordinary, His face was like a finely carved jade, his lines were smooth and perfect, his sword-shaped eyebrows were starry, his eyes were deep as if they were hiding bright stars, his nose was high and his lips were not dotted but red. Every time the facial features alone are perfect, and when combined together they complement each other, exuding an irresistible charm. Looking at the young man in front of him, their eyes sparks like stars, as they seen their prince charming of their dream. You two girls finally came here, hearing sound from behind both come to their senses. Xiaoming charm are quite lethal to girls. When seeing the old man next to Shui Mei, she couldn't help but call out respectfully, "Hello, President." He is her teacher. Frank was one of the presidents of the Alchemist Union. Girl Yahan, come here quickly and show me their alchemist form. Frank looked shocked and waved to Yahan quickly. The beautiful lady at the front desk of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild was looking at the registration form in her hand with a confused expression. At this time, she heard Frank's voice, as if she had found a savior, and hurriedly stepped forward. President Frank, Master Otto. You're here just in time. The alchemist assessment to come will probably require 2 masters to personally test it. Need us to test it in person? Yes, look. Yahan took the test in her hand. Otto and Frank were shown the location of the assessment level on the registration form, and Lin Fei and Shui Mei also joined in. The main information on the first list is as follows. Xiaoming, age 18, giving test, 4th grade alchemist. Xiaoming falsely reported his age. What? He wants to take the 4th grade alchemist exam. Quote. Xiaoming, 18 years old, is taking the exam to become a 4th level alchemist. So he is sure have to pass the 3rd level exam and reach the 4th level. Does it mean that he has reached the Great Do Master realm at the age of 18? This is simply not true. Impossible. Lin Fei and Shui Mei's beautiful eyes almost popped out. They stared at young man with shock and sincerity in his eyes, and which increase his impression towards Xiaoming even more. Teacher, let's go, we have to go and see. Chapter 61, Passing 4th Level Alchemist Assessment. Xiaoming found that there were many alchemists gathered together in the hall. Through the badges worn on their chests, Xiaoming discovered that there were 2 4th level alchemists among them. Those 2 alchemists should be Otto and Frank. Xiaoming thought in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoming noticed that there were 2 girls standing next to Otto and Frank. There are 2 girls, one girl is wearing a purple dress and has a very lively personality, while the other girl is wearing a silver dress and has long silver white hair, and looks extremely cold. These 2 girls should be Otto and Frank's apprentices, Felin and Shui Mei. Xiaoming's eyes lingered on Shui Mei's body for a while. Compared to Felin, Shui Mei had an ethereal temperament. At the same time, he also seemed that both has good impression on him, as the both of them looking at with smiling and shocked face at the same time. Although the 2 girls are extremely pretty, they are still inferior to the little medical fairy. Especially the slender waist of the little medical fairy is extremely fascinating. Xiaoming withdrew his gaze from the 2 women and began to look at the hall. Otto frowned and asked in a deep voice, Xiaoming, are you sure you are ready to take the exam for a 4th grade alchemist? The exam is not a child's play. To refine a 4th grade elixir, one must be at least a great fighting master. After Xiaoming heard this, he used the fighting spirit in his body to form a 7-color elemental fighting spirit armor on his body. He smiled and said, this will allow me to test it directly. Let's go, little guy, but you have to refine a 2nd grade elixir first. If you succeed, I will let you skip the 3rd grade elixir and directly refine the 4th grade elixir. Otto put away the shock on his face color. At this time Otto said softly, let's go, I will take you to a separate room for the assessment. After Xiaoming saw it, he smiled and said, little medical fairy, let's follow him. After the little medical fairy nodded, the 2 walked into the alchemist guild side by side. A faint scent of medicine rushed towards them, making people feel relaxed and happy. Lin Fei and Shui Mei quickly followed the 2 old men up, suddenly turned her head and introduced each other to Xiaoming. Xiaoming and little Dr. Fairy did the same, and after that both made a cheering gesture to Xiaoming, then turned back and continued to follow the old man in. Xiaoming and his group followed Master Otto to the door of a room and stopped. We are here. The 2nd grade alchemist's review has been set up in this room. Once you have successfully refined it, you will continue to refine the 4th grade elixir in this room. During this period, I and another 4th grade alchemist will refine it. Pharmacist Frank co-hosted. Otto turned around and said to Xiaoming and little Dr. Fairy, Little guy, just follow me in. Please, the little girl next to you will stay here and wait for you to finish the test. After all, the second-grade alchemist's review is unlike first-level alchemists, no one else is allowed in except testers. Xiaoming nodded, then turned to look at the little medical fairy, and said warmly, Little medical fairy, just wait for me here for a while. I will finish the exam soon, and then we will leave here. Well, I will be waiting for you outside, come on. The little fairy doctor said with a sweet smile. Looking at the smile of the little medical fairy, Xiaoming turned around and walked into the assessment room, followed closely by Otto, but just as he was about to enter, he was pulled by Lin Fei. Lin Fei quickly pulled Otto's sleeve and said coquettishly, Teacher, let us go in and have a look. I really want to see if he can refine 4th grade elixirs. Zumi also nodded and said, I also want to see if he can refine 4th grade elixir. This is the long-standing rule of the Alchemist Guild. Last time you begged me like this, I didn't even let you in. What's more, this time, you just wait outside. He shook his head helplessly. The slight shock made Lin Fei and Shuimi take a small step back, and then she quickly got behind the door and closed the door with a bang. Ah, you are so angry with me, why can't you be accommodating? Lin Fei stamped her feet in anger, and then both sat on the stool next to little medical fairy on in left and one in right. After Xiaoming entered the room, he looked at a stone platform in the room, where various medicinal materials were stored, and there were several pieces of parchment next to it. Frank and Otto sat on the chairs above, looking at the young white-shirted handsome boy on the stone platform below. Frank said in a deep voice, Little guy, those pieces of parchment in front of you are second-grade elixir recipes. You can choose any one of them to start refining. There are all those elixir recipes in front of you. There are also a few magic cores required for the second-grade medicinal materials. As long as you can refine the second-grade elixir, you can directly enter the next assessment, which is the 4th-grade elixir test. Xiaoming looked at the parchment on the stone platform, which contained the Ice Heart Pill, Foundation Establishment Pill, Pulse Protection Pill and Qi Restoration Pill, and took out the prescription for the Qi Restoration Pill. Looking at this ordinary medicine cauldron, Xiaoming felt helpless and thought to himself, I hope this medicine cauldron can withstand the strange fire for just a few minutes. Xiaoming then calmed down and placed his palms on the flames of the medicine cauldron. As the battle energy circulated in his body, blue flames flowed along his meridians. In an instant, dark purple-black flames spurted out from his palms, then burned violently in this medicine cauldron. With the appearance of this flame, the surrounding temperature rose a lot. Frank and Otto saw a hint of shock in their eyes. Otto stared at the dark purple-black flame with his eyes, and said with a slightly trembling voice, the dark purple-black flame. The terrifying temperature emitted by this flame can even be felt by me. It should be and not be a strange fire. I can't hear any strange fire of this color, so it must be a beast fire. Looking at the temperature, the level of beast fire must be higher than 6th level. The expression on Frank's face and the shock in his eyes had not yet disappeared, and he said seriously, this boy are unusual. They are probably not from the Gamma Empire. Their level of refining medicine will not be lower than the 3rd level. Now I am kind of looking forward to the little guy really being able to refine it. The 4th grade elixir has been produced, the youngest 4th grade alchemist in the Gamma Empire. At the end of the sentence, the look of shock in his eyes turned into anticipation. Xiaoming controlled a netherworld grass from the Qi returning pill with his left hand and threw it into the medicine cauldron. It was instantly devoured and refined by dark purple-black flames, forming a small group of dark blue liquid, and then he added medicinal materials one after another. Was thrown into the medicine cauldron. As Xiaoming's soul power controlled the flames in the medicine cauldron and kept it at a suitable temperature, he finally removed the refined impurities from these medicinal materials. Looking at the pill in the medicine cauldron that already had the prototype, he put a first-level water attribute magic core was thrown into it, and the last pill with blue pill patterns flew out of the medicine cauldron and fell into Xiaoming's hands. As the elixir flew out, a crack sound came from the medicine cauldron in front of Xiaoming, and cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the medicine cauldron, and finally broke into pieces. After Xiaoming saw it, he smiled helplessly and said, Master Otto, I shouldn't have to pay for it. Here, I have refined the 2nd grade elixir, the Qi Restoration Pill. You don't need to compensate, this is nothing. Hearing this, Otto walked down and took the elixir from Xiaoming's hand. He saw some strange blue lines on the surface of the elixir, and smelled a faint medicinal fragrance coming from the elixir. Otto smiled and handed the elixir to Frank, then turned to Xiaoming and smiled softly. Yes, you can refine a second-grade elixir at a young age, and the quality is extraordinary. You can tell this is not your true level of medicine refining. Wait a moment and I will ask the maid to get the 4th-grade medicinal materials and elixir recipes. Once they are ready, I will start refining them. I look forward to your next performance. President Frank, don't bother. I have the materials to refine it myself. You can just watch me refine it. Frank looked at the quality of the elixir and nodded with a smile. When he was about to leave, Xiaoming stopped him. Xiaoming walked to the bluestone table with a smile, packed away the medicinal materials and the cracked medicine cauldron in front of him, and took out the black devil cauldron from the ring. Suddenly, the pitch-black medicine cauldron appeared on the stone platform, causing the two of them to be shocked again. This medicine cauldron is definitely extraordinary. None of the medicine cauldrons I know are as high as this one. The opportunity for this little guy is really good. He has a high-level beast fire and such a high-level medicine cauldron at such a young age. Frank sighed. Seeing Frank's envious look, Otto joked softly, "Old guy, why are you jealous of children at your age? People have their own opportunities, so don't think too much." At this time, Xiaoming took out the refining materials needed for the purple heart barrier breaking pill. Xiaoming placed each medicinal plant on the stone slab. With a flick of his finger, dark purple-black flames fell into the medicine cauldron, and the dark purple-black flames fell into the medicine cauldron. The flames burst out from the medicine cauldron and burned violently. Following Xiaoming's smooth operation, each medicinal plant was roasted by the dark purple-black flame in the medicinal cauldron and formed into drops of pure purple energy liquid. Under the control of Xiaoming's soul power, drops of pure purple liquid were fused into a ball of purple liquid the size of a fist. As the flames in the medicine cauldron burned, the prototype of an elixir was gradually formed. Seeing this, Xiaoming controlled the elixir with his soul power. Inside the medicine cauldron, the blue flames suddenly swelled. The elixir gradually became rounder, and a rich purple elixir fragrance rose from the medicine cauldron. Then, as Xiaoming's soul power surrounded him, a purple elixir the size of a dragon's eye flew out and landed in Xiaoming's palm. Otto and Frank had surprised looks on their faces when they saw this. They looked at each other, their eyes full of awe of Xiaoming's ability in refining medicine, and they quickly walked to Xiaoming's side. The two of them looked at the purple elixir in Xiaoming's palm, which was covered with purple elixir patterns and exuded a strong elixir fragrance. Otto took a deep breath and couldn't help but admire. "Little guy, no, I should call you Xiaoming. Your alchemy skills are really amazing. The color and aroma of this pill have reached an unprecedented level. It's obviously beyond the scope of ordinary 4th-grade elixirs, and neither of us two old men can refine elixirs of this quality. Little friend Xiaoming, are you interested in joining our alchemist guild as an honorary elder? Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. You just have a name here and you can enjoy many privileges of the alchemist guild elder. How about it, are you excited?" Frank quickly held Xiaoming's hand and said excitedly. Xiaoming looked at their warm invitation and was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Two masters, I can join, but I will rarely come to the alchemist guild in the next time, and almost never. Come on, are you sure you still want to give me this identity in this situation?" The two of them didn't hesitate at all and said directly, "It's okay, it's just some minor problems. Come and do whatever you want. Since my friend agreed, we will prepare a 4th-grade alchemist costume and a 4th-grade alchemist costume for you later. Alchemist badge. Okay, if it's over, I'll go out first." Xiaoming put the medicine cauldron on the stone slab into the Naji, turned around and walked towards the door. Chapter 62, Leaving Alchemist Guild. While Xiaoming was giving alchemy assessment, little Dr. Fairy, Shuimei and Linfei were sitting in the bench outside the alchemy room and talking to each other. "Hey, little Dr. Fairy, you and Mr. Xiaoming are you two childhood sweetheart? If not, when you two meet each other?" Both the girls surrounded little Dr. Fairy and started to asking different questions curiously. Hearing questions from Shuimei, little Dr. Fairy smiled helplessly and started to remember her past lovely days. There's a happiness flashed in his eyes, said softly, "I and Xiaoming just meet 1 month ago when he first comes to Warcraft Mountain. Xiaoming saved me from mercenaries group and helped me a lot. Although we are not childhood sweetheart, we love each other from the bottom of their heart." Although little Dr. Fairy said but she can't reveal most of the things. After hearing little Dr. Fairy words, they both are surprised. They didn't expect both of them just meet a month ago. And they really sense love in the words of little Dr. Fairy words. Both feel jealous and happy at the same time. Jealous because both of them believe that if Xiaoming come to Alchemist Association before going to Warcraft Mountain with their charm and status as the students of 4th grade alchemist, both of them took Xiaoming into her pomegranate skirt and can't let them leave him. And happy because they think that there is still have time to capture Xiaoming's heart as their relationship is only started 1 month ago. In Douqi Continent this is normal for the strong people have more than one wife. After this they talked about other things and quietly waited for the ending of Xiaoming alchemy assessment. I don't know how long it took, but the wooden door slowly opened with a creaking sound, and Xiaoming walked out. Frank and Otto then followed Xiaoming out, their faces glowing with joy and excitement. Seeing Otto and Frank coming out, Linfei and Shuimei cheered up and ran forward. Little Dr. Fairy also stood up and come to Xiaoming's side. Linfei took Otto's hand, and asked excitedly, "How was it? What was the result? Is it done?" "Oh, of course it worked. This little guy is even more powerful than the 2 old men like us. His talent in refining medicine is really amazing and amazing." Otto's face was filled with emotion, looks of envy and surprise. Frank exclaimed in amazement, "Everyone present, congratulations. I have witnessed a peerless genius who is only 18 years old. The birth of a pharmacist. The first and second tier alchemist who gathered after knowing that someone who is going to test 4th grade alchemist. All of them leave their work and gather around the room in which Xiaoming was taking alchemist assessment, although they come to see the assessment but they believe that the boy who is only 18-year-old must be failed in examination. But after hearing Otto and Frank word they all re-surprised, the whole place was silent. No one made a sound when they heard Frank's words, because they only felt that their throats were dry. What is the concept of a 18-year-old 4th level alchemist, compared to the best in the Gamma Empire? The powerful alchemist, Alchemy King Furukawa, is only 2 levels behind. And no one will wonder whether he will surpass Furukawa in the future. The answer is obvious, he will definitely surpass Furukawa, because he is too young, 18 years old. Only 18 years old. All eyes in the hall are focused on Xiaoming. If he passes the 1st grade alchemist assessment, then he is a genius. If he passes the 2nd grade alchemist assessment, then he is a rare genius. If he passes the 3rd grade alchemist assessment, then people still you can call him a monster. But he passed the 4th grade alchemist examination. In the eyes of these alchemists, he is a myth, a living myth. Under the hot gazes of these alchemists, Xiaoming still had a calm face. He was very familiar with this kind of gaze. In the Xiao family, Shuimei looked at the young man with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but feel a little crazy. Although he was so young, he was already a 4th level alchemist like his teacher. Shuimei, who was still a little proud, found that she was like an ugly duckling in front of him. For the first time, she felt ashamed in front of her peers. Frank looked at the astonished face of Linfei and Shuimei and said with a smile, "Little girls, seeing that both of you are so excited, you might as well spend your time studying to see if someone can achieve what we 2 old men can achieve at such a young age. Realm, if you don't hurry up and learn how to refine medicine, you would even be far behind that guy Xiaoming." Hearing this, Lin Fei made a dissatisfied face at the 2 people. Looking at Lin Fei's, Frank shook his head helplessly, turned around and waved to one of his men, who hurriedly walked out of the hall. A moment later, the man walked in carrying a set of exquisite black robes on a jade tray and stood in front of Frank. Frank held the jade plate and explained with a smile, "This is a special costume for a 4th grade alchemist. The material for this robe will be soaked in the medicine pool cultivated by the guild before it is made. So wearing after putting it on, the liquid soaked in the fabric will gradually emit a strange smell when it comes into contact with the air. The effect of this smell can keep its owner awake at all times. Moreover, under the stimulation of this smell, the human body's skin will become a little sensitive, and this will allow the alchemist to refine the elixir. It's easier to control the heat." Taking over the exquisite black robe, Xiaoming swept it over and saw an alchemist badge stuck to the chest. On top of the badge, there were 4 ripples like mercury on the surface of the simple medicine cauldron, like a living creature, constantly twisting slightly. Alchemist is indeed the most noble profession in the Douqi Continent. I'm afraid the cost of this robe alone will not be less than 1 million gold coins. Xiaoming think in his mind. The palm of his hand caressed the dark black robe, and the soft touch was like a woman's tender skin. It was extremely beautiful. Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction. Yes, this dress feels okay to the touch. Xiaoming took off his white coat and put it on his body. Suddenly, the skin stuck to the black robe felt as if it was in water, cool and comfortable, and a faint fragrance also quietly penetrated into his nose. It cheered up his slightly tired spirit. The little medical fairy then stretched out her white and delicate hands to carefully straighten the collar, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles on the back of Xiaoming's black robe. Seeing the gentle movements like a little daughter-in-law, Xiaoming gently patted her little hand and said softly, "Little medical fairy, how are you? Does the clothes I wear make us looking good?" At this time, Xiaoming put on this jet white robe, but it actually felt a bit elegant, and the delicate appearance on his face was perfectly hidden. The little medical fairy looked at Xiaoming's appearance at this time, with a palpitation in his heart, and gently said as she kept moving her hands and continued to arrange Xiaoming's robe. Her eyes fell on Xiaoming's figure, her eyes full of admiration. She just felt that Xiaoming was so perfect. "Brother Xiaoming, outfit really suits you. It's pleasing to the eye." When Xiaoming heard what little Dr. Fairy said, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he broke out into a very confident smile. Which man doesn't like to be praised by a beautiful woman, especially this beautiful woman is my future wife. Lin Fei and Shui Mei looked at them with jealous expression as they wanted to replace little Dr. Fairy. Frank looked at the two people loving each other and interrupted helplessly, "You two, please don't talk about love in this alchemist guild." "Okay, little guy, I have one more thing to ask," Frank said softly. "In more than 2 years, there is an alchemist conference will be held in the imperial capital. If you are free at that time, you can go and participate. Really, if you plan to participate then, you can go to the alchemist general meeting in the imperial capital to look for me and Otto. We will be there then." Seeing Xiaoming's slightly moved expression, Frank Rank smiled. "If I have time, I will join in the fun," Xiaoming said with a smile. After hearing Xiaoming's answer, Frank and Otto smiled and nodded. Xiaoming relied on his status as a 4th-grade alchemist to purchase some medicinal materials and poisons from the Alchemist Guild. Lin Fei and Shuimi also come with them and guide them to Stroll Alchemist Guild. They become good friends. He needed the medicinal materials to make elixirs, and the little medical fairy's poisons also needed to be replenished. For a moment, after joining the Alchemist Guild, it was indeed different. The medicinal materials and poisons that Xiaoming needed were quickly prepared for Xiaoming. After purchasing the poison and medicinal materials, Xiaoming took the little medical fairy and left the Alchemist Guild. Xiao, Shui Mei, who was at the door of the Alchemist Guild, saw the little medical fairy holding Xiaoming beside her. Shui Mei, who was originally going to say stop to Xiaoming, swallowed the words that just came to her lips. Lin Fei looked at Xiaoming's leaving figure and in looking at the back of Xiaoming and sighed inwardly, "When we will meet next time in alchemist competition then I can't let you leave." How they can't miss the person which left deep impression in their heart. After saying both of them left dissatisfied face and decided to do more practice and increasing own alchemist level. Where are we going now? After leaving the Alchemist Guild, the little medical fairy said to Xiaoming asked. Xiaoming looked at the backs of the two of them, turned to the little medical fairy next to him, and said with a smile, "Let's go, little medical fairy, do you want to go there on a flying monster later? Or should I take you there directly?" Flying Warcraft, the little medical fairy then followed Xiaoming towards the gate of the Alchemist Guild. Actually, the Empire has a civilian air transport team. We can take the air transport team to the cities near the Tagore Desert. Although the speed is definitely not as fast as I can take you there, it depends on your preference. At this time, the two people walked out of Market of Rock City, and the little medical fairy asked softly, "Are you in a hurry? If you are not in a hurry, then take me to ride on the flying transport team. I have never been on one before, so I must be on it. The scenery must be beautiful. Then let's go, it's right in the center of the city." The two of them walked towards the air transport team located in the center of the city, passed through several streets, and after a while arrived at a spacious square. I saw a dozen rather large flying birds and beasts staying in the large square. This kind of birds and beasts was called thick-winged birds. The little medical fairy looked at the crowded square. There was a long queue waiting for each thick-winged bird, and she suddenly felt depressed. "Xiaoming, we have to wait in line for such a long time to get there." Quote, "Don't worry, little medical fairy, we don't have to queue up, just follow me. Xiaoming walked towards a ticket counter, and the little medical fairy followed Xiaoming's steps and walked gracefully. Chapter 63, Riding Flying Monster. When he came to the ticket counter, he saw a beautiful woman in uniform standing at the counter. Xiaoming said softly, "Hello, have you been to the nearest city in the Tiger Desert? Please go to the back and line up," the woman said impatiently. After Xiaoming heard this, he said calmly, "I remember that there should be a free flight transportation service for alchemists, why isn't it here?" Hearing this, the woman's expression suddenly changed. She quickly stood up, raised her head and looked at Xiaoming. Her eyes stopped on the alchemist badge on Xiaoming's chest, and she immediately apologized. I'm sorry. It was my negligence, sir, please follow me, we have a flying mount specially prepared for the alchemist." Under the envious and awed gazes of those around him, Xiaoming patted the little medical fairy's little hand and whispered, "Hey, there's no need to queue up." Then Xiaoming and the two followed the woman who came out of the counter. After walking down a corridor, a giant bird and beast, not much smaller than a thick-winged bird, appeared in their sight. Glancing at the giant bird with a somewhat ferocious appearance, Xiaoming discovered that it was actually a flying monster with wind attributes. The flying speed of this kind of monster was generally extremely fast, several times faster than that of a thick-winged bird. Xiaoming glanced briefly and found that there were already people staying in the 2 rooms above the warcraft, and then he looked back. "Sir, this is the flying beast that flew to the desert city on the eastern border of the Gamma Empire, which is the city closest to the Tagore Desert." Stopping in front of the flying monster, the woman in uniform said respectfully. "Yes." Xiaoming nodded slightly, then put his arms around the little medical fairy's slender waist, tapped his toes on the ground, and the two of them landed lightly on the giant bird's broad back, and then walked into a small empty room. Shortly after Xiaoming and the two boarded the flying beast, 2 more alchemists came up. Xiaoming finally felt that the wings of the huge flying beast were slowly vibrating, and wisps of wind energy were also coming. It was surrounded by people, carrying its huge body into the sky. With a loud scream, under the command of the trainer, the flying monster suddenly rose into the sky and began to fly rapidly towards the eastern part of the empire. Sitting on the window sill in the room, Xiaoming looked at the faint clouds and mist flying by outside, then turned his eyes to the little medical fairy sitting opposite, and smiled softly. "Little medical fairy, considering the flying speed of this monster, it will take at least 3 days to arrive." The little medical fairy smiled lightly and turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. The breeze blew through her hair, adding to her agility and beauty. She opened her red lips lightly, and her voice was as clear as an oriole. 3 days is not a long time. Xiaoming chuckled softly and said, "Then I'll practice a bit first, and just tell me if I have anything to say." After finishing speaking, Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the chair, closed his eyes and started practicing. The bright sky gradually darkened, but Xiaoming, who was practicing, was suddenly awakened by a series of strange sounds. Slowly opening his eyes, Xiaoming found that the moonstone in the room had begun to emit a faint light, driving out the dark night outside. Xiaoming looked at the little medical fairy in front of him, whose pretty face was slightly red. Such abnormal behavior made him feel a little puzzled, so he asked, "Huh? What's wrong with the little medical fairy?" "No. Nothing." The little medical fairy turned her head and looked at the window, and the tips of her ears became more pink. Just when Xiaoming was about to say something, a man's gasping and a woman's charming moans came from the room on the left. It was like a magic sound filling his brain. It kept reaching Xiaoming's ears, and he immediately understood. Why is little Dr. Fairy's face so rosy? Xiaoming pretended to cough, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. His face turned slightly red, obviously affected by the sound. Xiaoming cleared his throat and spoke again. "Little medical fairy, how about we go out to the corridor outside to enjoy the breeze and see what the scenery is like?" After hearing Xiaoming's words, the little medical fairy nodded, her face still blushing slightly, but she still mustered up the courage to follow Xiaoming out of the room and into the corridor outside. Xiaoming and the little medical fairy stood side by side in the corridor, with the breeze blowing gently on their faces, looking at the distant scenery, and the messy thoughts in their hearts were immediately calmed down. Xiaoming secretly glanced at the little medical fairy beside him, and saw her waterfall-like green hair fluttering slightly in the wind, and a few strands of hair playfully brushed her reddish cheeks. Her eyes were as clear as water, but there was a trace of confusion that was not easy to detect. "Little medical fairy, the scenery here is so beautiful. It's really different from what you see in the valley. Xiao Ming tried to break the somewhat subtle silence. The little medical fairy nodded slightly and responded softly, well, the starry sky here is really beautiful when you look at it at a glance. Under the breeze, you can really forget all your worries. The two of them stood quietly in the corridor, admiring the scenery in the distance and enjoying this rare quiet time. As time passed, the sky began to light up in a blink of an eye, and the first touch of fish belly white appeared on the eastern skyline. Xiao Ming turned his head and said softly to the little medical fairy, "Little medical fairy, let's go back and rest." There was a hint of exhaustion in his voice, but it was more tender and caring. The little medical fairy nodded and followed Xiao Ming back to the room. The two hugged each other and slept, feeling each other's warmth, and then fell asleep. The afternoon sun shines into the room through the window, bringing a touch of warmth. The two slowly opened their eyes, looked at each other, smiled at each other, and then slowly sat up. The little medical fairy's eyes were still a little sleepy, looking hazy and charming. There was a soft light in her eyes, and a faint smile hung on the corner of her mouth, which made her look particularly charming. Xiao Ming stretched his waist lazily, feeling the stretch of his body. He looked at the little medical fairy with tenderness in his eyes. The little medical fairy smiled slightly, rubbed her eyes gently, sat up straight, and stretched. Her movements were elegant and natural, like a blooming flower. "How did you sleep?" Xiao Ming asked softly, with a hint of concern in his voice. The little medical fairy nodded and made a lazy voice, "Very good, I slept well." Xiao Ming looked at the little medical fairy's long hair hanging around her shoulders, slightly messy, but she looked even more charming, so he couldn't help but reached out and gently stroked her hair. "What are your plans today? Or should you continue to stay here and wait for the flying transport ship to fly over there before leaving?" Xiao Ming asked. The little medical fairy thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Ming, stay here for one night, and then we will leave here early tomorrow morning." Xiao Ming leaned forward and whispered in the little fairy doctor's ear, "Little fairy doctor, if you don't mind the sound last night, I don't care." Looking at the little medical fairy blushing slightly, Xiao Ming gently took her into his arms and said with a soft smile, "Don't pay attention to those sounds. After all, the voice made by that woman is not as good as the little medical fairy's, right?" Little medical fairy. The little medical fairy's face turned red slightly, and she struggled a little, but failed to break free from Xiao Ming's arms. She raised her head and bit her lips lightly, with a mixture of embarrassment and a hint of shyness in her eyes. "Xiao Ming, I don't care about those voices, but if you tease me like this again, I'll ignore you." Xiao Ming smiled and looking at her cute little doctor fairy he could not help but kiss on her cheeks, then stood up, sat on a chair aside and started practicing. Chapter 64, Desert City. The little medical fairy and Xiao Ming stood in the corridor, looking at the mountains in the distance. Under the reflection of the morning sun, they were shrouded in a golden halo and looked particularly beautiful. "Little medical fairy, let's leave here while the weather is good." Xiao Ming spread hands towards the little medical fairy, revealing his strong chest, and smiled lightly at her. The little medical fairy took 2 steps forward and gently put herself into Xiao Ming's arms. She hugged him with her both hand around her neck, feeling his vigorous and powerful heartbeat with her body. Xiao Ming was about to lift about his leg and hug the little medical fairy tightly and leave the flying transport ship when a 30-year-old middle-aged man in black robes walked out of the room. The middle-aged man's eyes swept over Xiao Ming's body, and finally his eyes rested on the little medical fairy in his arms. He suddenly became energetic, stared closely at the little medical fairy's slender waist, and said with evil intentions, "Ho ho, little brother, you have a pretty good maid here. Can you give it to me? The price is negotiable." After saying that, he deliberately showed the alchemist badge on his chest, with 3 words engraved on it. "Rhode silver pattern. She is my beloved woman, not the maid you talk about. Just because you are a low-class 3rd-grade alchemist, get away from me, or you will die." Xiao Ming felt the body of the little medical fairy in his arms tremble slightly, his face suddenly darkened, and he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. "Boy, how can you, a brat like you who has not even grown hair, do anything to me?" Lin Hua said with a hint of disdain in his tone. Just when Xiao Ming was about to take action to kill him, 3 disheveled figures rushed out from the other 3 rooms. Their eyes scanned the corridor and finally stopped at the indifferent Xiao Ming. On the body, one of the older men, wearing a 4th-grade alchemist badge on his chest, narrowed his eyes slightly, a touch of greed appeared in his eyes, coughed lightly, and said with a smile, "Ho ho, this little friend, I'm in harangue." Xiaoming glanced at this seemingly kind-hearted old man and sneered, "Why, you all have fallen in love with the woman next to me." Xiaoming hugged the little medical fairy's waist tightly, making her body close to his, and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." The little medical fairy nodded slightly, his eyes full of trust in Xiaoming. "Ho ho, since the little friend has spread his words, we all have the same idea, don't you think so?" Harangue's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of greed and viciousness. The other three people quickly agreed, "That's right." Their eyes wandered over the little medical fairy's body unscrupulously, as if they wanted to eat her alive. Xiaoming looked at the four people and sneered, "In that case, I will give you a free trip to hell." With his silver tongue skill, his voice was cold and biting, as if coming from the nine nether abyss. Xiaoming exuded a terrifying soul power, raised his right hand slightly. Xiaoming used sword body soul skill, and under the majestic soul power of Xiaoming shook the four people violently. Suddenly, the four people were pressed to the ground by an invisible giant red hand which appeared in the space. Good thing is that in Xiaoming's soul skill it doesn't require to perform any complex hand seals, it can be done by only thought of his mind. The faces of these four people were filled with panic for an instant. They struggled desperately, but could not break free from the shackles of this powerful force. There was no mercy in Xiaoming's eyes, only endless indifference, and he sneered, "You don't think that my tolerance is unlimited. You bounce back and forth on my bottom line because you think your life is too long." The sound echoed in the valley, carrying an irresistible majesty. With a thought in Xiaoming's mind, spiritual red color hand-made moved toward them which increased the pressure around them. As terrifying as a huge mountain press into his body, their soul started to struggle violently under this pressure. When these four people saw it, they immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, "Spare your life. Sir, we don't dare to do it anymore." Ah! Xiaoming's red spiritual hand struck them, their soul shattered and completely destroyed them, followed by the screams of pain by them. They all four die miserable without any defense with only one attack of Xiaoming. Looking at the aftermath of the strike, four people only, his body lying on the ground, looking like a dead zombie. Xiaoming used his psychic power to take all the storage ring from their hands, put it on the system space and controlled these four people, threw them into this endless space. At this time, Xiaoming gently patted the little medical fairy's shoulder and said softly, "Little medical fairy, everything is fine. I have already taken action to send them to death. Well, then let's leave here and go to the Tagore Desert." The little medical fairy rubbed Xiaoming's body, adjusted to a comfortable position, raised her head and looked at him, and said shyly. Xiaoming hugged the little medical fairy tightly, his body trembled slightly, and the black fighting wings on his back stretched out with a sound of instigation. The wings fluttered, and the colorful fighting spirit gradually covered his body, and his figure floated in the sky, smiling faintly. Said, "Little medical fairy, hold me tight, I'm going to hurry up." Xiaoming felt the delicate body of the little medical fairy getting closer to his body. The eagle wings behind his back flapped slightly, and his figure moved towards the bird monster. His speed gradually increased, turning into a purple stream of light, and quickly surpassed him. That flying bird monster. Looking at a city not far ahead, Xiaoming slowly fell down with the little medical fairy in his arms, then released his hold on the little medical fairy, and then the two of them stood on the sand. Because this place is close to the desert, the weather here is quite dry and hot. The blazing sun shines down from the sky, baking the earth under your feet until it is constantly exuding a smoky heat. The heat rises slowly, it actually caused people's vision to become somewhat distorted and blurry. The two of them walked slowly toward the lowest city that was not far away. Xiaoming looked at the little medical fairy with a slightly red face and a little sweat on his forehead. Since he was a fire attribute and he was still after refining the beast fire, I don't feel much about this temperature. Xiaoming took out a bottle of cold mineral water from the system supermarket and handed it to the little medical fairy, and said softly, "Let's go to Shimo City to meet my eldest brother and second brother. They founded the Modi mercenary group, so wait, just go directly to the mercenary group." The little medical fairy took Xiaoming's mineral water and took a sip. She suddenly felt a coolness flowing from her throat to her heart. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Xiaoming, this water, it's so cool. If you don't have enough to drink, just tell me again." Xiaoming said, and then the two of them continued walking forward. As the two of them gradually approached the city, there were more and more passers-by around them, and most of these passers-by were men with bare arms, and their skin was dark and lean, at first glance. Seems quite generous. As for the woman who occasionally passed by, although her skin was also slightly dark, she had a somewhat sexy bronze color. The women here are not as reserved and shy as the women in the Empire. A tight-fitting leather jacket just barely covers the breasts and a little bit of the area below them, while those slender waists are boldly exposed. The slender and tight thighs are also only wrapped by some short skirts or shorts. When walking, the waist like a water snake twists, giving it a charming charm and style. After the little medical fairy saw this, her face that was slightly red turned even redder. She turned her eyes to Xiao Ming and found that he had been staring at the sexy waist and figure of the woman in front of her, and women also looking at him with fairy and hot eyes. She himself move his posture and show more of them under his reveling clothes. Looking at the scene, little Dr. Fairy quickly covered Xiao Ming's eyes and said angrily, "Xiao Ming, you are not allowed to look. If you want to look, you can only look at me. Are they not as good as me?" Humph. There was a hint of resentment in her voice, but more of it was jealousy. "Okay, I won't watch anymore. They are not as good looking as the little medical fairy. But if you cover my eyes like this, I won't have to walk." Xiao Ming couldn't help but laugh and teased. Hearing this, the little medical fairy let go of her little hand, hummed softly, and moved her eyes to the city wall in front. Two huge light red fonts were carved on the city wall. Looking from a distance, they actually had a faint bloody feeling. Desert City. The little medical fairy read softly while looking at the red characters engraved above the city gate. Xiao Ming and the little medical fairy walked towards the city gate. The people passing by looked at the two people and discussed them in a hurry. "Holy shit, this woman's waist is really thin. This is the woman with the thinnest waist I've ever seen in Stone Desert City. This face, this waist, and this skin are really rare in this world. However, the clothes worn by the man next to her are so familiar. They seem to be the clothes of a certain identity. Brother, you are really not afraid of death. The man next to the woman is wearing the clothes of an alchemist. Fortunately, we didn't speak loudly, so we probably didn't hear clearly. Otherwise, your life would have been long gone." At this time, when Xiao Ming and the little medical fairy walked to the city gate, they were stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. They shouted softly, "You two didn't see the payment fee written here." Suddenly, the soldier glanced at the alchemist badge on Xiao Ming's chest. Looking at his extremely exquisite alchemist robe, the anger on his face suddenly turned into a flattering smile. "Sir, I didn't notice that you were an alchemist just now. It's really a small mistake. Are you going to the city?" "Yes." Xiao Ming glanced lightly, replied softly, and then walked in with the little medical fairy. Slowly walking out of the somewhat dim city wall passage, their vision brightened slightly, and the city buildings with unique desert characteristics appeared in their field of vision. The strange-looking houses and buildings made the two of them feel a little amazed. Standing on the street, Xiao Ming's eyes swept across the crowded street. After a while, Xiao Ming walked forward with the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy said softly, "Xiao Ming, where are you taking me? Aren't you said previously that you know the location of strange fire in the Tagore Desert?" "Actually, I don't know either. It's my first time here, so I'll take you to a map shop to see if there is a detailed map of this place." Xiao Ming said a little embarrassed. "Haha, Xiao Ming, I thought you knew everything. But, I can't hold it in anymore. Please let me laugh again." The little medical fairy covered her stomach and let out a crisp laugh. Looking at this scene, Xiao Ming helplessly covered his forehead and chuckled softly. "Little medical fairy, okay, don't laugh like this. If I don't know the location of strange fire but I know where should I get." Chapter 65, Meeting Haebadong. After saying Xiao Ming took a while, Xiao Ming looked at the little medical fairy who was holding back her smile, then took her little hand and walked towards the map shop in front. After walking leisurely for a long time, the map shop named Gutu appeared in the sight of Xiao Ming and the two of them. Their eyes swept outside the shop. Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. This store is not as luxurious and flamboyant as other stores, and it actually looks a little quaint. Xiao Ming and the little medical fairy slowly walked into the shop and looked around. Although the interior of the store is not too spacious, the faint light of the two moonstones illuminates the store quite brightly. The interior of the store was not too spacious, and there were not many people buying maps. The deserted appearance made the little medical fairy wonder whether they had gone to the wrong place. Slowly walking into the store, Xiaoming glanced around, and finally stopped at an old man behind the counter who was carefully making a map with his head bowed. This old man was obviously quite old, but although he was already gray-haired, his hair was broken, but the dry palm holding the black drawing pen was still steady and strong. With Xiaoming's extraordinary perception, Xiaoming could sense the majestic fighting spirit contained in the old man in front of him, but this fighting spirit was sealed. I didn't expect to meet the Ice Emperor Hebedong so soon. Xiaoming thought to himself that the purpose of Xiaoming's coming to Mochung this time was to find Hebedong, or perhaps to find the map of Qinglian's earth core fire in his hand, and the remaining picture of the pure lotus demon fire. The introduction of the location of Qinglian's earth core fire in the original book is very vague, and Xiaoming can't remember the specific location. Xiaoming only remembers that in the original work, even if Xiao Yan had a map, he could only find the approximate location of Qinglian's earth core fire. Location, and finally found the Qinglian earth heart fire with the help of Qinglin's power. Moreover, Qinglin still sensed the aura of Queen Medusa instead of the aura of Qinglian earth core fire, so it was necessary to find Hebedong to get the map of Qinglian earth core fire, otherwise Tager the desert is so big, how long does it take to find it? You know, Hebedong has been here for more than 20 years, and he has only determined the approximate location of Qinglian's inner fire. He looked away from Hebedong and did not disturb his drawing work. Xiaoming took little Dr. Fairy towards the shelf with maps in the store. After rummaging around casually, he first selected a map of the surrounding towns, and then pulled out a map of the Tagore Desert. After looking at it carefully, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the former Do Huang. The map drawn by the strong man is not at the same level as other people's maps. Even some areas of the Tagore Desert are marked. I don't know if this old man got lost in the desert on purpose before. After picking up these two maps, Xiaoming exuded soul perception and began to explore the remaining map of the pure lotus demon fire hidden in this shop. Relying on the soul perception that has reached the peak mortal realm, Xiaoming quickly discovered a blazing energy in the corner of the store. It should be the half of the residual pictures that appeared in the store in the original work. It is unknown that the other half of the residual pictures were stolen by the sea. He actually didn't find out where Hebedong was hiding. This once powerful emperor fighter still had some tricks up his sleeve. Walking towards the simple wooden stand in the corner of the shop, Xiaoming glanced at it. This wooden stand was obviously very old and was covered with holes in rotten wood. On top of it, some yellowed maps were piled randomly. Judging from the signs of damage on the surface of these maps, it seems that they were failures during the production of the maps. He flipped through these yellowed maps casually with his palms. A faint musty smell came to his face. He frowned slightly and threw aside some failed maps above them. A broken picture only the size of a palm was displayed. It appeared in front of Xiaoming. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming was delighted. The remaining picture of the pure lotus demon fire, which is third on the strange fire list, is a necessary item to conquer the pure lotus demon fire, unexpectedly found in this remote Jama Empire. Holding it in his hand and putting it into the ring without hesitation, he came to the counter, tapped the table lightly, and then said again, "Boss, how much is this map?" "The price is marked on the sign. Put the money on the counter and leave." The old voice came from the room again. "I think it's better for you to come out and take a look." If the incomplete map in his hand was not only half of the one in Hebedong's hand, Xiaoming really wanted to pay the money and leave. Hearing this, the room suddenly became quiet, and then the door curtain behind the counter was pulled, and an old man with a full head of silver hair and a rather strong body walked out from behind the curtain. Although the old man looked old, he did not have a trace of old age, but was more energetic than some young people. On the wrinkled old face, there was a horrifying scar that stretched from the left cheek to the corner of the eye, which made him look even more ferocious and murderous. The moment he saw the old man, Xiaoming was sure that this old man was one of the top 10 strongest men in the Jama Empire, the Ice Emperor, Hebedong. Xiaoming said, "Old sir, this scrap should only be half. I also bought the other half. Please give me a price." The old man glanced at Xiaoming calmly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his old pupils. After seeing the ancient fragment in Xiaoming's hand, his face changed slightly. He stared at Xiaoming's face and asked calmly, "Have you seen this kind of fragment before?" "Yeah," Xiaoming nodded casually and said, "I saw such a fragment at a cave. I wrote it down because it was very strange." As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoming felt that the temperature in the air had cooled down again. A ray of crystal light flashed in the old man's eyes, and his momentum was slightly exposed. Feeling change in temperature, could it be that he couldn't suppress his greed and was ready to take action after hearing that his teacher had a fragment? Xiaoming thought silently in his heart. At this moment, the tense atmosphere in the air relaxed again. The old man glanced at him calmly, and then said, "This map is not for sale. Take what you should buy and go." Xiaoming then said to Hai Bodong, "Old sir, I am a 6th grade alchemist, maybe I can help you lift the seal on your body." Immediately, he used his soul power, which only belongs to a 6th level alchemist, stretched out his right hand, and a flame jumped out. On top of it, a heat causing the temperature that had dropped just now due to Hai Bodong's release of momentum to instantly rise a lot. Hai Bodong, who was previously a veteran of Duhuang realm, naturally feel the soul power coming from Xiaoming was only a true 6th tier alchemist can produce, who was opposite him, saw this scene and felt the heart-stopping warmth. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "A 6th grade alchemist, eh? How is it possible that you are so young? What on earth are you doing? What kind of monster was cultivated by this force? The Jama Empire will never be able to cultivate talents like you." Immediately, he took back the ice-fighting energy he released into his body, and a 6th level alchemist with strange fire could just help him, but the fire release from Xiaoming is not a strange fire, although it is powerful but can't be comparable to heavenly flame. Only with refining Po Erden with heavenly flame, can recover Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, which him some disappointed, but he have a news about the strange fire in Tagore Desert which can give him some hope to recover. Seeing that Hai Bodong had restrained his aura, Xiaoming also took the Shadow Lion King flame back into his body, and replied with a smile, "My name is Xiaoming, I am also a Gamma Empire, a member of the Xiao family in the Empire's Wooten City." Quote, "Since Haibodong has lived in seclusion on the edge of the desert all year round and has no contact with anyone in the Miter family, he has never heard of Xiaoming's name, but since the other party took the lead." After introducing himself, Haibodong also said, "I didn't expect that a monster like you would come out of the Jama Empire, but I am ignorant. My name is Miter Haibodong, and I am the supreme leader of the Mitel family." The elder, who was once called the Ice Emperor, was sealed by Queen Medusa of the Snake People decades ago because of his vindictiveness, so he lived in seclusion on the edge of this remote desert. Quote, Xiaoming pretended to be surprised and said with some surprise, "It turns out to be the Ice King, Senior. I didn't expect that the Senior has disappeared for many years because of such a hidden secret." Quote, the little medical fairy was also surprised when he heard Xiaoming's words. He didn't expect that the old man in front of him was actually one of the top 10 powerful men in the former Jama Empire. Waving his hand, Haibodong replied nonchalantly, "It's all in the past, there's no need to mention it anymore." He then asked with some expectation, "Master Shaoling also saw that the map was incomplete. With many years of drawing experience, I divided it into 2 pieces, and hid the other piece. Unless I took it out on my own initiative, no one would be able to get it. This piece was something I found in Tagore many years ago. I got it from the desert. For this reason, I had a hand and foot with Queen Medusa, and ended up like this. Based on my knowledge, I think the origin of this map must be extraordinary. I have not wasted my time these years. I wasted my time, in order to break the seal on my body. I found a prescription, called Poerden, which can break the seal on me, but it requires the use of strange fire to refine." Then he added, "You may have heard some news about the strange fire hidden in the Tagore Desert, right?" Seeing Xiaoming's slightly serious expression, Hai Bodong asked with a smile. "I am very interested in drawing maps. I once wandered around in the Tagore Desert and luckily got some information about the strange fire." Hai Bodong said helplessly, "If it weren't for these things, he wouldn't have been so miserable by Queen Medusa. I compared these information carefully. After detecting them one by one, I marked several places with a high probability of having strange fire. Although they may not be very accurate, they are much better than searching aimlessly in the desert." Hai Bodong said with a smile, "How about it? If Master Xiaoming helped me with that, I will hand give this map and news about strange fire also." After seeing her plan work successful, Xiaoming smiled inwardly. Xiaoming also knew something about Hai Bodong's character, so he had no intention of robbing him, and he was a natural worker. Why not do it? So he smiled and said to Hai Bodong, "Deal. If Xiaoming want to extract Haibodong's seal from system help, He was not able to do this because this seal was placed by Queen Medusa, which was peak Duhuang powerhouse. Xiao Ming need to at least the strength of 4-star Duhuang to do this. Xiao Ming did not intend to use peak Duhuang card for the time being, and so he decided to help Haibodong by refining Poer Dan medicine pill, which further increase Haibodong trust and impression towards, and Haibodong himself give him the map to find strange fire. This make this even more profitable, so Xiao Ming decided to do this. Xiao Ming smiled and said casually, Haibodong do not need to be polite, I have a good relationship with someone in the Mitel family. Hearing this, Haibodong smiled and nodded. Chapter 66. Qing Lin. When Haibodong heard that Xiao Ming agreed to him, Haibodong was a little happy at first, and then as if he suddenly thought of something, his face became a little embarrassed, and he opened his mouth to think he wanted to speak, but he closed his mouth, looking embarrassed to speak. When Xiao Ming saw Haibodong's attitude, he probably guessed that he was embarrassed to say that the medicinal ingredients were short of mandala of sand, which was a bit funny. So I planned to give him a step down and asked, Mr. Hi, is it because the time for obtaining this prescription is short and the medicinal materials haven't been collected in 3 copies yet? Seeing a step down, Haibodong also accepted it. He stopped, touched his beard, and said helplessly, that's true. I have almost prepared the medicinal materials for this prescription, except for a medicinal material called sand datura, which grows in Tagore. Inside the desert, it's a pity that my strength has not yet recovered. I practice ice-based skills, and I have been sealed by Queen Medusa. If I get close to the depths of the Tagore desert, I will be sensed by her. I originally planned to rely on my previous relationship. I went to look for a few plants, and now Master Xiao Ming is here. If I can help find the mandala of sand, I owe you a favor. Hearing Haibodong words, Xiao Ming pondered for a while, then said slowly, what a coincidence, I have some batch of sand mandala already in my hand. After saying, Xiao Ming communicate with system in his mind and said, system, give me sand mandala. Ding, congratulations to the host for buying medical ingredient sand mandala, consume 3000 mall points, it's already placed in system space, you can free to use at any time. After hearing system notification, Xiao Ming moved his hand forward and a yellow color small branch sand mandala appeared in his hand and said softly, it's look like we are really destined. Looking at the plant which he can't find after searching for many time in whole Tagore desert, Haibodong reveal a smile on his old face which can't appeared for many years. Listening to Xiao Ming words, he nodded and said, it's really destined, Mr. Xiao Ming. After finishing speaking, he took out a map from the counter drawer and handed it to Xiao Ming. He smiled and said, in my detection, there are 3 places in the Tagore desert that are most likely to have strange fires. Existence. Taking the parchment, Xiao Ming spread it out and found that it was an extremely detailed map of the Tagore desert. This map was not comparable to the previous maps on the counter. It not only accurately marked the places where water sources existed in the desert, but also carefully marked the snake tribes scattered in the desert. Did you see the 3 flame symbols on the map? Haibodong reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Ming glanced at the map and found that there was a very conspicuous flame mark in the 3 directions of the map: east, west, north and west. These 3 places are the places with the highest probability of hiding strange fires in the Tagore desert. Pointing to the 3 flame marks, Haibodong smiled and said, of course, this is just deduced through my detection. In this place, the accuracy cannot be 100%, but it is undoubtedly much better than letting you fumble around. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, although his soul perception had reached the peak mortal realm, but after all, the Tagore desert has such a large area, and it is indeed extremely difficult to find a place where strange fire exists. Haibodong's detailed map will undoubtedly save him a lot of time and energy. Xiao Ming put the map into the Naji, and said thank you, Mr. Ha, let's go to hunt strange fire. Stone Desert City, also called Stone City, is also a border city close to the desert. In terms of scale, Xicheng is slightly smaller than Mocheng, but there is also a lot of traffic. And unlike Mocheng, which is managed by the city lord's palace, in Xicheng, the most powerful force is the mercenary group. Not to mention the small mercenary groups, there are 2 large mercenary groups in Xicheng. One is the Sand Mercenary Group. The leader, Rob, is a great fighting master. He also has several strong fighting masters under his command. He can be regarded as the top tyrant in Xicheng. The other is the Modi Mercenary Group. When it comes to the Modi Mercenary Group, you are a bit familiar. This is the mercenary group founded by Xiao Ding and Xiao Li of the Xiao family. The strongest ones are naturally them. Xiao Ding's strength is a 4-star fighting master, while Xiao Li is a 3-star fighting master. In terms of strength, they are weaker than the Sand mercenary group, ranking second. The competition between these two mercenary groups is quite fierce, but the one who always has the upper hand is the Sand mercenary group. Xiao Ming decided to visit him, unlike Xiao Yan, who is also a time traveler. Who doesn't lost his do qi in absence of Yao Lao and can't passes through setback of life, behave as has young master and his attitude is rude to others. When Xiao Ming is 5 year and prove himself as number 1 in younger generation, knowing Xiao Ming future potential. Later Xiao Ding and Xiao Li always talking to him as a family member, which can be said to be same for Patriarch Xiao Zhan. Xiao Ming has good relationship with them. On this day, the sky was clear and the sun was hanging high in the sky. 2 figures were slowly walking in from the gate of Shicheng. There were 3 people, one old and the other 2 is young, one is a boy and other is a girl. The old one was wearing a blue robe, with white beard and hair. There was a bit of arrogance between his eyebrows, and his eyes were cold and sharp, with a hint of coldness. The young man was wearing a white gown, with long black hair hanging down his shoulders. He had a handsome face, his eyes were as bright as stars, his eyebrows were raised like swords, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His temperament was as ethereal as a fairy and girl as has a fairy jade-like skin and has thin willow waist and slender white legs and has cold attitude to others. These 3 people are naturally Xiao Ming, Little Dr. Fairy and Hai Bodong. Their trip was specifically for Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Mr. Xiao Ming, what do you want to do next? Hai Bodong glanced at Xiao Ming. Although the map was detailed, the area marked by the mark was still very large. If only the 3 of them were left to search, it would definitely be a difficult task. Quite time-consuming. You can first find a mercenary group and ask them to send people to search around. Xiao Ming said softly with his hands behind his back and his eyes slightly raised. That's fine. Which mercenary company are you going to join? Hai Bodong asked. Xiao family brother make a Mote mercenary group, I have good relation with them, let's go there. Xiao Ming said softly, with an indifferent tone. It didn't matter which mercenary group he went to. To him, there was not much difference. Hai Bodong shook his head and nodded. The 3 of them continued to move forward, heading towards a place with a lot of people. Is it her? Is it that scoundrel? Dirty blood. This scoundrel dares to come out. As the 2 of them walked, there was a sudden sound of shouting and cursing in front of them, and a group of pedestrians moved toward the figure had a look of deep disgust on his face. This figure was very small, curled up under the gaze of everyone, with its head lowered, holding something in its small hand, weaving in and out of the figures, and running wildly in the direction of Xiao Ming and the 3 of them. This little figure didn't run very slowly. As soon as Xiao Ming raised his eyes, she had already rushed in front of Xiao Ming. The 2 of them bumped into each other. The little figure was hit and sat down. He fell to the ground, and the things in his hands were scattered all over the floor. Little girl, are you okay? Xiao Ming was naturally fine. Seeing the little girl fall, he stretched out his hand and said in a gentle tone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. Seeing Xiao Ming approaching, the figure quickly took a few steps back, his voice was timid, his hands were holding his delicate body, and his figure was trembling. It was obvious that the little girl was very scared. So cowardly. Xiao Ming was stunned, looking at the disgust in the eyes of the people around him, and then looking at the girl in green clothes. A flash of light flashed in his mind. Young master, you don't have to worry about her. This evil creature was born from a snake man and a human. The blood in his body is inherently dirty. You'd better stay away from her, lest she taint you. Seeing Xiao Ming's otherworldly appearance, a pedestrian on the side couldn't help but speak, looking at the little girl in green with disgust. There is a natural hatred between snake people and humans, especially those who live on the desert border. Many of their elders and relatives died at the hands of snake people, so they have an extreme hatred for snake people. Snake people are naturally just like humans. And little girls like this are born from women who were kidnapped by snake people. The snake people don't recognize the existence of these people. The human race is born to hate them, and they are subjected to all the looks and ridicule. It can be said that they are the most miserable. They are also the most pitiful and innocent ones, because what did they do wrong? They did nothing wrong. It's just that most snake-human hybrids don't live to be more than 2 years old. The little girl in front of him is almost 11 or 12 years old. This time, Xiaoming was completely convinced. Little girl, what's your name? Xiaoming knelt down and looked at her tenderly, his voice soft and gentle. Qinglin. The little girl still hugged her knees with her hands, lowered her head, looking weak and helpless, but she was a little surprised in her heart, knowing her identity and still talking to her so gently. Xiaoming is the first person. This young master, this is the evil offspring of snake people. Seeing that Xiaoming didn't seem to be disgusted at all, and even wanted to get closer, the pedestrians on the side couldn't help but said. I know, but the snake man is certainly hateful, but this little girl is right. She is also a victim, a human being, and she cannot choose her own origin. And don't you guys have anything to do? How about retreating? Why bother with A? Is the little girl in trouble? Xiaoming said warmly. How can someone just hate a little just become of this? Even if he was a child of Snake Man, she can't do anything bad to you. How can you bully her? Little Dr. Fairy, who is silent in whole time, finally opened his mouth and shouted angrily. Don't you understand what people are saying? Why don't you retreat? Xiaoming has a good temper, but Hai Bodong is different, showing a hint of Do Ling aura. Under terrifying aura of Do Ling, made these people's hearts tremble, and they suddenly dispersed like birds and beasts. The whole street suddenly became empty. It's useless to say nice things. Direct action is the most effective. Hai Bodong folded his arms and said softly. Only you can do it. Xiaoming rolled his eyes at him and moved his eyes to Qinglin again. Qinglin, can you let me see your scales? Xiaoming took 2 steps forward, touched Qinglin's little head, and said with a smile. Master, aren't you afraid? Qinglin raised his little head and asked timidly. Chapter 67. Modi Mercenary Group. She knew that the rest of the people would feel frightened and disgusted when they saw her scales, so she always hid them tightly. She has never seen someone like Xiaoming. Only when Qinglin raised her head did Xiaoming see her appearance clearly. She has a cute melon seed face, delicate and pretty, green eyes, smart and energetic, a small and exquisite nose, and a rosy and shiny cherry mouth. The whole person looks like an exquisite porcelain doll. Especially that timid look, like a frightened little rabbit, which makes people feel a little pity. Why are you afraid? I think these scales are very beautiful. Xiaoming gently opened one of Qinglin's sleeves, and immediately, the cyan snake scales were revealed, glowing brilliantly under the sunlight. The scales on Qinglin's hands are indeed not scary. On the contrary, they have a strange beauty. Are they beautiful? Looking at Xiaoming's gentle face, Qinglin was slightly in a daze. This was the first time someone said that Qinglin was beautiful, which she even hated. Looking at Xiaoming blankly, Qinglin suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. The young master in front of her seemed to be very different. He not only helped her, but also didn't dislike her at all. Moreover, she felt that Xiaoming's body seemed to exude a very good smell, which made people unconsciously want to get closer to him. With this thought in mind, a faint blush suddenly appeared on Qinglin's pretty face. And, it's really beautiful, so you don't need to feel inferior. It's just that they don't know how to appreciate it. Qinglin was stunned. Looking at the sincere and hard-to-disguise love revealed on Xiaoming's face, a strange feeling quietly rose in her scarred heart. There was a glimmer under her dark green pupils. She said timidly, but, Qinglin has dirty and sinful blood on her body. They all said. The sad words were not finished before the boy shook his head and interrupted her. His palm slid from the girl's wrist to her palm. Holding the slender palm that was only half of his own, Xiaoming said softly, Qinglin, no one in the world is born dirty and sinful, because this is not something we can decide, so Qinglin did nothing wrong. It's just this dark world that is wrong. Get up. Xiaoming stood up and stretched out his right hand. Xiaoming pulled gently, and Qinglin stood up directly. 2 lines of tears flowed from the girl's eyes again, creating 2 shallow grooves on her dusty face. However, this time, the tears were surging and could not be stopped. Xiaoming picked up a corner of his cloak and gently wiped the tears on the girl's face with the soft fabric inside. He smiled and said, the past cannot be reversed, but the future can be changed. Although we cannot decide our origins, we can decide how to live our future. Don't pay too much attention to the rumors of others. You are not living for them, but for yourself. Woo-woo, my lord, thank you. The girl suddenly threw herself into Xiaoming's arms and cried bitterly. If it was surging just now, then now it was like a river bursting its banks. Okay, don't cry. If you cry any more, your eyes will be swollen. Xiaoming couldn't help but said with a smile. Little fairy doctor also come to Qinglin's side and touched his head and comforted her. Qinglin, you don't have to care about those bad people. They all people are only trash, they only know how to bully a weak and licking boots of stronger one. Hebadong also commented at Qinglin's situation. After some time Qinglin stopped crying and left Xiaoming's arms. Master, I'm sorry, I dirty your clothes. Qinglin lowered his head and nervously as she looked at soaking clothes with her tears and said timidly. It doesn't matter, as long as you're fine. Xiaoming smiled slightly, and his smile was extremely bright. Qinglin took a peek and quickly lowered his head. This young man looked so handsome when he smiled. Due to the girl's nature, even Qinglin, who was naturally timid, was still attracted by Xiaoming's amazing appearance. Where do you live? Can I take you back? Xiaoming said softly. No, Qinglin can just go back by himself. Qinglin shook his little head and said quickly. I'll send you off, so that those people don't bother you again. By the way, where do you live? Xiaoming's tone was very gentle, but it was so convincing that people couldn't help but follow him. Words and actions. I don't have a home. Qinglin lowered his head and said. Facing the girl's timid eyes, Xiaoming smiled gently and touched her dry hair, and smiled gently. Since you have no home, then follow me in the future. This time when he came to Desert City, in addition to looking for the strange fire, he also planned to see Xiaoding, Xiaoli and the current Qinglin. Unexpectedly, he met her here. In fact, Xiaoming was completely wrong. He came out to train about a year and a half earlier than the timeline of the original work. During this period, Qinglin was still a poor child with no fixed place to live and no one to rely on. He was not adopted by the Desert Iron Mercenary Group. The fact that she could meet Xiaoming here might all be arranged by fate. The girl looked at the boy's bright and warm face under the firelight, and a trace of spirit gradually appeared in her emerald green dead eyes. The little medical fairy took Qinglin's hand like a bigger sister and said happily, Yes, Qinglin, why don't you come with us? If you come with us those people can't bully, and I have also a little sister to play and talk with me. Qinglin looked at both of them with happy smile on his face. No one can ever treated that good to her since she was born. This is the best day of his life. So, Qinglin is willing to come with me. Xiaoming stroked the girl's thin back and said softly. Yes, Qinglin is willing. The girl raised her face, looked deeply at Xiaoming's face, and said loudly. Ding, congratulations to the host for saving Qinglin and make her willing to follow you. You get 120 heavenly points. After hearing system prompt, Xiaoming rubbed her little head, then Xiaoming asked, Do you know where the Modi mercenary group is? After Qinglin heard this, there was a touch of joy on his face and he let out a soft voice of joy. I know where the Modi mercenary group is, I will take you there. Xiaoming and the little medical fairy looked at Qinglin's happy smile in front of them and followed him. Xiaoming and the little medical fairy and Ice Emperor Hebadong led by Qinglin, headed towards the south of the city. After turning a few streets, a courtyard that covered an area almost comparable to that of the Xiao family courtyard in Wudin City appeared. In sight at the top of the courtyard, a flag swayed in the wind, with the characters, Modi Mercenary Regiment, painted on it, faintly revealing an aura of iron-blooded hardness. Outside the compound, several strong men were standing upright with weapons in hand. Outside the compound, several tough men stood upright with weapons in hand. Their sharp eyes scanned the passers-by back and forth. Judging from the faint smell of blood on their bodies, they were real. The iron-blooded man who rolled over from the edge of the knife was not comparable to those rookies who thought they were mercenaries just because they had a weapon on their waist. As Xiaoming and the four walked towards the Modi mercenary group, the strong man at the head noticed the movement and turned his attention to the four people. Seeing that Xiaoming and little Dr. Fairy had quite exquisite looks, he thought they were from a certain company. The young master came to hire mercenaries. He stepped forward and blocked the path of the two of them, and said, Master, it's getting late now, and the brothers in the mercenary group have already gone to rest. If you need to hire mercenaries, let's talk about it tomorrow. Quote. Xiaoming shook his head, and explained, The leaders of your mercenary group are Xiao Li and Xiao Ding. My name is Xiaoming. I come from the Xiao family in Wudin City. I should be considered a cousin of the two of them. I come here to meet them. After hearing Xiaoming's explanation, the strong man understood Xiaoming. Although he didn't know the purpose of his visit, whether the two families were from the Xiao family in Wudin City. The strong man at the head arranged for a man to take Xiaoming and his group followed towards the accommodation area, and then went to the group leader's residence himself, intending to report the matter. Xiao Ming and his group followed the man for a while in the compound. After a while, he arrived at the residential area of the mercenary group. Xiao Ming took out a second-grade elixir from Naji and handed it to the man. Xiao Ming said, "I will send my companion to rest first. You wait here for a while and take me to see you later, your leader." Upon seeing this, the man put the elixir in his pocket, and his expression became respectful. After a while, he nodded to Xiao Ming to show that he understood. After finding rooms, Xiao Ming took little Dr. Fairy and Qinglin into a house and sent Hebadong in other house. As soon as little Dr. Fairy and Qinglin entered the room, they wandered into the bedroom. "Little Dr. Fairy, I am going to talk to cousins both, you can sleep here safely," Xiao Ming said to little Dr. Fairy, who is looking little sleepily after walking for all day in heat of Tagore Desert. "Xiao Ming, good night." "Good night, Master Xiao Ming," little Dr. Fairy and Qinglin muttered drowsily, then both of them walked to the bed, lay down directly on it, and fell into sleep. Xiao Ming also walked into the room. Seeing that little Dr. Fairy and Qinglin was already asleep, he walked to her side, spread the quilt on the bed and covered both of them. After looking around the room for a while, I saw that although the overall environment was not very gorgeous, it was quite clean and gave people a good feeling. Now that little Dr. Fairy, Qinglin and Hebadong has begun to rest, Xiao Ming plans to meet his two cousins. Chapter 68, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. After walking out of the room, Xiao Ming nodded to the man, then followed his footsteps and left. The two of them walked within the mercenary group for a few minutes before a spacious hall appeared in front of them. The man brought Xiao Ming here, said hello, and then turned and left. Xiao Ming walked slowly towards the door. Just as he was about to push it open, the door creaked and was pulled open. Between the cracks in the door, a tougher face suddenly appeared. The young man was wearing a mercenary uniform. He had a tall and straight body, straight and powerful, and his dark eyes showed laziness and sternness. There was a smile on his face, but underneath this smile, there was a faint smile. There is a bit of ferocity like a wolf hidden inside. Obviously, although the young man seems to be kind, he is obviously the kind of ferocious type who will not offend others unless they offend him. If someone offends me, he will bite him before his death. This young man is Xiao Yan's second brother, Xiao Li. The young man opened the door and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was slightly stunned, looked at Xiao Ming up and down, and then said with some surprise, "Cousin Xiao Ming, you have changed so much. If it weren't for the people under your command just now, you told me your name, but I didn't recognize it for a while." Before Xiao Ming could say anything, Xiao Li added and said, "After all, I left the Xiao family relatively early, and at that time you was just a child, so this will be natural change." As soon as Xiao Li finished speaking, a somewhat elegant and easy-going voice came from the room. "Second brother, please quickly invite cousin Xiao Ming into the house. Don't stand outside." After hearing his elder brother's urging, Xiao Li also gave up the idea of asking more questions with Xiao Ming. "Let's go and see my elder brother first. He is very surprised at your arrival." With that said, Xiao Li grabbed Xiao Ming's wrist, turned around and rushed into the hall. Walking into the hall, Xiao Ming's eyes were cast on the young man sitting at the front. The young man was wearing a white robe. He was looking at Xiao Ming, who came into the room with a smile. His eyes were a little brighter than ordinary people's. A bit of wisdom and subtle cunning. This man is Xiao Yan's eldest brother, one of the 8 ancient clans, and the eldest son of the Xiao clan, Xiao Ding. "Cousin Xiao Ming, I didn't expect that you have changed so much after not seeing each other for several years. I almost didn't recognize you." When Xiao Ming and Xiao Li walked into the hall, Xiao Ding looked at them and smiled. Xiao Ming also walked forward and said hello with a smile. Cousin Xiao Ding is becoming more and more graceful now. Although Xiao Ming did not have a good relationship with Xiao Yan in the Xiao family, that was mainly because of Xiao Yan has just had some temper as a time traveler. Because of Xiao Ming's approachable personality, he has a very harmonious relationship with the other people in the Xiao family. Xiao Ding asked Xiao Ming, "Cousin Xiao Ming, I wonder what happened to you when you came to Shimo City. If you need any help, please don't be polite." Xiao Ming smiled when he heard this and said, "I really have one thing, and I want to ask my two cousins for help." "Haha, if anything happens, cousin Xiao Ming, just tell me and we will do our best to help." After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Ding put down the teacup in his hand and said with a smile, Xiao Ming said softly, I came to Tagore Desert this time because I need to find something. Oh, what is it? Xiao Li asked curiously when he heard this. Strange fire. Xiao Ming glanced at both of them and whispered. The rareness of strange fire is really shocking. Although we have spent a lot of time in Stone Desert City, we have never heard of it. Where is the trace of strange fire? Xiao Ding pondered for a moment and said helplessly. Xiao Ming smiled and said, I have a map here. The location marked on it has a high probability of being able to find traces of the strange fire. However, I am not familiar with the desert terrain around Stone Desert City, so I would like to trouble my two cousins to help me find out the specific location of the flame mark. While talking, Xiao Ming took out the map Hai Bodong gave him from the system space and handed it to Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding took the map, opened it and browsed it, and said in surprise, what a detailed map. This is the first time I have seen this kind of map. Well, it's indeed a bit too detailed. Xiao Ming looked closely at the map and suddenly pointed at one of the flame symbols and said, Cousin Xiao Ming, what can you do with strange fire? Xiao Li, who is hearing Xiao Ding and Xiao Ming conversation, asked curiously. After hearing Xiao Li question, Xiao Ming pondered for a second and said falsely, when I am traveling out of Xiao family, I meet an alchemist, which passed through Warcraft Mountain and saw that I had the talent to be an alchemist, so he accepted me as his disciple. Now Alchemist Master has left Wudin City, but he left me map of strange fire to me. Xiao Ming explained matter-of-factly. Alchemist. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were surprised when they heard Xiao Ming's words. Cousin Xiao Ming, are you now an alchemist? Xiao Li asked expectantly. I am now a second-grade alchemist. Xiao Ming said with an indifferent expression. When Xiao Ding and Xiao Li heard Xiao Ming's words, but under Xiao Ming's silver-tongue skill, the two of them chose to believe it. Congratulations cousin Xiao Ming for becoming a second-rank alchemist. Xiao Ding congratulates Xiao Ming happily. Congratulations brother Xiao Ming. Xiao Li also congratulated Xiao Ming. Hearing congratulation from both brother, Xiao Ming nodded. Xiao Ming received all his alchemist knowledge from Yao Lao memories, it can't be wrong to say him as his pseudo-disciple. After this, Xiao Ming moved his hand pointed at the map. The place marked by the flame seems to be in the eastern part of Stone Desert City, right? Well, to be precise, maybe it's somewhere south of the east. Xiao Ding nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, but there doesn't seem to be anything too strange in the east of Shimo City. Xiao Ming smiled and said, it doesn't matter, two cousins, just send someone to help me point out the detailed location there, and then go and check it out in person. That's all we have to do. Xiao Ding nodded and said immediately, when the time comes, our brothers will accompany you. If we can really find the strange fire, we may be able to help you. Then I'll thank you two cousins in advance, Xiao Ming said with a smile. After the serious talk was over, the two sides began to reminisce about old times. The two brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, have been away from Wudin City for a few years, and they inevitably miss the Xiao family, especially Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan. From Xiao Ming, they learned that Xiao Yan cultivation 6-star fighter. After hearing, the two brothers were very happy. After reminiscing about old times, Xiao Ming left and found a room to rest. After entering the room, Xiao Ming closed the door and go and sit on the bed cross-legged and take out the ring of alchemist he killed when he traveled in flying magic beast and started to begin to sort out the things in the ring. Xiao Ming need more points to strengthen his fighting skills, which requires to sell do technique. After checking the ring, Xiao Ming found all of them have same Zon level advanced chi method. Xiao Ming found it quite surprised. All of them steal from same person. Xiao Ming think that. He also found Zon level intermediate fighting skills, flame shield, Zon level advanced fighting skills, dazzling fire sword and many elixir of 2 or 3rd grade. These are two fighting skills that are quite good but not in eyes of Xiao Ming, so he decided to sell them. Although they have good fighting skills, but they can't even use a single fighting skill for a single time. What a bad luck. Xiao Ming also found some clothes of women. Looking at the women clothes in his hand, Xiao Ming felt even more satisfied that he killed those old bastards. Xiao Ming used his flame to burn them into ashes which mix into air. System sell all the 4 chi method in the system mall, Xiao Ming said to system in his mind. Ding. Same item can't be sell in system mall, system said to Xiao Ming. Hearing system notification, Xiao Ming asked to system, System, can you explain me clearly what I can sell in the system mall? Previously system cannot explain Xiao Ming about this briefly, so Xiao Ming want to ask him again. Ding. You can sell all the fighting skills except from you purchase from System Mall, but you can't repeat to sell the same fighting skill. You can sell elixir from 8th grade which contains some spirituality, weapon, earthly treasures like heavenly flame and other, magic cores, and souls etc. Hearing Xiao Ming question, System explained to Xiao Ming. Hearing System words, Xiao Ming understand it, and after that he said to System, System sell the Qi method and those 2 fighting skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for selling high Zon rank Qi method and 2 mid Zon rank fighting. You obtained 58,000 mall points. After receiving System notification, Xiao fell quiet satisfied. Xiao Ming said to System, System upgrade Octane Blast. Ding. Congratulations to the host for strengthening low earth level Otance Blast, mid earth level Decane Blast. After hearing System notification, a lot of knowledge started poured into Xiao Ming's mind about Decane Blast. With Xiao Ming high compression, it can't take long to understand it. Xiao Ming felt his understanding towards Octane Blast deepen a lot. Not only like his previous version he can use it using fist, but he also make a giant fist in the midair to punch and smash his enemy into the ground, and it also change his name from Octane Blast to Decane Blast. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and felt a surge of excitement into his body about practicing new fighting skill, but he can only restrain itself for the time being. Let's practice it from tomorrow morning. After saying, Xiao Ming started to sleep soundly without little Dr. Fairy. It will only take him some minutes for him to fell into sleep.